Dwidge. God. Istria stood in front of the receptionist's desk, staring at the stack of papers before him. His fingers twitched slightly as he held the quill, hesitating to sign the last document. This was ridiculous. Completely insane. He had just fought this girl. Just nearly killed her. And now here he was, about to officially adopt her like she was some lost kitten he found in an alley. Lumi had somehow convinced him, no, forced him into this madness. He sighed and finally put the pen to the paper, scribbling his signature with the grace of a man accepting his fate. The receptionist, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, took the document from him, scanning it over before nodding in approval. Then she looked at the girl standing beside him. "Well then," she said in a warm voice, almost teasing. "Congratulations on having your first daughter, Mr. Moon." Istria's face went completely lifeless. His brain short-circuited. He had never felt so much regret in his entire life. Meanwhile, the girl, his new daughter, clutched the sleeve of his coat tightly. Her hands were trembling slightly, and her lips parted as if she wanted to say something but wasn't sure if she should. Then hesitantly, in the softest, most uncertain voice. "Dad." Istria felt an instant migraine. His temples throbbed. His body physically recoiled as if the word had physically punched him. "No, no, no, no. Absolutely not. Don't," he said immediately, his voice cold. The girl flinched. Her grip loosened slightly, and for a second she looked like she might cry again. "Not yet," Istria muttered, rubbing his forehead. "Just give me time." She didn't say anything after that, but she still held onto his coat. He sighed. "Lumi, you little devil, I hope you're happy." "Oh, hey." Grabbing the girl's hand, Istria led her back to the black market, where he brought her to his room in Yara's residence. It only took a few minutes to get there. And Yara wasn't home. Istria pushed open the door to his room, stepping inside with the girl following closely behind. The girl stood awkwardly near the entrance, looking around like she wasn't sure where she was allowed to step. "Just sit anywhere," Istria said, waving a hand lazily. She nodded and cautiously sat on the edge of the bed, keeping her back straight and hands on her lap like she was a guest. Istria sighed and ran a hand through his hair. This was exhausting. And then, zblad, a green, jelly-like blob suddenly launched itself onto his face. "Master Tilda." Istria staggered back slightly as Lumi clung to his head like an overexcited child. The girl yelped, eyes wide with terror as she scrambled back on the bed. What is that?" Lumi peeled herself off Istria's face and turned toward the girl, bouncing slightly in excitement. "You, Tilda. So you're the new little sister, Tilda." "Little sister." The girl looked confused, her eyes darting between Lumi and Istria. Istria groaned lightly. "Lumi, you're scaring her." Lumi ignored him, bouncing closer to the girl, her slimy body jiggling as she tilted her head cutely. "Hi, Tilda. I'm Lumi. I'm Master's partner and his first companion. But since he adopted you, that means you're my little sister now, right, Tilda?" The girl still looked overwhelmed, staring at Lumi like she wasn't sure if she should be scared or fascinated. I've never seen a slime that can talk," she muttered. "What?" Lumi gasped dramatically. "You've been missing out then. I'm one of a kind, super cute, and..." Istria picked her up by the top of her head and tossed her onto the bed. "Enough." Lumi just giggled as she bounced onto the mattress. Istria turned back to the girl, sighing deeply. "That's Lumi. She's an annoying little thing that follows me around. And also the one that wanted me to adopt you," he added inwardly. "Hey." Lumi pouted. The girl blinked slowly, still processing. "So she's not dangerous?" "Oh, I'm very dangerous," Lumi said proudly. "But only when Master says so, Tilda." The girl didn't seem reassured. Istria pinched the bridge of his nose. "Forget it. More importantly, we need to take care of the contract." "Here it is, Master Tilda." Lumi jumped towards him, giving him a piece of parchment. Taking the paper, he slowly channeled a bit of mana into the paper, and then a strange glowing symbol started forming on it. He looked at the girl who was sitting on the edge of the bed, her hands fidgeting in her lap, and then explained what that paper was. "This is a family brand contract," Istria explained. "It binds two people as family. Once signed, it prevents betrayal, meaning you won't be able to attack me, and I won't be able to harm you either." She looked up at him wide-eyed. So it's a protection spell. More like a leash, Istria muttered. She hesitated for a long moment, then finally spoke. And you're sure you want to do this? Even though I tried to kill you. Istria exhaled slowly. I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't sure. Her hands clenched into fists. She looked down at the table, her hair covering her eyes. Okay, she whispered. Istria pricked his finger and pressed it to the paper, his blood soaking into the parchment and causing the symbols to glow brighter. He passed the small dagger to her. She took it hesitantly, then pricked her own finger, letting a single drop of blood fall onto the contract. The moment her blood touched the parchment, the symbols flared with light. The contract lifted into the air, glowing with golden energy before it slowly faded and disappeared. A warm sensation spread through Istria's body. It wasn't overwhelming, just a soft, comforting presence, like something deep inside him recognized her now. The girl let out a quiet gasp, clutching her chest as she felt it too. Then silence. Sitting on a chair close to his desk, Istria leaned back. It's done. The girl stared at her hands as if expecting something to change physically. When nothing happened, she looked back up at him. So that's it. That's it. I really can't hurt you now. Nope. She let out a small, breathy laugh. That's kinda amazing. Woohoo, Tilda. Welcome to the family. Lumi suddenly jumped onto the bed. The girl flinched but didn't pull away when Lumi clung to her arm. Istria watched her carefully. You never told me your name. She hesitated, then lowered her gaze. I was never given one. What? Lumi gasped. Istria sighed again. This just kept getting worse and worse. Well, he muttered, I guess that means I have to name you too. Her head snapped up, eyes wide. Why you're going to name me? He stared at her, then glanced at Lumi. The slime was already bouncing excitedly, probably thinking up stupid names. Istria sighed. Yeah. Can't have my daughter walking around without a name. She stiffened. A beat of silence passed. Then, Dad. Istria's headache immediately returned. Hee Tilda. Master, you really are a dad now. Lumi just giggled. Shut up. But then Istria frowned. Come to think about it, how come they didn't ask for your name when registering me as your parent? Now that he thought about it, the whole process had gone way too smoothly. The receptionist never asked for her name, never even checked if she had one. They just accepted everything and handed over the documents like it was completely normal. The girl tilted her head slightly, looking just as confused. I don't know, she mumbled. Istria sighed, rubbing his temples. Something about this whole thing felt off, but he didn't have the energy to dig into it right now. Then he suddenly remembered. Wait, they also gave her an Awakener ID. That meant she must have something registered under her name. Even if she didn't have one before, the system had to put something in there, right? Give me your Awakener ID, Istria said, holding out his hand. The girl blinked, then hesitated before reaching into her pocket and pulling out a thin, metal-like card. She carefully placed it in his palm. Istria flipped it over and looked at the text displayed on its surface. His eyes narrowed. There, right where the name should have been, were the words. Insert the new name. Now everything made sense. She wasn't ignored. She wasn't forgotten. The system itself had left her name blank, waiting for someone, her guardian, to give her one. Istria exhaled through his nose, tapping the card against the table a few times as he thought. So she really didn't have a name. Not just in her own memory, but officially. Lumi, sitting on the desk, peeked over his shoulder. Tilda. That means you really have to name her Master. Istria shot Lumi a look but didn't argue. He glanced back at the girl, who was staring at the card with an unreadable expression. Naming her? He wasn't the type to care about sentimental things like this, but a name was still important. It was what defined a person. Istria closed his eyes for a second, thinking. Then he slowly exhaled and looked at the girl again. Karen, he finally said. The girl flinched slightly, eyes widening. That's your name now. Istria placed the Awakener ID on the desk and tapped it twice. The system recognized his command, and the letters on the card changed, glowing softly as they rearranged themselves. Name Karen Moon. For a moment there was silence. Then, the girl, no, Karen stared at the card, her hands trembling slightly as she reached out and picked it up. She ran her fingers over the newly written name, her lips parting as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. Lumi wiggled excitedly. Karen Tilda. That's such a cute name. Master, I didn't know you had a good sense for names, Tilda. I was the one that gave you that name. Istria retorted while keeping his eyes on Karen. She was still staring at the ID, her fingers gripping it tightly. Karen, she whispered, almost testing how it felt on her tongue. Istria leaned back in his chair. If you don't like it, I can change it. I like it. Istria blinked. Karen clutched the ID close to her chest, her face slightly red as she lowered her head. I really like it, she said softly. Oh my gosh, shis blusa chan, Lumi gasped dramatically. Istria flicked Lumi on the forehead. Shut up. Lumi pouted but didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, Karen sat there, looking down at her new name over and over again, as if she still couldn't believe it was real. Istria watched her quietly, then sighed and leaned his cheek against his hand. This was exhausting. The room was completely quiet after that. Karen had calmed down, still holding her ID but no longer shaking. Lumi had finally stopped teasing and Istria was just trying to process everything. He had fought this girl. He had nearly killed this girl. And now he was responsible for her. For her name. For her future. The weight of that realization settled deep into his bones, but strangely it didn't feel as suffocating as he expected. It was annoying, sure, but not unbearable. Across from him, Karen carefully put the ID back in her pocket. Then she glanced up at him, hesitant. Thank you, she said quietly. Don't mention it, Istria sighed, looking away. Karen smiled softly in a shy manner. Lumi grinned. Istria felt his headache return. Now the whole party seemed to be completed. A slime, a high elf, and finally a modified human of some sort. And I still need to introduce her to Elaine. Thinking about it, isn't she kind of late? She told me that she was simply going to get groceries. Istria thought inwardly. Then looking at the energetic Lumi, the shy Karen, and the mature Elaine that would be joining them soon. Istria couldn't help but sigh for the 27th time today. This was going to be a long journey. Taking a deep breath, I adjusted my gloves slightly. A full day had passed since I'd adopted Karen, and now it was finally time to end this damn death tournament. From the information that Yara gave them, all of them are low S-rank awakeners, which will be quite difficult to deal with. At least Karen was safe. I had made sure to hide her from Yara because honestly, I didn't trust Yara not to take an interest in her. And knowing her interest could mean anything. So for now, Karen was running around the black market with Lumi. She was strong enough to handle herself, and anyone dumb enough to mess with her was in for a very bad day. Besides, thanks to the family bond magic, I could sense her location and whether she was in danger. That was one less thing to worry about. Are you ready, Tilda? A familiar, sultry voice rang out from my right. I didn't even have to turn my head. It was Yara. Obviously, I replied, nodding. Mhn Tilda, is that so? She stepped closer, grabbing the front of my jacket. I blinked, looking down at her. She was only a little shorter than me, her head reaching my nose, and from this distance I could catch the faint scent of her perfume, something sweet, almost intoxicating. Without saying anything, she adjusted my jacket slightly, straightening it. Which didn't make any sense. I was about to walk into a fight to the death. For all I knew, I'd leave the arena without a jacket at all. Doesn't this make us feel like newlyweds? She asked out of nowhere. No. Really? She lifted her head suddenly, her black eyes locking onto mine. Her lips parted slightly, the corner of her mouth curving up in a way that was just suggestive enough to be intentional. Then she bit her lip. Slowly and seductively. Her gaze flickered from my lips, then back to my eyes, wordlessly inviting me to make a move. I sighed inwardly. Really? This might have looked like a simple flirt, but it was a test. There were two possible outcomes. One, I kiss her. That means I admit, without actually saying it, that I like her. Two, I don't kiss her. That means I'm rejecting her outright. Either way, it was going to get me fucked anyway. But instead of playing into her game, I simply continued staring at her with the same calm look. In Tusk, she clicked her tongue, frowning slightly. You're no fun. Letting go of my jacket, she muttered with a small sigh. Finally, she let go of my jacket with a sigh. Yup, she really had changed. From a crazy bitch to a mostly normal woman. Well, make sure to win, okay? Her voice was quieter now, more serious. I wouldn't like to see your dead body. She paused, looking me over one last time. Then a smirk appeared on her face. As for that favor, I've already got what I want in mind. She licked her lips once again, giving me a suggestive look. And what is it? I asked curiously. Nothing. She winked. You'll know after the match. And with that, she turned and walked away, probably going to her VIP seat to watch the final match or something like that. Seeing her walk away, I turned to walk towards the corridor that would lead me toward the death arena, where the final showdown would happen. A free-for-all between the last 4 challengers. Moonlight Swordsman. Masked Puppet. As I stepped onto the last stretch before the arena, the cheers from the crowd exploded, shaking the walls around me. But something was off. There were 4 challengers, yet only 2 names were being shouted. I glanced around. The other 2 fighters were there, standing at the edges of the battlefield, but the crowd barely seemed to acknowledge them. It seems like both me and the Masked Puppet were more popular than both of them. Then, as I walked onto the arena, ladies and gentlemen, the announcer's voice boomed from the speakers, filled with energy. For the final match of our beloved tournament, we have on the upper left, the CHAINED Bastard. The crowd erupted. With boos. Damn, that was loud. And on the upper right we have the Blood Drainer. Another wave of boos. Okay, what the hell did these guys do to piss off the crowd this badly? The announcer barely let the negativity settle before continuing. On the lower left we have the Masked Puppet. And this time, Masked Puppet. A wave of cheers. Loud, intense, sliced them to pieces. And completely insane. Then, and finally, as our last contestant, the crowd was already roaring, waiting for my name. We have the Moonlight Swordsman, the rookie who killed the 2-time champion Iron Wrestler. Explode them. Make their body turn into pools of blood. Well, my cheers were insane as well. Not that I should have expected anything else from an underground death tournament. The announcer let the cheers carry for a few more seconds before finally. Now that everyone is ready, I adjusted my stance immediately, my fingers tightening around the hilts of the 2 swords at my waist. Let the battle begin. I instantly dashed forward, but before I could even react, zblurred. Blood sprayed into the air, 2 fountains of red cutting through the arena lights. Thud thud, along with 2 heads falling into the ground of the arena. I looked forward and saw the Masked Puppet. He was pale and lean, with slick-back gray hair reaching the nape of his neck. His ears were sharp, his posture straight, but the most striking thing about him, his mask, a white, expressionless face, except for the eerie, mischievous smirk carved into it. The grin stretched from cheekbone to cheekbone, sharp and unnatural, curving just above the jawline before arching back up again. 2 crescent-shaped slits ran down from where his eyes should be, giving him a haunting, almost inhuman look. And his outfit was simply immaculate. A high-collared jacket with 3 silver buttons on each side. The collar was flipped, showing a plant-like pattern hidden on the inside. A long split cape trailed behind him, brushing against his polished boots. Underneath, he wore a white button-up shirt, neatly tucked, paired with a small black bow tie. His pants had subtle, jagged lines running down them, and his hands were covered in white gloves. And the cherry on top. Atop his head, there was a magician's top hat. The way he stood still as a shadow, head tilted slightly to the side, gave the unsettling impression that he was grinning at me. That's how it's done. Perfectly sliced HEADS. The crowd even got louder than before. I kept my eyes on him. This man was very strange. He was too fast. Judgment IS level skill. I activated my skill and I saw Thin mana threads, almost invisible, running between his fingertips, stretching outward like a spider's web. That's how he did it. He sliced them apart with mana strings. Dealing with him was going to be difficult. Wait a minute, dear Moonlight Swordsman. The man suddenly spoke before I could attack him. My name is Kagetaro Kurohair, he said, placing one hand over his chest and the other behind his back in a flourished bow. It's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you. Istria Moon. Hee, the man chuckled at my response. I've been watching you for a while now, and I must say. His head tilted slightly, the mask unmoving, but somehow I felt his excitement. You're really, truly, fascinatingly incredible. A chill ran down my spine. Déjà vu. I had heard of this kind of expression before. Your power is so interesting, he continued, voice trembling slightly, not with fear but excitement. So little mana quantity, yet such superb mana quality. It's breathtaking. His fingers twitched as if barely holding back some kind of urge. So he breathed, his voice dipping low. I entered this tournament for one reason. A single pure reason. He lifted his arms, his white gloves practically glowing under the arena lights. To meet you, my dear Istria. Don't call me that. The words left my mouth before I could stop them. The disgust was instant. Being called that by a woman. Fine, but by a man. You. Kagetaro simply chuckled again. Join me. His arms spread wide as if presenting an offer, a gift. Join forces with me. With the Dark Order. My blood ran cold. Together, we could dominate the entire world and create something new. A brand new era. I froze. Did he just say? The Dark Order. As soon as Istria heard those words. Zrum. A pulse of mana erupted from his body, rippling through the air. The sheer force sent a gust of wind blasting through the arena, kicking up dust and making the crowd go wild. Did you just fucking say? Dark Order? Istria spoke coldly, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade. His eyes, deep crimson, began to glow sinisterly, leaving behind faint trails of scarlet smoke as his power stirred awake. Across from him, Kagetaro shuddered. A deep, shaky moan left his lips. His fingers twitched. Then he hugged himself, his entire body trembling. That's it. His breath hitched. That superb mana. He let out a ragged sigh, his gloved hands gripping his arms as if trying to hold himself together. It makes me so excited. Clang! A flash of steel. Istria vanished, disappearing into thin air, only to reappear right in front of Kagetaro, swords drawn. TZZZT. A metallic snap rang out as Kagetaro reacted instantly, his near-invisible mana threads snapping into place like a web, blocking the strike. The impact sent a sharp, screeching echo through the arena. Istria's crimson eyes narrowed. Kagetaro was fast, faster than expected, but more than that, those near-invisible threads made him dangerous. They were sharp, numerous, and nearly undetectable. TZZT. The moment their weapons connected, Istria felt the threads tightening around his blade like a snare. Dusk. With a sharp twist of his wrist, he jerked his sword free, slicing through a few strands before leaping back, just as thin, glinting threads shot past where his arms had been a split second ago. Hello? The crowd gasped. Kagetaro grinned beneath his mask, his head tilting slightly. Hee, careful now, dear Moonlight Swordsman. His gloved fingers twitched and suddenly. Whip. Whip. A dozen razor-thin strings whipped forward like the fangs of a striking viper. Istria spun his sword in an arc, deflecting them with a sharp flick of his wrist. Cling! Cling! Clang! Every impact sent a sharp metallic ping into the air, but the moment he stopped moving. Do slow. Kagetaro flicked his wrist and from behind. Whip. A thread lashed across Istria's shoulder, slicing clean through the fabric of his coat and drawing a thin line of blood. Oh damn it! Istria rolled forward, dodging another incoming whip of mana, then flipped back onto his feet. Blood trickled down his arm, warm against his skin. Kagetaro placed a hand over his chest and let out an exaggerated sigh. Oh dear, such beautiful, rich red, it's a shame to spill it all at once. The crowd cheered louder at the sight of blood. Istria exhaled slowly. He had to finish this quickly. His grip tightened around his sword. Let's see if you can handle this. Then, he stepped forward. In a single fluid motion, he swung his blade upward. Moonlit Ice Lotus Sword Art. A soft chill spread through the air. First move. Ice Lotus Bloom. The ground rumbled. A massive lotus made of ice erupted from beneath Istria's feet, its crystalline petals spiraling outward in every direction. The temperature dropped instantly, frost creeping across the stone arena floor. Each petal was razor-sharp, glowing with a faint, eerie blue light. Kagetaro's masked face twitched. His strings lashed out in an attempt to slice through the ice. Go! Istria flicked his fingers. The ice petals detached and shot forward like a storm of flying blades. Kagetaro leaped back, his strings forming a defensive web, but the petals were relentless. One grazed his sleeve, another slashed across his chest, and a third barely missed his throat. But even so, Istria wasn't done. Moonlit Ice Lotus Sword Art. He swung his sword in a wide arc, and suddenly crescent-shaped waves of freezing blue mana exploded outward. Second move. Ice Lotus Barrage. The ice crescents sliced through the air at lightning speed, freezing everything in their path. Kagetaro twisted midair, but a crescent grazed his side, sending a chilling numbness through his body. Another sliced through his coat, tearing away fabric. The masked man landed on one knee, his breath coming in sharp gasps. Frost clung to his clothes, spreading along his arms. However, he still had the same confident smirk on his face. Fascinating. He lifted his hand. Then snap. Hundreds of strings burst outward like an exploding spiderweb. Enough playing around. Istria's pupils shrank. Here it comes. The strings moved like vipers, twisting and curving unnaturally. Istria dodged left. Too late. A string wrapped around his ankle. THWIP. Kagetaro YANKED. Istria was ripped off his feet and slammed sideways against the cold ground. Nga. More strings coiled around his wrists, his legs, his neck. Hehe, caught you. Kagetaro's voice was a delighted whisper. He jerked his fingers. The strings tightened. Lecharke. Istria felt the sharp fibers digging into his skin, ready to slice him apart. The crowd screamed, half in thrill, half in horror. It's over, dear swordsman. Kagetaro pulled harder, but then Istria smiled. Whoosh. A sudden blast of icy air erupted from his body. The strings around him froze instantly. Kagetaro's eyes widened. What? Istria's fingers twitched. Moonlit Ice Lotus Sword Art. He vanished. Kagetaro stumbled back, but Istria was already behind him. His sword gleamed. Third move. Moonlight's one flash. Istria sheathes his sword. Then, SHHK. A single clean cut. A deep, jagged wound carved across Kagetaro's torso. The masked man froze. His strings shattered. The crowd fell silent. Then, blood splattered across the ground. Kagetaro staggered, his breaths coming out ragged. His knees buckled. He reached for his chest, where the ice-laced wound burned into his flesh. His mask tilted up, revealing a crooked smile. What a beautiful sword art. And then he collapsed. The crowd erupted. He won. Moonlight Swordsman. Holy shit. He sliced that guy up. Istria exhaled, his breath visible in the cold air. His sword still hummed from the energy of the final strike. He glanced down at Kagetaro's fallen form. Fuck. That was too close. He sheathed his sword fully, stepping back as the announcer's voice boomed through the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner. The crowd roared. The death tournament had reached its bloody conclusion. However, instead of celebrating, Istria frowned. My sword didn't cut him. He looked towards the place where his body should have been. Fuck. He escaped. Istria clutched his fists tightly. The crowd was still screaming. The energy in the underground arena was wild, almost chaotic. Fu. Istria stood there, his breath coming out in short, cold puffs, his body still tense from the battle. His clothes were torn and his shoulder was bleeding, but his hands were steady on the hilts of his swords. Kagetaro had escaped. That slippery bastard had slipped away right when Istria had landed the final blow. The cut had been deep, it should have been fatal. But no body meant no kill, and that meant he was still out there somewhere. Damn it! Istria clicked his tongue, rolling his shoulder as he sheathed his swords. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena, drowning out his thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, the final winner of the death tournament, Moonlight Swordsman. The roar of the crowd was loud. WOOOOO. Blood, blood, blood. That was insane. Istria ignored them. His glowing crimson eyes swept across the arena, scanning for any lingering threats. But there was nothing left, only the wreckage of their battle, the frozen ground, and the bloodstains marking the arena's floor. It was over. He had won. And yet something felt wrong. He turned his head slightly. His sharp gaze locked onto the VIP balcony. Up there, hidden behind the one-way glass, the big shots of this underground tournament were watching. The ones who had wanted him dead. The ones who had bet everything on his failure. Istria smirked slightly. They must be pissed. He slowly started walking towards the VIP balcony. Inside a lavish, dimly lit room above the arena, a group of powerful figures sat in silence. The air was thick with tension. No one spoke. No one moved. Grass. A glass of expensive wine shattered against the wall, dark red liquid dripping down like blood. What the hell happened? A deep voice roared. The speaker was a tall, muscular man with sharp eyes and a scar running down his cheek. His suit was expensive, but the way he carried himself was more like a brute than a businessman. His name was Daimon Blackfang, one of the key sponsors of the death tournament. He wasn't alone. At the large round table, several other dangerous figures sat, all dressed in expensive suits and robes, each one more furious than the last. An old man with golden rings on his fingers gritted his teeth. His name was Grandmaster Hui, the leader of one of the underground assassins' guilds. This wasn't the plan, he muttered. The modified human we sent was supposed to be perfect. She was made to kill people like Moonlight Swordsman. Yet he's still alive. A woman in a crimson dress, Madame Wei, the madam from the Wei family, crossed her legs slowly. This is a disgrace, she said coldly, her painted lips pressing into a thin line. That assassin was one of our lab's finest creations. She should have killed Istria easily. A man with sharp eyes and a mechanical hand, Lord Vance scoffed. Well, she didn't. And now, that brat is walking away with our tournament victory. Not to mention, that bitch is going to get the reward. Madame Wei bit her lips tightly, clutching her fists. All of them usually distributed the reward between them, but now they had completely lost it, and they even lost it to their worst enemy. A heavy silence followed. None of them had expected this outcome. None of them had planned for this. They had poured thousands of platinum coins into this bet. And now, the one man they wanted dead was still standing. Zud, we need to fix this. Immediately. Daimon said angrily, slamming his fist onto the table. Agreed. We can't let him walk away. Grandmaster Hui nodded. We should kill him before he leaves the arena, Lord Vance suggested, his metal fingers clicking against the wooden table. Too late. Madame Wei sighed, swirling the wine in her glass. By now, he's already being escorted out. If we move against him now, it'll be too obvious. Our reputation will go even lower, granting more chances for that bitch to rise. There was another heavy silence. But then, boom, the double doors to the room exploded inward. The entire room shook as the wooden doors were blasted clean off their hinges, flying across the room like broken debris. They crashed into the wall with a loud noise, leaving behind a cloud of dust and splinters. And standing in the doorway was Yara. She stepped inside, her black high heels clicking against the polished floor. Her long, wavy hair cascaded down her back, her dark eyes burning with fury. The scent of her intoxicating perfume filled the air, but there was no trace of her usual playful smirk. This was not the usual teasing, seductive Yara. This was a monster in human form. Her cold, razor-sharp gaze swept across the room. And then, she spoke. How dare you harm my baby? Her voice was low but high enough to reach their ears. Dangerous. Daimon's breath hitched. Madame Wei's fingers trembled slightly around her glass. Even Grandmaster Hui, who had faced countless assassins in his lifetime, felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple. Because they all knew. Yara wasn't just some woman. She was the most dangerous person in the underground world and one of the few SS rank in the entire world. Not to mention she was the bitch they wanted to get rid of. And right now, she was furious. After a few minutes, Daimon was the first to recover. He scowled, stepping forward. Yara, he's just another challenger, besides you know the rules of the underground, right? He growled. This has nothing to do with you. Back off, he warned her coldly. Yara's eyes flickered slightly at his words. Then, Greg. Before anyone could react, Yara vanished from her spot. In an instant, she was right in front of Daimon, her heel slamming into his knee. Znab. Daimon let out a blood-curdling scream as his leg bent the wrong way. He collapsed to the floor, clutching his knee, his face twisted in agony. Yara didn't even look at him. She turned to the others, her lips curling into a deadly smile. You really thought you could try to kill my baby and get away with it? She asked sweetly. Lord Vance's metal hand clenched. We had our reasons, he said stiffly. The boy. Bang. Yara casually lifted her hand, making a gun gesture, and shot him. The mana bullet pierced his mechanical hand, making sparks fly. Lord Vance hissed, grabbing his damaged limb, but Yara was already moving. She stepped towards the table, placing her hands on the polished wood. Her nails tapped against the surface. Dab, dab, dab. You see, I don't mind all of you plotting against me, but, she began, her voice soft. How dare you send someone to kill my dear baby? Her eyes darkened completely. I could kill all of you right now. It'd be so easy. But my baby won. Fair and square. She tilted her head, her dark hair falling over her shoulder. So here's what's going to happen. She pointed a delicate finger at each of them. You will not lay a hand on him ever again. Her tone was final. Absolute. Madame Wei swallowed. Grandmaster Hui clenched his jaw. Daimon, still writhing on the floor, was too busy gasping in pain to respond. And then, with a smirk, Yara turned on her heel and walked towards the door. Just before she left, she glanced over her shoulder. Her eyes gleamed. Oh, and one more thing. She smiled. If you even think about trying again, I'll rip your hearts out myself. Then, just like that, she was gone. And in the silence that followed, one thing was clear. They had just made a very, very big mistake. Vug! Daimon shouted. He was still on the floor, panting through clenched teeth, his leg twisted at a sickening angle. The pain was unbearable, but not nearly as bad as the fury boiling inside him. No. Grandmaster Hui let out a slow, shaky breath. His fingers trembled slightly as he picked up his glass of wine, his grip tight enough to crack the crystal. He took a sip, trying to regain his composure. No one spoke for a long time. Then, smash! Lord Vance slammed his damaged metal hand onto the table, his face twisted in barely contained rage. That bitch! His voice was sharp, cutting through the silence. We can't let this stand. She made a mockery of us, Madame Wei said quietly, her voice cold as ice. She was usually composed, but now she was still gripping her wine glass so hard her knuckles had gone white. She's too strong, Grandmaster, who admitted, his voice even. Much stronger than I expected. But strength doesn't make someone untouchable. Grandmaster Hui leaned back in his chair, his golden rings glinting under the dim lights. Daimon finally managed to pull himself into a sitting position, his breaths ragged. His forehead was slick with sweat, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I want her dead, he growled, his voice filled with killing intent. And I want that brat Estria's head on a pike. A deadly silence followed. Then slowly, Madame Wei set down her glass and spoke. You're right. Her lips curled into a smirk, but there was no amusement in her eyes. They both need to die. Lord Vance flexed his injured metal hand, sparks still flickering from where the bullet had hit. We invested too much in this tournament to let that kid walk away alive. And Yara. She's a problem we should have handled a long time ago. Daimon gritted his teeth at Vance's words. But we can't take her head on, he admitted bitterly. Grandmaster Hui nodded. No, we can't. He tapped his fingers on the table, thinking. She's too strong, too fast. If we try to fight her directly, she'll carve through us before we can even blink. Madame Wei sighed, swirling the last of her wine. Then we don't fight her directly. Daimon narrowed his eyes at her before asking. What are you saying? She glanced at him, her red-painted lips curling into a knowing smirk. I'm saying, she drawled, we don't need to fight her. We just need to make sure she's not there when Istria dies. Lord Vance raised an eyebrow. You have a plan? Madame Wei's eyes gleamed. I do. She leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. We split them up. Isolate the boy. Make him vulnerable. And when the time is right. Whip. She mimicked a slicing motion across her neck. Not bad. But how do we keep Yara occupied? Grandmaster Hui nodded slowly. Madame Wei chuckled. Oh, that part's easy. She glanced at Daimon. You still have contacts in the government, don't you? Daimon, still grimacing in pain, nodded stiffly. I do. Madame Wei's smirk widened. Good. Then we'll have them put out a bounty. A heavy silence followed. Then, Lord Vance's lips twisted into a wicked grin. Oh, now that's interesting. Grandmaster Hui's eyes flicked in interest. A bounty on Yara herself. No, Madame Wei said smoothly, her voice dripping with satisfaction. She tilted her head. We put a bounty on Istria. Daimon's eyes widened slightly, then a slow, cruel smile spread across his face. If they put out a high-profile bounty on Istria, the underground would erupt. Every assassin, every hunter, every desperate mercenary would be after him. And Yara, she'd be too busy fighting off an endless wave of killers to protect him. And when she was exhausted, weakened, that's when they'd strike. Lord Vance leaned back in his chair, a smirk tugging at his lips. And just to make it interesting, let's offer a reward they can't refuse. Grandmaster Hui steepled his fingers, considering. 100 platinum coins. Too low. Madame Wei chuckled. 10 platinum coins, Daimon rasped. Silence. Madame Wei grinned. Now that, she said, is a bounty worth chasing. Lord Vance let out a low whistle. 10 platinum coins for the head of Istria, we won't just get assassins. We'll get the best. Daimon chuckled darkly, the pain in his leg now seemed like a distant memory. We're about to watch the whole world come for that brat. Madame Wei raised her glass. Then let's drink to his death. Grandmaster Hui smirked and lifted his own glass. Lord Vance followed. Even Daimon, gritting his teeth, managed to grab a drink. As their glasses clinked together, the air in the room turned dangerous. Their plan was set. But then, well, isn't this such a beautiful scene to see? A voice, smooth, mocking, cut through the air like a sword. The room immediately froze. Slowly, their gazes snapped toward the ruined doorway, the place where the doors should have been. And there, standing just at the threshold, two glowing red eyes with a faint scarlet smoke seeping out of them, pierced through the dim light, looking at them sharply. The figure stepped forward, calm, almost lazy in his movements. Tab, tab, tab. His boots clicked softly against the floor. The shadows around him shifted, revealing a face half lit by the flickering chandelier above. His lips curled into a small, knowing smile. And then he spoke again. Isn't it better to finish the job directly? His fingers moved with slow, deliberate ease, grasping the hilts of the two swords at his waist. Zhing! The sound of steel sliding free from its sheath filled the air, sharp and deadly. In that moment, a cold sweat formed on the foreheads of the big shots at the table. And for the first time that night, the hunters felt like prey. Istria's twin swords glinted under the dim light as he stared at the people in front of him. He didn't flinch. He didn't speak. His breath was steady, his feet spread slightly apart, ready to move at any moment. The air in the room felt heavier now, charged with tension and killing intent. You're out of your mind, Lord Vance growled, stepping forward. His mechanical hand whirred to life, glowing faintly from the beams of energy pulsing through his chest. His entire body seemed to vibrate with power despite his injury from Yara. You think you can take all of us by yourself? Istria's glowing crimson eyes didn't waver. Instead, his lips curled into a faint smirk. I don't think, he said softly. I know. Then he moved. Boom. The floor cracked beneath Istria's feet as he launched himself forward like a bullet, his twin swords flashing in the air. Lord Vance was the first to react, his mechanical arm swinging upward to block. Glang! Metal met steel as Istria's blade clashed with Vance's arm. The impact sent a sharp, ringing sound through the room. Sparks flew as Vance pushed back with brute strength, forcing Istria to jump back. But Istria didn't stop. The moment his feet hit the ground, he spun around, slashing his second sword in a wide arc toward Vance's ribs. Whoosh! Vance barely managed to step back, the blade missing him by inches. But before he could counter, Istria's hand shot out toward the ground. Freeze, Istria muttered, his breath visible as smoke in the suddenly cold air. Greg! A thin layer of ice spread across the floor like lightning, creeping toward Vance's feet. What the? Vance shouted, stumbling back as his legs froze in place. Madame Wei hissed sharply, snapping her fingers. Thin, shimmering strings shot from her hands, slicing through the air like whips. Znab! Znab! Istria ducked, the strings narrowly missing his head. One of them slashed across the wall behind him, leaving a deep, clean cut in the wood. Stay still, you little pest. Madame Wei snarled, her fingers moving faster now. More strings shot toward him, glinting under the dim light. But Istria was already moving. Whoosh! He sidestepped the first string, twisted his body to avoid the second, then slashed downward with his left-hand sword, severing the third midair. Znab! The string fell to the ground, writhing like a living thing before disappearing. Istria's gaze locked onto Madame Wei. You talk too much, he said coldly. Madame Wei's eyes narrowed. You'll regret that. She raised her hands, and a massive web exploded outward, covering half the room. The sticky strands glimmered like silk, but Istria could feel the danger radiating from them. Before he could react, the web shot toward him, wrapping around his arms and legs. SHHK. The strands tightened, locking him in place. Madame Wei smiled cruelly. Let's see how cocky you are when you can't move, she purred, pulling the web tighter. Istria didn't panic, his crimson eyes flickered lightly, and his swords began to glow with a faint silver light. Bad idea, he said quietly. Greg? A surge of cold energy exploded from his body, freezing the web instantly. The ice spread up the strands, creeping toward Madame Wei's hands. Her eyes widened. Oh shit. She severed the web just in time, the frozen strands shattering like glass. Grash. Istria landed on his feet, his sword spinning in his hands. He launched himself toward her, his blades cutting through the air with deadly precision. Zwish! Madame Wei leaped back, narrowly avoiding the strikes. She raised her hands, sending a flurry of strings toward him, but Istria was too fast. Glang! He deflected the strings with both of his swords, keeping his eyes on the incoming strings. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Hui stood calmly at the table, watching the battle. He hadn't moved yet, but the air around him seemed to shift, growing heavier with each passing second. Finally, he raised his hand, his fingers forming a strange, runic symbol. Enough! His voice was quiet but carried a strange weight, like a heavy bell tolling in the distance. The entire room seemed to shudder as a golden light erupted from his hand, forming a massive glowing symbol in the air. Istria froze mid-strike, his sword still raised. What the? Before he could react, the symbol shot toward him, slamming into his chest. Boom! Thud! Istria was thrown backward, crashing into the wall. He gritted his teeth, pushing himself to his feet. The symbol glowed faintly on his chest, binding him in place. Grandmaster Hui stepped forward with a calm and unbothered expression, as if he had taken Istria as some kind of naughty child. You are strong, Grandmaster Hui said lightly. But strength without discipline is meaningless. At his words, Istria let out a cold chuckle. Aren't you quite poetic? Just a few minutes ago, you were talking about setting a bounty on my head to kill me. His crimson eyes burned brighter. He could feel the weight of the symbol pressing down on him, but he refused to back down. His fingers twitched slightly, still wrapped around the hilts of his swords. Suddenly, whoosh, a wave of thin, glowing strings lashed toward him from the side. Madame Wei, you're a slippery one, I'll give you that, she said smoothly, her fingers weaving in the air. The strings moved like living things, twisting toward Istria's arms and legs. SHHD. Istria twisted his body, trying to dodge, but the golden seal on his chest made his movements slow. The strings wrapped around his right arm, yanking it back with force. Kayage. He gritted his teeth, his muscles straining. Whip. More strings came flying, aiming for his legs. No choice. Istria clenched his left hand. His sword pulsed with icy energy. Greg. A sudden burst of frost shot out from his blade, freezing the strings midair. Madame Wei's eyes widened slightly. You're still resisting. Istria didn't answer. He exhaled sharply, focusing all his strength on his legs. Then, boom! The ground beneath him exploded as he launched himself forward, breaking free from the seal's weight for just a moment. S-H-I-N-G. He swung his left sword, slicing through the frozen strings and shattering them into glittering shards. Do slow. Lord Vance was already moving. VMMMM. His mechanical body hummed with energy as his core pulsed, sending power through his limbs. His metal fist shot forward, aiming straight for Istria's stomach. Istria's eyes sharpened. He twisted midair, bringing his sword up. Glang! The impact was brutal. Sparks flew as metal met steel, the sheer force sending a shockwave through the room. Not bad, Vance muttered, pressing forward with his mechanical strength. Greek. Creak. Istria grunted as he felt his feet sliding back against the floor. He needed to move now. He ducked low, letting Vance's metal arm swing past his head. Then, thwack, he drove his knee straight into Vance's ribs. GHK. The hit connected, sending a shudder through Vance's frame. But his robotic body barely budged. Instead, his metal arm whipped around in a backhand strike. Bam! Istria barely blocked it with his swords, but the sheer force sent him flying backward. Grash! He slammed against the far wall, coughing as dust filled the air. Before he could even recover, Zwish! More web strings came flying toward him. Not this time. Istria growled. He slashed downward. S-H-I-N-G. But the strings were faster. S-H-H-H-H. They wrapped around his wrist, then his ankle, tightening like snakes. A sharp tug. And suddenly, Istria was yanked off the ground. FWIP. Slam. His body crashed into the ceiling. Then, wham, he was slammed into the floor. GH. Madame Wei smirked, seeing Istria being slammed into the ground, tilting her head. This is getting fun. Her fingers flicked and the webbing tightened harder. Let's see how long you last. Istria's body ached. His breath was uneven as he gripped his sword tighter. Vogas. Ice energy swirled around him, creeping along the webbing. Madame Wei's smile faltered. No, you don't. Greg. The ice spread fast, freezing the webbing in seconds. Then, shatter. Istria ripped free, landing in a crouch. His swords glowed, cold mist rising from their blades. Madame Wei clicked her tongue. Annoying. She raised her hand again. But Istria was already in front of her. Whoosh! His sword sliced toward her neck. Glang! A fan thin but strong blocked the strike. Grandmaster Hui. He stood calmly between them, his golden aura flickering. You're still resisting, he murmured. Istria exhaled, gripping his swords. Of course I am, he muttered. You think I'm just gonna roll over and die? Grandmaster Hui sighed. Then, boom! A pulse of golden energy erupted from his palm, slamming into Istria's chest. Thud! Istria skidded backward, his feet dragging across the floor. His vision blurred for a second from the force of the hit. You are strong but not invincible. Grandmaster Hui lowered his hand. Istria wiped blood from his mouth, breathing hard. But then, a deep, rough chuckle echoed through the room. All eyes turned. Daimon, still sitting, still holding his ruined knee. But now he was grinning. You're all idiots, he muttered, shaking his head. Madame Wei frowned. Excuse me. Daimon's grin widened. You're all underestimating him, he said, voice hoarse. And that is going to cost you. Madame Wei scoffed. He's 1 against 4. What's he gonna do? Daimon chuckled again. Then, Istria smiled. A slow, dangerous smirk. His crimson eyes gleamed. You should have killed me when you had the chance. Then the temperature in the room plunged. The floor beneath him turned white. Frost crawled up the walls. The air became thick with cold mist. Anistria was gone. A flicker. A blur. Then, slash. Blood sprayed into the air. Madame Wei gasped, clutching her shoulder. Istria stood behind her, his sword dripping red. Lord Vance turned, his metal body humming. But Istria was already gone. Whoosh! A blur of white and silver. Then, boom! Istria appeared above him, sword raised. Lord Vance barely had time to block. Clang! The force cracked the floor beneath them. Istria's swords gleamed as he vanished again. Whoosh! Lord Vance's eyes darted left. Too slow. Istria reappeared behind him. Zwish! His blade sliced through the air, aiming for Vance's exposed neck. Clang! Vance barely twisted in time, blocking with his mechanical forearm. Sparks erupted as steel clashed with metal. But Istria wasn't done. His second sword was already moving. Thunk! It crashed against Vance's ribcage, denting the metal plating. GHK. Vance stumbled back, his core pulsating as his body absorbed the impact. VMMMM. A sudden energy pulse erupted from his chest. Boom! Istria barely had time to raise his swords before the blast sent him flying. Thud! He slammed into the stone pillar, cracks spreading around him. Grag. Dust filled the air. Letting out a deep breath in the cold silence, the scarlet trail on Istria's eyes became more evident. He kicked off the pillar, flipping in midair. His swords whipped forward, sending two blades of ice hurtling toward Vance. Vance raised his arm. Boom! The ice exploded on impact, freezing part of his metal plating solid. Damn it! Vance growled, ripping off the frozen chunks of armor. His core pulsed again, the glow intensifying. VMMMMMMM. Istria landed in a crouch, watching him closely. Then, a shadow. SHHK. A thin, shimmering thread sliced through the air, aiming straight for Istria's throat. Madame Wei. She hadn't stopped her attacks. Istria tilted his head at the last second. The thread barely missed, cutting a fine line across his cheek. DSSK. Blood dripped onto the cold floor. Madame Wei clicked her tongue, stepping forward, her hands weaving faster than before. Not bad, she murmured. But you can't dodge forever. Istria barely had time to react before. FWWWWWP. A massive web erupted from her palms, covering the entire room. The strands glowed faintly, shifting like living silk. Istria's eyes narrowed. This again. But this time, the web moved on its own. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strands lunged at him like whips, wrapping around his arms, legs, torso. SHKK. Too fast. Too many. His body locked in place, the sticky strands tightening around his limbs. Madame Wei grinned. Got you. Then she yanked her hands. FWOOOM. The web pulled Istria into the air, his body suspended above the battlefield. He struggled, twisting against the bindings. But they only tightened. Madame Wei tilted her head. Struggling is useless, she whispered. Istria exhaled. His eyes gleamed. You don't learn, do you? He murmured. Then, his swords began to glow. Frost creeping. The air froze around him. Grag. Madame Wei's smirk disappeared. Istria's entire body became engulfed in ice, the frost spreading through the webbing like a wild infection. SHHHHHH. The ice moved too fast. Madame Wei's eyes widened. Oh shit. She tried to sever the strands. Too late. Greg. The webbing shattered like glass, frozen pieces scattering across the floor. Istria flipped midair, landing lightly. His sword spun in his hands. His breath fogged in the air. He took a slow step forward. Madame Wei's body tensed. You little. But before she could finish, Istria was already in front of her. Her eyes widened. Zwish. His sword sliced down. Madame Wei barely blocked with a shimmering thread. Snap. Her defense tore apart instantly. Then, thunk. Estria's elbow crashed into her gut. GHK. Madame Wei stumbled back, her breath knocked out of her lungs. Before she could recover, boom! A massive golden light exploded from the other side of the battlefield. Istria turned. Grandmaster Hui was standing calmly, one hand raised. The golden seal that had been binding Istria earlier. It was glowing again. Stronger this time. Grandmaster Hui's fingers moved in a slow, deliberate pattern. You are reckless, he said quietly. Istria's muscles tensed. Then, the golden symbol shot toward him. Boom! It hit like a meteor. The impact shook the entire room. Istria felt his body freeze, the weight 10 times heavier than before. Kayage. His knees buckled. The golden seal burned against his skin, pressing him downward. But unlike before, Istria only smirked at his. The output of his mana started to increase, slowly leaking out of his body, beyond the normal capacity of S-rank awakened could muster. Greg. The golden seal shattered in an instant. Seeing this, Grandmaster Hui stopped moving. Lord Vance's core flickered. Madame Wei staggered slightly. Except for Daimon, all of them were completely surprised. A cold breath came out of Istria's mouth, along with his familiar glowing red eyes. This brat. Madame Wei bit her lips, looking at Istria, who slowly approached them. With just a few scratches on his body, he was able to damage the 3 of them alone. And their injuries were much worse than his. Just the Grandmaster Hui didn't suffer any injury, and Demon wasn't participating in the battle at all. Zdeb. Istria suddenly disappeared into thin air. Loom. He reappeared in front of Grandmaster Hui, swords whipping downward with blinding speed. Grandmaster Hui's fingers flicked, forming another golden seal in midair. Glang! Istria's blade smashed into it, the force shaking the entire room. Cracks spread across the glowing barrier. Grandmaster Hui's eyes narrowed. Istria was already moving again. Whoosh! He twisted, flipping midair, his second sword stabbing toward Hui's ribs. Hui raised his arm, blocking with his bare hand. Thud! A wave of golden energy erupted on impact. Istria gritted his teeth, feeling the force push against him. But he didn't stop. He kicked off the golden barrier, twisting again, his sword slashing toward Hui's neck. Zwish! Hui tilted his head at the last second. The blade barely missed, slicing through the air just beside his face. Istria's feet hit the ground. He didn't pause. His hand shot forward. Greg! A sudden wave of frost exploded from his palm, ice surging toward Hui's legs. Hui stepped back. Too late. The ice clamped down, locking his feet in place. Istria's smirk returned. But Grandmaster Hui's expression didn't change. Instead, he raised one hand. His fingers moved. A single golden rune formed in the air. Then, boom! Istria felt his body freeze. Gravity shifted. His limbs suddenly felt like they were dragged down by mountains of weight. His knees buckled. His breath caught in his throat. The air itself felt heavier, pressing against him from all sides. Grandmaster Hui's voice was calm. This is the power of Buddhist magic, he said simply. Istria gritted his teeth. The pressure was immense, like he was being crushed by an invisible force. But his eyes burned brighter. Yeah, he rasped. Well, here's the power of mine. Mana output increased to 5 times. A sudden shockwave of cold erupted from Istria's body. The temperature in the room plummeted, ice spreading instantly across the floor. Grandmaster Hui's golden aura flickered. Then, Greg! The frost shattered the rune, causing a small wound to appear in Grandmaster Hui's body, and Istria moved again. Whoosh! He launched forward, his sword slamming into Hui's chest. Boom! Grandmaster Hui staggered back, his robes ripping from the force. Istria's second blade spun, slashing toward his throat. But before it could connect, boom! A sudden blast of energy erupted from behind. Istria whirled. Lord Vance, after recovering a bit, was now charging straight at him. His energy core was pulsing, the light growing brighter. Istria's eyes narrowed. Whoosh! Vance swung his metal fist, aiming for Istria's skull. Istria ducked. Zwoosh. The punch missed, but boom. It slammed into the ground, shattering the stone floor. Istria's foot shot up. Zunk. A brutal kick straight to Vance's chin. Vance's head snapped back, but he didn't fall. Instead, VMMMMMMM. His energy core pulsed again and BOOM. A massive shockwave erupted from his chest, sending Istria flying backward. Thud. He crashed into a pillar, stones crumbling around him. But before he could even recover, SHHHK. A thread wrapped around his wrist. Madam Wei, you're getting annoying, she hissed. Istria's eyes flashed. His hand gripped the string and froze it instantly. Greg. The thread shattered and Istria lunged forward. Madam Wei's eyes widened. Zwish. Istria's sword sliced through her shoulder, blood spraying across the ground. Nala. She stumbled back, clutching her wound. Istria didn't stop. His blade moved again. Thunk. His foot slammed into her gut, sending her crashing against the wall. She slumped, breathing heavily. But the battle wasn't over. Grandmaster Hui had recovered. Lord Vance was charging again. And Demon. Demon hadn't moved yet. He was still standing at the back, watching the fight. His hand was clenching his side, his wound bleeding through his coat. But his eyes, they were now glowing. Istria and Demon's gazes locked. For a second, everything else faded away. The air between them thickened. Demon exhaled. Then, he took a step forward. Istria's grip tightened on his swords. Demon's fingers twitched. The others felt it immediately. Even Grandmaster Hui. Even Lord Vance. The energy shifted. Demon was finally joining the fight. I was wondering when you were going to join, Istria murmured. Demon didn't answer. Instead, whoosh, he vanished. Boom. Demon appeared in front of Istria in a blink. His fist shot forward, aiming for Istria's gut. Thud. Istria barely twisted in time, but the punch grazed his ribs, sending a shockwave through his body. Greg. The ground split apart beneath them from the force. Istria gritted his teeth. Then the demon's knee came next, rocketing toward Istria's chest. Istria blocked with his forearm. Bam! But the impact sent him sliding backward, his boots scraping across the stone floor. Whoosh! Demon closed the distance instantly, his legs swinging in a brutal roundhouse kick. Istria ducked. But SHHHK. A sudden thread wrapped around his wrist. Madam Wei. She was injured but still in the fight. Dusk. Istria yanked his arm, dragging her forward. She stumbled. Zwish. Istria's sword slashed, aiming for her throat. But, boom. Lord Vance rushed in, his metal fist colliding with Istria's blade. Sparks flew. The force sent both of them flying backward. Gresh. Istria landed on his feet, but Vance skidded, his robotic joints whining under the pressure. The moment Istria looked up, whoosh, Demon was already there. His palm struck Istria's chest. A sudden shockwave erupted. BOOM. Greg. Splurg. Istria felt his ribs crack, vomiting a whole mouthful of blood. He flew back, slamming into the far wall. Thud. Blood dripped from his lips. He let out a rough exhale. Demon stood in the center of the battlefield, not moving, his eyes cold as ice. You're strong, Demon said quietly. But not strong enough to deal with all of us. Istria chuckled, wiping the blood off his chin. Now, he grinned. I'm more than enough. Mana output increased by 8 times out of 10 times. Then, the temperature dropped. Ice spread from Istria's feet, covering the ground in seconds. The air turned sharp, freezing. Demon's eyes narrowed. Istria vanished. Whoosh! He reappeared above Demon, sword slashing downward. Demon blocked with his arm. But, SHHHK. A thin layer of ice formed on his skin. Demon's eyes widened slightly. Zwish! Istria's second sword sliced toward his ribs. Demon twisted, barely avoiding it. But, the ice spread faster. It climbed up his arm, locking his movements for a second. That second was all Istria needed. Boom! His knee slammed into Demon's jaw. Greg! Demon staggered, his head snapping back. Istria pressed forward. Both swords spun in his hands, his attacks relentless. Clang! Zwish! Bam! Demon blocked, dodged, countered. But he was on the defensive. Madame Wei jumped in again, her threads shooting toward Istria's back. Istria sidestepped, barely avoiding them. Vance charged again, his energy core glowing brighter. Grandmaster Hui lifted his hand, forming another golden seal. Istria exhaled slowly. They were all attacking at once now. His eyes sharpened as he increased the amount of mana he was spending on his judgment eye. His grip on his swords tightened, his crimson eyes glowing faintly. He wasn't using much mana yet. After all, because he has such a low mana quantity, he needs to preserve some for him to be able to use his sword art. And now it was the time to do it. Istria shifted his stance, his breath steady. His feet slid across the frozen floor, adjusting to the terrain. The moment his heartbeat synced with the cold air around him. Moonlit Ice Lotus sword art. First move. Ice Lotus bloom. Whoosh. Istria vanished into thin air. Then reappeared between Demon and Vance in a blink. His sword spun, slicing through the air with terrifying precision. The floor froze beneath him, sharp petals of ice forming outward. Like a lotus blooming in the snow. BAM. SHHK. Demon stepped back, narrowly avoiding a slash toward his neck. Vance slammed his mechanical fist down, trying to crush Istria. Clang! Istria's left sword redirected the blow, deflecting the metal arm to the side. At the same time, his right sword slashed upward. Zwish! A thin arc of ice followed the blade, cutting toward Vance's chest. Boom! The ice exploded against Vance's armor, forcing him back. Istria twisted. Madame Wei's threads shot toward him. But it was too late. Moonlit Ice Lotus sword art. Second move. Ice Lotus barrage. Istria's swords blurred. Each slash left behind a trailing crescent of ice, the movement so fast they looked like glowing arcs in the dim light. Zwish! 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 The ice crescents exploded outward, cutting through Madame Wei's threads before they could wrap around him. Her eyes widened. Snap! The frozen threads shattered like glass, falling to the ground. Madame Wei stumbled back, her fingers twitching as she tried to summon more threads. Istria was already there. Whoosh! He appeared right in front of her, his sword raised. Her pupils shrunk. Ashi! Third move. Moonlight's one flash. A single motion. A single slash. SHING. The air shook. A thin glow of silver moonlight trailed from Istria's sword. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, Madame Wei froze. Her eyes trembled. A thin, delicate cut appeared across her chest. Bleed. Zblurred. A huge wound opened, causing blood to splatter in all directions. Istria quickly turned away from her, but then... BOOM. A golden seal slammed into his back. Gone. Istria gasped, his chest lurching forward as the weight of the Buddhist magic crushed him to the ground. Fucking Buddhist. Grandmaster Hui stepped forward, his expression calm. You rely too much on your swordplay, Hui said softly. The golden seal glowed brighter, pressing down on Istria's body. Let's see how you fight without them. The light intensified, and Istria's sword slipped from his hands. Clang! They hit the ground. For the first time, Istria was unarmed. The golden seal burned against his back, pressing him down like a mountain. His swords were now gone. But of course, he wasn't someone who only knew how to wield swords. He was a magic swordsman after all. Not a simple swordsman. A low chuckle left his lips. Grandmaster Hui's eyes narrowed. Something funny. Istria exhaled, his crimson eyes flaring brighter. His mana was entirely unleashed. Mana output increased to its maximum capacity. 10 times. The gray heart made of Yara's may dissipated almost immediately. FOOOM. A cold shockwave exploded outward, freezing the ground in an instant. The golden seal cracked, then shattered with a loud crack. Grandmaster Hui's eyes widened. Istria stood up slowly, rolling his shoulders. His breath misted in the air, the temperature in the room dropping dangerously low. You wanted me to fight without my swords. Istria muttered, stretching his fingers. His knuckles cracked. A deep, heavy cold radiated from his body now, thick like a storm. Fine. His feet slammed against the frozen floor and then... boom! He dashed forward. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Istria appeared above Grandmaster Hui, his fist drawn back. The air howled as his mana-infused punch crashed downward. Boom! The force splits the floor, sending ice and debris flying in all directions. Grandmaster Hui barely managed to raise his arm, a golden barrier forming just in time. Greg! The impact shattered the first layer of his defense, pushing him back several feet. That strength! Grandmaster Hui muttered, his robe fluttering. Istria didn't stop. Whoosh! He twisted midair, his foot slamming toward Hui's ribs. Grandmaster Hui blocked just in time, but the sheer force sent him skidding backward. Istria landed, his feet digging into the ice. Greg! The moment he touched the ground, he shot forward again. Fu! A cold breath escaped his lips. Istria's hand glowed, ice forming around his fingers like claws. His palm slammed toward Grandmaster Hui's chest. Boom! A pillar of ice erupted, threatening to freeze Hui solid. But Grandmaster Hui was already moving, his hand forming a madra. Break! Boom! A golden shockwave erupted from his body, shattering the ice instantly. Istria jumped back, dodging the blast, only for Lord Vance to suddenly appear beside him. WHIR. Vance's mechanical arm glowed, charging up a devastating punch. FWOSH. Istria docked the fist, barely missing his head. But the air pressure alone sent him sliding backward. You're fast, Vance growled, dashing forward. But not faster than me. His energy core pulsed, and suddenly, he was gone. Istria's eyes widened. Whoosh! Vance reappeared behind him, his metal fist slamming toward Istria's spine. But just at the last second, Moonlit Ice Lotus Sword Combat Style Variant. Frostbound Arcana. Flash Freeze Counter. Istria spun, grabbing Vance's wrist mid-attack. Greg! Ice exploded across the metal limb, freezing it instantly. Vance's movements locked up. Oh shit. Boom! Istria drove his knee into Vance's gut, sending him flying into the wall. Crash! The stone shattered on impact. But before Istria could follow up, a sharp string wrapped around his ankle. His head snapped to the side. Madam Wei. Her fingers twitched and more threads shot toward him. Extend. He snapped. Istria's eyes glowed brighter. FOOM. A powerful wave of cold energy erupted from his body, freezing everything in its path. Madam Wei's strings stiffened, turning brittle. Znab! 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 The frozen threads shattered instantly. Istria's gaze locked onto her. You're annoying. He dashed towards her, and before she could react, his hand grabbed her throat. Greg! Frost crawled across her skin, locking her body in place. Madam Wei gasped, struggling. Her eyes widened in shock. You, she choked out. Istria leaned in slightly, his breath cold against her skin. You talk too much, he said flatly. Then, boom. He slammed her into the ground, the ice exploding outward from the impact. The floor froze solid and Madam Wei stopped moving. Istria stood up, exhaling. His breath misted in the air, his mana still surging through his body. 3 down, 1 left. He turned slowly. His eyes locked onto Grandmaster Hui. The old man stood calmly, watching him with an unreadable gaze. Time to end this. Grandmaster Hui spoke. His hand immediately started creating a strange symbol, but before he could do anything more. Bleed. The full force of the bleed attack slammed into him, tearing open a deep gash across his body. He collapsed to his knees, the pain crashing through him like a wave. Gosh, you guys were a real pain. Istria took his time walking toward the old man, cracking his neck as he rolled his shoulders. Say hello to the devil for me. Xing. The blade sliced through the air. The next moment, Grandmaster Hui's head tumbled from his shoulders, landing with a soft thud on the ground, rolling slightly before coming to a stop. Whip. Istria flicked his sword, sending a spray of blood splattering across the floor. Without another word, he turned and started walking towards the exit. And as he reached the door, he muttered under his breath. Explode. BOOM. The room behind him vanished in an instant. A violent blast tore everything apart, leaving nothing but dust and rubble in its wake. Here's Tilda. The quiet crackle of the fireplace in Yara's home barely filled the tense silence as Istria stepped through the door. His boots dragged slightly against the polished floor, leaving behind faint, dark smudges of blood. His clothes were soaked in it, and not all of it was his. Cuts and tears ran down his coat and pants, but none of it seemed to bother him. His crimson eyes, glowing faintly, were as cold as ever. You're finally back. Yara looked up from her chair by the fire, raising an eyebrow at him. She was sprawled lazily, a book resting open in her lap. Her ink hair shimmered under the firelight, and her sharp gaze flicked up and down his figure. Where did you? Her voice trailed off, her tone was more curious than concerned. You look like you just came back from slaughtering a whole army. Her fingers tapped the edge of her book lightly as her lips curled into a mischievous smile. At her words, Istria shrugged, brushing past her. Nothing significant, he said calmly, like he hadn't just walked in dripping with blood. Just had to clean up some trash. Yara's smirk deepened and she shut her book with a soft snap. She set it down on the small table beside her, leaning forward as her sharp eyes stared at him. Oh really? Drajho. You're bleeding all over my floors, you know. He glanced down briefly, noticing the faint red smears he was leaving in his wake. It's not mine, he muttered, brushing a hand over his teared-up coat as if that could clean it up. Then he started heading towards the bathroom. Seeing him entering the bathroom, Yara sighed, before reciting a cleaning spell on the floor and directly barging into the bathroom. There Istria had already taken off his shirt, showing countless scars on his body. Yara's eyes widened significantly as she stared at his well-defined body. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she slowly brushed her tongue past her lips. Can I have some privacy? He asked. Yara crossed her arms at his words, her loose silk robe swaying slightly as she moved. You can't just walk in here looking like that and not tell me what happened, Istria, she said firmly, completely ignoring his question. Istria didn't answer right away. Instead, he walked over to the tub and placed a water stone inside the holder. With a small flow of mana, water began streaming down like a soft waterfall. He watched it for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. Then slowly, he turned to face her. I already got way too much involved with her, and by her eyes, I can feel that she won't leave me alone even if I try to run. I'll simply accept where this relationship is going. I killed the VIPs from the death tournament, he said flatly. His crimson eyes stayed locked on hers. Yara blinked. For a moment, it looked like she hadn't heard him. Then her lips parted. You what? Her voice came out in a quiet gasp. You heard me. He turned away again, rolling up his sleeves. They're dead. She stared at him, her mind racing. You killed them all. All those stuck-up VIPs. Slowly, a grin crept across her face. And then, before she could stop herself, she burst into laughter. Ha ha, che. Her laughter echoed through the room, growing louder and louder. She clutched her stomach as she doubled over, her voice rising into near hysterics. It was the kind of laugh you'd hear from someone who was just a little mentally ill. He glanced back at her, raising a brow. No, she's back to normal. After a while, Yara finally managed to straighten up, wiping tears from her eyes as she caught her breath. Alahio, she gasped. Those bastards. Those arrogant, self-important bastards. Those bastards died to you. She started laughing again but managed to keep it quieter this time. When she finally stopped, Istria asked curiously, Did you get the reward for winning the tournament yet? He really wanted to see what prize it was that those VIPs were so mad to get it. Of course I did, she said, still grinning. The owner handed it over himself right after you left. And? Istria asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. And she said, leaning against the wall, he tried to make me an offer. Said I should hand you over to him. Apparently, he thinks you'd be useful to his little group. Well, of course, I refused. Hearing her words, Istria looked at her for a moment. Does that guy seriously think I belong to her? He brushed the thought away quickly. What exactly is the prize? He couldn't help but finally ask. At his question, Yara's smirk widened. Without saying a word, she reached up to her left hand and tapped a small ring she wore. A luxurious-looking box appeared in her hand, shimmering slightly. Then she knelt down and then slowly opened the small box. Will you mar? No, and was flatly rejected. Yara rolled her eyes, chuckling softly. Killjoy. She stood up, holding the box open for him to see. Inside, a small glowing object sat nestled on a dark velvet lining. Istria's eyes widened slightly as he stared at it. Is that a dragon's tear? Not just any dragon's tear, Yara said proudly. It's a dragon's crystallized tear. Pretty, isn't it? No wonder those damn bastards wanted to win the tournament so much, Istria exclaimed softly, still shocked that the prize was this. A dragon's tear was something extremely rare. Although it was much cheaper and less useful than a dragon's bone or a dragon's heart, it was rarer than both of them combined. After all, for the arrogant race of a dragon to shed tears, it was almost impossible to happen. But of course, the dragon's tear could be more useful than both of them, depending on who utilizes them. A dragon's tear can work like the highest grade kind of elixir. It can heal any hidden injury, poison, or even curse. Not to mention that it improves your growth speed, expands your mana meridians, strengthens your heart, increases the absorption of mana, and even grants you resistance to things such as poison, curses, and many more. It is extremely useful. No, Istria frowned slightly. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked Yara. If the price of this, shouldn't Lick's heart be incredibly cheap? He asked, and slowly he started seeing beads of sweat forming on Yara's forehead. Well, everyone wants to be my challenger, and because of that, I figured out that you still needed to owe me a favor. After all, winning that tournament, your reputation in the underworld skyrocketed. Istria's frown deepened. He grabbed her shoulders, staring into her eyes, and asked, Do I have the face of someone who wants to increase his reputation? His glowing red eyes met hers dim black ones. Yara tried to open her mouth, but the intensity of his stare made her words falter. Her heart skipped a beat and started beating fast. Like really fast. Too damned fast for her liking. Her pulse quickened as she stared into his glowing eyes, and for some reason she couldn't stop herself from noticing how close he was. She bit her lip, looking at those firm red eyes, and her gaze slowly switched between his lips and eyes. Damn, why does he have to look so damn good when he's mad? She thought, gulping hard as she looked at his pale pink lips. Don't stare at me like that, she shifted her legs slightly. If you don't stop. Why? Joe. Before she could even think about what she was doing, Istria leaned in. His lips brushed against hers, soft, quick, but enough to send a jolt of electricity through her body. Her eyes widened in shock as she felt a hand grabbing her waist slightly, pushing her closer to his chest. Her delicate hands instinctively pressed against his chest due to the sudden push, and a small blush started creeping out to her face. Zmagtilda. Yara stood frozen for a second, her face burning as she stared up at Istria. That soft, unexpected kiss left her breathless. But when her senses finally caught up to her, her lips curved into a sly smile. Hello? What was that? Yara tilted her head slightly, a teasing smile pulling at the corners of her lips. Istria didn't hesitate. Why? You don't know what a kiss is. His words came out smoothly, catching her off guard as he dodged her question. Her eyes narrowed. This bastard. Before he could say anything else, she moved quickly, her hands shooting up to grip his neck, pulling him toward her with a force that surprised even him. She locked her arms around him, staring deep into his glowing crimson eyes. The air between them felt charged heavy. About the favor you owe me, she whispered, her voice soft but with a sharp edge. Her tongue lightly traced her lower lip before she continued, her words lingering in the space between them. If you sleep with me, you can clear that debt. Zmag. Tilda. She didn't need to say twice before Istria's lips slammed against her, causing a small groan to escape her lips. He pulled her in tighter, his fingers digging into the back of her neck, forcing her closer to his chest. His lips were firm and demanding, and she couldn't help but melt against him. The intensity of it made her pulse race. The kiss deepened, and she felt the heat of his breath on her lips as he slowly slid his tongue between them. Zligs. His tongue moved gently, teasingly, then with more urgency, running along her lower lip before finding its way into her mouth. Yara's body shuddered, her heart pounding so hard it almost hurt. Tilda. Her hand slid up to his chest, pressing against him, trying to anchor herself as their kiss continued. His tongue moved against hers, slow at first, then faster, more desperate if he was trying to taste every bit of her. His lips moved over hers with a hungry fervor, each kiss more intense than the last. Zlurb. Yara gasped when his hand slid to her waist, pulling her even closer. Her chest pressed against his, and she could feel the steady beat of his heart, thump-thump, matching her own. Yara moaned softly into his mouth, the sound escaping before she could stop it. Tilda. Istria's grip tightened, and his lips moved against hers, slower this time as if savoring the taste of her. He pulled back just enough for their lips to part, only to quickly press them together again, his tongue sliding in to reclaim her mouth. When he finally pulled away, their lips barely separated, and Yara's breath came in soft, shaky gasps. Her pulse raised. Thump-thump. She stared up at him, stunned, her chest rising and falling quickly. Before she could even process her thoughts, Istria was lifting her up effortlessly, pulling her into his arms. Yara gasped, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck as her legs wrapped around his waist. The movement was so smooth, so fluid, as though they'd done this 1,000 times before. Zmag. Her lips found him again. Istria moved slowly, carefully carrying her toward the bathtub. It was already filled, the water swirling peacefully inside. With a flick of his fingers, he used his mana to stop the water from flowing in. But Yara's hunger for him was growing. Juj Europe. Slurb smack lig tilde. Her lips moved over his, each kiss more eager than the last. Her nails dug into his back, her body pressing more weight into him, demanding more. It caught him by surprise. Splash. They both fell into the large tub, water splashing everywhere, drenching them completely. Nhalia. Gasping for air, they quickly pulled their heads out of the water, their breaths heavy and uneven from the intensity of their kisses. They stared at each other, eyes locking as they simultaneously licked their lips, feeling the heat between them. Yara couldn't help but glance down at Istria's chest. Istria, just as mesmerized, found his gaze drawn to her chest. Her robes were soaked, and her black bra was now clearly visible. They were both hungry for each other. Glig. Splash. The sound of a bra falling into the water could be heard. Ju smack tilde smooch. Along with multiple kissing noises. Splash. Istria grabbed her leg and pinned her against the wall of the tub. Water sloshed around them, spilling over the edge, but neither of them cared. Their lips crushed together, tongues tangling in a fierce battle as if both were fighting for dominance. Yara's fingers gripped his silver blue hair, tugging hard as her chest heaved. Her cheeks were flushed a deep red, her eyes hazy with need. They broke apart just long enough to catch their breath, panting as their heavy breathing mingled in the air between them. A glistening string of saliva stretched between their parted tongues, breaking only when their lips closed. And then, Zmagtilda. Their lips crashed together again. Istria's hand slid up her wet, slippery body, finding its way to her chest. His fingers curled around her full breasts, squeezing them softly. Ahem. Yara gasped in surprise, her muffled groan vibrating against his mouth. She arched her back slightly, pressing her body closer to his, her hand sliding down to grip his shoulders. Jurub slurb slig tilde. Istria's hand slid from her chest to her buttocks, gripping her firmly before lifting her with ease. Their lips parted for a brief second, only for the space between them to ignite with need again. Zmag. Yara immediately dove back in, pressing her lips to his with even more hunger, her arms locking tightly around his neck. Her legs wrapped around his waist like she couldn't bear to let him go, holding herself against him as their kisses grew deeper, more desperate. Her giant breasts were pressed against his defined chest, as they continued kissing each other for quite a while. And then Yara's hand slid down. Without hesitation, her fingers closed around him, squeezing his crotch firmly. Istria's eyelids twitched at the sudden touch, his body freezing for half a second. He opened his eyes, and when he saw her face, those mischievous, lustful eyes gazing at him, he didn't hesitate to respond. Russell. His hand traced a slow path down her back, his fingertips teasing her soaked skin as they moved lower. Adjusting his stance slightly, he shifted his right shoulder against the bathroom wall for support. Yara smirked at his actions, her right hand slipping into the waistband of his wet pants, her fingers wrapping around his hard penis. Istria's breath hitched at her movements. He answered her with the same intensity, his hand sliding beneath her black panties. His fingers brushed against her pussy, moving with a teasing slowness that made her shiver. Nemamage. Agen tilde. Yara moaned softly against his lips, her body tensing and arching into his touch. Her grip on him tightened, her hands stroking him slightly to match his movements. They continued kissing each other while granting pleasure to each other. Their tongues tangled with each other, intertwining. Then with a sly grin, she bit down softly on his lower lip, tugging it gently before her tongue moved to tease his teeth, tracing them with deliberate slowness. She leaned in further, her tongue wrapping around his like a serpent, slick and teasing as her cheeks hollowed. She sucked on his tongue, drawing him deeper into her, savoring the moment as a soft hum escaped her lips. Mhm tilde ah. Istria didn't hold back, his hand sliding further beneath her panties. His finger was inserted into her wet folds, moving slowly at first, causing her body to tremble against him. The heat between them intensified, her skin flushing as her breaths grew heavier. Yara's eyes widened for a moment, and a gasp caught in her throat as her lips broke away from his. Without a word, she grabbed his head and guided it down to her chest. Plob 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 tilde. Noah. God ahen. Her head tilted back, her long hair falling in damp waves as she pressed his face into her soft, heaving chest. Her fingers tangled in his hair, holding him there as if she couldn't get close enough. He slid a second finger inside her and increased the movement of his fingers, working her up, as the wet, slick sounds of her arousal filled the steamy room. Yara's moans grew louder, her body arching into his touch as waves of pleasure coursed through her. Zeva, Istria, Lawan. She moaned quite loudly as Istria retracted his fingers from her pussy, making a lot of juice drip down her legs. Her voice echoed through the bathroom as she cried out, her body trembling uncontrollably. Istria finally withdrew his fingers, glistening with her juices. A small stream ran down her thighs, mixing with the water pooling at the bottom of the tub. Yara slumped slightly against him, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She buried her face in the crook of his neck, her arms wrapped tightly around him. "Why, you're too good at this," she murmured breathlessly. Istria chuckled softly, brushing her damp hair away from her flushed face. After a few moments, Yara lifted her head, her chest still rising and falling as she caught her breath. She gave Istria a small, tired smile, her cheeks still flushed. Istria returned her smile, his gaze soft but filled with desire. "And now," Yara whispered softly in a teasing manner as she licked her luscious red lips, "it's my turn to take care of you." Evloob. A gentle gust of wind swept through the room as Yara's mana surged, lightly pushing Istria back into the bathtub. He leaned back, blinking in surprise, but the water beneath him didn't move. It stayed perfectly still, controlled by her magic. Then Yara got on her knees and catwalked towards Istria. Her red lips curled into a smirk as her fingers reached for his waistband. She tugged his wet pants down and tossed them aside, exposing him fully. "Ah, tilde, it's hot," she said teasingly, as she wrapped both of her hands around his penis. Slowly, she started moving her hands up and down, looking straight into his eyes. His breath was short, and his chest went up and down slowly, however, on his face. A cloud of lust could be seen along with his flushed face. He, she giggled. She leaned in, her lips just inches away from his penis, as Istria could already feel her warm breath ghosting over his skin. Her tongue flicked out, gliding across her lips before she finally touched his tip. Zlig tilde. Her tongue dragged slowly over the tip of his cock, the warmth of it making him shudder slightly. She flicked her tongue against him playfully, teasing him as her hands continued stroking his shaft. Vaha tilde. One hand slid lower, cupping his balls gently as her other hand continued stroking him. She kept her gaze locked on his, watching every reaction, every twitch of his body. Tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, she leaned in closer. Her hand tightened slightly around his shaft as her lips parted. Ahem. She took just the tip into her mouth, her tongue pressing beneath it as her lips wrapped around him. Her cheeks hollowed slightly as she began to suck softly, teasing him with her pace. Zlerb tilde. Istria's breath grew heavier, his chest rising and falling as a low groan escaped his lips. His head tilted back slightly, silver blue hair falling into his flushed face as he tried to compose himself. Yara smirked to herself, clearly satisfied by his reaction. Slowly, she pulled her lips off his shaft, letting it slide out of her mouth with a wet pop. PWA tilde. She exhaled softly, her lips glistening as she licked them with deliberate slowness. Istria blinked, slightly dazed, wondering why she stopped. But before he could say anything, she saw Yara, adjusting herself. Yara opened her mouth wider and tilted her head back, stretching her neck slightly, creating enough space on her esophagus. Then she gripped Istria's legs. Gahka. She lowered herself intensely, making his penis slide down her throat. No. Istria let out a strangled groan, his hands clutching at the sides of the tub as her warm, tight mouth surrounded him completely. His legs trembled involuntarily, his body tensing from the overwhelming sensation. Yara glanced up at him through her lashes, and seeing his flushed face, her eyes couldn't help but curve in delight. Ngog. She paused just long enough to let him feel the fullness of her throat around him before she began to move. Gog slurp yawa tilde. The lewd noises caused by her sucking his penis so eagerly resounded in the room. She started slowly, her head bobbing up as she continuously swallowed the precum glistening from the tip of his penis. No. Istria's hand moved instinctively to her head, his fingers brushing through her damp hair before resting gently there. He softly patted her head as he quietly stared at the ceiling. Yara's lips curled into a small smile around him as she picked up the pace, her cheeks hollowing with each downward motion. Her free hand reached to stroke the base of his shaft in time with her movements. Istria shuddered slightly. Mhm tilde. Her response was a muffled hum of satisfaction as she continued, her tongue swirling and pressing against him with every bob of her head. Her hand slid lower, cupping his balls gently, massaging them with the same care and precision she gave to everything else. Blub. PWA tilde. She retracted her head back, teasing the tip with her stretched-out tongue as she looked into Istria's eyes. Then she wrapped her lips around the tip, causing Istria to shudder. Zlurup. Her cheeks hollowed intensely, creating a duck face as she greedily swallowed her own saliva mixed with his precum. Then, if that wasn't enough, she took his penis on her throat once again, but this time she became more forceful with herself. Agcock tilde naghok tilde hagkai tilde tilde. Her throat tightened around his penis as she started gagging non-stop. But to her actions, Istria quickly got onto his limit, and his penis started throbbing. And then, Yara pulled back slightly and started to suck on the tip once again. Immediately, a shot of milk violently erupted from his penis, and Yara accepted the liquid directly in her throat. Gulp, gulp, gulp. She swallowed every single bit of his milk, and as she retracted her head, she licked her upper lip, looking at Istria with a charming smile. Oh, delicious. She put one of her fingers on her mouth as if reminiscing about the taste, and licking them slightly. Now Tilda, she approached Istria, sitting down on her lap, her big breasts pressing against his well-defined chest. Shall we go on to the main course? She whispered into his ear before grasping both of his shoulders slightly. Sure, Istria nodded with a small smile. He grabbed her waist slightly and adjusted his dick, putting it just beneath her dripping pussy. He could already feel her fluids dripping down on his cock, lubricating it. SSSHK. UK. Yara bit her lip and thrusted her hips down before he could do the job himself. Yara closed her eyes lightly, feeling her pussy quivering at the touch of their union. Amazing, ah. She narrowed her eyes, murmuring with a small yet wicked smile as she looked at the man beneath her, with eyes filled with lust. Her black eyes seemed to glow dimly as she looked at his glowing ones. Squirm. Here's aha. Yara's black hair clung to her damp skin, her breaths uneven as she shifted her hips, feeling him fill her completely. Her lips parted slightly, her eyes fluttering up to meet his. Is it growing even bigger? Her hips moved ever so slightly, testing the fullness of him, and she felt a jolt of pleasure ripple through her body. Her inner walls clenched instinctively around him, drawing a deep groan from his lips. It's making my vagina ache a little. Yara admitted, her cheeks flushed red, her words seemed shy but undeniably sultry. The way she stared into his glowing red eyes made his chest tighten, her confession sent a wave of heat surging through him, and he struggled to control himself. His hands gripped her waist tightly, his fingers sinking into her soft flesh as he tried to steady himself. But then something caught his eye. And he froze. Wait, you're... His voice faltered as his gaze shifted downward to where their bodies were joined. There it was, a thin streak of blood slipping down his shaft, mixing with the water beneath them. His glowing eyes widened in shock as realization hit him. "Oh, you're a virgin." Istria couldn't help but ask in shock. He didn't reach any of the sex scenes in the book, much less about Yara, but seeing how she acted like a complete vixen, he honestly thought that she had lost her first time. To his words, Yara's cheeks burned a deeper red, but her lips curved into a small, teasing smile. "Of course," she said softly, tilting her head to meet his stunned expression. "Did you think I'd let just anyone have me like this?" Her fingers trailed up his chest, her touch soft yet deliberate. Her lips brushed against his jaw, her breath warm against his skin as she whispered, "Just because I gave myself to you easily doesn't mean I'm some kind of whore." Her words carried a playful tone, but the look on her black eyes was completely different. It was something darker, something possessive. "You're the only man who's ever made my heart race like this. The only one I've ever wanted this badly." Squirm. Her gaze softened for a moment, but then her tone shifted entirely, taking on a colder edge that sent a shiver down his spine. "So don't even think about escaping from me," she warned, her voice laced with a dangerous sweetness. Her lips curled into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, and as she looked up at him, he noticed something strange, a faint heart shape flickering in her pupils. "Yara, I've done my homework," she continued, cutting him off. Her nails traced circles against his chest, her touch almost tender, though her words were anything but. "I know you have someone or maybe a few in your heart. Don't worry, I don't mind sharing." "But—" Her eyes curved into delighted crescents, her smile widening as she pressed herself closer to him. "You're mine now." Before he could respond, she emphasized her word with actions, slapping her buttocks on his legs, causing the tip of his dick to kiss her womb, making her legs quiver slightly. The sound of wet, lewd squelching filled the air, and he groaned deeply as the tight warmth of her walls clenched around him. Splash squelch. Squirm. Her hands pressed against his chest as she lifted her hips slightly, only to slam them back down again. "Ah," she moaned, her head tilting back as the motion sent a bolt of pleasure through her. The impact drove him deeper inside her, the tip of his shaft brushing against her womb. Her legs trembled slightly, and her nails dug into his skin as her breath hitched. "See," she murmured, burying her face in his chest. Her voice was muffled but dripping with satisfaction. "Squelch squirm. HMNH tilde, this feels much better than I originally thought," she moaned slightly, burying her head on his chest. Her hips began moving in earnest, a slow, grinding rhythm that made his restraint slip further and further. He groaned, his hands moving to grip her waist as he tried to keep her still. "Yara, you're too." "Too what?" she interrupted, her lips curling into a smirk. "Too tight. Too good. Tell me, what is it, tilde?" "Slam. Splash." She pressed her hips down harder, making him gasp as her inner walls squeezed him mercilessly. "Damn it, Yara," he growled, his voice strained as he fought the urge to lose control. Her giggle was soft but mischievous. "You can let go, you know. I'm already yours, body and soul, tilde." Her words sent a jolt of heat straight to his core, and he finally gave in, his hands gripping her waist as he began to move. "Ah, tilde. Yes, just like that, tilde. More, tilde. Baby, don't stop, tilde." Her moans grew louder, her body trembling with each motion, her moans spilling from her lips like a sweet yet spicy melody. "Von, tilde. Baby, it's so deep, you're stretching me so much, ha, tilde." Her hips moved on their own now, grinding against him as if her body had been made to fit him. The wet, sinful sounds of their connection echoed through the room. Splash, squelch, squish. His fingers dug into her soft thighs, holding her in place as he thrust upward to meet her movements. Every time he pushed into her, her walls squeezed him tightly, pulling him even deeper. "Yara," he groaned, his voice low and rough, the strain evident in every word. "You're driving me crazy. You're so tight, so warm, huh?" Her legs quivered as she felt the tip of his shaft brush against her deepest spot again, sending sparks of pleasure shooting through her body. Her nails raked across his chest, leaving faint red marks as she gasped. "On, tilde there. Right there, baby. Keep hitting me there, tilde. Hey, I can't take it. I'm going to go crazy, ha, tilde. Pa tilde pa tilde." The lewd sounds of their bodies slapping together filled the room, each impact sending ripples through the water around them. Yara's black hair clung to her damp skin, her flushed cheeks glowing with heat as her body surrendered to him completely. Her hands slid up to his shoulders, gripping him tightly as she buried her face against his neck. Her hot breath tickled his skin, and the faint scent of her arousal only fueled his desire. "Darling Tilda, you're mine, Tilda, all mine, Tilda," she whispered against his ear, her voice literally dripping with possessiveness. "No one else can have you, no one else can make me feel this good, Tilda." Her lips found his neck, sucking softly at first, then harder, leaving small red marks in her wake. The sensation made him shudder, his control slipping further as his hips moved faster, harder. Pa Tilda, pa Tilda. Squish Tilda. The sound of her wetness grew louder, her body growing slicker with each thrust. Her moans became higher-pitched, her voice breaking into soft cries of pleasure. HNNNGH tilde Istria tilde, it's too much, Tilda. You're so big. I can feel you everywhere, ha Tilda. Her legs wrapped around his waist, locking him in place as if she couldn't bear to let him go. Her walls clenched tighter around him, pulling him even deeper, and he groaned loudly at the sensation. Damn it, Yara. You're squeezing me so tight, ha. I can't hold back if you keep doing that. Her lips curved into a teasing smile, even as her breaths came in shallow pants. Then give me everything, baby, I want it all. I want you, Tilda. Her words were the final push he needed. With a low growl, he grabbed her waist firmly and began moving faster, each thrust harder than the last. Pa Tilda, pa Tilda. Squirm squish. Tilda, yes, baby. Yes, 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 Tilda, right there, Tilda. Don't stop, Tilda. Her cries echoed around them, her body trembling as wave after wave of pleasure washed over her. The water splashed around them as his movements grew more erratic, his restraint all but gone. Yara. I'm close, he groaned, his voice strained as his hands gripped her even tighter. Her eyes fluttered open, meeting his glowing red gaze with her own hazy, love-drunk expression. Inside Tilda, she begged, her voice high-pitched and breathless. Darling Tilda, fill me up. I want all of you inside me, Tilda, please see, Tilda. Her pleading words sent him over the edge. His hips slammed into hers one final time, his entire body tensing as he buried himself as deep as he could go. Squish. Splurt Tilda, splurt Tilda. Von Tilda. Yara's cry of ecstasy filled the room as she felt him release inside her, his warmth spilling into her deepest parts. Her walls clenched tightly around him, milking him for every last drop. Her body trembled violently, her nails digging into his shoulders as she clung to him. Istria, so warm. I can feel you filling me up, ha Tilda. His head fell forward, resting against her shoulder as he panted heavily. The room was filled with the sound of their ragged breaths, their bodies still joined as they calmed down from the rush of their climax. Yara's fingers gently and slowly traced circles on his back. You're amazing, baby, she whispered, her voice tender now, though her teasing smile hadn't faded. Oh, I think I might love you even more now, Tilda. He let out a soft chuckle, his arms wrapping around her waist as he pulled her closer. You're crazy, Yara, but you're mine now too. Her smile widened, her eyes glowing with satisfaction. Of course I'm yours. I told you I belong to you, body and soul. Jewel. Her words made his chest tighten with emotion, and he couldn't resist the urge to kiss her again. Their lips parted quickly after. Tilda, Yara let out a soft hum of satisfaction as she leaned against him, her head resting on his chest. Her fingers lazily traced patterns along his damp skin, her legs still wrapped snugly around his waist as she still could feel the warmth of their shared intimacy. But even as they basked in the afterglow, she could feel it. His shaft was still firm inside her, twitching slightly as if eager for more. Tilda, darling, she murmured, her voice dripping with sweetness. You're still so hard, hey Tilda, are you not satisfied yet? Her teasing words sent a jolt through him, his hands instinctively tightening on her waist. His eyes, still glowing faintly red, met hers with an intensity that made her heart skip a beat. Yara, don't tempt me. Her lips curved into a mischievous smile, her hips shifting slightly to emphasize how full she felt. Ha Tilda, but I do know. I want more of you, love, she whispered, her voice sultry as she leaned closer, her lips brushing against his ear. Don't hold back. Use me, take me however you want, Tilda. Her bold declaration made his restraint snap. Splash. With a growl, he rolled them over, pinning her beneath him on the water. Her ink hair fanned out around her, and her flushed cheeks and glowing eyes made her look like a goddess in the dim light. Don't say I didn't warn you. Zmag. Before she could respond, his lips crashed against hers in a fiery kiss, their tongues tangling as his hands roamed her body. He gripped her thighs, spreading her legs wider as he began moving his hips again, pulling out just enough to thrust back into her fully. Squish. Pa tilde. On and why yes. Harder, give it to me harder tilde, she cried out, her back arching as he drove into her with renewed vigor. Her nails raked down his back, her body trembling beneath him as waves of pleasure started building all over again. The sound of their connection was obscene, their wetness dripping down her thighs and onto the water below. His movements were relentless, his hips slamming against hers with a force that made her see stars. Pa tilde squish tilde. You're so tight, huh? You feel even better this time, Yara, he groaned, his hands sliding up to cup her breasts, kneading them roughly. Her nipples were hard against his palms, and he pinched them lightly, drawing a sharp gasp from her. Hiya tilde, you're driving me crazy, she moaned, her legs wrapping around his waist again to pull him even closer. It's too much, hiya tilde, but I love it. I love you. Her words spurred him on, his thrusts growing faster and deeper. The lewd, squelching sounds of their intimacy filled the room, mingling with her high-pitched cries and his deep groans. Pa tilde. Squish, squish, squirm. Yara, I can feel you tightening again. Are you going to come already? Huh, and you're so greedy. Why yes tilde, I can't help it tilde. You're too good, darling. I'm going to come, hey tilde, I'm coming tilde, she screamed, her body convulsing beneath him as her walls clamped down on him, milking him relentlessly. But he didn't stop. Even as she trembled and cried out, he kept moving, his pace unrelenting. HNNNGH tilde, it's too much. I can't take it, ha tilde, you're going to make me lose my mind tilde, she whimpered, tears of pleasure streaming down her cheeks. Then lose it, he growled, leaning down to capture her lips again. His kiss was rough and possessive, as if he wanted to claim every part of her. Pa tilde. Her body melted under him, completely at his mercy as he drove her into another climax. Her voice broke into soft, desperate cries, her nails digging into his shoulders as she clung to him. And yet he still didn't stop. No. You're so relentless. Ha tilde, but it feels so good tilde, she moaned, her body trembling as she felt him pushing her to yet another peak. I told you not to tempt me. Her eyes widened slightly, her heart racing as his pace increased yet again. The force of his thrusts left her breathless, her body completely overwhelmed by the pleasure that consumed her. Ha tilde, I'm yours, Istria, only yours tilde, she cried, her voice breaking as she reached her limit. I'll never let anyone else touch me until the day I die. Hey tilde, I'm yours forever tilde. Pa tilde. Squirm. Splash. His movements grew erratic, his breaths ragged as he felt his release building again. Yara, I'm going to come, he groaned. Where do you want it? Inside tilde, she gasped, her voice high-pitched and desperate. Fill me up. Give me everything tilde, please. Her pleas sent him over the edge. Slam. With a low growl, he buried himself deep inside her, his body tensing as he released again. Squish. Splurt tilde. On tilde, I can feel it tilde. You're filling me up so much, hey tilde, it's so warm. I love it tilde, she moaned, her body trembling as she milked him for every last drop. He collapsed on top of her, their bodies slick with sweat as they caught their breath. His arms wrapped around her tightly, holding her close as they basked in the warmth of their shared passion. Yara, you're incredible. Her lips curved into a lazy, satisfied smile as she nuzzled against him. So are you, love, she whispered, her voice full of love and affection. Let's stay like this forever. However, unfortunately for Yara, Istria wasn't done yet. Let's do it all night, he muttered softly to her ear. Yara's body seemed to have reacted to his words, twitching slightly. Seeing this, Istria couldn't but smile lightly. I did warn you, remember. Yeah, love. I am a bit tired, how about rest up for a bit, she said hesitantly, feeling that her legs were extremely tired. Too bad. Pa tilde. Nawa. The soft, golden light of the early morning filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow across the room. No. I groaned slightly, fluttering my eyes open. My body felt quite warm, probably because of the aftermath of a night that felt like it lasted forever. Foo. A gentle breathing reached out to my ears, causing me to shiver. I looked to my side and saw Yara's peaceful sleeping face. Her ink hair spread out across the pillow as her chest slowly went up and down. Well, last night was quite intense. I did warn her, though. I leaned in slowly, planting a soft kiss against her forehead, just to feel the warmth of her skin against mine. She stirred a little, mumbling something incoherent, but she didn't wake. I let out a small laugh, feeling the urge to tease her, but I decided not to. With a sigh, I pulled myself away, careful not to wake her. My body was sore in places I hadn't even realized I could feel, but it was a satisfying kind of pain. I got dressed in the clothes that she had given me before and picked up my things. It was time to get back to the academy. Still, I should warn her. I thought so. With that in mind, I scribbled a quick note, leaving it on the bedside table where she could see it when she woke up. I'm heading back to the academy. See you soon. Simple but enough. I glanced at her one last time, a smile tugging at my lips before heading out of the room. The halls of the house were quiet as I made my way to my own room. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but the sight that greeted me was unexpected. Karen and Lumi were tangled up together on my bed, sleeping soundly, though the position was far from graceful. Lumi's slimy green hair was a mess, half covering Karen's face, and Karen herself looked almost serene despite the disheveled state of their bodies. PFFFD. I couldn't help but chuckle quietly to myself. Wake up, I nudged them both gently. Lumi blinked up at me sleepily, her bright eyes still half closed. She stretched out like a cat, her body shifting fluidly, and before I knew it, she disappeared into the tattoo on my arm, leaving a small green trail. MHMMM. Karen grumbled a little, adjusting herself as she slowly sat up, rubbing her eyes and glancing around in confusion. We're leaving, she asked, her voice husky from sleep. Yeah, gotta head back to the academy, I replied back. I couldn't help but notice the way she was squinting at me, still half asleep. She yawned, stretching her arms over her head. All right, I'll get my stuff, she mumbled quietly, slowly standing up and grabbing her things. It didn't take long before we were both ready to leave, walking out of Yara's home together. The chill of the morning air hit me as we stepped outside, but it wasn't unpleasant. We made our way down the quiet streets, finally leaving the black market. The bustling atmosphere of the streets felt strangely calm compared to the chaos of the black market. But there was something about the steady rhythm of the crowds and the flickering lights that grounded me. As we walked through the streets, I felt something tugging at the back of my mind. Something was different today. I couldn't place it at first, but then it hit me like a brick to the face. Oh shit, I muttered under my breath. I forgot that today is the start of the snow festival. What's the snow festival? Karen raised an eyebrow at me, tilting her head curiously. I don't have time to explain it. Let's go. We've got to get to the academy. Now, I said, grabbing her hand without another word. We both picked up our pace, and I found myself rushing through the streets. After all, I had promised a date with Violet. And I'm already late. When we finally arrived at the academy gates, I was taken aback by what I saw. The entire campus was covered in a soft layer of snow, and the buildings were adorned with twinkling lights and colorful banners. It was even more beautiful than I had imagined. The trees lining the walkways were dusted with white, their branches heavy with snow, and the air was crisp and fresh. I could hear the laughter and chatter of students, and the distant sounds of music playing from somewhere. The whole place was alive, buzzing with the kind of energy only a festival could bring. But I didn't have time to appreciate it fully. Quick, follow me. I called to Karen as I tugged her through the courtyard, dodging students and staff who were already in the middle of the festivities. I didn't stop until we reached my dormitory and opened the door, where I found a beautiful elf waiting for me. Elaine raised an eyebrow when she saw me, an amused smile tugging at the corner of her lips. You're in quite a hurry, aren't you? She teased, folding her arms. I couldn't help but let out a sigh at her words. Yeah, it's the snow festival today. And I'm kind of in a rush. Her expression softened as she stepped forward and asked me, why so hurried? You're not running away for a while, are you? I smirked and shook my head. Of course not. She paused for a moment, her gaze shifting to Karen, who stood silently behind me. Elaine raised an eyebrow, giving Karen a surprised look. Is she your daughter? I froze. Wait, how did you know? But before I could finish, Elaine's face. The teasing smile disappeared from her face, and she actually froze, her eyes widening slightly. Her gaze flickered between me and Karen, then back to me. Her posture went completely rigid, and for a moment she didn't say anything, clearly caught off guard by my response. The playful glint in her eyes seemed to dim, replaced with a flicker of genuine confusion. I was joking, Istria, she said slowly, her voice unsure for the first time I could remember. You really are a father. I awkwardly nodded at her. Karen can explain it to you, but right now, I have some kind of date. On a date? Then you must change your clothes. I nodded quickly, still feeling a little flustered. I quickly cast a cleaning spell on myself, making sure my appearance was up to standard. After all, I couldn't show up looking like a mess. I grabbed my best clothes from the wardrobe, a sharp, casual outfit that had the perfect balance of style and comfort, and dressed quickly. Oh my! Elaine's voice reached out to me. Next to her, Karen also looked surprised. When you dress up, the dangerous aura around you disappears entirely. Elaine complimented me, also gaining a nod from Karen. Before I could respond, she reached out and adjusted my clothes, smoothing down the fabric of my shirt and tucking in a loose sleeve. She really had a way of making me feel both at ease and slightly guilty all at once. Don't keep her waiting, she said softly, giving me a look that said more than words ever could. Thanks, I muttered almost to myself, but she caught it and gave me a playful smile. Always just be careful, okay? I nodded, giving her a quick smile before rushing out the door. I didn't waste any time practically running through the hallways, my heart racing with excitement. The cold air bit at my face as I ran toward the fountain, and as I neared it I saw her. Violet von Luxuria. She was standing by the fountain, her back slightly arched, her posture perfect, accentuating her long, slender legs. Her outfit today was simple but elegant, a loose, flowing dress that seemed to shimmer in the morning light, a soft purple hue that matched her eyes perfectly. Her waist was impossibly tiny, the kind of waist that made you wonder how someone could have such a perfect, delicate frame, especially with the generous curve of her hips. Her long, toned legs were bare beneath the hem of her dress, leading to a pair of sandals that only added to her allure. But it was her chest that truly caught attention, massive, soft, and full. They looked like they could almost spill out of the low neckline of her dress, though they didn't. Blonde hair. I panted, finally catching my breath as I slowed to a stop in front of her. Upon seeing me, she pursed her lips, puffing her cheeks as she looked me over, clearly unimpressed by my tardiness. Junior, you're late, she said in an annoyed tone. She crossed her arms over her chest, her breasts pressing against the fabric of her dress in a way that made me swallow hard. There was no hiding the curves of her body, she was practically sculpted to perfection. Fuck, why am I so horny? Is it because I fucked all night? I immediately cleared all those dirty thoughts away from my mind. Thank you for waiting, huh? I had a bit of a late-night hangover. I replied to her, taking the time to exhale deeply. She stared at me for a moment, but then her eyes softened, and she gave a little sigh, a small puff of air that made her cheeks flush just a bit. You're lucky I like you, Junior, she said with a playful twinkle in her eyes. I rolled my eyes at her words. She raised a hand and flicked a strand of hair from her face, the motion graceful, almost hypnotic. At least you made an effort to look presentable for me, she teased, her eyes scanning my outfit with a critical but approving look. My outfit was pretty casual, but I'd gone for something sharp, dark jeans and a fitted shirt, a jacket that had just enough flair to be stylish without being too much. It wasn't anything over the top, but I knew I had to at least put in the effort. I do appreciate a well-dressed man. She grinned, looking a little satisfied. I'm glad you think so. Violet smiled at my words, her face softening as she grabbed my arm, her massive breasts pressing against me as she pulled me toward the first spot of our date. Let's go. The snow festival was in full swing, and the academy grounds were bustling with activity. The crisp air carried the scent of roasted chestnuts, sweet chocolate, and spices that burned your tongue. Everywhere we looked, students were busy enjoying the festival. Some were gathered around brightly lit stalls, laughing and chatting as they played games. Others were huddled over steaming cups of hot cocoa, the warm drinks leaving clouds of vapor in the air. The decorations were simple but magical, twinkling fairy lights wrapped around trees, colorful ribbons strung along the walkways, and snow sculptures carved by the art club scattered all over the campus. Junior, Violet called out to me. Her voice was soft, but there was a teasing lilt to it as she looked up at me with her purple eyes. Are you planning to just stand here all day and admire the scenery, or are you going to show me a good time? Isn't the man's duty to decide the places to go on dates? She added, blinking twice at me. I laughed at her words. Where do you want to go first? I replied with another question, not minding the annoyed look that she gave me. Let's start with something fun. I'm in the mood for a game. She tapped her chin, pretending to think hard. I nodded, leading her toward the row of game stalls set up along the main courtyard. The air buzzed with excitement as students cheered each other on, trying to win prizes ranging from tiny stuffed animals to oversized, ridiculous ones. All right, let's see what we've got here. My eyes landed on a shoot-the-target game, where you had to knock down a line of bottles with a toy crossbow. The biggest prize on display was a massive purple dragon plushie, its soft fabric practically glowing in the sunlight. Violet noticed it at the same time I did, and I saw the tiniest flicker of interest in her eyes before she quickly hid it. You like that one, don't you? I teased, nudging her gently. Is it because it's purple, just like your hair color and eyes? Me? Like a silly stuffed toy. She raised an eyebrow, battling her eyelashes as her lips curled into a smirk. Don't be ridiculous. You sure? I raised an eyebrow. Very sure. All right, then I'll win it for myself. I grinned, stepping closer to the stall. The student running the stall handed me the toy crossbow, explaining the rules. You've got 5 shots. Knock down all the bottles and the big prize is yours. And of course, the use of mana isn't allowed. We have a high-grade mana detector in case anything happens. I nodded at these words. Thankfully, I had quite an experience with crossbows. As an actor, I needed to use plenty of weapons depending on the movie I was filming, so I unconsciously learned how to use them. The bottles were lined up in 2 neat rows on a wooden platform, and while they didn't look too hard to hit, I could tell the angles were tricky. The way the light reflected off the snow made it even harder to aim. No pressure, Junior. Just remember, if you fail, this big sister will be disappointed with you, she giggled, hiding her mouth with her hands. I rolled my eyes at her words, focusing on the first shot. The string of the crossbow felt taut as I pulled it back, aiming carefully. Thwack! The bolt hit its mark, sending the first bottle tumbling to the ground. A small cheer erupted from the nearby students who had gathered to watch. One down, I said, glancing at Violet with a small smile. Her expression was calm as always, with the same small smile on her lips. The second shot was trickier, but I managed to knock down another bottle. The third and fourth went down just as smoothly, and by this point the small crowd was fully invested. Violet, however, stood perfectly still, her arms still crossed, though I noticed her lips twitch as if she was holding back a smile. The final bottle was the toughest. It was smaller than the others and set slightly further back on the platform. I closed my left eye and started adjusting my aim. The world seemed to quiet for a moment as I released the bolt, watching it fly through the air. Gling! The bottle tipped, wobbled, and finally fell to the ground. The crowd burst into cheers upon witnessing that I was the first student to actually get down all 5 bottles. Phew, Tilda. I let out a relieved breath. This seemed more intense than one of the battles I had recently. The student running the stall handed me the giant purple dragon, which I took at, and then looked at Violet for a moment. Well, still think it's silly, I said, holding out to her. She rolled her eyes, but I could see the corners of her mouth lift into a smile. Just take it already, my arms are getting tired. I said so, letting out a small sigh. Violet hesitated, her gaze switching between me and the plushie. For a moment she looked almost shy, something I wasn't used to seeing from her. But then she took it, cradling it in her arms as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Thank you, she said softly. Just doing my duty as your date. We moved on to other stalls, trying out many different games. At one, we threw rings onto bottles, and though Violet claimed she had no interest in childish games, she ended up winning a small, fluffy bunny plushie after a few tries. At another, we tried fishing for little plastic ducks in a tub of water, and her competitive streak came out in full force when she beat my score by 1 duck. The games were fun, but soon the smell of food caught our attention. We wandered toward the rows of food stalls, where students were serving everything from sweet crepes to savory dumplings. What are you in the mood for? I asked as we stopped in front of a stall selling skewers of grilled meat and vegetables. Violet glanced around, her eyes scanning the options. Let's start with this. It smells amazing. We ordered a couple of skewers, and the student behind the counter handed them to us with a cheerful smile. The meat was perfectly grilled, juicy, and tender, with just the right amount of seasoning. As we ate, Violet seemed to relax even more, the usual sharpness in her eyes softening as she enjoyed the food. "This is really good," she admitted, taking another bite. "Lamb?" I nodded in agreement. The students from the food club really made excellent grilled meat. After we finished eating, we headed further into the center of the festival. The sounds of laughter, music, and the occasional pop of a firework filled the air. Violet was still carrying the giant purple dragon I'd won for her, holding it close like it was her prized possession. "So," I said, glancing at her as we strolled along the snow-dusted pathway, "where to next? I feel like we've barely seen the surface of this festival." She looked around for a moment before her eyes caught on a group of students gathered around a stage. "What's going on over there?" We walked closer to the commotion, and it turned out to be a talent show. Students were taking turns performing everything from singing and dancing to magic tricks. One student conjured a flurry of glowing snowflakes, making the children present in the crowd smile widely. Another played a soulful tune on a violin, their music echoing beautifully in the crisp air. "They're really putting their hearts into it, aren't they?" Violet watched with interest, a small smile appearing on her lips. I nodded. It's not every day they get to show off like this. It's kind of nice seeing everyone come together like this. Normally, everyone would try to fight against each other. Since I arrived at this academy, there has been at least a single fight every single day. The funny thing is that it would always be different students. For a while, we stood there enjoying the performances. The snowflakes falling gently around us only added to the magic of the moment. When one student finished their act with a dramatic bow, Violet leaned over slightly and whispered in a teasing voice to me, "You should go up there." I was taken aback by her words. "Go up there? What, do you think I should start juggling or something? What would I even do?" I replied, black, crossing my arms. Violet's smirk widened. "Surprise me." Hearing her words, I wanted to deny, but looking at the children smiling very widely and the happy crowd in front of the small stage made me feel quite nostalgic. As an actor, I started in smaller places, like comedy shows and things like that, until I finally joined the big industries. So seeing this really brought back memories. It's worth a try, isn't it? Looking at Violet, I smiled, tilting my head. "Sure, wait here." Violet blinked, looking a little surprised that I agreed so quickly, but she didn't say anything. I handed her my half-finished skewer of grilled meat, which she took without protest and even took a bite of it. Then I made my way through the small crowd, approaching the host of the talent show, a cheerful girl wearing a Santa hat, who looked at me curiously as I approached. "Hey," I said, gesturing toward the corner of the stage, where a battered acoustic guitar rested on a stand. "Mind if I borrow that for a quick performance?" Her eyes lit up at my words. It seemed like she recognized me. "Of course. Go ahead. The stage is all yours." I picked up the guitar, running my fingers over its strings to test its tuning. It wasn't perfect, but it would do. The crowd quieted a little as I stepped onto the stage, the creak of the wooden planks under my boots cutting through the air. I could feel dozens of eyes on me, some curious, some expectant. A soft murmur rippled through the crowd, but I didn't let it bother me. I pulled the strap of the guitar over my shoulder and adjusted the mic stand, tapping the mic gently to check the sound. "Hey everyone," I smiled at the public. "I'm not really part of the talent show lineup, so I hope you don't mind if I crash the party for a minute." That got a few chuckles from the audience, easing the tension. I glanced toward the back of the crowd where Violet stood. Even from this distance, I could see her watching me closely, the giant purple dragon still clutched in her arms. "This song's not anything fancy," I continued, fingers brushing over the guitar strings. "But it's for someone who's been making this festival interesting." A few oohs and teasing whistles rose from the crowd, but I ignored them. My fingers began strumming the guitar, a simple, soft melody filling the air. The sound was warm, like the crackle of a fire on a cold winter night. And then I started to sing. "Tilda, there's this beautiful girl." The sound of my voice blended with the guitar in a way that felt natural. The notes were smooth but rough around the edges, like the soft crunch of footsteps in snow. The music itself was simple, gentle, a little melancholic, but warm all the same. I could feel the crowd quieting down as they listened. Does she know the way she shines? In the snow, in these purple skies, Tilda. Between the chorus of the song, I glanced at Violet for a moment. She wasn't looking directly at me, but I could see her posture had softened. Her usual slyness was replaced with something else. Her grip on the purple dragon had tightened, as if she were holding onto something she didn't want to let go of. Then I finally reached the final verses. She holds a purple dragon in her arms, Tilda, but it's her who casts the charm. She'll roll her eyes, she'll walk away, but I'd chase her down any day now. Thus I repeated the chorus. Does she know the way she shines in the snow in these purple skies? Does she see how her light's my guide through the cold, through the night? The last note lingered for a moment, fading into the stillness. For a heartbeat, the crowd was silent, as if they were letting the song settle. Gleb. And then the applause started, first a few claps, then a wave of cheers that filled the air. Awoo! Go get her, someone shouted from the back, making the crowd laugh. I gave a small bow, slinging the guitar off my shoulder and setting it back on its stand. It's been a while since I've sung a song, but that should be satisfactory enough, no? The applause followed me as I made my way back to Violet. Her cheeks were dusted with a faint pink blush, causing me to smile wryly. Zoe, did you like it? Did it surprise you? For a moment she just stared at me, her eyes searching mine. Then slowly, a grin spread across her lips, one that was softer and more genuine than I'd seen all day. I loved it, she said simply. I raised an eyebrow, pretending to look surprised. Oh, really? Even though it was about a silly girl who clutches a purple dragon like it's her life's purpose. She narrowed her eyes at me, though the smile didn't leave her face. Careful, Junior. You're not as funny as you think. Oh, I don't know, I teased her. The crowd seemed to like me. They have low standards, she shot back, but the blush on her cheeks gave her away. She shifted the purple dragon in her arms, hugging it closer like it was some kind of shield. I ended up chuckling at her actions. But soon enough, she let out a bright smile. The purple dragon disappeared from my view as she then grabbed my right arm and led me away from that place. Hee, not it's my time to lead this date, she announced brightly. She hurriedly brought me along with her. This ain't so bad. I just hope nothing ruins this sweet time. Where are we going? You'll see, she replied mischievously. You've had your fun showing off, now it's my turn to pick something. We passed through the large crowd, until eventually we came to a quieter corner of the campus, where a large open field had been cleared. Students were scattered around, building snowmen of all shapes and sizes. Some were traditional with button eyes and carrot noses, while others were less conventional. I spotted one that looked like a snow version of a giant robot, and another that resembled a dragon. We're finally here, Violet announced brightly with a wide grin. You want us to build a snowman? She raised an eyebrow at my words. What? Too complicated for you, Junior. Complicated, huh? Let's just see. We got to work rolling the snow into big, uneven balls. The first one was way too lumpy, and the second one fell apart before we even stacked it. By the time we managed to get a proper base, both of us were covered in snow. This is looking, I tilted my head, trying to find the right word. Like it's been stepped on by a herd of elephants. Violet finished my words, laughing at our beautiful snowman. Exactly, I chuckled. But wait, we're not done yet. Nearby, a small table had been set up with chisels and carving tools for people to add details to their snow creations. Violet grabbed one and twirled it in her hand, smiling mischievously. Let's see if we can save this masterpiece. We took turns carving into the snowman. At first, we tried to make it look like a knight with armor, but it quickly turned into something else. Its arms were too short, its face was crooked, and one of its armor plates looked suspiciously like a duck's beak. Is that supposed to be a sword? Violet asked, pointing at the strange lump I'd carved into the snowman's hand. Yes, I said confidently. A very abstract sword. She burst out laughing upon hearing my words. It looks like a shovel, Junior. You've turned our snow knight into a snow gardener. Hey, I'd like to see you do better, I shot back, grinning lightly. She held up her hands. Oh no, I'm not taking credit for this disaster. This is all you. We stood there for a moment, admiring or maybe just laughing at our weird snowman. It didn't look anything like what we had planned, but I couldn't deny it was fun. Squeeze. Suddenly Violet pressed against my arm, leaning into me with that playful smirk of hers. So where to next, Junior? I raised a brow at her. Weren't you the one saying you'd lead this date just a few minutes ago? She hummed, giggling softly. Not anymore. I shook my head with a small smile. Well, all right then, I said, glancing around and trying to remember all the places we had passed through. Then it hit me, a perfect place. I've got something. Follow me. Her eyes lit up and she tapped a finger to her lips in mock thought. Is it a motel? I froze mid-step, and then turned to give her a deadpan stare. Seriously? Nahi Tilda. She leaned closer to my arm, her sparkling violet eyes full of mischief. I'm joking, I'm joking. You're so easy to mess with, Junior. I let out a long sigh and started walking again, though I couldn't help but notice the teasing grin on her face. And while looking at her, I got a closer view of her face. She had a sharp yet delicate face, with a small beauty mark under her left eye that only made her look more mature. Honestly, if I didn't know her, I might have mistaken her for someone older, like a young MILF with that kind of magnetic charm. Not that I was gonna say that out loud. It was the same case with Christina, but yeah, both of them had pretty big differences. While Christina does act like some kind of older sister, Violet is more like a mischievous one. Well, the mischievous description definitely fits her. No. Ice cream, she suddenly squealed, letting go of my arm and dashing toward a nearby stall. Her smile practically sparkled as she handed the vendor some coins and walked away holding a triple scoop cone, each flavor stacked neatly on top of the other. She took a slow, deliberate lick, her face lighting up like a kid in a candy store. You like ice cream that much? I love it. Her reply came instantly, her tone full of joy as she held the cone with both hands like it was some kind of treasure. However, just as I was about to joke about her demeanor, I felt a strange yet dangerous aura. This? And it seemed like Violet had noticed it too. THRUMMM. Jake. The ground beneath us trembled, sending faint cracks through the ice and snow. A suffocating dark aura erupted out of nowhere, spiraling up into the sky like smoke from a fire as a foul stench filled the air. The cheerful festival lights flickered, then dimmed, and the once bright sky was swallowed by swirling black clouds. A dark sphere of energy spread out, blanketing the entire academy. The weight of the aura was immediate, pressing down on everyone around us. Students stumbled, their knees buckling slightly as if gravity itself had gotten stronger. A demon general. Violet muttered quietly. Vug, are you kidding? I cursed inwardly upon hearing her words. Are you telling me an archdemon really appeared out of nowhere? This academy really is damned cursed. The malicious aura kept growing stronger, suffocating in its intensity. My heart pounded against my ribs as I tried to process what was happening. But then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Blub. Violet's ice cream fell to the ground, splattering in the snow. I turned to her and my breath hitched. Her face was terrifying. The playful sparkle in her eyes was gone, replaced by a fury so intense it was like staring into a brewing storm. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and her whole body tensed as her purple eyes locked onto the source of the aura with killing intent. My precious first date. Boom. A surge of violet energy exploded from her, wrapping around her like a living flame. The snow beneath her melted instantly, steam rising from where she stood. Stay here, Junior. F-whoop. Before I could even reply, she vanished in a flash of purple light as my eyes darted in the direction she disappeared. Vug. An archdemon, a powerful existence under the Demon King. There are 7 of them, each one representing one of the 7 deadly sins. All of them have a power that can reach the limits of the SS rank, and even with that, their battle power is at least more than 10 times stronger than a human. So to put it into simpler words, it would need 10 humans of the same rank to defeat him. But even with that, the archdemon has its bloodline abilities. For example, Lilith, the Sin of Lust, has an enchanting ability that can charm anyone below her level. As for the others, I don't really know about them. Damn it. I looked at my damned broken body and let out a sigh. I didn't have time to fuse with the Lick's heart that Yara had given me during our makeout session, so I really can't go to battle right now. This damned physique. I shut my eyes tightly. Just wait for a while, Violet. I brought out the Lick's heart and immediately pressed him against my chest, causing it to phase through my skin and reach my heart area, eventually staying in the right side of my chest just like a second heart. Fu. I made a small symbol with my hands and then pushed my twin heart mana body to its limit, forcing my power output to increase tenfold. It was risky, stupid even. My body couldn't handle this strain for long. So I needed to be quick. My twin heart mana body was a mutated version of Eleonora's. While her body could only increase the overall mana power by 5 times, I could do it by 10. Normally, since the physique is always active, I let the output stay in 1, which means that I'm not using the physique, and is my normal mana power. But then I increase the output or simply the level of my mana power when needed, but of course, I refrain from doing so because my body can't handle it. With Yara's mana, I was able to increase the output to the maximum for a few moments, but that disintegrated her made-up mana heart easily. But now with Alik's heart, I should be able to use it up to 5 times without really damaging my body. At least I hope so. Meanwhile, Lucas, are you sure we can deal with him? Ella asked nervously, her voice shaking a little as she stared at the dark, swirling energy coming from the demon ahead of them. It felt heavy, like the air itself was pressing down on them. It's the only way to kill him. He's currently weakened, we need to be able to do it right now, or we won't get a better opportunity. Lucas gripped the Excalibur tightly. You need to hurry up. The Excalibur said to Lucas, causing him to increase his grip strength. Currently, in the garden of the academy, stood more than 200 students. All of them were warned by Lucas and were gathered just for this moment. After all, Lucas had found that the seed of the Archdemon of Pride was actually inside the academy, and because of that, he warned everyone, including the professors who were also present. The only ones who weren't present were Eleonora and the weaker students who didn't dare to face off against an archdemon. Hell, even Elaine, Istria's maid, was present, holding her spirit bow hard. Next to her was also a young black-haired girl, holding a pair of daggers. Evwib, a purple aura like a flash of lightning, was slammed against the ground. Senior Violet. Many students exclaimed in delighted surprise, to which she nodded to them, but she couldn't hide her serious face. She looked towards the archdemon who had a strong barrier around his body as he gradually came to life. Did everyone already try to destroy the barrier? She asked. We did, Lucas replied, taking a few steps forward and standing next to her. It seems like there's the Demon King's magic on that shield, and even if we gathered all of our powers, we really couldn't destroy it, Lucas explained. He had even tried to use light magic along with the Excalibur, but it didn't work against the barrier. I see. Then we should prepare. The professors already created multiple barriers and divided the students into attack and defense squads. We just need to be careful enough. To his words, Violet nodded. And prepare your spells. Suddenly, Zeva's voice echoed throughout the whole academy. Evwib, Draggle, Zwej. The garden erupted with energy. The sound of crackling magic filled the air as every student readied their strongest spell. The ground seemed to hum with power, and the sky above darkened as if the world itself was holding its breath. But just as the barrier around the demon began to fade, snap, everything stopped. No, not stopped. Their magic was gone. Every spell, every flicker of energy just vanished into thin air. The students stared in shock, their hands still raised, but nothing happened. And then he appeared. A small, pale figure stepped out in front of the archdemon. He was lean, with slick-back gray hair that reached the back of his neck. But what caught everyone's attention was his mask. It was white and completely blank, except for a creepy, wide grin carved into it. The smile stretched too far, almost like it didn't belong on a human face. 2 crescent-shaped slits where his eyes should be made him look even more unsettling, like something out of a nightmare. Hello everyone, he said cheerfully, waving his hand like he was greeting old friends. His voice was light, almost playful, but it sent chills down everyone's spines. My name is Kagetaro Kurohair, he announced, placing one hand over his chest and bowing dramatically like he was performing on a stage. And I'm so sorry to interrupt, but this just isn't fair, is it? Over 200 of you against one little demon. Tusk. That's just not right. He straightened up, his mask's grin seeming to grow wider. My deepest condolences. Kagetaro smirked darkly. But you cannot pass from here. This bastard. One of the professors growled, his rage boiling over. Zoom. In a flash of light, he vanished, reappearing right in front of Kagetaro with twin axes swinging straight for his head. But just as the axes were about to connect, glig, zblurred, a big hole pierced through the professor's body. Thud. The professor's body fell coldly into the ground. The student's eyes widened in horror. Evwib. Zeva immediately stepped in the front, swinging a wave of aura towards Kagetaro. Load. He raised an eyebrow as he disappeared into thin air. Glig. His mana strings shot towards Zeva, who blocked with her swords and twisted them slightly, cutting off the strings with ease. A twin sword artifact, huh? Quite interesting. Kagetaro remarked, a faint smile curling his lips. He moved his arms and the mana strings danced around him like deadly ribbons, weaving a tight, suffocating circle around Zeva. Boom! A burst of energy exploded from Zeva, shattering the strings into ash. Kagetaro took a few quick steps back. Bam! Behind him, a fully covered mana sword strikes down, causing him to twist his body and use his mana strings to block the strike. At that moment, another professor appeared, and two daggers shot toward his waist and his neck. But even with multiple attacks, Kagetaro smiled. Bang! He muttered slightly. Zblurred. Two large projectiles shot straight towards both the attackers, slicing through the air with a sharp hiss. At the same time, another was aimed directly at Zeva. Evwib. She reacted instantly, swinging her weapon to deflect it. The force of the deflection sent the projectile veering off course, smashing into a building in the distance, and punching a clean hole right through its walls. Damn it! Looking at the dead bodies of her colleagues, Zeva gripped his twin swords tightly, as the aura on her body got more deadly than before. She swung her left arm. Bam! A crescent-shaped wave made out of aura ripped across the ground, carving through the air toward Kagetaro. His eyes widened, caught off guard by the sudden attack. He barely moved in time. Zblurred. The energy tore through his right arm, blood spraying like a fountain as the limb fell limp at his side. For the first time, Kagetaro's calm demeanor cracked, a flicker of surprise flashing across his face, yet the small grin on his face remained. Dab, dab. Footsteps echoed through the tense battlefield. Step back, a calm voice cut through the silence. Zeva turned her head slightly to see a familiar figure walking forward. It was Lucas, his golden hair glinting under the dim light of the darkened sky, strode into the fray. His sword Excalibur was glowing faintly, the holy energy pulsing slightly, causing small waves of energy. I'll take it from here, Professor Zeva. We'll need you for the fight against the archdemon. Lucas said firmly, looking at Zeva for a while. Zeva hesitated for a moment but then nodded, stepping back to catch her breath. No, another one. Kagetaro said lightly, but his grin widened, his mask somehow looking even creepier. And here I thought things were starting to get boring. Lucas didn't reply. Instead, he raised Excalibur, gripping it tightly with both hands. The sword hummed with power, its blade almost blinding as golden light burst forth. Boom! The ground beneath Lucas cracked as he launched himself forward, closing the distance between him and Kagetaro in an instant. Glang! Kagetaro's mana strings snapped out like a whip, blocking Excalibur's strike. Sparks flew as the two forces collided, the sheer force of the impact shaking the ground. But Lucas didn't stop. He pressed forward, swinging Excalibur in powerful, precise arcs, each strike aiming for Kagetaro's vitals. Glang! Gling! Kagetaro moved like liquid, his body twisting unnaturally as he dodged and parried with his remaining hand and mana strings. Not bad, Kagetaro said, his tone amused as he slid to the side, narrowly avoiding a downward slash that left a deep gash in the ground. But it isn't enough. Lucas didn't respond. Instead, he stepped back and thrust Excalibur forward, releasing a wave of golden energy. Boom! The energy tore through the battlefield, heading straight for Kagetaro. Kagetaro mused, raising his remaining hand. His mana strings formed a barrier in front of him, absorbing the impact. The explosion sent dust and debris flying, obscuring the view. Before the dust could settle, a loud roar echoed across the battlefield. Move! A figure shot out of the shadows, her fists glowing with a fiery aura. Maya charged straight at Kagetaro. Bam! Her punch connected with his mana barrier, shattering it like glass. The force sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Kagetaro staggered slightly, his grin faltering for the first time, leaping backwards to create some distance. Maya wasn't about to let him off easy. "Come here, you freak," she yelled, her fists blazing as she followed up with a barrage of punches. Wham! Bam! Greg! Each strike was aimed at his torso, her movements fluid and relentless. Kagetaro dodged most of them, but a few managed to land, cracking the ground beneath him with their sheer force. Annoying, Kagetaro hissed, lashing out with his mana strings. FWIP. FWIP. The strings wrapped around Maya's wrists, pulling her toward him. But before he could attack, THWOOM. A blast of fire shot through the air, forcing him to release her. Back off. Rose stood a few meters away, her hands glowing with flames. Her fiery red hair whipped around her face as she prepared another spell. Fire Series Fire Pillar. A 4th level spell. Whoosh! A column of fire erupted from the ground, forcing Kagetaro to leap into the air. Don't get comfortable up there. Maya was already waiting. She jumped high, her Orim-powered fist aiming for his chest. Bam! The punch connected, sending Kagetaro crashing back to the ground. Nice hit. Lucas called out, rushing in with Excalibur raised. Kagetaro rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the sword as it slammed into the ground where he had been moments ago. Greg, the impact left a deep crater. Enough of this. Kagetaro snarled, his voice losing its playful tone. He raised his remaining hand, and a web of mana strings shot out, forming a deadly net that spread across the battlefield. Get down! Zeva yelled from behind, dashing forward, and then proceeding to slice through the strings near her with her twin swords. Lucas, Maya, and Rose ducked and dodged, avoiding the razor-sharp threads. But Kagetaro wasn't done. Boom! A wave of dark energy erupted from him, knocking everyone back. Iris, standing at the edge of the battlefield, raised her staff. Hold still, she shouted, golden light flowing from her hands. The healing magic washed over the group, mending their wounds and easing their pain. Thanks, Iris. Maya called out, getting back on her feet. Finally, Violet decided to step forward as a faint purple aura loomed over her. She raised her hands, and sharp crystal shards formed in the air around her. Crystal shards. First level spell. FWOSH. The shards shot toward Kagetaro like a storm of daggers. Kagetaro dodged and weaved, but the crystals moved with him, homing in on his position. He clicked his tongue, swinging his mana strings to deflect the shards. But Violet wasn't done. Greg, Crystal Spike. A 3rd level spell. A massive crystal spike erupted from the ground beneath him, forcing him to jump. Now, Violet shouted. Lucas and Maya rushed in from opposite sides, their weapons aimed at his chest. Slash! Bam! Excalibur sliced through his side, and Maya's punch connected with his ribcage, sending him skidding across the battlefield. Blood dripped from his wounds, staining the ground. But Kagetaro was still grinning. You're better than I thought, he said, coughing slightly. However, at the same time, his smile slowly returned. He raised his remaining hand, snapping his fingers. Greg. The aura behind him flared, growing darker and more oppressive. The ground trembled and the air grew thick. Wait, the archdemon. Violet muttered, her eyes widening. The oppressive aura grew stronger, signaling the archdemon of pride was awakening. Before anyone could react, Kagetaro's severed limbs began to move. Zwish! The pieces of his body shot toward him, fusing back together in a grotesque display. The blood and flesh reassembled, and within seconds his body was whole again. He rolled his shoulders, flexing his fingers as if nothing had happened. Well, Kagetaro said with a sly grin. I'd love to stay and chat, but I think it's time for me to leave. Goodbye. F-whoop. With a flourished bow, he disappeared from everyone's sight. But then, an enormous dark aura exploded upward from the ground, blacker than the deepest shadow. The air grew heavy, and it felt as if the entire world was holding its breath. Draggle! Lightning shot across the sky, slicing through the dark clouds that had gathered out of nowhere. What is that? Rose stammered, her voice trembling as she stared at the swirling mass of darkness. It's him, Violet said with a grim face. The archdemon of pride, he's waking up. The ground began to shake violently. Rumble! Chunks of earth broke apart, forming cracks that glowed with a fiery red light. Lava-like energy oozed up from the cracks, filling the air with the smell of sulfur. Everyone get back. Lucas shouted, raising Excalibur in front of him. The golden light from the blade flickered, struggling against the oppressive darkness. At this point, everyone already knew that Lucas had the Excalibur and was the hero, and because of that, they all trusted him. Immediately, all of them retreated, forming a defensive line. But the aura kept growing. It pulsed like a heartbeat, each throb making the ground quake even harder. Jeanne, Iris, standing behind the group, raised her staff. A warm light spread from her hands, creating a protective barrier around them. "Stay close, I'll shield us as long as I can." But even Iris's magic was struggling against the darkness. The barrier flickered, the edges crumbling like paper burned by fire. Then from within the swirling darkness, a low growl echoed. It obviously wasn't human. It was a growl that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. The group froze. And then, boom, the center of the battlefield exploded. A massive clawed hand emerged from the ground, tearing through the lava-filled cracks. The hand was enormous, its blackened skin covered in cracks that glowed with fiery red light. Its claws were long and sharp, each one dripping with molten energy. Thud! The hand slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. "Get ready!" Lucas shouted, his grip on Excalibur tightening. From the darkness, a second clawed hand emerged, followed by two glowing red eyes. They burned like twin suns, filled with malice and pride. The creature's head followed, its massive horns curving back like a crown. Its face was grotesque, a twisted mix of sharp edges and dark energy. And then, the rest of its body began to rise. The archdemon was enormous, towering over the battlefield like a living mountain. Its chest was covered in jagged armor-like scales, and its wings stretched wide, blocking out what little light remained. Roar! The demon let out a loud roar, shaking the very sky. Lightning struck again, the bolts dancing around its massive frame. "We can't let this thing fully awaken," Zeva declared, gripping her swords. "If it does, we're all dead." Rose nodded, fire swirling around her hands. "Then let's stop it now." Whoosh! Rose shot a stream of fire at the archdemon, aiming for its face. The flames hit their target, but Vizzle! The fire disappeared, snuffed out as if it were nothing. Rose's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" The archdemon's glowing eyes flicked toward her, and it raised one massive claw. Zwipe! The claw slashed through the air, sending a wave of dark energy hurtling toward the group. "Move!" Lucas shouted. Boom! The wave hit the ground where they had been standing, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Violet raised her hands, summoning a crystal barrier to block the next attack. Crash! The barrier shattered instantly, the force sending Violet flying backward. "Senior Violet!" Maya yelled, rushing to her side. "I'm fine," Violet groaned, struggling to her feet. "But this thing, it's on a completely different level." Lucas gripped his Excalibur tightly and then charged toward the archdemon, his sword blazing with holy energy. Demon-slaying sword art. Corruption sword. Clang! Excalibur struck the demon's arm, but the blade barely left a scratch. "Damn it," Lucas muttered, jumping back to avoid a counterattack. Zeva joined the fray, her twin swords slicing through the air. Slash! Slash! Her blade struck the demon's leg, but they too barely left a mark. "This isn't working." Zeva yelled, frustration in her voice. The archdemon roared again, its massive wings spreading wide. With one powerful flap, whoosh! A hurricane-like wind tore across the battlefield, knocking everyone off their feet, even the students who were too scared to move. Iris struggled to keep her barrier intact, the golden light flickering dangerously. "This isn't good," she muttered, her hands trembling. But even as the group struggled, Lucas refused to give up. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, raising Excalibur high. "Everyone focus your attacks on one spot," he shouted. "We'll break through its defenses together." The others nodded, determination filling their faces. Maya charged forward, her fists glowing with a fiery aura. Bam! Bam! She landed two heavy punches on the same spot Lucas had struck earlier, small cracks forming on the demon's armor. "Keep going!" Lucas yelled. Rose unleashed another stream of fire, aiming for the cracks. Whoosh! The flames burned brighter this time, fueled by her determination. Violet followed up with a barrage of crystal spikes, each one slamming into the same spot. Greg, Greg. The cracks grew larger, the demon letting out an angry roar as it felt the pressure. Lucas seized the moment. Now he shouted, leaping high into the air. Boom! He brought Excalibur down with all his strength, the golden blade piercing through the cracks and sinking deep into the demon's armor. The archdemon howled in pain, its massive body trembling. But then, zombie. The dark aura around it flared again, stronger than before. No, it's still getting stronger. The cracks in the demon's armor began to heal, the fiery red energy sealing them shut. And then, to the group's horror, the demon began to laugh. Ha ha ha, ha. Its deep, booming laughter echoed across the battlefield. You mere ants, it growled, its voice shaking the earth. With a snap of its massive claws. Boom! A wave of darkness erupted outward, engulfing everything in its path. Shine. A massive wave of golden mana burst out, enveloping everyone on the battlefield. Instantly, the students snapped their heads back, and their eyes widened in relief. Zaintes. Behind them, with a glowing golden staff, Christina had conjured a spell that allowed them to defend themselves against the attack of the Archdemon of Pride. Keep focus. This barrier won't last for long, she warned them. Immediately, they composed themselves, and the mages started conjuring spells while the swordsmen and warriors prepared themselves for an attack. Fire Series Fire Tornado. 4th level spell. Wood Series Thorn of Spikes. 4th level spell. Water Series Water Spears. 3rd level spell. The air crackled as powerful spells gathered, but none were as strong as the magic prepared by Rose and Violet. Fire Series Phoenix Rush. 6th level spell. Crystal Meteor. 6th level spell. The barrier is about to break. Christian rang out, warning everyone. Greg. The golden barrier shattered like glass, scattering shards of light. Zwoosh. Hundreds of spells flew through the air, roaring toward the archdemon. Yet the demon didn't flinch. His dark mana surged as he raised a dense black barrier. But just as the magic was about to collide, two figures shot forward like bolts of lightning. Demon-slaying sword art. Royal swordsmanship. Void breaker. Divine punishment. Greg. The demon's barrier splintered under their combined strikes, breaking apart. And of course, Ella and Lucas didn't stop. They crushed a teleportation stone in their hands and vanished into thin air. Boom. Freze. Cracle. The students' spells crashed into the demon, a cacophony of ice, fire, and thunder. Smoke rose high into the air, shrouding the battlefield. Whip. Zeva slashed through the smoke with a wave of energy, cutting it apart. And to their surprise, there he was. The archdemon stood untouched, stepping out of the barrage of spells with a cruel grin. His wings stretched wide, casting an ominous shadow over the battlefield, looking down at the group of students as if they were mere ants. He had raised a single finger, effortlessly stopping Zeva's attack in midair. Humans are truly fascinating creatures, the archdemon sneered, grinning widely while its wings flapped. His gaze fell on Lucas, who clutched the glowing Excalibur in his hands, but most interesting of all, our dear hero. Whip. A mana arrow shot toward him, whistling through the air. The demon smirked and raised his hand, ready to swat it away. Zblurred. To his surprise, the arrow pierced clean through his palm. Blood splattered across the air as the demon's grin twisted into a snarl. No. Who dares? His furious eyes scanned the battlefield, locking onto a brown-haired woman in a maid outfit. She was already knocking 3 more arrows onto her glowing bow. Oh hi ELF. I knew I should have eliminated the ELF race a long time ago. He clutched his tightly, looking at her with a terrifying rage in his eyes. At his words, Elaine only smiled coldly. Then try it, you fucking trash of a demon. Whip. 3 arrows soared toward him, but the archdemon moved faster this time, his wings flapping with enough force to distort the space around him. But just as he dodged and slashed, a black-haired girl appeared right in front of him, holding a pair of daggers. Lomnislash. Karen uttered flatly. Zblurred. Blood erupted from a dozen cuts across the archdemon's body in an instant, and before he could recover, the 3 arrows Elaine had fired pierced him again. Zblad. RGH. You filthy WORMS. The demon's mana exploded outward in rage, a dark storm consuming the air. Bam! In the blink of an eye, he vanished. The sound of wings flapping was the only warning. Whoosh! He reappeared right in front of Karen, his clawed hands snapping out like a vice. Grip! He seized her neck, lifting her off the ground. Let's see how long you can last, little insect, the archdemon sneered, tightening his grip around her little neck. Karen! Elaine screamed, already releasing 2 arrows. F-woob! Lucas and Maya closed in from behind, while Rose and Violet began chanting their strongest spells again. Ella's sword glowed blindingly bright, drawing in mana from the surroundings as she prepared her ultimate sword art. Even Zeva worked tirelessly, tending to the injured and bolstering the priests to keep them standing. But no matter how prepared they were, Karen's time was slipping away. None of them could reach her fast enough to stop the archdemon from crushing her completely. Thump, thump. Her heartbeat echoed faintly in her ears as her hands struggled against his grip. Gaga, she choked, saliva slipping down her chin as her lips quivered. Tears blurred her vision, the world around her spinning as she struggled for air. The pain was unbearable. It burned her throat, crushed her chest, and sent waves of agony through her entire body. Her legs kicked weakly, but her strength was fading fast. "Dad, save me," she whimpered, her voice barely audible. Her body sagged, the fight leaving her as her eyelids drooped. Clang! The desperate attacks of Lucas and Maya rang out, their blades deflected effortlessly with just a flick of the demon's fingers. F-woob! And of course, this time he easily avoided the arrows sent by Elaine. As for the others, they wouldn't be able to attack him for now, leaving Karen completely at his mercy. Such an annoying ant, the archdemon sneered, his grin widening as his fingers dug into her neck. You're tougher than I thought. But don't worry, no one will save you this time. His dark eyes gleamed with sadistic glee, his wings spreading wide as he imagined the pleasure of watching her lifeless body fall to the ground. Pee-pee, Papa. She uttered her final words. Zhing! A faint, almost insignificant noise broke through the chaos. It was very silent, the kind that you could easily ignore. But he, the archdemon, couldn't ignore it. His ears twitched, his cruel grin faltering for a split second. Zblurred! The sound of tearing flesh followed as his arm, still gripping Karen's neck, was severed cleanly at the elbow. Blood sprayed into the air, the dismembered limb falling heavily to the ground. Zdeb! Along with the sound of boots falling into the ground. Karen's half-closed eyes fluttered open slightly, her vision blurred but just enough to catch a familiar figure standing before her. Peeb Papa, she murmured weakly, a faint tearful smile forming on her lips. Istria didn't speak at first. His expression was cold, his gaze locked on the archdemon. He stepped forward and gently passed Karen to Elaine, who quickly caught her and nodded without hesitation. Protect her, he uttered simply, which Elaine promptly nodded to. The archdemon, now furious, roared with rage. Who dares? Who dares? Who dares? Show yourself, you filthy rat. Dark mana spiraled around his severed arm, reconnecting it in a grotesque display. His eyes burned with madness as he glared in every direction, seeking the one who dared to challenge him. Istria finally turned, his eyes glowing dimly. He looked different. His right eye glowed red with the symbol of a law scale, while his left eye glowed icy blue with the faint outline of a crescent moon. Moonlight swordsman! Many students exclaimed loudly. Istria, no, the moonlight swordsman ignored their words. Avu! His body began to glow, but instead of his usual silver mana, a fierce violet aura erupted around him, shooting into the sky like a pillar of raw energy. BIAM! The dark clouds above split, the sky turning half violet as if the world itself recognized the arrival of someone who could match the archdemon. Zhing! Another bland noise echoed, and in an instant a long, menacing scythe appeared in Istria's hand. Zblurred! 100 meters away, the archdemon froze, his body splitting cleanly in two before he could even register what had happened. Lirghh! You damn rat, he groaned loudly, his body stitching itself back together with dark energy. But before he could fully recover, Istria's face suddenly appeared inches from his own, his scythe already swinging. Bleed! Zblurred! Zblad! Blood erupted from the archdemon's body. His ears, fingertips, chest, every inch of him began to bleed profusely. Then another swing came, faster than the demon could react. Glig! The archdemon crossed his arms in an X, blocking the side with all his strength. Archdemon authority. A wave of crushing pressure exploded outward, forcing Istria back slightly. The demon grinned wickedly as his authority took hold of the place, granting him complete control of his surroundings. The air grew heavier, the ground trembling under the overwhelming force of his power. Within this space, his strength multiplied exponentially. However, Istria's cold voice cut through the oppressive air. Like he didn't care about that all, you never learn, do you? He raised his hand calmly. Bleed, 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 bleed. 5 consecutive bleeds were activated, each one forcing blood to gush from the archdemon's body like a fountain. Zblurd, zblad. The demon's form exploded in a rain of blood and gore, but even then his body reformed, piecing itself back together like a twisted puzzle. This should be enough for now. Istria muttered under his breath, stepping back casually. Bam! Behind him, 2 golden auras erupted, shooting into the heavens and turning the sky bright gold. Ella and Lucas stood tall, their swords radiating brilliant light as they prepared their ultimate attack. Istria glanced back briefly and nodded, stepping aside to give them a clear path. Both of them roared in unison, their voices ringing out like thunder as they swung their swords down. Boom! The combined attack from Ella and Lucas tore through the air, the sheer force shaking the battlefield. A wave of golden energy surged forward, ripping through the ground like an unstoppable tsunami. The archdemon snarled, spreading his arms wide as a dark barrier formed around him. Draggle! Boom! The golden attack collided with the barrier, the impact creating an explosion that lit up the sky itself. The ground beneath the archdemon cracked and crumbled, forming a deep crater from the force of the collision. Is that all? The archdemon roared, his barrier holding strong despite visible cracks forming along its surface. His dark mana swirled violently, repairing the damage as fast as it came. Looking at this, both Ella's and Lucas's eyes widened in shock. On the other side, Istria didn't look too surprised. You have gained the trait Cold-Blooded S. Instead, a small window popped in front of him. Twin Heart Mana Body's ability duration, 5 minutes 23 seconds. I don't have time for this. The reason why Istria was so powerful was that after he fused with the Lick's heart, he awakened the special ability of his physique. An ability that would increase all of his attributes except mana by a short period, without any side effects at all. The only problem was that this ability could only be used once a month. But even with that, it was very overpowered. It was strong enough to actually surpass any kind of divine ability. Let's see. Istria's eyes narrowed as he increased the consumption of mana on his judgment eye. He looked at the students, and his eyes widened in surprise to see that all of them almost didn't have any mana reserves. Along with that, Zeva was the one granting mana to the priests to heal the other students. She should be on attack. Then he also found 2 familiar faces. Iris and Maya. Both of them had passed out. As for Rose, she was meditating, gathering as much mana as she could. And so was Violet. It seems that I'll need to hold the demon for those 5 minutes. At least until the Sword Duke and the rest get here. Istria cracked his head slightly. Although he couldn't kill the archdemon, he still could give him the beating of his life. You damned rats. The archdemon roared, his dark aura flaring wildly. 2 long claws extended from his fingertips as he swung his arm in a wide arc, aiming straight for Ella and Lucas. Evwib. Looking at each other, Lucas and Ella nodded simultaneously. He planted his foot against hers, and with perfect coordination they kicked off each other, launching themselves in opposite directions to dodge midair. But the claws were too long. The tips still reached out for them, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Oshing! Until they heard another bland noise. Thud! Istria appeared behind Lucas in a blur. His hand shot out, gripping Lucas's wrist. Without hesitation, he spun in place and threw Lucas straight into Ella. Bam! Go! The 2 of them collided hard, the force sending them tumbling across the ground, but in the end they had avoided the archdemon's claws. Zwoosh! Before the demon could react, Istria had already stepped in front of him. Hey, even though you aren't in your full power, how does it feel to be so weak? Appearing right before the archdemon, Istria asked. There was no arrogance or coldness in his voice. It was a completely neutral tone. But that made it so much worse. The archdemon's eyes twitched, veins bulging in his forehead as his rage exploded. With a furious snarl, he lashed out, swinging his claws in a wild frenzy. Udamnrat. Istria sighed. Bleed. Zblurred. Arggh. The archdemon screamed as deep gashes suddenly tore open across his arms and chest. Bam. Istria stepped forward and drove his fist straight into the archdemon's solar plexus. Zoom! The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the battlefield, and the demon's body shot backward like a cannonball, smashing into the academy's fortified walls. View! That must have hurt. Across the battlefield, dust and debris settled. The archdemon groaned, his massive form rising from the rubble. His muscles bulged unnaturally as his dark aura flared up once more, growing heavier, denser. As mere humans, how dare you? The air around him twisted as weapons, dozens of swords, spears, and daggers, materialized above him, glowing with dark energy. With a snap of his fingers, the weapons all shot toward Istria like homing missiles. Istria didn't flinch. His scythe materialized in his hand. Evwib! And in a single motion, he hurled it into the air. The spinning scythe cut through the air like a boomerang, deflecting every incoming weapon as if they were nothing but leaves in the wind. The archdemon bared his fangs, his entire body wrapped in dark energy as he charged forward. Istria did the same. Boom! The ground cracked beneath them as they clashed. But something was different now. The air around the archdemon shimmered with blood-red mana. Istria's eyes narrowed slightly. Blood magic. He's going to use his own blood to attack me. That might get a bit troublesome. Zwib! The archdemon's body suddenly burst open like a geyser, spraying blood in all directions. But it didn't just fall, it moved. The moment his blood hit the air, it twisted and solidified into countless spikes, forming a deadly cage around Istria. Seeing this, Istria stretched his left hand slightly. Zhing! A bland noise. His scythe appeared on his hand as he pivoted on his feet, spinning around, cutting the blood spikes effortlessly. But even as he did that, the rest of the spikes transformed into smaller spikes hurling towards many parts of his body. The archdemon's grin widened as he raised both hands, locked his fingers together and slammed them down. Right where Istria stood. LHH, I finally got you, you sneaky ant. But just before the impact. Ice Series Ice Generation. First level spell. A faint cluster of ice appeared on his right hand as he clenched his fist. Ice Series Minor Frost Explosion 5th level spell. BOOM. A surge of freezing energy erupted outward, covering everything in ice. The battlefield turned white. The blood spikes froze midair. Istria's entire body was covered in a thick layer of frost. Greg? But it shattered instantly. It was his own spell. It wouldn't hold him. Across from him, the archdemon was also frozen solid. For a second, Greg, the ice around the archdemon shattered violently, and he let out a furious howl. Arghhh. Istria rolled his shoulders, tilting his head. Well, I guess that wasn't enough to cool you down. 3 minutes. 19 seconds. Just a little more, I guess. The archdemon's red eyes burned with rage as his dark aura pulsed like a living flame. His cracked skin oozed thick black blood, mixing with the blood energy mana around him. His breath came in short, sharp bursts. His lips curled back into a snarl, revealing jagged fangs. I'll rip you apart, human. Boom! The ground shattered beneath his feet as he launched himself forward. His claws slashed through the air, aiming straight for Istria's throat. Istria's body blurred. Whoosh! He dodged left, twisting his upper body to avoid the deadly swipe. But the archdemon reacted quickly. And before Istria could land, the demon spun and swung his other claw. Zwish! Istria barely managed to duck, feeling the sharp wind from the strike pass over his head. He countered instantly, driving his knee into the demon's ribs. Bam! The archdemon grunted but didn't stop. He lashed out with his tail. Greg! It smashed into Istria's side, where Istria quickly created a small protection of ice, but the impact sent him skidding backward across the battlefield. His boots dug deep trenches in the dirt as he narrowed his eyes at the archdemon. The archdemon didn't let up. He charged again, swinging both claws in a deadly cross-slash. Zhang! Istria raised his scythe just in time, blocking the attack. Sparks flew as metal clashed against demonic claws. But the impact was too strong. Greg! The force sent Istria sliding back once more. The archdemon grinned, his fangs gleaming. Where's that confidence now? Istria exhaled through his nose, rolling his shoulder lightly. Still here. The demon's grin vanished. His aura flared up again, and the blood in the air twisted violently. Die! FWOSH. A massive wave of blood shot toward Istria like a tidal wave, forming sharp tendrils. Istria's eyes flickered. Zwoob! In the blink of an eye, his body vanished. SHLASH. The blood tendrils tore through empty air, cutting deep trenches into the ground. Before the archdemon could react, whoosh! Istria reappeared above him. His scythe spun in his hand. Moonlit Ice Lotus Sword Art, reverse moonlight's one flash. A single slash of air shot downward. SHING. The archdemon raised his arms in defense. Slash! The attack cut deep into his flesh, leaving a glowing green wound across his chest. GRRRAHHH. The demon stumbled back, his breathing ragged. But he wasn't done. Not yet. His blood surged out of his wounds, forming into jagged red blades that floated in the air beside him. You're dead. With a flick of his hand. FWOSH. The blades shot toward Istria at blinding speed. Istria twisted his body, ducking and weaving through the deadly storm of blood blades. One barely missed his cheek. Another grazed his shoulder. But he kept moving. His eyes locked onto the archdemon's position. Istria sprinted forward. Boom! The ground cracked beneath his feet as he closed the distance. His scythe glowed with an intense violet aura before he swung with all his strength. SHING. The scythe's blade tore through the archdemon's arm, severing it from his body. GRALAH. Black blood sprayed into the air as the demon reeled back in agony. His severed arm twitched on the ground before dissolving into a red mist. Istria didn't give him time to recover. He moved again, closing the gap. Whoosh! His knee smashed into the demon's gut. Bam! The archdemon spit blood as he doubled over. Istria grabbed his head and drove his face straight into the ground. BOOM! The earth exploded from the impact, sending dust and debris flying. But Istria knew this wasn't over. As the dust cleared, the archdemon's body twitched. His aura flared even stronger. Istria's eyes narrowed as he clicked his tongue. He's still getting stronger. The archdemon's body began to change. His muscles bulged. His skin darkened. His single remaining arm morphed into a massive black claw. His blood blades floated around him, sharper than before. His lips curled into a wicked grin. Not bad, human, but this is the end for you. Boom! They charged at the same time. The archdemon swung his massive claw. Istria ducked, pivoted, and slashed upward. SHING. The demon leaped back just in time, dodging the fatal strike. But Istria vanished. He reappeared behind the archdemon, scythe ready. Zwipe! But the archdemon reacted fast, spinning and slamming his tail. Greg! Istria was sent flying. He twisted midair, landing on his feet. The demon roared and raised his claw. A sphere of pure darkness formed in his palm. Die, insect! FWOOSH. The sphere shot toward Istria like a comet. He had seconds to react. Ice Series Ice Barrier. First level spell. A thick wall of ice formed in front of him. BOOM. The attack shattered the ice, but it gave Istria enough time to dodge. He dashed forward. His scythe glowed brighter. The archdemon raised his claw for another strike. But he was too slow. Istria was already inside his guard. His eyes glowed intensely, leaving a faint light blue and red trail behind them. Moonlit Ice Lotus Sword Art. Fourth move. Lunar Collapse. SHING. The scythe cut through the archdemon's torso. A deep, glowing wound spread across his chest. Along with it, a large crack appeared in the air, spreading to at least 10 meters, as if Istria's move had cut the space itself. The demon's eyes widened. He stumbled back. His aura flickered. His blood weapons vanished. His breath shook. Istria stood behind him, his scythe resting on his shoulder. "It's over. For now." The archdemon growled loudly. No, no, I can't lose to you." His aura flared one last time. But then, his body gave out. He collapsed to his knees. And then, thud, the archdemon's body hit the ground. At the same time, Istria's aura got much weaker than before. Afu. But Istria wasn't done yet. His fourth move wasn't really enough to defeat the archdemon. He was just temporarily knocked down, and Istria himself wouldn't be able to kill the demon. Why? Because of his demon core, something very indestructible that only the power of an actual SSS rank awakened could destroy. But other than that, Lucas's Excalibur should be enough to crack it, but it didn't seem like he had enough power to do it. Oh damn it! How come they didn't arrive yet? Istria bit his lower lip. He looked behind him and saw the multiple shocked expressions of the students and professors, but he wasn't worried about that. Instead, he just wanted the Sword Duke and the other High Awakeners to get there as soon as possible. He looked toward the demon's body and saw the convulsing mana that was relentlessly forming in his heart made him freeze slightly. So soon. Gurgly. The demon's body grotesquely twisted and cracked open before a more perfect form that was much closer to human form came from inside his body. The demon's red eyes landed on his figure, burning with eternal rage. Vug. Istria's left eye had turned red again. And this time the law scale symbol appeared in both of his pupils. How's Haya? Vu. Istria's breathing was steady, but his body was very tense. His scythe rested on his shoulder as he stared at the new form of the archdemon. The creature's body was more human-like now, but the pressure coming from him was even worse than before. His red eyes burned with endless fury, and the dark energy around him twisted like a living thing. Istria clicked his tongue. He got up much faster than I expected. The archdemon's lips curled into a slow grin. He flexed his fingers and his claws grew longer. Fucking annoying bastard. Istria mumbled slightly. The air shook around them. The ground beneath the archdemon cracked as dark energy spiraled around his feet. The demon bent his knees slightly, preparing to launch forward. Istria's legs tensed slightly. He could feel it, the next attack was going to be fast. Boom! The archdemon vanished. Oh shit! Whoosh! Istria barely turned his body before a black claw came swinging from the side. Slash! Istria jumped backward, but the demon's nails ripped through his coat, nearly slicing his ribs. Before he could land, the demon was already behind him. Bam! A solid kick slammed into Istria's back, sending him flying like a bullet. Istria's body spun midair, but he quickly flipped, planting his feet on the ground and sliding backward, leaving deep marks in the dirt. His scythe glowed and his eyes narrowed. This bastard got faster. The archdemon grinned, rolling his shoulders. I'm not done. Boom! He charged again, his claw raised, but... Clang! A sword blocked his attack. Istria only smiled in relief. Lucas stood beside him, his golden sword Excalibur glowing with bright light. However, the Excalibur seemed much stronger than before. You took too long, Istria said, seeing Lucas pushing back against the archdemon's claw. Lucas smirked, only grinned at his words. Had to make an entrance. Before the demon could push forward. Whoosh! Ella appeared behind him, clutching her sword rightly. Don't forget about me. She swung her sword, aiming for the demon's neck. But the archdemon ducked, his tail whipping around. Greg! Ella barely dodged, flipping backward. Lucas slashed his sword downward, aiming for the demon's shoulder. Corruption sword. SHING. A bright arc of light sliced through the air. But the demon jumped back, avoiding the attack by a hair. You're all so annoying, he hissed. But, boom! A fireball exploded beside him. The demon turned sharply, his eyes locking onto Rose. Her hands burned with red flames, her long red hair flowing behind her. I was hoping you'd forget me, Rose grinned. She raised her hands. Fire Series Inferno Lance. 3rd level spell. A massive spear of fire formed in her palm, spinning rapidly before she threw it straight at the demon's chest. The archdemon growled, his hands glowing with dark energy as he swung both arms. Boom! The fire spear exploded, sending out a shockwave. But in that moment, whoosh! Violet appeared above him, holding a crystal rapier that glowed with a white light. SHING. She twisted her body midair, her rapier slashing downward at blinding speed. The demon barely dodged, but Violet's blade cut into his left shoulder. Largy. Black blood sprayed as he stumbled back, his body burning from Rose's fire and Violet's sword strike. And then, thud, a shadow landed behind him. Zeva, their sword instructor and the so-called twin sword maniac. Her long black hair blew in the wind, her two blades shining under the battlefield's broken sky. The archdemon snarled, his aura flaring. Enough. He raised his only remaining arm, blood and dark energy twisting together. Blood Art Crimson Reaper. Advanced Forbidden Spell. A massive red scythe appeared in his hand, the air crackling with violent energy. The moment he gripped it, boom! The ground collapsed beneath him, the sky turning dark red. Istria's eyes narrowed slightly. This is bad. Lucas clenched his sword. We need to finish him. Ella spun her daggers. Vest. Zeva smirked. Then let's go. Istria exhaled slowly, gripping his own scythe. Fine. Then, whoosh. All of them charged forward at the same time. Lucas swung Excalibur, sending a golden slash forward. Void Breaker. SHING. The archdemon swung his scythe, clashing against the attack. Ella appeared from the side, her sword aimed for his ribs. Wind Series Gelstep. Second level spell. Her body blurred, moving at high speed, but the demon twisted, his tail whipping around. Greg. Ella blocked with her arms, skidding backward. Rose raised her hands, her flames swirling around her. Fire Series Exploding Nova. Fourth level spell. BOOM. A massive firestorm erupted, engulfing the demon. But the flames parted. The archdemon walked forward, his body regenerating instantly. His eyes glowed darker. Useless. Istria clicked his tongue. Then, output increased to 5. His scythe spun in his hands. The temperature dropped. Ice Series Frost Explosion. 6th level spell. A surge of freezing energy exploded from Istria, the battlefield turning white in an instant. The demon's body slowed, ice forming on his limbs. But Istria wasn't done. His red eye glowed intensely. His scythe's aura burned with silver and violet light. Moonlit Ice Lotus Sword Art. Third move. Moonlight's one flash. He vanished. SHING. A deep cracking sound echoed. Istria appeared behind the demon, his scythe lowered. For a second, nothing happened. Then, Greg, the ice covering the demon's body shattered, a deep glowing wound appearing across his entire torso. Gah! The demon stumbled, black blood pouring from his mouth. Istria exhaled. Not enough. Lucas stepped forward, his sword shining brighter. Then let's finish it. Void Breaker. A golden slash shot forward, moving straight for the demon's chest. The archdemon's eyes widened. He was still off balance from Istria's last attack. Boom! The golden energy crashed into him, sending him flying backward, his body tearing through the ground like a meteor. Crash! Dust and debris shot into the air, forming a huge crater where he landed. For a moment, silence. Everyone stood still, weapons raised. Then, the ground trembled. The air turned heavy. A low, deep chuckle echoed from the crater. The dust slowly settled, revealing the archdemon still standing. His body was damaged, black blood dripped from multiple wounds, and his left arm twitched unnaturally. But his red eyes burned with even more killing intent. Pathetic. His voice was distorted, layered with something inhuman. Istria's grip on his scythe tightened. Damn it. This bastard just won't stay down. The demon slowly cracked his neck, his smile stretching unnaturally wide. Did you think that was enough to kill me? Then, boom, a massive wave of dark energy exploded from his body. The shockwave sent Lucas, Ella, Violet, Rose, and Zeva skidding backward, forcing them to dig their weapons into the ground to hold their positions. Istria gritted his teeth, pushing forward against the force. The archdemon raised his right hand, dark magic swirling around his palm. Forbidden spell Abyssal Devour Soul Extraction. The air turned black. A giant shadow claw formed above them, stretching down, trying to crush everything beneath it. Lucas gritted his teeth. We can't let that land. Before anyone could react. Whoosh! Istria vanished. He reappeared above the archdemon, his scythe glowing with a silver and violet light. Twin Heart Monobody Style Lunar Collapse. SHING. A massive arc of frozen energy cut through the shadow claw, splitting it in half before it could reach them. The archdemon's eyes flashed. You? Whoosh! He swung his crimson scythe upwards. Istria twisted his body midair, barely dodging, but the blade scraped his shoulder, drawing blood. Slash! Istria landed on the ground, skidding back as his coat fluttered in the wind. Lucas immediately stepped forward. No more playing around. His golden aura surged, Excalibur glowing brightly. He charged forward, his sword moving at blinding speed. The archdemon raised his own scythe, trying to block. But then, whoosh! Ella appeared behind him as her sword glowed with an intense golden color. Royal swordsmanship. Divine punishment. She spun rapidly, swinging her sword directly at its back. Gah! The demon stumbled, his defense breaking. And that's when Lucas's golden slash came down. SHING. It cut deep into the demon's chest, blood spraying everywhere. I charge you, HHH. The archdemon roared, but before he could recover. BOOM. A giant explosion of fire engulfed him. Rose stood at a distance, both hands burning with flames. Fire Series Scorching Rain. 4th level spell. Flaming spears rained from the sky, impaling the demon's body from all directions. Zeva's golden twin swords flashed as she dashed forward, aiming for the demon's legs. Twin blade art crescent sever. ESS level sword art. Slash. Slash. His swords cut through, severing the demon's tendons. The demon collapsed to one knee, his breath ragged. Istria exhaled sharply. This is our chance. His red eye burned brighter. His scythe's aura flared, silver and violet energy surging around him. At that moment, output increased to 10. He used his full power. Unique Eye Series Absolute Zero. 7th level spell. The temperature dropped to freezing levels. Frost spread across the battlefield, ice forming on the demon's body, locking him in place. The archdemon's eyes widened. No. Istria raised his scythe, the blade shining brighter than ever. Then, whoosh, he vanished, and reappeared above the demon, his scythe already swinging down. Die. SHING. The scythe sliced cleanly through the archdemon's body. For a moment, silence. Then, Greg. A massive fissure split the battlefield, the shockwave blasting outward. The archdemon's torso separated, his body turning into frozen shards, scattering like glass. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then, gleb, a slow, deliberate clap echoed through the air. Istria's eyes narrowed as he sharply turned his head. And from the shadows, a faint figure emerged. The archdemon of pride stood there, completely intact. Not a single wound. His crimson eyes gleamed, his grin widening as he took a step forward. This bitch, when the hell are you gonna stop with that fucking drama? Istria growled, gripping his scythe tighter. The demon chuckled, tilting his head slightly. Ah, humans. You are especially interesting. His gaze locked onto Istria, his smile stretching wider. What's your name? He asked, voice dripping with amusement. I'll make sure to remember it, since you're the only human who's ever managed to deal this much damage to me. Istria scoffed, his grip on his scythe tightening. His crimson eye glowed dimly as he rolled his shoulders, brushing off the exhaustion creeping into his muscles. Dusk, acting like you're some kind of untouchable god. Just not so long ago, you just got the beating of your life. He tilted his head, cracking his neck. And now you want my name. What the fuck is wrong with you? The archdemon of pride let out a deep chuckle, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. His posture was relaxed, as if this battle was nothing but a mild inconvenience. Don't flatter yourself, human. He spread his arms, gesturing at the battlefield. I merely allowed you to land those attacks. Consider it a gift for entertainment. Greg. The ground beneath the demon fractured as his aura surged, pressure crushing the air around them. Lucas immediately stepped forward, sword raised. Damn it, he's still messing with us. His voice was low, but his grip on Excalibur tightened. Ella's green eyes narrowed as she pulled her sword free, her stance ready. This bastard, that wasn't even his real body, was it? Now you're catching on. The demon's grin widened. Istria clicked his tongue at his pride. It was his real body. It's just that his body regeneration is too annoyingly fast. The archdemon laughed at his words, the sound deep and mocking. You amuse me, human. He gestured toward himself, tilting his head. Tell me your name and I might just spare you. Istria exhaled slowly. Then, whoosh, he vanished. The archdemon barely had time to react before. Shing. Istria's scythe came down, slicing toward his neck. The demon smirked. Clang! At the last second, he caught the blade with his bare hand. Istria's red eye narrowed. The demon grinned, tightening his grip, stopping the scythe completely. Impressive, but... Whoosh! Istria vanished again, reappearing behind the demon, swinging his scythe horizontally. Moonlit Ice Lotus Sword Art. Second move. Moonlit Frost Barrage. A wave of icy slashes exploded toward the demon's back. Slash, slash, slash. The attacks landed, sending a burst of cold energy across the battlefield. For a second, the demon's body froze over, ice creeping along his skin. But then, Greg, the ice shattered instantly as he simply walked forward, completely unharmed. Istria clicked his tongue, skidding back as the archdemon turned to face him. You still haven't answered me. The demon's voice was smooth, almost amused. What is your name? Istria exhaled sharply. Oh, Istria. The archdemon chuckled, rolling his shoulders. Istria, I will remember that name. His red eyes shone. Now let me return the favor. Then, boom, the demon vanished. In a blink, he reappeared in front of Istria, his clawed hand swinging at inhuman speed. Whoosh! Istria barely had time to react before. Bam! The punch landed on his stomach, sending him flying back like a cannonball. Crash! His body smashed through 3 stone pillars, breaking them apart like glass before he finally skidded to a stop, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Istria coughed, wiping the blood from his lips. Fuck! Lucas's eyes widened. He actually landed a hit. Before he could finish, the demon was already in front of him. Whoosh! Lucas barely blocked in time as the archdemon's clawed fingers slammed against Excalibur, sending him sliding back. Oh shit! Rose raised her hands, fire blazing in her palms. Fire Series Hellstorm Nova. 5th level spell. BOOM. A massive explosion of flames erupted, engulfing the demon in fire. Smoke filled the battlefield, obscuring their vision. For a moment, silence. Then, whoosh, the demon walked out of the flames, completely unscathed. Rose's eyes widened. The hell? The archdemon smiled, brushing imaginary dust off his shoulder. You humans so weak. So fragile. He raised his hand, black lightning sparking around his fingers. Mixed Lightning Series Dark Lightning. The ultimate spell. Greg. Boom. The sky darkened and in an instant, a massive bolt of black lightning struck down, aimed directly at Istria. Whoosh! But before it could land, Istria raised his scythe, his voice steady. Moonlit Ice Lotus Sword Art. Third move. Moonlight's One Flash. Shing. A single slash of silver energy cut through the lightning, splitting it in half before it could touch him. The archdemon's eyes narrowed slightly. No, Istria wiped his lip, stepping forward. You talk too much. He spun his scythe once before pointing it straight at the demon. Let's settle this already. The demon smirked. Very well, human. Then, both of them vanished at the same time. Whoosh! But just as Istria's scythe was about to meet the demon's claws, Istria crushed a small rock on his hand as his final words reached out to the demon. Unfortunately, I'm not your adversary anymore. And in his place, a bearded man holding a great sword appeared. His voice was rough. It's time for you to die, demon. Thrrrum. The demon was entirely smashed on the ground. The impact made a huge crater, enough to be 10 meters deep. Greg. And the last sound was the small crack of the demon's core, caused by a single hit from that bearded man. The dust hadn't even settled. The battlefield was still shaking from that last attack. But now everything had changed. Istria had teleported away, and in his place stood a man. A giant of a man, broad-shouldered and rough-looking, with a thick, battle-worn beard. His armor was cracked and scratched, showing signs of many fights before this one. But his grip on his greatsword was firm, steady. His eyes, sharp like a predator's, locked onto the archdemon with no fear. The archdemon, still half buried in the crater from the impact, let out a deep growl. He dug his clawed hand into the ground and pushed himself up, his body trembling. Greg. His bones snapped back into place. His deep wounds from the battle with Istria sealed shut, black blood sizzling as it vanished into the air. The broken pieces of his twisted horns regenerated, forming sharp new points. His red eyes burned even hotter, full of rage. Are you? The demon's voice was deeper now, more monstrous. Who the hell are you? The bearded man cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders. He lifted his greatsword with one hand, resting it on his shoulder. His voice was calm but heavy, like a hammer striking steel. The one who's going to end you. The archdemon's lips curled into a slow, hateful smile. We'll see about that. Then, boom. The ground under the demon exploded as he launched forward, moving faster than a human eye could follow. His claw, sharp as a blade, swung straight for the bearded man's neck. Whoosh! But the man barely moved. He tilted his head just enough for the claw to miss, feeling the wind rush past his face. Then, thud, his knee slammed into the demon's stomach. Guh! The archdemon's eyes widened as spit and black blood flew from his mouth. His whole body bent forward from the impact. But the bearded man didn't stop. Wham! A heavy fist crashed into the side of the demon's face. Greg! His jaw snapped to the side as he went flying, rolling across the battlefield like a ragdoll. The demon groaned, coughing up more blood, but before he could fully rise. Whoosh! The bearded man was already on top of him. His greatsword swung down like a falling mountain. Oh shit! The archdemon twisted his body, rolling away just in time. Boom! The sword hit the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. A deep crack spread out in all directions. The demon snarled, rage burning in his veins. You bastard! He jumped back, raising his claws. Black energy swirled around his hands. His aura pulsed, making the air twist with dark magic. A massive black claw formed in the air, large enough to crush a castle. It reached down, aiming to grab the bearded man and rip him apart. But, whoosh, the man vanished. The next second, bam, a heavy boot slammed into the demon's back, sending him face first into the ground. Bang, the impact formed a deep crater. The bearded man landed a few feet away, lifting his sword again. Is that all? The archdemon's fury boiled over. His aura exploded outward, shaking the entire battlefield. The sky turned black, swirling with storm clouds. Greg, boom, lightning struck down in random places. The air smelled like burnt metal. The demon rose from the crater, his body trembling with dark energy. His voice was a deep, inhuman snarl. I am pride itself. His arms shot forward. Blood Series Hellstorm Spears. A 7th level spell. Dozens of black spears, each covered in violet flames, blasted toward the bearded man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They tore through the air, coming from all directions. But the bearded man didn't move. Instead, FWOOSH. A brown aura flared around his body. His greatsword glowed with a burning light. And then, slash, with one massive swing. SHING. A single brown arc of energy cut through everything. The black spears shattered. The flames disappeared. And the energy wave kept going. Slash. It hit the archdemon directly, slicing a deep wound across his chest. Black blood sprayed as the demon stumbled back, his body shaking from the raw power of that attack. But he refused to fall. He clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with pure hatred. Dark lightning, archdemon's wrath. Greg. A massive bolt of black lightning crashed down from the sky, straight toward the bearded man. Boom! The ground exploded in a sea of sparks and dust. The shockwave sent everyone skidding backward. For a second, nothing. The battlefield was silent. Then, step, a single step echoed through the smoke. And then, whoosh, the bearded man walked out of the lightning storm. Completely unharmed. The demon's eyes widened in shock. What? Before he could react. Whoosh, the bearded man vanished again. The next thing the demon felt. Thwack, a heavy punch to the gut. Grugh. His body bent forward, but before he could even breathe. Bam! An uppercut sent him flying into the air. The world spun around him. But the bearded man wasn't done. Whoosh! He appeared above the demon, his greatsword raised high. And then, boom! A single, devastating slash sent the demon crashing back to the ground like a meteor. Greg! The impact shattered the land, forming a 10-meter-deep crater. The archdemon gasped for air, his entire body trembling. His regeneration was failing. His power was fading. He tried to rise. But then, shing, a sharp pain pierced through his chest. His eyes widened. He looked down. The bearded man's greatsword was buried deep in his chest. Right where his core was. Greg, a small fracture appeared on the demon's core. His body froze. The bearded man exhaled. His grip on the sword tightened. And then, shing, he twisted the blade. Greg, the demon's core shattered. Grugh. A final, horrific scream tore through the battlefield. His body started breaking apart, dissolving into black dust. His red eyes, once filled with arrogance and rage, flickered, then dimmed. And then, boom! The archdemon of pride was no longer alive. Silence fell. The battlefield was still. The bearded man pulled his sword free, letting the last bits of the demon scatter into nothingness. He exhaled. Then, he turned to Istria. You did well, boy, he said simply. Istria, still catching his breath, stared at him for a moment before scoffing. Took you long enough, Sword Duke. The Sword Duke Elandor just nodded, his sharp eyes studying Istria. There was something conflicted in his gaze. After all, this was the same boy who had beaten up his grandson in the Academy's competition. But now here he was, fighting to protect that same academy, standing against an archdemon and even winning most of the battle. Elandor let out a long sigh, furrowing his thick brows. Nhaya. Then his gaze shifted. Where's that purple-haired lady? You mean the headmistress? Istria raised an eyebrow. Exactly, Elandor scoffed, crossing his arms. She always disappears the moment you need her the most. Istria just nodded in agreement. Because honestly, Vegs, she's letting demons into the academy just to make us stronger. This whole thing with the archdemon, what if she's the one who? Istria shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. Now's not the time for that. Before he could say anything else. Oiliastria. A familiar voice called out, making him turn. Lucas was sprinting toward him, his face still a little pale but his eyes sharp. Behind him, the rest of their group was busy helping the priests heal injured students. And of course, Christina was the one doing most of the work. She was the saintess for a reason. Lucas reached Istria, breathing hard. Is he dead? Before Istria could even open his mouth. He indeed is, boy, Elandor answered for him, his voice firm. Lucas blinked, noticing the bearded man for the first time. His eyes darted up and down, scanning Elandor's massive frame, then settled on his sword. But Elandor was already doing the same, except his gaze landed on the weapon strapped to Lucas's back. The Excalibur. For a split second, something flashed in Elandor's eyes. So you're the hero, huh? His lips curled into a grin. Not too shabby. Lucas scratched the back of his head, a little caught off guard. Oh, thanks. But before he could say more, S.H.I.N.G. Elander suddenly stepped forward, raising his sword and pointing it straight at Lucas's face. Lucas stiffened. Then, the bearded man grinned. What do you say, boy? How about becoming my disciple? His deep voice boomed with amusement, a wide smile plastered across his old face. Istria sighed. Of course. Who wouldn't want to be the master of the hero? This had probably happened in the novel too. Lucas must have received this same offer. But according to Lucas's character, he must have had refused back in the novel, because he already had Zeva as his master. But this time, Lucas's eyes lit up. Disciple greets master, he declared, practically shouting as he clasped his hands together in excitement. Istria blinked. Huh? He hadn't even hesitated. Alandor chuckled, stroking his beard. Perfect. Istria just rubbed his temples. Since when did this turn into a Xinxia novel? Last time I checked, this was supposed to be an Academy-type story. Oops. He exhaled slowly. Wells, whatever. The fight's over anyway. His eyes drifted toward Christina. She still owes me money. With that thought, Istria turned and started walking toward her. She was busy healing a group of injured students, golden light flowing from her hands. She looked exhausted, her face slightly pale from overusing mana. Istria was about to call out to her. When, thud, something slammed into his chest. Soft, warm, and definitely squishy. He barely had time to react before a pair of arms wrapped around his waist. A head buried itself against the nape of his neck. A familiar scent. A trembling voice. Junior, I'm so glad you're okay. Grip, lug. Istria winced. Senior, ease up a little. You're crushing me. Violet didn't loosen her grip. If anything, she tightened it. Istria sighed, his hand moving on instinct. He patted her back gently, feeling the way her shoulders trembled. Her fingers dug into his clothes, like she was afraid he'd disappear if she let go. I'm fine, you know. His voice was softer than usual. Violet didn't answer. Oh, senior. He leaned back a little to look at her face. She had her eyes closed, biting her lip as if she were trying to memorize the feeling of him being alive. Istria exhaled, bringing a hand up to ruffle her hair. All right, I get it. You are worried. He chuckled. But if you squeeze me any harder, I might actually die. Violet flinched, then finally loosened her grip, but only slightly. Idiot, she muttered under her breath. Istria just shook his head. His body was still buzzing from all the adrenaline. He could feel the tension in his shoulders, the exhaustion creeping in now that the fight was over. But then there was this quiet moment where nothing was trying to kill him. It was nice. But before he could think too much about it, he felt a sharp gaze pierce through him. Like a dagger straight to his soul. His body tensed. Slowly, cautiously, he turned his head. And that's when he saw her. Christina's POV. That little hussy. Christina glared at the scene happening just a few feet away. Her hands were still glowing, mana flowing into the injured students around her, but her mind was not on healing anymore. No, it was stuck on that disgusting, horrible, shameful display of affection. Violet, hugging Istria, with her whole body, right in front of her. Oh sure, go ahead. Throw yourself at him right after a battle when he's weak and too tired to push you away. Very clever, Senior Violet. Very clever. Her lips twitched in irritation. She clenched her fists, only to realize she was still channeling mana. The student she was healing yelped as an unnecessary burst of magic surged into him. Look, Lady Christina, please. Christina snapped out of her thoughts. Oh, sorry. She definitely wasn't sorry. She sighed, pressing her fingers to her temples. Calm down. Calm down, Christina. You are a noble lady, the saintess of the holy nation. You do not get jealous. You do not get angry over something so stupid. This is beneath you. She took a deep breath, and then looked up again, only to see Istria patting Violet's head. Her eye twitched. Come on. She groaned internally, quickly shifting her focus back to healing. Fine. Whatever. Be a pathetic little puppy, Violet. I don't even care. Except she did care. A lot. Way more than she was willing to admit. She's so shameless. Throwing herself at him like that. Acting all cute and fragile. OHMPH. I would never do something so cheap. She scoffed, fixing her posture. And yet, she couldn't help but glance down at herself. A slow smirk crept onto her face. Well, at least my assets are bigger than hers. She straightened her back proudly, subtly pushing her chest forward. Not that it matters. But still, it's important to acknowledge one's strengths. Her pride lasted all of 5 seconds before she accidentally glanced at Istria again, and saw that he was still letting Violet cling to him. She felt her jaw tighten. Why are you just letting her hold you like that, you stupid blockhead? Push her away. Be a man. Her fingers twitched. She really wanted to throw something at them. Maybe a healing spell. Directly to Istria's head. She took a deep breath. No, be classy. Be elegant. Don't let them see you seething. She turned back to her patient, smiled, and then shoved a little too much mana into his wound. Lyagh. Lady Christina, mercy. Oops. She cleared her throat. Stop whining. It's good for you. The student whimpered. Christina, meanwhile, was still fuming. That should be me standing there. She deserved a thank you from Istria. She deserved a hug for all the healing she did. Hell, she deserved a kiss on the hand at the very least. But knew instead he was over there, letting Violet rub her face into his neck like some lost kitten. Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. She exhaled sharply, tilting her chin up. Whatever. I'm not jealous. I don't need his attention. I am Christina Solera, the saintess of the holy nation, the greatest healer in the kingdom. I have nothing to be jealous about. And yet, she found herself glaring at them again. Still hugging. Still standing close. Still too damn comfortable. Her fingers curled into a fist. Stupid Istria. Just wait. I'll make you regret ignoring me. A slow, devious smirk crossed her lips. She had her ways. Besides, she knew that Istria would come to her sooner or later. After all, she still owed him money. The past few days had been busy. After the battle, the academy was in chaos. Professors and multiple engineers were running around fixing broken buildings, students were recovering from injuries, and priests had been working overtime. As for Istria, well, right now he was sitting on a couch in his dormitory room, a book in his hands. He wasn't really reading it, his eyes just moved over the words while his mind wandered. The dormitory was lively as usual. Across from him, Lumi was lying on the carpet, kicking her legs in the air as she played with a floating wisp of mana. Her slimy hair spread around her like a soft cloud, her bright eyes completely focused on the glowing orb in front of her. Karen sat near the window, quietly braiding her hair while humming to herself. Unlike her usual proper appearance, she was wearing comfortable home clothes, a simple blouse and a long skirt. She looked relaxed, which was rare. And Elaine? Istria, Elaine called, peeking out from the kitchen. Tea or coffee? Tea. Elaine nodded and disappeared back inside. The scent of something warm and sweet filled the air, probably cookies or some other snack she was making. This was their routine. After everything that happened, the girls had been sticking to Istria like glue. Not in an obvious way, but in small things. Lumi would always be nearby to annoy him. Karen made sure to act like his daughter properly, and Elaine. Well, Elaine had taken over his schedule entirely. Like a proper servant, or in this case, a personal maid. He sighed, placing the book down. Still thinking about today? Karen asked without looking up. A little. Lumi rolled over onto her back, staring at him upside down. You should be excited, you know, she said. You're meeting the Emperor and Empress. Yeah, I know. And honestly, he wasn't nervous. Just tired. Because today was the official ceremony. The Emperor himself had summoned them. Istria, Lucas, Violet, Christina, Rose, Maya, Iris, Zeva, and a few other key figures from the battle were all receiving awards. Titles, medals, gold, whatever the Empire thought was appropriate for their contributions. Lucas was, of course, being recognized as the hero. Istria. Well, it was a surprise for him. And not just any baron. Istria leaned back against the couch and sighed. Don't sigh like that, Master Tilda, a teasing voice said from behind him. A pair of slimy arms wrapped around his shoulders, and he immediately knew who it was. Lumi, he muttered. MMHM, she hummed, resting her chin on his head. Nyahi, you're sighing like an old man. Stop it, Tilda. Get off. No. Lumi giggled. Karen sighed. You're going to wrinkle his clothes, Elaine said, walking back with a tray of tea and small cakes. Lumi ignored her, but she did let go, only to flop down onto the couch beside him. So what time are we leaving? She asked curiously, rolling onto her stomach. 1 hour, Elaine answered, setting down the tray. Everyone should start getting ready soon. Istria sighed again, but this time he actually moved. All right, he muttered. No avoiding it. It was time. The grand hall was massive, easily the size of a cathedral. White marble floors, golden chandeliers, and towering stained glass windows made everything glow with elegance. Istria stood in line with the others, dressed in formal academy attire, a crisp, dark uniform with silver accents. It was his leader's uniform from Silverleaf Academy, because, even though he was attending the Royal Academy, he is originally from Silverleaf. Lucas stood beside him wearing an actual formal suit with golden ornaments climbing down the shirt, and along with that he had a golden sash over both of his shoulders, marking him as the hero. The hall was filled with nobles, military officials, and even high-ranking members of the church. The air was heavy with expectation. Then, boom, the doors at the far end of the hall opened. The Imperial Guards marched in first, their golden armor gleaming under the chandeliers. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, their spears held high as they lined the path leading to the throne. And then, 2 figures entered. The Emperor and Empress of the Empire. The Emperor Francis Arthur Charles X walked with slow, powerful steps. He was a tall man with sharp features and cold golden eyes that held the weight of the entire nation. His long red-yellow robes lined with golden embroidery flowed as he moved, the heavy imperial crown resting on his head. Beside him, the Empress Isabella von Eldoria moved with grace. She had a quiet, observing presence, like the moon beside the sun. Her silver hair cascaded down her back in soft waves, and her piercing blue eyes swept over the gathered warriors with an unreadable expression. Honestly, Istria knew a bit about her. Unlike the Emperor who actually ruled with cold efficiency, the Empress was the hidden strategist. Behind him, she was the one who handled diplomacy, military movements, and even some of the darker aspects of running an empire. But still, her actual relationship with the Emperor didn't seem to be so good. If anything, she seemed to want to overthrow him. The Emperor actually knew about her actions, and with the help of Lilith, he thought that he had her actions under his control. As for if that continued being the case, Istria doesn't know if in the novel she did overthrow him or not. Either way, she could be a potential helper when he kills the Emperor. And right now, she was looking directly at him. She might seem innocent, but she clearly isn't. It was even mentioned that she faked a lot of her actions a lot. Istria didn't flinch, but he did straighten his back slightly. The Emperor sat down on his golden throne, and the Empress took her seat beside him. Then, a royal official stepped forward, unrolling a long parchment. The Imperial Court recognizes the brave warriors who stood against the forces of darkness during the great battle against the Archdemon of Pride. Their courage, strength, and loyalty to the Empire shall not go unrewarded. His voice echoed through the massive hall. The audience remained silent, their gazes locked onto the young warriors standing before them. Istria, Lucas, Violet, Christina, and a few others were standing at the very front, closest to the throne. Then, the official continued. First, we recognize Lucas Heartstone. Lucas stepped forward. He stood tall, his golden blonde hair shining under the light, his golden eyes filled with determination and pride. The official took a deep breath and then declared, by decree of His Imperial Majesty Francis Arthur Charles X, and by the will of the Divine Church, Lucas Reinhardt is hereby granted the official title of the Hero of Light. The audience erupted into murmurs. A hero? The title wasn't just symbolic, it was an official status within the empire. It meant he was recognized as the chosen warrior against the Demwen King, a figure who would be sent to battle whenever the empire needed him. Lucas bowed, his expression calm. Then, the emperor spoke. You have proven your worth, Lucas Heartstone. His voice was quite deep and strong. May your strength serve the empire well. Lucas clenched his fist, then knelt before the throne. It will, your majesty. Istria glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Lucas's voice was steady. He was accepting it, but Istria knew. This was just the beginning of a very long road. The official then moved on. The imperial court recognizes Violet von Luxuria. Violet stepped forward, her usual playful expression replaced with a calm, serious one. For her valiant efforts in battle, she is awarded the Silver Fang Medal. It was an elite military honor, given only to those who had demonstrated overwhelming skill in battle. Violet smirked. Thank you, your majesty. Next, the imperial court recognizes Christina Solara. The saintess walked forward gracefully, her blonde hair shimmering under the lights. For her role in healing countless warriors and ensuring the survival of the Academy's forces, she is awarded the Divine Radiance Medal. Another powerful title. Christina curtsied elegantly. It is my duty, your majesty, she said softly. Then, the official cleared his throat. And Istria immediately knew it was his turn. The imperial court recognizes Istria Moon. He took a slow step forward. Silence. The hall was utterly silent. It wasn't like Lucas's announcement, where everyone whispered in awe. This time, the nobles, the military officials, everyone was just watching. Waiting. Istria felt their eyes. Some were curious. Some were judging. Some were even fearful. Because unlike Lucas, who was quite the known figure, Istria had come out of nowhere. Even though he had his presumed title Moonlight Swordsman, his origins were null. No one knew where he came from. And now, he had stood against an archdemon. He had won. The Emperor exhaled. His golden eyes locked onto Istria. Then, he spoke. For your actions on the battlefield, your strength, and your contributions to the safety of this nation, I grant you the title of Moonlight Swordsman. A wave of whispers swept through the hall. The Emperor's lips twitched slightly like he was holding back irritation. Then, he sighed. And as per imperial decree, Istria Moon is granted the noble status of Baron. Silence. Then, the murmurs grew louder. A noble. He was now a noble. Istria exhaled slowly. He stepped forward, then bowed before the Emperor. He didn't kneel down like the others. Instead, he even sent a provocative glance at the Emperor. I accept, your majesty. Along with that, his voice also had a hint of teasing. Grip. The Emperor clenched his fists, looking at him for a long moment. That made Istria hold back a smile. Then, he leaned back on his throne. Rise, Baron Moon. Istria straightened himself. And just like that, it was official. He was now Baron Istria Moon. Lord, Baron Moon. Doge. As the ceremony continued, more warriors were awarded and more honors were given. By the time it ended, the empire had new heroes. And Istria, he was now a noble. It wasn't something he had ever wanted. But now, he would have to play the game. The game of power, nobility, and politics. As he stepped back, feeling the weight of his new title settle onto his shoulders, he caught the Empress watching him. Her lips curled into a small smile. Istria exhaled. Great. This was going to be a problem. A big problem. Player profile. Name Istria Moon 20. Identity, strongest student of the weakest academy, the Moonlight Swordsman, the one who loves the goddess of the moon, the strongest student, exchange student of the Eternum Royal Academy, the one loved by dangerous beings, Baron Nu. Affinities I. Aura S+. Mana up arrow up. Strength B+, up arrow up. Vitality B+, up arrow up. Agility S, up arrow up. Spirit S+. Skills and talents. 1 Moonlit Ice Lotus Sword Art S. Active self-created skill. 2 Judgment IS, active self-created skill. 3 perfect memory unranked, passive talent. 4 extreme combat instinct a plus, up arrow up, passive talent. 5 advanced sword and gun mastery a plus, passive skill. 6 calm mind B plus, up arrow up, passive talent. 7 blood eyes unranked, your eyes ominously glow red. 8 blood contract. You can use Lumi's abilities. Bluzz bluzz bluzz. Well, at least I am getting stronger. And now I simply cannot live an ordinary life. So, I might as well get to the top, no. The ceremony was over, but the night had only just begun. I stood near one of the tall, open windows of the grand banquet hall, letting the cool night breeze brush against my face. The scent of wine, roasted meats, and sweet pastries filled the air, mixing with the soft sounds of laughter and conversation. The hall itself was a masterpiece, golden chandeliers hanging from above, their candlelight flickering against the polished marble floors. Nobles in their finest silks and military officers in decorated uniforms moved about, their voices overlapping in a symphony of politics and pleasantries. At the center of it all was Lucas. He was dressed the part, golden sash, formal suit, the perfect image of a noble hero. A cluster of important figures surrounded him, speaking with admiration, expectations placed in their every word. The hero of light. A fitting title. Violet was off to the side, effortlessly engaging with noble heirs and military officers, her usual business smile never fading away from her face. Zeva stood among royal knights, silent, but her eyes darted around, observing everyone. And me. I wasn't in the mood for any of this. I leaned against the open window, eyes fixed on the city below. Eternum, the capital of the empire. It stretched endlessly beneath the moonlight, the stone roads glowing silver under the stars. Even from here, I could see the distant towers of the palace, standing as some kind of reminder of the power this empire held. The moon hung high above it all, watching silently. Unchanging. Constant. I let out a slow breath, my mind finally finding some peace. Until I heard footsteps approach. Enjoying the view, Baron Moon. I didn't turn immediately. The voice was smooth, teasing, and containing amusement in her tone. I knew who it was before I even looked. Nella, the second princess of the empire. Well, now everyone from the academy knew her true identity. She moved to stand beside me, her long silver hair catching the moonlight in a way that made it almost glow. Her royal gown, deep blue with silver embroidery, flowed elegantly with each movement. She was the very image of imperial grace. Except for the smile. That was not the smile of a typical princess. She had a certain lightness to her expression, as if she didn't take this entire night as seriously as she should. I see you've been avoiding the important people, she said, tilting her head. That's a little rude, don't you think? Her words were true. But I only did that because I didn't really know how to communicate. I mean, back on Earth, I had plenty of good locations. But here it feels extremely weird. Every single joke could be mistaken as an offense. And even if I had the past memories of Istria, even if he did not know how to deal with the nobility, he only knew how to beat them up. Hella. I sighed, turning my head towards her. I'm just enjoying the quiet. Ella chuckled softly at my words. That's one way to put it. But you do realize that you're the main attraction tonight, right? Well, that was one way to put it. But everyone was a bit afraid to talk to me. So I guess they roamed towards Lucas, who seemed more approachable. After all, those glowing eyes of mine are still a bit scary. Lucas is the main attraction. She rolled her eyes. Oh, please. The hero of light is nothing new. He fights, he wins, he gets praised. That's how heroes are, but you. She leaned slightly closer, lowering her voice. You came out of nowhere. You're a mystery. And the nobility hates mysteries. I didn't respond. She wasn't wrong. The nobles were already watching me like I was some kind of unexploded bomb, dangerous, unpredictable, something they weren't sure how to handle yet. And honestly, that was just perfect for me. Ella turned her gaze back to the sky. The moon is beautiful, isn't it? I froze at her words. I already knew that she had feelings for me. However, I do not if that expression she just said also counts as a confession in this world. I don't know if Soski Natsum exists here. But yeah, I'll ignore it for now. You know, there's something really beautiful about the moon. Ella continued, still gazing at the beautiful night sky. More precisely at the moon. It never changes, she murmured. No matter what happens in the Empire, no matter how many wars, betrayals, or ceremonies happen, it stays the same. I raised an eyebrow at her words. That's a strange thing for a princess to say. She smirked. I guess I'm a strange princess. You are weird, you know. When I first met you, you were all blushy, and now you've changed multiple times. In the academy, you were cold to me, and now you're being all smiley and mysterious. What are you exactly trying to do? Then just as quickly, the moment passed. Well, Baron Moon, she said, emphasizing the title with a small laugh. I should let you enjoy your solitude. But I'll give you some advice. I crossed my arms. No. Ella's blue eyes sparkled for a moment. Stay away from my stepmother. I froze for a split second. Oh, the Empress. She nodded, her gaze flickering toward the far end of the banquet hall. And that's when I noticed her. Isabella von Eldoria. The Empress. She was seated beside the Emperor, dressed in a flowing white and gold gown, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders. Unlike the Emperor, who was actively speaking with officials, she wasn't engaged in conversation. Because she was watching me. Directly, our eyes met. And for a brief second, everything else faded. The noise of the banquet. The movement of the nobles. The flickering candlelight. None of it mattered. The Empress tilted her head just slightly. A silent acknowledgement. Then she smiled. A slow yet charming smile. I finally looked away, my expression unreadable. Ella scoffed immediately. Too late, huh? That damned woman. She gritted her teeth. At her words, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. She did seem to hate her stepmother. But thinking about it, where's the first princess? She should be here, no. Well, now that I warned you. She walked away before uttering a few last words. Be careful with her. I didn't exactly answer her words. After all, she had already walked away. I let out a slow breath, rolling my shoulders as Ella disappeared into the crowd. Her warning still lingered in my mind. The Empress, huh? I could still feel her eyes on me, even though I wasn't looking anymore. A presence like that wasn't something you could just ignore. But before I could think about it too much, I heard another pair of approaching footsteps. Lighter, more familiar. Wow, look at you, a smooth, teasing voice purred from my side. Already making waves at the highest level of nobility. My dear Junior really knows how to charm royalty, doesn't he? I sighed before even turning. Violet. I didn't need to see her face to know she was grinning. I could hear it in her voice. When I finally glanced her way, my suspicions were confirmed. She stood there, her arms crossed, a knowing smirk tugging at her lips. Her violet dress, fitting for her name, clung to her figure just enough to show off her confidence, yet remained elegant enough for a noble gathering. A few loose strands of her dark hair framed her face, and her purple eyes shone with way too much enjoyment. I wasn't charming anyone. Violet gasped dramatically, placing a hand over her chest. Oh? Then what was that little moment between you and the second princess just now? Standing together under the moonlight, talking about how beautiful it is, she let out a fake sigh. So romantic. Did she hear our conversation? No. I almost forgot that everyone here had heightened senses. I pinched the bridge of my nose. It wasn't like that. She didn't believe me. Of course she didn't. I exhaled and turned back to the window, hoping she'd just drop it. She didn't. In fact, she leaned on the windowsill beside me, her smirk widening. You know, first it was the cute, mysterious exchange student thing. Then you became the strongest student of our academy. Now you're a baron, and the nobility is keeping an eye on you. Well, the strongest student. That is new. Well, it was what appeared on the student forum. After all, you kept the archdemon of pride busy by yourself. What do you think was going to happen? She smiled lightly. Then her eyes suddenly flickered toward where the Empress sat. And now, even the most dangerous woman in the Empire seems interested in you. Most dangerous woman in the Empire. There seems to be something about her that I don't know. Even Violet's voice contains respect towards her. Is there really something about her that I don't know? I'll need to investigate. So I decided to start with Violet herself. You think she's dangerous too? Violet scoffed at my words. Oh, absolutely. Every noblewoman in that hall plays the game, but she is the one who wrote the rules. What's up with those metaphors? What kind of game are we talking about? Jazz? Go? Blackjack? Well, considering the subject, she's probably talking about something related to the nobility, so it must be the power to be in control or something along that. After all, those nobles like to use expressions like chess pieces and chessboard. I hummed. I wasn't sure if that made me feel better or worse. Then, without warning, Violet's smirk returned. But let's not forget, she cooed, you also have our dear instructor watching you closely, Tilda. I froze. No, she was talking about Zeva. Like, oh no, no excuses, Violet cut in, her grin sharpening. People were already suspecting your relationship with her as soon as you appeared fighting against her in that red dungeon, but now. She glanced at Zeva, who was looking intently at me with a strange expression. It seems that she really fell for you. I opened my mouth, then closed it. She hummed. So let's see the second princess, the Empress Zeva. Oh, and let's not forget our dear mysterious maid. I stiffened. Quite the competition, huh? If that continues, I won't exactly have a chance, do I? She giggled, covering her mouth. I didn't reply to her words. There wasn't something to be really mentioned here. Besides, she hadn't fallen in love with me. She was only teasing me. Tusk, you're no fun, she puffed her cheeks, straightening herself. It has been good talking to you. She pushed off the windowsill and stretched, her teasing nature returning in full force. Well, Baron Moon, I think I'll go find some wine and pretend to be a proper noblewoman for a bit, she laughed. Are you? Proper? She gasped dramatically. I'll have you know, I can be very proper when I need to be. I just shook my head. There's still a single month or so until the end of the semester. And then I can finally go back to my academy. Till then, there is plenty of trouble coming ahead. I can just feel it. A day had passed since the banquet, and things at Eternum Royal Academy had mostly gone back to normal. Well, almost. The snow festival was still going, which meant I had one more annoying thing left to do. Choosing my 5 festival activities. Every student had to sign up for at least 5 events, with no exceptions. Didn't matter if you were an exchange student, a noble, or even someone the royal prince. I'd already spent time thinking about it. Some events were just not an option. Too much noble politics, too much forced interaction, or just flat out embarrassing. After going through the list, I finally picked my 5. Firstly, mana volleyball and mana football. These are very self-explanatory. The only thing that is different is that you can use mana to kick or spike the ball. Then there was the magic circles, a competition focused on drawing, deciphering, and activating magic circles. Speed, accuracy, and knowledge of runes were basically the win conditions. Next, I chose the weight throw, which is also very self-explanatory, but we cannot use mana in this particular activity. And finally, Snowy Love, a special event. It was a winter-themed, partner-based challenge designed to bring people closer. Honestly, I wasn't thrilled about any of them, especially the last one, but compared to the other choices, these were the least annoying. Now all I had to do was officially register. And just a few minutes later, I arrived at the student council building and immediately regretted it. The line was ridiculously long. Students stretched out the door, all waiting to sign up for their festival events. The energy in the air was buzzing, excited chatter, some laughter, and the occasional groan from someone impatient. I frowned. Well, I should come back later. I had patience, but I wasn't about to stand in line, surrounded by excited students, just to write my name on a piece of paper. I turned to leave. And then a soft hand grabbed my arm. Tee Tilda. Hello, my dear junior. I didn't even need to look. Violet. Before I could react, she was already dragging me away from the line. Come, Tilda. No need to wait like everyone else when you have me right. I sighed but didn't resist. It wasn't worth the energy. She pulled me past the other students, making me feel the gazes of pure rage, past the student council members handling registration, and straight into the office. With a playful smile, she guided me to her seat, the student council president's chair, before casually sitting down, crossing her legs and giving me a smirk. So Tilda, she said, resting her chin on her palm. You're here to sign up for the festival events. Obviously. She chuckled. Well, I am the president. I suppose I can handle that for you. She leaned forward slightly, blinking her eyelashes with the same playful smile. What are your picks? I listed them off. When I got to the fifth one, Violet's smirk widened. The snowy love event. She arched an eyebrow. You sure about that one? I shrugged. The other choices were worse. Violet leaned back, tapping her fingers on the desk. You do know what the snowy love event is about, right? Yeah. A partner-based event. Random pairing. Winter challenges. She giggled. Oh no. That's the basic explanation. Her smirk deepened and she leaned forward, voice dropping to something more playful. But it's not just about teamwork. The event is designed to create special moments. Romantic challenges, bonding activities, and let's not forget, some tasks require a bit of physical closeness. I blinked. I had read the event description, but I hadn't thought too much about the details. Violet's giggle turned into a laugh. Oh ho, Tilda. Didn't think that one through, huh? I exhaled deeply. I'll deal with it. She laughed even harder. Oh, I cannot wait to see who you get paired with. She finalized my registration, stamping the document with the official student council seal. All right, Junior, you're all set. But just so you know, she leaned in slightly, her violet eyes glimmering with mischief. If you get paired with me, I expect you to take responsibility. I gave Violet a flat look. Responsibility for what exactly? She giggled, leaning her chin on her hand. Oh, my dear Junior, don't play dumb, Tilda. The snowy love event is designed to create special, heartwarming moments. Imagine it, a peaceful winter setting, cozy little challenges, holding hands, sharing warmth, maybe even. You know, Violet gasped dramatically, placing a hand over her heart. You didn't even let me finish. What if I was going to say sharing a cup of hot cocoa? Then you should have led with that. She smirked. But you know that's not all there is to it. Some of the past challenges have been pretty bold, you know. There was one year where pairs had to hug for warmth inside an ice cave. And another where they had to feed each other a special festival dessert. With their hands. Still not that bad. Ah, but last year, she leaned in closer, her violet eyes gleaming with mischief. There was a mistletoe task. I stared at her. She grinned widely. You know, oh yes, Tilda. The rules change every year, but the theme stays the same. Creating intimate winter memories. She twirled a strand of her purple hair between her fingers. Are you sure you want to do this event, Junior? I already signed up, didn't I? I replied before letting out a small sigh. Oh ho, Tilda. That's the spirit. She clapped her hands together, looking far too amused by this. Still, you're a bit too relaxed about this. I mean, what if you get paired with someone dangerous? I raised an eyebrow. Like who? Oh, I don't know, she tilted her head playfully. Maybe the second princess. That wasn't a problem at all. It would simply feel weird. She smirked at my normal expression and then continued. Or how about Zeva? You know that professors can also participate in festivals, don't you? That's not concerning. I'll probably just run away from that place if I ever saw her. She would probably stab me with her swords the second I looked at her. Then there's Rose. Violet continued, watching my reaction carefully. That cutie, can you imagine her in a romance-themed event? How adorable would that be, she giggled. You're just listing all the people who would make this a problem, aren't you? Oh, absolutely, Tilda. She rested her chin on her palm again. But let's not forget the best possibility. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a teasing whisper. What if you get paired with me? I sighed. And that's the worst-case scenario. Oh, it's the best case for me. She giggled. But for you. Who knows, Tilda? I pinched the bridge of my nose. You're way too invested in this. She shrugged. Can you blame me? You never join these kinds of things. And now you're suddenly throwing yourself into the most entertaining event in the festival. How could I not be excited? I'm already regretting this. Nayahi. Too late, Junior Tilda. No backing out now. She gave me a wink. Just remember, if you do get paired with me, you'd better take responsibility. Oicheman. I hummed in response. But as I looked at her giggling expression, my lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Don't worry. If I do get paired with you, Senior, I wouldn't mind taking responsibility. Violet blinked. Her smirk vanished. WH. I walked out before she could respond. Glig. Violet's POV. Glig. The door clicked shut. I sat there frozen. For a good 5 seconds my mind was completely blank. Then slowly I leaned back in my chair, my fingers gripping the edge of the desk as I processed what just happened. Did he just? My face burned. It wasn't often that I lost control of my emotions. I'm student council president, for goodness sake. I handled noble disputes, festival preparations, school policies. I was calm, collected, and always one step ahead. But that damn Junior. He actually said that. If I do get paired with you, Senior, I wouldn't mind taking responsibility. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine, my grip tightening against the polished wood of my desk. His words made me feel spinning, burning, overthinking every word. You wouldn't mind, huh? I muttered under my breath, my lips curling into a small smile. Was he teasing me? Was he serious? Did he say that just to mess with me? I slapped my hands against my cheeks, trying to snap myself out of it. No, this wasn't fair. I was supposed to be the one making him flustered. I was supposed to be the one teasing him. Not the other way around. And yet, I covered my mouth with one hand, biting down on my lower lip as another shiver ran through me. Vufu Tilda. A dangerous giggle slipped out. I leaned forward, resting my chin against my palm, my fingers tapping against my cheek as my thoughts spiraled into dangerous places. What if we actually got paired together? A peaceful winter setting, cozy little challenges, the two of us, stuck together in the cold, forced to work side by side. Would he sigh in annoyance? Would he act like it was nothing? Or maybe the color that my eyes can see in his body would change. Would I finally get to see him panic? Oh, that would be delicious. I imagine it now, Istria standing there in his usual composed way, only to slowly crack under the festival's special circumstances. A shared blanket. A gentle, accidental touch. What if he was forced to hold my hand? A creepy little giggle slipped from my lips again. Oh, I liked that thought. I liked it a lot. My mind spun faster, crafting scenario after scenario. Scenario 1. We'd get paired together. He'd groan. I'd smile. Then the festival tasks would force us into something ridiculously romantic. Maybe we'd have to feed each other a festival dessert. Oh no. I imagined him sitting across from me, staring blankly as he held out a spoonful of sweet, warm pudding. Would he sigh? Would he roll his eyes? Would he blush? My fingers twitched. Scenario 2. Maybe we'd end up in one of those Snowden challenges. Just the two of us trapped inside a winter cabin, a small fireplace flickering in the background. Oh, that would be perfect. He'd try to ignore me. But I'd make that impossible. I could already see it. The slow, creeping realization on his face. The way he'd shift, uncomfortable, realizing there was only one blanket. The way I'd slowly, deliberately scoot closer. Oops, Tilda Jr. looks like there's not enough space. Guess we'll have to share Tilda. Another giggle slipped from my lips. I curled my fingers against my cheek, my smile stretching wider. This was too much fun. I never thought I'd want to be paired with someone for the snowy love event. I mean, sure, I like teasing people, messing with them, making them uncomfortable, but romance. Not really my thing. But this, Istria, he made it interesting. He made me want to push him. To see how far I could go before he finally snapped, before he jumped on me. I could already image what I'd say at that time. Hey. I bit my lip again. But why did he have to say that? If I do get paired with you, I wouldn't mind taking responsibility. Those words, that tone, he really was teasing me directly. I love teasing people but absolutely hate when someone teases me. It just didn't feel right. I'm a genius who alone designed the entire Royal Academy's training areas. Then yet, his words made a heat rise in my chest, something unfamiliar, something annoying. Was it frustration? Excitement? I wasn't sure. But it didn't matter. What mattered now was the festival. I had to know. Would we actually get paired together? Would fate be kind to me just this once? I grabbed my festival registration list and skimmed through it, biting my thumb in thought. Pairings were random, sure. But what if they weren't entirely random? I was the student council president after all. And the Snowy Love event was an internal school activity. And I did have access to the registration data. And technically speaking, the pairings weren't decided until tomorrow. So if someone were to, say, subtly adjust the list, gently nudge the results in a certain direction, wouldn't that just be fair? I grinned. A slow, creeping, dangerous grin. Fate could be so unreliable sometimes. So why not help it along? Just a little. Limb. I hummed a small tune, flipping through the papers as my mind spun with possibilities. Oh, Junior, let's see if you're really ready to take responsibility. Tee tilde. After stepping out of the student council room, I was immediately met with a wave of burning gazes. Right. Violet really does have a lot of admirers, huh? Some students in line had their mouths slightly open, their eyes darting between me and the closed office door like they had just witnessed a crime. Others were whispering to each other, their expressions ranging from confusion to jealousy. One guy near the front, probably a noble, crossed his arms, his brows furrowed. Favoritism, he muttered under his breath. Another student, a girl with short blonde hair, gave me a long, suspicious stare. What exactly were you doing in there with the student council president? She asked sharply, glaring at me. I sighed. Signing up for festival events. That was it. That was all. Nothing more, nothing less. But judging by the way some of these students were looking at me, I might as well have walked out of there carrying Violet in my arms. Another girl standing a few steps away narrowed her eyes. Then why did she personally pull you inside? Because she's annoying, I said flatly. Gasps. Actual gasps. You'd think I had just insulted royalty. A red-haired boy standing nearby scoffed, his arms crossed. You're saying the great Violet von Luxuria, the student council president, the genius of the academy, is just annoying. Yes. More gasps. A few of them looked at me like I had personally declared war. The blonde girl, still glaring at me, shook her head. Unbelievable. You should consider yourself lucky. I frowned. Lucky for what? To even be in her presence. Violet von Luxuria is admired by everyone. She's beautiful, talented, and respected. And yet she chose to drag you into her office. A guy next to her nodded. Yeah. Do you know how many people in this school would kill for that? I blinked. Those are some hardcore fans. That sounds excessive. It isn't. I looked around at the crowd of students still waiting in line. Some of them were nodding. Others just kept staring at me, still clearly trying to process what they had just seen. This was a waste of time. I turned on my heel, planning to leave. I already finished what I came here for. There was no reason to stand around listening to these people go on about Violet. But as I walked past the crowd, I heard one last voice. A whisper. Do you think they're secretly dating? I kept walking. Not worth my time. Not worth my energy. Instead, I decided to head toward the headmistress's office. Yup, I was going to meet Eleonora. I had been holding back for a long time already. If I wanted to get stronger even faster than my current speed, I needed to awaken my second element. The moment I saw that my chances of getting the void element had increased, I almost rushed to awaken it right then and there. But things kept getting in the way. But now, I had nothing to do except wait for the snow festival. No more delays. I was going to awaken my second element today. Zdeb. Reaching the headmistress's door, I paused for a second. My hand hovered just above the wood, ready to knock. But I knew Eleonora too well. There was no point. Glig. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Then, without missing a beat, I closed it shut behind me. A soft giggle immediately greeted me. Oh, my Tilda. Did my dear Istria finally decide to visit his future master? Eleonora's voice was playful, like she had been waiting for this moment. She didn't even seem surprised that I had entered her personal workroom without knocking. She didn't scold me. She didn't raise an eyebrow. Instead, she just smiled, resting her chin on her hand as if she had predicted this all along. Her long purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, shining under the glow of the enchanted lamps in the room. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with amusement. Future master. Her smile widened, but she kept her mouth shut nonetheless. I sighed, walking forward. You didn't even ask why I'm here. She smirked. Do I need a reason to enjoy a visit from my favorite student? I rolled my eyes at her. She just laughed. So, Tilda, what brings my little moon to me today? She asked, tilting her head slightly. Little moon? Is that a new nickname for me? Gosh. I hesitated for a second. After all, I rejected being her disciple, but now I was here to ask help from her to awaken my second element. Honestly, I could simply spend money and ask some other official mage to help me awaken it, but if it was Eleonora, the chances of getting a stronger element were increased by a lot, especially since our bodies were perfectly compatible with each other. Then I finally met her gaze. I need your help with something. Her brows lifted just a little as her lips curled up. No, I nodded. I want you to help me awaken my second element. She gave me a slow, thoughtful look. Then suddenly she smiled. Well then, Tilda, shall we begin? Snap. The air trembled as Eleonora flicked her fingers. Behind her, one of the tall bookshelves rumbled, shifting backward. A soft violet glow traced the edges of the wall as the bookshelf slid to the side, revealing a dark passageway hidden behind it. I narrowed my eyes. You had a secret passage behind your bookshelf. Eleonora giggled. Of course. What kind of headmistress would I be if I didn't have at least one hidden chamber? Glassig. She turned, stepping into the staircase. Without hesitation, I followed. The tunnel was lined with glowing blue runes, casting strange patterns along the stone walls. The air was thick with magic, almost humming with energy. We walked in silence for a few minutes before reaching the end, a massive, reinforced door made of some kind of shimmering metal. Eleonora placed her palm on it and the runes flickered, pulsing like a heartbeat. Greek. The door groaned as it slowly opened, revealing the chamber beyond. It was breathtaking. An enormous underground hall stretched before us, its ceiling high and arched like a cathedral. In the center of the room was a colossal magic circle, inscribed with symbols I barely recognized. At the very heart of the formation sat a massive floating orb, swirling with pure magical energy. I exhaled deeply. This is... Eleonora stepped forward, gesturing grandly. This, my little moon, is my own awakening chamber. The orb pulsed, casting a soft glow over the chamber. The magic circles beneath it shimmered, waiting. She turned to me, her smile turning almost mischievous. So, Tilda, shall we get started? I nodded. Step into the center of that glowing circle over there. Eleonora pointed towards the circle, and I slowly walked towards it. Zrum. The air itself seemed heavier, as if the very room was waiting for something to happen. I could feel the potent mana flowing through the magic circle. Just relax, Eleonora said softly, standing at the edge of the magic formation. Let the magic flow naturally. Don't resist it. Easier said than done. The moment I stepped into the center, the giant orb above the circle pulsed with power. A low humming sound filled the air. Then suddenly, whoosh, the entire chamber was swallowed by a bright, white, blinding glow. It was overwhelming, almost suffocating, as an unseen force pulled at every fiber of my being. I clenched my teeth, feeling the strange sensation of something deep within me being drawn out. It wasn't painful, but it was intense. Like something ancient was awakening inside me. Bzzzt. Draggle. Strange, flickering lights surrounded me, shifting between deep purple, abyssal black, and bright silver streaks. The air felt electric, vibrating with an unusually strong mana. Eleonora's eyes widened. Her usual teasing expression was gone, replaced by something serious, something almost concerned. This, she muttered under her breath. What is this? The light only grew stronger. FWOOSH. A huge surge of energy exploded outward. The magic circle beneath my feet trembled as sparks danced across the symbols. My whole body felt weightless for a second, no, not weightless. As if I were somewhere else entirely. Like I had one foot in this world and one foot outside of it. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the glow vanished. Bam! A sharp silence filled the room. I was still standing. The air was still thick with residual energy. And yet something felt off. Eleonora was staring at me, her expression unreadable. I opened my mouth to ask her what happened, but before I could say anything, she spoke first. Strange. I blinked. What? She frowned slightly, tapping her chin in thought. There's no second element. Silence stretched between us. I stared at her, waiting for her to say something else. Anything else? That light, she continued, glancing at the fading glow around us, was most likely just a reaction from your high-quality mana. Just a reaction. I furrowed my brows. That couldn't be right. I felt something awaken inside me. I knew something had changed. And yet, Eleonora, one of the strongest mages in the world, couldn't identify it. So I don't have a second element. I asked slowly, trying to process everything. Eleonora crossed her arms, watching me carefully. Most likely not. But, she trailed off before shaking her head with a small smile. Well, you're still my adorable little moon. With or without a second element. And why don't I have a second element? Before I could say anything else, Eleonora took a step forward, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. Say, she said, tilting her head. Since you're already coming to me for help, why not make it official? I stiffened. For the fourth time now, she continued with a teasing lilt, become my disciple. I sighed. You're persistent. Of course. She smiled playfully. A talent like yours shouldn't go to waste after all. I was about to reject her again, just like the previous times. But this time, I hesitated. I wasn't sure why, but something in me told me to think about it. To at least consider it. After a moment, I met her gaze. I'll reconsider it. After a while, Eleonora blinked. Her mouth parted slightly. She seemed completely shocked by my words. Then slowly her smile widened. Oh my, what a rare response. I was expecting a straight rejection. She chuckled softly. Well then, I'll be waiting, my little moon. I let out a breath, shaking my head before turning towards the door. I'll be going now. Come visit me anytime, Tilda, Eleonora called out as I left. The second the door closed behind me, I let out a deep breath. Something was off. I could feel it in my bones. Then, Greg, a dark panel suddenly appeared in front of me, forming from thin air. Faint white cracks spread across its surface like veins of lightning. My breath hitched for a moment. In the center of the panel, glowing words slowly appeared one by one. New element awakened. Congratulations on obtaining the affinity. Time, your mana has increased a small rank. Your spirit has successfully break through into the SS rank. Your mental fortitude has significantly increased. Judgment I has reached the S+ rank. You can now manipulate time magic. I was beyond speechless. F-whip. Time acceleration. Buff. F-fug. I barely managed to react as the sudden force of the backlash hit me, sending me stumbling back a few steps. My hands shook, my head ached, and my body felt like it had just run an entire marathon in a second. God damn it, foo. Taking a deep breath, I furrowed my eyebrows, staring blankly at my hands. My fingers twitched slightly, but that was it. No glow. No lingering mana. No sign that I had successfully cast anything at all. Honestly, when I saw that my second affinity or element was time, I was immediately ecstatic, however. But I didn't think it would be this much of a problem. From the moment I awakened my second affinity, I had been training like a madman to use it. Every single day. Every single night. I barely even slept. I even used mana to ease my body so I didn't need sleep. The only problem was mental fatigue. But it was all useless. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't properly activate time magic. I had scoured the entire academy library looking for anything at all, that could help me understand how time magic worked. But there was nothing. Not a single book on time magic existed in the Academy's collection. It was almost as if it had been erased from history, which meant that if I wanted to learn, I was on my own. A few days passed in complete frustration. I trained, failed, took a small break, and then tried again. Again and again. The cycle repeated itself over and over, but no matter what, I couldn't even manage a simple first-rank spell. Damn it! I clicked my tongue in frustration. One last try. Taking a deep breath, I focused. This time, I wouldn't just shout the spell's name and hope for the best. I would control it. I would force it to work. Slowly, I closed my eyes, reaching deep into myself and searching for that elusive spark of time magic buried within me. It was there. Faint, flickering, but undeniably present. I reached out, trying to grasp it. And the moment I did, my entire body was slammed with overwhelming pressure. Thud! I collapsed to my knees, gasping for air as an invisible force crushed me from all sides. My vision blurred, my head pounded, and my limbs refused to move. It felt as if time itself was weighing down on me. What the hell? My breathing turned ragged as I struggled to fight against the pressure, but it was useless. I couldn't even lift a single finger. My surroundings distorted, warping like a rippling reflection on water. For a brief second, I thought I saw something, a crack in space itself, dark and endless, with white, glowing threads stretching across it. Then, just as quickly as it came, it vanished. The pressure disappeared. I collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily as sweat dripped down my face. It's fucking hell. Glig. The door to the room suddenly opened. I groaned softly but didn't bother looking up. A familiar voice reached my ears. Master, are you done with your training? Elaine. I glanced up slightly, still lying on the ground. Elaine stood at the entrance, holding a small basket in her hands. From the smell, it was clear she had brought food. I exhaled tiredly. For now. Elaine smiled, stepping into the room before snapping her fingers and casually casting a cleaning spell on me. A soft wave of magic washed over my body, wiping away the sweat and dust from my clothes. She then sat down next to me, placing the basket between us. I brought food for you. I shifted slightly, sitting up properly. You didn't have to. She pouted. But you barely eat during training. If I don't bring you food, you'll just forget. She wasn't wrong. I sighed, rubbing my temples. Oh, thanks. Elaine beamed, opening the basket. The aroma of warm bread, roasted meat, and fresh fruit filled the air. My stomach growled on instinct. I clicked my tongue. Dusk. Betrayed by my own body. Elaine giggled, handing me a piece of bread. Eat, master. You need your strength. I took the bread, biting into it. The soft texture and buttery taste melted in my mouth. Damn, that was good. I gobbled it up in just a few minutes. I hummed in satisfaction, setting the empty plate aside. As I leaned back, my gaze slowly drifted downward toward Elaine's thighs. Soft, smooth, comfortable looking. The perfect pillow. Without hesitation, I shifted my position, resting my head right on her lap. Nod. Elaine let out a small, surprised sound, but she didn't push me away. Instead, a gentle smile spread across her lips as she reached out and ran her fingers through my hair. She wasn't exactly giving me a massage, but it felt good. Really good. Her touch was slow, careful, and oddly soothing, like she had done this a million times before. Hella. I exhaled softly, letting myself relax. But then, I frowned. Well, the view wasn't bad, but there was a slight problem. I couldn't exactly see her face. Her breasts were too massive. They completely blocked my line of sight. So I simply turned my head to the side. Problem solved. And then her voice broke the silence. Master, why are you working so hard? I blinked. Before I could even think of an answer, she continued. From the day I met you, I could see that your ambitions were nothing but ordinary, but this past few days, you seem to have changed a bit. What? She noticed it. Of course she did. I let out a quiet sigh. At first, my goal was simple. I just wanted to fulfill Istria's original wish, to make this academy the best, graduate, and secure a good-paying job. But then I lost the competition. That was the starting point where I started to change. I mean, that moment when I stood there helpless because of my artificial mana vessel, that was the trigger. I didn't realize it at the time, but Istria's memories had already begun affecting me since the day I got here. Little by little, I was never the type to care about saving people. I lived for myself. That was how I survived in my old world. But now, I saved a girl who tried to kill me. I fought to protect the academy, not just for myself but for the students. And even now I was pushing myself beyond my limits, struggling to control a magic that I knew nothing about, all for the sake of becoming stronger. Those were small changes that I didn't take notice. It was as if Istria was present here but not really myself. Like my instincts could talk, but my mind and body wouldn't follow its orders. Something like that. I don't know how to explain it. But why? Why was this happening? Because of him. Istria wasn't a hero. Not really. But he dreamed of being one. Even though he knew he wasn't the chosen one, he still carried himself like a hero. And now that same heroic personality of his. It was starting to change me. I didn't realize it at first. But now I knew. I had been affected. Back in my world, I learned to live for myself. And then, the moment I stepped here, because of the future sight granted by the system, I decided to fight against that named demon beast myself. At that time, it just felt right. But thinking back, that simply wasn't something that I would normally do. I don't mind saving my loved one, but other people. Since when did I care about them? I don't mind saving them, but risking my life in order to do so. Never. But I did. I went alone. Didn't ask for help. Dealt with the beasts myself. But why? I thought that I hadn't been affected by Istria's memories, but now. Now, I was affected by them. But what could I do? Those sweet memories. His happy friends. Even his emotions. They weren't just things I remembered. I felt them. Lived them. And because of that, I couldn't ignore them. How could I? How could I turn away when I knew what was coming? When I knew what they would face? Even though this wasn't my world, even though these weren't my people. I couldn't just leave them to die. Even if I wanted to. Even if it wasn't me who cared. I still cared. Zoe, Istria, just be a little selfish. Is that too much to ask? Master. Elaine's voice was soft, laced with worry. Are you okay? Her green eyes, bright and filled with concern, met mine. I stared at her for a second before a small smile tugged at my lips. Wait, I'm Aller. My voice faltered. But then, looking at her, really looking at her, I let out a breath. And smiled. I'm better than ever. The moment Elaine saw my soft smile, her face lit up like a sunrise. Her bright green eyes sparkled, and she tilted her head slightly to the side before flashing me an even brighter smile. Master, Beep. Attention, students. The first festival activity, Mana Football of the Snow Festival, is about to begin. Every student who has signed up, please proceed to the main arena. Bop. The sudden announcement cut through the air, and I felt my expression shift slightly as I frowned. I exhaled softly before slowly pushing myself up. I guess it's time. I started making my way toward the exit, but before I could take more than a few steps. Russell. Elaine suddenly stepped in front of me, blocking my way. Then, like a diligent wife, she carefully adjusted my clothes, smoothing out any wrinkles before giving my shoulders a gentle pat. Her hands were soft, her movements slow and precise, as if she had done this countless times before. She smiled up at me. Let's go, she said lightly before turning around and walking ahead. I blinked. Then, with a small chuckle, I followed her. The main arena wasn't far, so it only took us a few minutes to get there. The moment we arrived, I noticed two signs. One pointed toward the section for participants, and the other led to the spectators. It was time for us to separate. Elaine turned to face me. Good luck, Master. Her voice was soft, carrying a warmth that made my chest tighten for a moment. She then started walking toward the left passage, the one that would teleport her to the spectator area. I watched her go. My eyes followed her small, delicate back as she walked further and further away. And I frowned. Just be a little selfish. The thought seemed to haunt my mind. So, I moved before I could stop myself. I reached forward and softly grasped her wrist. Yem master. Elaine stammered, turning around, her expression filled with confusion. What was I doing? I sighed inwardly. Her green, jewel-like eyes locked onto mine, glimmering with something I couldn't quite describe. There was hesitation, uncertainty, but also a faint hint of anticipation. Her brows furrowed slightly as a few loose strands of her silky blonde hair slipped onto her forehead, falling just above her lashes. She looked stunning. The soft glow of the arena's lights highlighted her delicate features, casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes. Her lips, pale pink, slightly parted in surprise, looked impossibly soft. Tempting. I felt my heartbeat slow for a moment. And then, F-whoop. With a quick movement, I pulled her toward me. No. Her small gasp filled the air as I stepped back slightly, twisting my body just enough to catch her off balance. And then, I caught her. My arm wrapped securely around her waist, holding her close. She barely had time to react before I tilted my head downward and closed the distance. A soft, fleeting kiss. The warmth of her lips barely lingered before I slowly pulled away. Elaine's eyes widened, her breath catching as her fingers trembled slightly against my chest. I smiled. I'll see you later. And without waiting for a response, I turned and stepped into the right passage. In an instant, whoosh, I was teleported away, leaving Elaine standing there speechless. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. The announcer's energetic voice boomed across the massive arena, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. And welcome to the first event of today's Snow Festival, Mana Football. The crowd erupted in excitement, their cheers echoing through the air. Most of the loudest shouts came from the boys, hyped up beyond reason. The announcer grinned. Now, for those of you who are new, let me explain the rules. It's simple. He cleared his throat before continuing. The game is just like regular football, but with magic. Players can use mana or aura to boost their speed, strengthen their kicks, and defend their goal. However, flying magic and long-range spells are not allowed. Only body enhancement magic is permitted due to the injuries from previous games. The first team to score 5 goals wins. And remember, no direct attacks on other players. If you injure someone on purpose, you're out. The crowd buzzed with excitement as they processed the rules. Now it's time to announce the teams. The announcer's voice grew even louder. A total of 150 students have signed up, which means we have the perfect setup for a 75 versus 75 match. WOOHHH. The crowd roared once again. And then, a figure suddenly soared into the sky. FWOSH. The moment the students and spectators saw who it was, they all reacted at once. Headmistress. Their voices rang out in admiration. High above, Eleonora floated effortlessly in the air, gazing down at the field with a small smile on her lips. Then, with a single graceful motion, FWOOP. The entire arena transformed. The flat, open space rippled as if reality itself was shifting. In the blink of an eye, an enormous football field materialized in the center of the arena. It was no ordinary field. It was massive, at least 5 times the size of a regular one. The crowd gasped in awe. Eleonora lowered her hand, satisfied with the transformation. Now that the field is ready, the announcer continued, his voice filled with excitement. All 150 players will now be teleported to a random team and given a random position. FWIP. FWIP. One by one, students began appearing on the massive field, their expressions ranging from excited to nervous. The atmosphere grew tense as the announcer gave his final instructions. All right, players. The match will begin as soon as the whistle blows. Remember, if you hurt another player, you'll be disqualified. So play fair and give it your all. With that, the announcer took a deep breath. Then, FWAT. The sharp sound of the whistle echoed through the massive arena. In an instant, the game had begun. On the right side stood the white team, and on the left side stood the gold team. FWIB. The mana-enhanced ball shot into the air from the center of the field, glowing faintly with magic. Players from both teams immediately rushed forward, their bodies surging with mana as the match kicked off at a blistering pace. Boom! Lucas was the first to react. His golden hair shimmered under the arena lights as he blasted forward, his legs glowing with golden mana. He leaped into the air with one smooth motion, his foot slamming into the ball with immense force. Whoosh! The ball shot through the air like a cannonball, heading straight toward white team's side. Arms already. Stretching himself slightly, Istria, who had been positioned as one of the defenders, focused his eyes on the ball. The impact of Lucas's kick alone was enough to send weaker players tumbling. Istria braced himself slightly. He could hear the footsteps of his teammates shifting into position. Left, he called out sharply. But as he looked at the teammates around him, he noticed their hateful gazes, and amongst them there was Telmo. Ella's simp. And of course, instead of moving left, Telmo charged forward on his own, his blue mana flaring around him. Dusk. Istria clicked his tongue. Fucking idiot. Lucas's shot was coming in fast, and with Telmo out of position, the left flank was completely exposed. Istria had no choice. Whoosh! With a burst of icy mana, he dashed left, snow kicking up beneath his feet. The ball was seconds away from breaking through. Istria didn't hesitate, his right leg swung forward, intercepting the ball with an ice-infused kick. Bang! The ball shuddered midair, the impact sending a shockwave through the field. For a split second, the ball hung between Istria and Lucas's energy, a battle of strength. Then, boom! The ball rebounded toward the midfield and redirected away from the goal. The crowd erupted. Whoosh! Istria landed smoothly, his breath visible in the cold air. But before he could relax, bam! A streak of red mana flashed past him. You got lucky, Istria. Prince Leon. His golden eyes burned with hostility as he sprinted toward the ball, his movements sharp and aggressive. His golden jersey fluttered as his mana pulsed dangerously around him. I won't let you get past me. Leon smirked. Huh? Istria scoffed slightly. You still haven't learned anything, did you? Whoosh! Ignoring Istria's words, Leon exploded forward, his red mana surging around him like crackling fire. His foot met the ball in an instant, sending it racing down the field like a comet. Istria didn't hesitate. With a sharp exhale, he sprinted alongside Leon, his ice mana swirling around his feet. His eyes locked onto the ball, it was still bouncing, meaning he had a chance to intercept it before Leon could set up a clean shot. FWIP. Istria's body tilted to the side as he lunged forward, his right foot stretching out to block the ball. Bam! Leon saw it coming. He twisted his body mid-run, his knee coming up in a sharp feint before pushing the ball right with the outside of his foot. Damn it! Istria barely stopped himself from overcommitting, his boots skidding against the icy field. Leon was quite fast. The crowd roared as Leon's dazzling footwork sent the ball closer to the white team's goal. GOLEON. Breaks through. Istria had no time to think. FWOSH. Instead of chasing after Leon directly, he sidestepped, cutting off the most direct route to the goal. If Leon wanted to advance, he'd have to face him head-on. Leon grinned. You think you can stop me, huh? Try me. Istria's voice was cold. Leon accepted the challenge. Boom. Mana exploded from his body as he kicked the ball forward, sending it straight toward Istria. No, it was a feint. At the last second, Leon dashed left, his body flickering like a mirage. Istria's eyes sharpened slightly. He infused mana into his eyes. After all, this was also some kind of body enhancement. And if he couldn't use his judgment eye because it was a skill, he could still use this kind of mana vision. Everything slowed down for a moment. Istria saw it, the tiny shift in Leon's balance, the subtle bend in his knees. He wasn't shooting. He was planning to break past him. Too slow, little Leon. Istria moved first. FWOSH. The moment Leon attempted to cut past him, Istria's right foot swung forward, tapping the ball just enough to make it roll away from Leon's reach. What? Leon's movement was interrupted. Istria didn't waste a second. With a flick of his ankle, he flicked the ball upward, then spun his body. Boom! He launched a long-range pass across the field. Huh? Elaine, watching from the spectator stands, gasped. Istria's pass was perfect. The ball soared over the heads of several gold team players, cutting across the sky like a frozen meteor. On the other side of the field, a white team forward jumped up, his mana blazing around him. Bam! He intercepted the pass with a powerful header, redirecting it toward the gold team's goal. Counterattack. The crowd erupted. The white team's forward, a bulky third-year named Grant, sprinted at full speed, his mana flaring around his legs. His eyes burned with determination. This was a chance to score. But then, bang! A golden blur rushed forward. Lucas, the hero of light. Not so fast. His voice rang with confidence as he launched himself forward, his entire body glowing with golden mana. The moment the ball bounced off the ground, boom! Lucas intercepted it with a precise kick, stopping its momentum in an instant. Damn it! Grant cursed, trying to close the distance. But Lucas was already moving. His movements were smooth, too smooth. He was like a professional, dribbling the ball effortlessly as if he were born for this game. Hero Lucas takes the ball. Look at that flawless control. The crowd roared. GOLUCAS. Show them why you're the hero. FWOSH. Lucas sped forward, weaving past two defenders in an instant. His golden mana made it almost impossible to see his feet. And now he was directly heading towards Istria. Odds really. Seeing the opportunity, Istria dashed forward. Boom! Lucas grinned upon seeing him. You're in my way, Istria. The moment Istria lunged at him, Lucas faked left. A feint. Istria didn't fall for it. Too obvious. Lucas tried to cut right, but Istria was already there. What? Istria's foot shot out, blocking Lucas's dribble and knocking the ball loose. The crowd gasped. AESTREA blocked HIM. Lucas clicked his tongue. Not bad. But he wasn't done. In one fluid motion, he spun his body, his golden mana surging as he tried to pass the ball to one of his teammates. Bang! Istria kicked it away first. The ball flew across the field again, heading toward the white team's strikers. Another counterattack. The stadium shook with excitement. The ball soared high into the sky, spinning rapidly as it arched toward the white team's forward. I got it. A tall, muscular student from the white team, Derek, jumped up, his body twisting midair. His eyes locked onto the ball as he prepared to smash it toward the goal. But then, bam! A powerful force crashed into him. GAIH. He was blasted backward, tumbling across the field as the ball was stolen midair by a single figure. A golden-haired young man landed gracefully, the ball at his feet. Prince Leon. His sharp golden eyes burned with arrogance, and his lips curled in a smirk. Awake! The crowd exploded with cheers. Prince Leon. Show them who the real king is. Leon flicked his hair back, his red aura shimmering in the cold air. He turned his gaze toward Istria, who was very far from his. And his smirk widened. What's wrong, peasant? Istria's eye twitched. F-whoop. In just a matter of seconds, Leon slowly reached Istria, passing through the many white team's players with ease. Then he kicked the ball forward so he could get a huge rundown. But Istria was faster. Boom! The two collided. Istria's foot slammed against the ball, stopping it. Damn it! Leon clicked his tongue. Annoying. Istria didn't respond. He just pressed forward. Nicheliah. Leon sent a burst of mana into his legs, increasing his speed. He flicked the ball left. Istria followed. He flicked right. Istria still followed. Damn you. Leon gritted his teeth. With a snarl, he twisted his body, aiming for a powerful shot. But Istria saw through it. FWOSH. Just as Leon's foot connected with the ball, Istria's own foot intercepted it mid-kick. What? Greg? A thin layer of ice suddenly spread from Istria's foot, covering the ground beneath Leon. Leon's balance wavered. No, you don't. Leon pushed off the ice, trying to recover. But it was too late. Istria kicked the ball away, launching it toward the white team's forwards. The crowd erupted. He did it again. Leon staggered backward, his face red with anger. His eyes burned with rage as he glared at Istria. You damn peasant. Istria smirked. Try harder next time, Prince. Leon's mana flared. Immediately, he turned on his heel and rushed towards the ball once again. The ball rocketed across the massive field, streaking like a comet toward the white team's forwards. The entire crowd was on the edge of their seats, their excited roars blending into the icy air. Go, Gio! But behind them, Leon was seething. His fists clenched, veins bulging in his arms. His red aura flared, flickering like wildfire as he glared at Istria. This damn peasant. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. 3 times Istria had humiliated him in front of thousands. And now, it was happening again. Leon, focus. Lucas, appearing right beside him, warned him. Leon gritted his teeth. Shut up. Lucas frowned at him. The match isn't over. The white team is pushing forward. If we let our guard down. I said shut up. Leon's aura flared violently. A crackle of red mana surged from his body, briefly distorting the air around him. Lucas's expression hardened. Leon. His tone was colder now. Don't let your emotions control you. Leon let out a slow breath. His eyes flickered toward Istria. His greatest rival. His greatest humiliation. Then toward Lucas. The one person he refused to lose against. A moment of silence passed. Then, Leon let out a slow chuckle. A twisted, bitter one. Fine. He rolled his shoulders, stretching his neck. His mana slowly settled. But his eyes still burned. Let's crush them. Lucas nodded and both of them rushed towards the ball. Bam! Istria dashed forward, his silver hair flowing behind him as he raced toward the ball. His teammate Lance had just barely managed to stop a gold team defender from stealing it. But now, Lucas was approaching. Vast, pass it. Lance didn't hesitate. With a swift kick, he sent the ball flying toward Istria. And at the same time, FWOSH. A gust of golden mana surged. Lucas closed the distance in an instant. His foot collided with Istria's midair. Boom! A shockwave exploded from the impact. The ball wobbled, thrown slightly off course. Istria gritted his teeth, pushing harder. But Lucas pushed back. Their eyes locked. For a brief moment, it was like the entire field disappeared. Nothing else mattered. Just them. A dead extra. A protagonist. Bam! Lucas twisted his foot, forcing Istria backward. The ball rolled between them. A split second later, both of them charged. Their movements were a blur. Kicks, feints, rapid turns, each trying to outmaneuver the other. The crowd held their breaths. Then, FWOSH. Lucas faked left. Istria reacted. And at that exact moment, Lucas spun to the right, his foot slamming into the ball. The ball shot toward the white team's goal. It was a direct hit. FWOOP. The ball shot through the air, spinning like a bullet toward the white team's goal. The entire stadium tensed, eyes locked onto the blazing golden streak. Lucas's kick wasn't just powerful, it was perfectly aimed. It was heading straight for the upper left corner, a nearly impossible spot to block. The white team's goalkeeper Rex moved. But it was too fast. Too strong. FWIP. A blur of silver suddenly rushed in. Istria. The moment Lucas kicked the ball, Istria had already moved. His body reacted before his mind did. Before he even realized it. He was flying toward the ball. His legs bent, arms tensed, and with a single desperate movement. Bam! His foot connected. The impact rattled his entire leg, but the ball changed direction. The crowd exploded. He blocked it. The ball went spinning toward the ground, bouncing wildly before rolling back onto the field. Lucas's eyes widened. That was possible. But there was no time to think as Telmo was the first to reach the ball. He clicked his tongue. Of course, it had to be Istria who stopped that shot. But whatever. There was no time to waste. With a sharp kick, Telmo sent the ball soaring down the field. and Rail, one of the forwards, dashed forward to meet it. But, boom, another explosion of mana. Leon. He wasn't letting them pass. His red aura flared and in an instant he intercepted the ball. The white team's momentum shattered. Leon smirked. Pathetic. He controlled the ball effortlessly, dodging a sliding tackle from one of the white team's midfielders. Then, he kicked it straight up into the air. Lucas was already moving. The plan was clear. He would dribble through Istria and pass the ball to Lucas. And then, he would score. All to defeat Istria. At this moment, Leon's smirk grew as he saw Istria approaching. Finally, took you long enough. Istria ignored him. His focus was on the ball. The ball descended fast, spinning with the weight of the game's momentum. Leon was already in position, his red aura flaring as he pushed off the ground. FWOSH. A burst of wind and mana surged as he leaped into the air, his foot rising to meet the ball before Istria could even reach it. "Do slow." "No, not yet." He didn't hesitate. With an explosive step, he launched himself upward, slicing through the air like a silver comet. Boom! Their legs clashed midair, sending out a shockwave that rippled through the field. The crowd erupted. "Istria and Leon are fighting for the ball in midair," the announcer roared. Leon gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed as he pushed harder, trying to overpower Istria. "Give up." His voice was low, cold. But Istria wasn't backing down. Instead of pushing back, he did something unexpected. He twisted his body, letting Leon's force carry him just past the ball. And then, thwack! With the inside of his foot, Istria redirected the ball toward the ground. Leon's eyes widened. What? The ball slammed into the grass below, bouncing away from Lucas's reach where he would receive the pass. Istria landed with a roll, already sprinting after it. Lucas, seeing how the plan failed, cursed and took off after him. F-whoop. The ball was just ahead. Lucas reached out, ready to steal it away. But Istria flicked it sideways at the last second. Lucas missed. He growled. Istria didn't stop. With quick, precise touches, he controlled the ball, weaving through the defense like a shadow. One defender came from the left. Istria sidestepped. Another lunged from the right. He faked a pass and kept going towards the goalkeeper. Boom! The intensity of the mana enveloping him increased. His eyes narrowed as the goal approached. The defenders were closing in, but he couldn't afford to slow down. Ahead of him, 10 defenders from the gold team formed an impenetrable line. The gap between them was almost non-existent. And from his right side, Lucas and Leon positioned themselves, their eyes burning with intent as they ran after him. The forwards were too far away, giving him no option but to face the wave of defenders alone. Thud! Istria's foot hit the ball with precision, sending it rolling forward. "I can't stop now," he mumbled to himself. From the left, a huge defender lunged, his boots pounding the turf, aiming to block the ball. Istria's reaction was instant. He dodged to the right in a fluid motion, spinning just enough to make the defender miss by a hair's width. FWOSH. The first tackle flew past him. But there was no time to rest. Another defender from the right side charged, aiming for his legs. Istria read it instantly. With a sharp feint, he shifted his body forward, twisting away from the attack and leaving the defender stumbling to the ground. Thud! He was free for a moment. But not for long. 2 more defenders came at him, one from the front and one from the side. Clutching the ball tightly, Istria pivoted quickly, dribbling it backwards to keep the ball just out of their reach. The defenders slid toward him, sweeping the ground, but they only caught air. Whoosh! Istria rolled the ball with the inside of his foot, sending it between their legs. He twisted his body, sidestepping the first defender before he dribbled past the second. Just a bit more. He could already feel the sweat forming on his forehead. However, just as Istria thought he had found a clear path to the goal, Lucas was already closing in. His golden mana surged upwards as he rushed toward Istria from the left. Istria's breath quickened. The space between them shrank in an instant. FWOSH. Lucas's foot shot out like a whip, aiming for Istria's ball. But Istria was faster, shifting the ball forward just as Lucas's foot swung past him. With a smirk, Istria dodged Lucas's strike, his foot still controlling the ball like a master. "You'll have to do better than that," Istria muttered under his breath, weaving around Lucas's now stumbling form. "Luag." Lucas growled in frustration, but Istria was already past him, pushing forward. Boom! Leon, with his red aura, appeared like a flash of fire. His eyes narrowed and his body exploded into motion. He was already in position just ahead of the goal. But Istria didn't flinch. Instead, he looked at the ball. Not yet. The defenders were still coming. He dribbled the ball forward, his foot lightly tapping the ball to keep it close. But the gold team defenders were relentless. A defender from the right lunged at him, aiming for a brutal slide tackle. SHHHRRRIPP. Istria flicked the ball with a quick flick of his foot to the left, dodging the tackle at the last second. The defender's momentum carried him to the ground, but Istria was still on his feet, pushing forward. Damn it! The defender cursed, getting up as fast as possible. However, the time that the defender gathered was enough for both Lucas and Leon to get back into a defensive position. They closed in as Lucas surged forward, almost out of nowhere. His body shifted into an all-out sprint. Vug, just a bit more. Istria, with the ball under his control, was running out of options. The goal was still a few steps away, but Lucas was closing in fast. Thud. Istria pushed the ball hard toward the goal. He glanced to his side. Leon was coming at him, eyes full of contempt. He had only one chance. With a burst of energy, Istria twisted his body, slipping past Lucas. But Leon was still there. FWOSH. Istria pushed the ball in front of him, his foot in perfect synchronization with his movements. Then he flung himself toward the ball, his foot lashing out with a thundering force. It was a full-bodied, unrelenting kick. Bam! The ball rocketed toward the goal, but Leon wasn't going to let it happen. FWOSH. He jumped. In the air, he reached for the ball, his hands outstretched like a predator about to claim its prey, to the point of committing a game foul. But Istria wasn't finished. In mid-kick, Istria twisted his body, pulling off an incredible spin move that propelled the ball past Leon's outstretched hands. No longer aiming for the center of the goal, Istria sent it with a sharp curve to the left corner, a place that almost no one could reach. The goalkeeper, a hulking figure cloaked in gold, shifted his weight and raised his hands. The ball swerved slightly in midair, the mana-enforced energy making it unpredictable, but the goalkeeper was ready. He leaped forward, his arms outstretched, aiming to block the ball at the last second. THWAM. A loud, sickening smack echoed across the arena. The crowd gasped in shock as the goalkeeper missed. The ball soared like a flying arrow, passing through the goalkeeper and slamming into the net just as Leon landed with a defeated grunt. Thwack, whoosh, and soon after, GWOL. The announcer screamed into the mic. The whole stadium exploded into loud cheers. No, Istria exhaled in relief. They got in. As the game wore on, the intensity only grew. The game's score was 4-1. The white team was winning by 3 points, all of them being scored by Istria himself, even though he was one of the defenders. And now he had another opportunity to score, as the ball flew away from the rebound of hitting the mana-enhanced crossbar. Ogfu. Istria's legs were starting to feel like lead, his breath ragged, but he wasn't about to give up now. This is it. Just one more. He gripped the ball as it came to him, scanning the field. There was an opening. Go. With a powerful kick, he sent the ball flying. But this time, thwack. The sound was crisp, and as the ball hurtled toward the goal, Istria couldn't help but hold his breath. Come on. He watched as the goalkeeper dove, but this time the ball slipped past him. The goal was open. The ball rolled in. Goo! The announcer's voice boomed through the speakers, a sharp whistle cutting through the air, making everyone's hearts race. Haya. Istria collapsed onto the grass, his breath coming in heavy, ragged gasps. His legs trembled beneath him as the weight of the game finally caught to his body. The field was a blur around him, but he couldn't quite process it yet. Everything hurt, but he had done it. Before he could even sit up, a wave of teammates surrounded him, lifting him off the ground in a massive pile of sweaty bodies. No. Istria barely had time to react as a mountain of students slammed into him from all sides. We WOONNs. Someone shouted, a voice barely audible over the roar of the group. YLHHH. All because of AESTREA. Another teammate hollered, practically bouncing with joy. Laughter, high fives, and wild celebration filled the air. It was pure, unfiltered joy. But the excitement wasn't just coming from the players. Even the crowd was shouting, Moonlight Swordsman! Moonlight Swordsman! Moonlight Swordsman! On the other side, Leon grunted in frustration as he walked off. Lucas only wiped his sweat as he looked towards the sky. He also seemed a bit frustrated at their loss. As for Telmo, who was on Istria's team, he scoffed and turned around as he saw his team celebrating. Stepping off the field, Istria exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of exhaustion settling in. His entire body ached, his muscles sore from the intense match. Without wasting time, he quickly cast a few clean spells over himself, getting rid of the sweat and dirt clinging to his skin. A refreshing chill washed over him, making him feel at least a little lighter. Now cleaned up, he looked around, scanning the area for the teleporter that would take him out of the stadium. As he walked toward it, he pulled out his phone, unlocking it with a quick swipe. His eyes looked at the screen, searching through his schedule for the day. It took a moment to find his name, but once he did. 2 more events. Mana volleyball and weight throw. Great. And as for tomorrow, the final day of the Snow Festival. He had 2 of the main events left. Mana circles and snowy love. Normally, the Snow Festival would last around 2 weeks, but due to the whole Archdemon incident, the schedule had been drastically cut short. Not that anyone had really complained, the chaos from that fight still remained in the students' minds. And the headmistress. She conveniently returned only after the academy was fully repaired. How nice. Quite the coincidence, huh? Beep tilde. The teleport gate hummed as it powered up, casting a soft blue glow around him. A second later, he stepped through, leaving the giant arena behind. Master, Jin Papa. A voice and a soft whisper immediately called out to him, making Istria turn his head. There, waving at him, were Elaine and Karen. Without hesitation, he walked toward them, a small smile appearing on his face. When he reached them, he gently cupped Karen's cheek, his thumb brushing over her soft skin. She blinked up at him, her expression warm but shy. Then he turned to Elaine, giving her a small, tired smile. But before he could say anything, "You played really well, Master." Elaine's voice was bright, full of excitement. Right after her, Karen spoke as well. You were incredible, Papa." Her voice was quiet, but the adoration in her tone was easily noticeable. Istria felt his chest tighten slightly. He could already feel Lumi wanting to come out, itching to play with Karen. But he couldn't let her, not in public. Not where anyone could see her. But putting that aside, he smiled at their compliments. "Papa, do you still have any more activities?" Tugging his sleeves, Karen looked Istria in the eyes and asked softly. Like he had mentioned before, she had a perfectly average appearance. But Istria didn't know if it was because he was starting to see her as his daughter, but he felt like she was the cutest being in the entire world. Unfortunately, yeah, he admitted, brushing through her hair with slow movements. "So I'll have to leave you with Elaine for a bit." Karen's eyes flickered with something, disappointment maybe, but she nodded slowly. Okay." A faint blush colored her cheeks as she leaned slightly into his touch. Istria felt a strange warmth in his chest. She was too cute. It was hard to believe that this quiet, soft-spoken girl was one of the most dangerous assassins in the world. For a brief moment, he almost forgot. Almost. But the reality wasn't that kind. The organization that raised her wouldn't let her go that easily. They'd come back. And when they did, they would definitely die at Istria's hands. Vrum tilde. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Pulling it out, he glanced at the screen. A new message. Christina, I have the money ready. Meet me at the cathedral at 10 p.m. Sharp. Istria stared at the text for a second. For some reason, a small shiver ran down his spine. Somehow, Christina's words, even through the phone, could make him shiver. Still, he quickly typed out a sure, before slipping his phone back into his pocket. Master, should we go to the cafeteria? Elaine asked, tilting her head. Istria opened his mouth to agree. But then his eyes turned towards Karen. For some reason, the idea of bringing her to the academy's cafeteria felt strange. The stares, the whispers, the inevitable questions. Yeah, maybe not. But before he could respond, Elaine suddenly clapped her hands. No, I know a fantastic spot. Her green eyes lit up with excitement. No. Before Istria could even react, she grabbed his wrist and dragged him along, practically bouncing as she led the way. Karen, caught off guard, let out a small eep as Istria quickly took her hand, making sure she wasn't left behind. The three of them hurried through the campus, weaving past students and buildings before finally arriving at the last meal. Istria blinked. The restaurant's exterior was simple yet elegant. A cozy blend of warm lights and well-placed decor made it feel inviting. Elaine, clearly familiar with the place, quickly led them inside. The interior was just as nice, clean, quiet, and peaceful. Not many people were around, which suited Istria just fine. He exhaled softly. If the food's good, I'll come back. Let's sit there. Elaine pointed to a small table by the window. Istria nodded, leading Karen by the hand as they settled into their seats. He let out a small breath, relaxing for the first time since the game. Elaine, meanwhile, was already flipping through the menu, her green eyes scanning the options. What do you want to eat, Karen? Istria asked, glancing at the small girl beside him. Karen looked at him hesitantly. I don't know. Istria chuckled, reaching out and tapping her nose lightly. Then I'll choose for you. Elaine observed the interaction in silence, her gaze softening just a little bit. There was something about the way Istria treated Karen that felt different. He was always so terrifyingly calm with everything he did, but when it came to Karen, his actions were purely instinctual, natural in a way she wasn't used to seeing from him. Istria waved at a nearby waiter, ordering 3 bowls of beef stew, fresh bread, and a small fruit parfait for dessert. When the food arrived, Karen's eyes widened slightly at the steaming bowl in front of her. Eat up, Istria said, placing a spoon in her small hands. Karen took a careful bite, her expression instantly melting into delight. It's good. Istria smiled. Then eat as much as you want. As they ate, Elaine found herself watching the way Istria subtly spoiled Karen. He tore small pieces of bread for her, refilled her water before she even asked, and occasionally brushed stray strands of hair from her face when they fell into her food. He didn't even seem to realize he was doing it. His focus was entirely on making sure Karen was comfortable. Elaine rested her chin on her hand, staring at him with an unreadable expression. He's always been a little detached from people, but when it comes to her, he's so gentle. Karen, unaware of Elaine's thoughts, continued eating happily. Papa, the stew is really good. I'm glad. Istria reached over and took a napkin, wiping the corner of her lips where a bit of broth had dripped. Make sure to finish all of it. Elaine smirked. You're spoiling her too much, master. Istria raised an eyebrow. And? Elaine opened her mouth to reply but then stopped. She couldn't think of a reason why he shouldn't spoil her. Damn it. I'm actually jealous of a kid. She sighed, shaking her head with an amused chuckle. Nothing. Just keep going. After they finished their meal, Istria handed Karen the small parfait. For dessert. Karen's eyes sparkled. Really? Of course. He ruffled her hair. You deserve a little treat. Elaine rolled her eyes, but the fond smile never left her face. Hopeless. Completely hopeless. After lunch, Istria made his way to the Mana volleyball arena. The stadium was packed with students, the air buzzing with excitement. His chosen team was already waiting, stretching, and preparing for the match. You're finally here, one of his teammates said. You ready? Istria rolled his shoulders. Yeah. Let's just get this over with. I still have the weight throw activity after this. The match started and immediately Istria dominated. The moment the ball was served, he moved like lightning, setting up perfect shots and sending powerful spikes that left the opposing team scrambling. The audience gasped every time he jumped. His agility made it look effortless. He's literally flying. Didn't the field have 10 times the pressure of the normal gravity? Someone shouted from the crowd. In the final set, with the score nearly tied, Istria leaped into the air, his eyes locking onto the ball as he charged Mana into his hand. With one devastating strike, he sent the ball crashing into the opponent's side with an explosion of force. The opponents didn't even notice when the ball had hit the ground. "Game over," the announcer screamed. "The white team wins." The crowd erupted into cheers, chanting his name once again. Next was weight throw. The event was simple: throw the enchanted iron sphere as far as possible. The best distance so far was 97 meters. Istria stepped up, gripping the heavy sphere in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung his arm back, gathering mana into his muscles, and hurled it forward. The ball soared through the air higher, farther, before finally crashing down at 177 meters. Silence. Then, what the hell? That's almost double the record. Istria sighed, rubbing his temples. Too much. After he was done with the activities, Istria headed towards the cathedral. The cathedral stood tall in the quiet night, its massive structure looming over the snow-covered streets. The cold air bit at Istria's skin as he walked up the steps, his breath coming out in soft, white puffs. The grand wooden doors in front of him were carved with old symbols, their edges worn by time but still carrying a presence that made anyone think twice before stepping inside. For a moment he just stood there staring at them. Then with a quiet sigh he reached out and pushed. Greek. The heavy doors groaned as they opened, revealing the vast interior of the cathedral. A rush of warmth greeted him, the dim glow of countless candles dancing across the high stone walls. The smell of incense lingered in the air, soft, almost comforting. The place was silent. Except for her. There beneath the statue of the goddess of light, Christina knelt in prayer. Her golden hair fell around her shoulders, glowing faintly under the candlelight. She was dressed in her usual refined saintess clothes, but something about her looked different. The usual sharpness in her posture was softer, her hands clasped together like she was holding onto something invisible. Istria didn't speak. He just watched. The flickering lights cast long shadows across the marble floor, and in that quiet space, he could hear the faintest sound of her breath, slow, steady. Then, she opened her eyes. The moment their gazes met, something shifted. Christina didn't move right away. She stayed there for a second like she was measuring something in the air between them. Then with smooth, deliberate movements, she rose to her feet. The soft click of her heels echoed in the empty cathedral. Istria took a step forward. Christina did the same. You finally arrived. Her words were unexpectedly soft for someone who had quite a sharp gaze. Seeing this, Istria gulped inwardly. I just wanted my money back. Why does it seem like she wants to kill me? Draggle. The candlelight flickered, casting long, wavering shadows across the cold marble floor. The cathedral was quiet, so quiet that even the distant wind outside felt muffled. Christina stood there, her dim pink eyes locked onto Istria's glowing red ones. Her hands, still clasped in front of her, tightened slightly. Her nails pressed into her palms, but her face remained composed. Elegant. Serene even. The money. Istria went straight to the point. His voice was calm. Steady. Like he wanted to be done with this quickly. Like he wanted to leave. Christina felt something snap. Her lips curled into a small smile. And to her smile, Istria stiffened slightly. Lo, was he nervous? Good. She took a step forward. The soft click of her heels echoed in the empty cathedral, each sound slow, deliberate. The warmth from the candles barely reached her, but it didn't matter. Her head tilted slightly, her golden hair sliding over her shoulder. My, she murmured, her voice light, teasing. She took another step. Then another. Istria didn't move. His eyes stayed on her, glowing, unreadable. You finally arrived, she murmured, voice light, teasing, and the first thing you ask for is money. Another step. Another. She tilted her head, her golden hair sliding over her shoulder like liquid gold. A bit cold, don't you think? She watched as his expression twitched, just a flicker barely there. Then he sighed. I do not have any reason to talk with you other than that. Besides, you said it yours. Unless I change. Christina raised a finger and placed it against his lips. Istria froze. His eyes widened just a little. And inside she laughed. Is there someone who used to treat the cathedral like a second home? She whispered in a soft voice. You're being quite the problem child. His eyebrows furrowed. Well, Aren't you happy? He asked suddenly. Christina raised an eyebrow. I mean, you were the one who wanted me to stop coming here with injuries from battle. Isn't this what you wanted? Her breath caught. Her fingers curled slightly. Huh? How cute. I did say that, she admitted, tilting her head slightly, because I care about you. But that doesn't mean you couldn't pay me a visit, no. Her voice softened, but it was edged with something sharp. It's been quite a while since you've come here. I even had to invite you myself, and the only reason you came was probably because of the money. She let out a quiet laugh. Then she turned around. The candlelight cast her shadow long across the floor. I guess. Her voice was barely above a whisper. For you, I was simply a tool. Istria stiffened. His mouth parted slightly. Christina, I nev. Someone you could ask for help, and I would do anything you wanted, right? She turned back around. Her dim pink eyes locked onto his glowing red ones. Then a slow, bitter smile formed on her lips. A tool that could heal your constant injuries, right? Her voice cracked. Istria's frown deepened. Christina, I never saw you as a... Then what was I to you, Istria? Her voice rose. Louder. Sharper. She took a step forward, her body trembling slightly. Istria inhaled, his lips pressing together. Christina. Then, suddenly, she punched him. It wasn't hard. Not enough to hurt. But enough to make him feel it. Her small fists hit his chest again. Then again. Then again. Did you think of me as a tool? Her voice shook. Something that you could use any time you wanted. Istria didn't stop her. He just stood there, taking it. Her shoulders shook. Her hands balled into fists. She lifted her gaze, her dim pink eyes shimmering with unshed tears. What about my feelings? Silence. Istria exhaled slowly. Then, I never saw you that way, he said, voice lower, softer. Christina stared at him. Her chest rose and fell, breath shaky. Then she laughed. Soft, bitter. Then why, she whispered. Why do you keep running away from me? Istria looked at her. Silent. Then, he looked away. And that hurt more than anything. The cathedral was silent. Only the distant crackle of candlelight remained. Christina stared at him, her breath uneven. Her fists clenched by her sides, her nails digging into her palms. Why wouldn't he look at her? Why wouldn't he face her? The lump in her throat tightened, her vision blurring for half a second. Then she laughed. Soft, sharp, bitter. There it is, she whispered, shaking her head. You always do this. Istria's red eyes flickered toward her. She didn't stop. You always avoid things when they get too real. Her voice trembled slightly, but she forced herself to keep going. You shut me out. You leave me behind. And then when you finally come back, you act like nothing happened. She took a step forward. Hay didn't move. Do you know what it's like, she asked sharply, to wait for you? Her hands clenched tighter. To pray, to beg for you to come back safe, while you're out there fighting, throwing yourself into battle like your life means nothing. Istria's jaw tightened. She saw it, that tiny flicker in his eyes. But he still didn't say anything. And that infuriated her. Christina let out a sharp breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She wanted to hit him. She wanted to shake him. She wanted to scream. But instead, she smiled, and that was probably more terrifying than anything else. Tell me, Istria, she said, voice slow, dangerous. Istria stiffened. And what? Christina tilted her head slightly, golden hair falling over her shoulder. Was she worth it? Silence. His expression didn't change. But oh, she saw the way his fingers curled slightly at his sides. Good. She took another step. That girl. His eyes darkened. The one who wouldn't stop touching you after the battle against the archdemon of pride. Istria's entire body tensed. Christina's smile widened. Oh, do you remember now, she whispered. Or should I remind you? She placed a delicate finger against her chin, pretending to think. What was her name again? All right. She leaned in slightly. Senior Violet, am I right? His expression hardened. Christina let out a breathy laugh. She was quite bold, wasn't she? She mused, touching your arm. Clinging to you. Looking up at you with those big, worried eyes. She made a mocking little gasp. Oh, Istria, I'm so glad that you're okay. Istria's eye twitched. He exhaled slowly, like he was trying to control his breathing. Christina. What? She interrupted, stepping even closer. They were too close now. Her pink eyes glowed softly in the dim light. His red ones burned like embers. Are you nervous? She whispered. Istria's lips pressed together into a thin line. Christina grinned. You should be. He sighed, running a hand through his silver hair. It wasn't like that. Christina blinked slowly. No, she was just what, Istria? He hesitated. And that was all she needed. She was just there. Just standing next to you. Just touching you for no reason. She took another step, forcing him back slightly. Are you trying to tell me that she just happened to drape herself over you like some lost kitten? Istria inhaled sharply, looking away again. Christina's expression darkened. There you go again. Istria blinked, looking away. Her voice was quiet now. Heard? Always looking away. Istria's shoulders tensed slightly. She hated that. She hated that he could fight demons, face death, stand on the battlefield without fear. And yet he couldn't look at her. Christina. Say it. Istria froze. Say it, Istria. She stepped even closer. Tell me it meant nothing. His breath hitched. Her dim pink eyes glowed. Tell me she meant nothing to you. Silence. The flickering candlelight cast shadows across his face, making his expression unreadable. Then, finally, she meant nothing. Christina's heart pounded. But she didn't let it show. Instead, she let out a soft breath, tilting her head slightly. Good. Istria stiffened. She smiled sweetly. Then, she leaned in, lips barely an inch from his ear. But just so we're clear. Her voice was barely a whisper now. If she tries it again. A pause. A small, innocent smile. I don't know what I'll do. Istria swallowed. Christina pulled back slightly, studying his expression. You know, his expression. That was beautiful. She took a step back, finally giving him space. Then with a soft hum, she reached into her cleavage and pulled out a small pouch. She tossed it toward him. Istria caught it without thinking. The weight of it was familiar, his money. That's all you came here for, right? Her voice was light. Almost playful. Istria exhaled. He didn't say anything. He just looked at her. Like he was trying to figure her out. Like he couldn't. And honestly, that was exactly how she wanted it. Getting out of the cathedral. Istria sighed deeply. She really had to indirectly confess to me in the most insane way possible, he muttered under his breath. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Honestly, he couldn't really refuse Christina's words. The hundreds of memories he had with Christina simply made him hesitant to do anything to actually hurt her. Although he did it unconsciously. Well, Christina, she was Istria's first love. He didn't even realize when it happened, but he fell for her so easily. She probably knew that already. Back then he was a mess around her, awkward, unsure of what to do or say. He never made any moves, never tried to make things happen between them. He just wanted to savor every second he spent with her, like time with her was something to be cherished. He wasn't the type to fake an injury just to see her, but every little thing she did made him fall harder. The way she healed him with her kindness, the worry in her eyes when she noticed something was off with him, she had a way of making him feel like he was the only person that mattered. Everything about Christina felt perfect to him. But he could never admit it. Not then. So he avoided her. Every time she made a move, he pretended not to notice. He looked away, pretending not to understand what she was saying. It was easier that way, right? But now, he couldn't keep pretending anymore. Or neither he planned to. Christina's seed of love had already overflowed through the jealousy that she felt when she saw Violet hugging Istria. If anything more goes on, Christina's emotions could be getting erratic. The kind that could really be dangerous. I mean, the way she expressed her emotions. Istria frowned. From a normal guy's perspective, it might seem that it was simply jealousy. But Istria knew. Christina really wanted to kill Violet. And she might even do it. And of course, the only reason she's so confident should be because of the holy nation behind her, the faction that protects her. For them, Christina is like a gift from God. Well, he ran a hand through his hair, a tired chuckle escaping his lips. It's not like I'm living a normal life. He looked up at the sky, his smile turning bitter. Besides, it's just another crazy woman, right? In the short time he'd been here, he had already met more than enough of them. Hello, dear contestants. A loud, cheerful voice echoed across the grand examination hall, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. The rules of the game, magic circles, are simple. First, a magic circle will appear on the small table in front of you. It'll stay there for exactly 15 seconds. Your job is to identify it, write down its name, attribute, and effect. All right, sounds easy enough. If you figure it out before time runs out, there will be a small green button on your table. Press it and a piece of paper will appear. That's where you'll write your answer. I glanced at the sleek little table before me. The surface was smooth, polished, almost glowing under the bright lights. The 64 fastest students who answer correctly will move on to the second phase. 64. That means there'll be a huge elimination in the first round. And without further ado, let's begin. Glow. A bright red magic circle flared to life on my table. My eyes locked onto it immediately. Fire-type magic circle flame. A basic one. This was used to invoke flame, a first-level fire spell. Too easy. Dab. I hit the green button almost instantly. And just after me. Tab tab tab. Several other students followed, pressing their buttons in quick succession. A small parchment appeared before me. Without wasting a second, I wrote down. Name flame. Attribute fire. Effect creates a small wisp of flames. The moment I finished, the paper vanished, and a green checkmark glowed on my table. Perfect. I leaned back slightly, watching as others scrambled to finish. None of them hesitated, staring at their circles and immediately writing down the answer. It was going to be a question of speed for now. Beep. Time's up. The announcer's voice rang out. If a red X appears on your table, it means you failed. You'll be teleported to the spectators area. A short pause. And now elimination. Vroop. In an instant, over 100 students vanished from the room. That was brutal, but expected. Now on to the second phase. The announcer's voice carried a playful tone, as if he was enjoying watching students panic for a slight moment. For this round, you'll have 30 seconds instead of 15. But here's the twist. I narrowed my eyes. Now the magic circles will be at second level. A small murmur spread through the remaining students. Still nothing too difficult. It should still be easy for most of you, so. The announcer chuckled. Fasten up those hands. Glow. Another magic circle flashed onto my table. Modified wind-type magic circle Gale Shot. This one was slightly more complex than the first round, but nothing difficult. It created a concentrated blast of wind, strong enough to push enemies back. Dab. I pressed the green button without hesitation. Just like before, a parchment appeared and I quickly jotted down the answer. Name Gale Shot. Attribute Wind. Effect creates a burst of wind, pushing enemies back. The modified version of the spell Wind Push. The parchment disappeared. Green checkmark. Done. I glanced to my side, watching how others were handling it. Some students pressed their buttons quickly, while others hesitated, frowning as they analyzed the symbols. I could understand them since there were multiple alternatives to the Gale Shot, just like the original version of this modified spell, Wind Push. 30 seconds passed quickly. Beep. Time's up. The announcer let out a laugh. And now elimination. Vroop. Half of the remaining students vanished. I didn't even blink. At this rate, by the next phase, we'd be down to 16 people. Now then, the announcer's voice carried an excited tone. For the third phase, you'll have 1 full minute. But now the magic circles will be at third level. A murmur ran through the remaining students. That was where things would start getting tricky. But still, it wasn't that difficult yet. Glow. A new magic circle appeared printed on my table. Earth-type magic circle tremor step. A movement-based magic circle. If used properly, it could create small quakes beneath the user's feet, disrupting an enemy's balance. Dab. I pressed the green button again, writing down my answer. Name tremor step. Attribute Earth. Effect creates localized tremors beneath the user's feet. Green checkmark. Simple. I finished early, so I leaned back, watching others. Some people struggled, their eyes darting across the glowing symbols, trying to recall what the magic did. Others pressed their buttons with confidence, finishing quickly. Beep. Time's up. The announcer declared. Now let's thin the herd again. Vroop. Another half of the students disappeared. Now only 16 people remained. And with that, everything changed. Nefwib. My eyes. A strange light filled the room. Before I could react, my vision warped. Then, whoosh. I landed on solid ground. But this wasn't the same place. Instead of the massive hall with countless tables, we were now in a smaller enclosed space. The tables were smaller, closer together. And the air felt different. I blinked. Then I noticed something. On my right, Rose. On my left, Violet. They noticed me at the same time. For a second, none of us spoke. Their eyes widened. Rose, as quiet as ever, seemed hesitant, shifting slightly as if she didn't know whether to greet me or not. Meanwhile, Violet. A smirk slowly crept onto her lips. Well, she hummed, turning toward me. If it isn't our dear Istria. What a coincidence, Tilda. I let out a small sigh. Not this again. Didn't think I'd see you two here. Violet leaned in slightly, resting her elbow on the table. You say that, but aren't you the most surprising one here? She tilted her head. I mean, I knew Rose would choose this activity, but you. Aren't you the ace of sports? You were literally the one who helped me put my activities to paper. I glanced at Rose. Is it because of her? She was avoiding my gaze slightly, but I could tell she was listening closely. Nevertheless, I decided to comply with her words. This is an activity that is not that hard for me. Violet chuckled. Right, not that hard, he says, she mocked playfully. Then her eyes glinted mischievously. Say Istria Tilda, since we have a bit of time, mind explaining what that little display was earlier. I frowned. What are you talking about? Oh, you know Tilda, she waved a hand dramatically. During the fight against the archdemon of pride. Her smirk widened. I couldn't help but notice a certain someone getting all buddy-buddy with a certain girl. I stared at her. She smiled wider. Or should I say, she paused, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. A girl who even had the audacity to hug you. I blinked. Then the realization hit me. She was talking about herself. I sighed, furrowing my eyebrows. She can be really annoying. And at my expression, Violet grinned. Oh, Tilda, so you do remember. She giggled, resting her chin on her hands. Come on, Istria, you don't actually think I'd forget something like that, do you? It was after a battle, I muttered. Violet gasped. Oh no, don't tell me, her voice turned exaggerated. You weren't moved by my embrace at all. I rubbed my temple. Rose, on the other hand, looked uncomfortable. She wasn't saying anything, but her posture was stiff. Violet, noticing this, smirked slightly. Hello? What's this? She glanced between us. Rose, you've been awfully quiet, Tilda. Rose flinched slightly. It's nothing, she mumbled. Violet, of course, wasn't letting go. Oh, don't be shy. I mean, you saw it too, right? She turned back to me. Honestly, Istria, I never pegged you as the type to let a girl cling to you like that. I sighed. Violet. Oh, yes, dear. Shut up. She laughed. But before she could tease me further. Glow. The next magic circle appeared. Violet straightened immediately, all jokes disappearing. Rose did the same, focusing her gaze on the table. I turned my attention back to my own magic circle. Water-type magic circle, Aqua Bind. And instantly I recognized it. Even I was surprised. What kind of motivation did my predecessor have to study so many magic circles? This was a spell that formed whip-like tendrils of water, wrapping around a target to restrain them. Not particularly strong, but annoying if used correctly. Dab. I pressed the green button. The parchment appeared. Name Aquabind. Attribute Water. Effect creates water tendrils that bind the opponent. The moment I finished writing, the paper vanished, and a familiar green checkmark appeared on my table. Done. I leaned back slightly, observing my surroundings. Across from me, some students were struggling. One boy was sweating bullets, his hands shaking as he scribbled his answer. Another girl bit her lip, hesitating before pressing the green button. And beside me, Violet and Rose were working at their own pace. Violet, of course, finished quickly. Dab. Her smirk barely wavered as she wrote her answer. Meanwhile, Rose was slightly slower but just as focused. She pressed her button a second later and carefully wrote her response. Then, beep. Time's up, the announcer called. I straightened slightly, waiting for the next wave of eliminations. Now let's trim the numbers once more. Vroop. Another half of the students vanished. I exhaled quietly. Only 8 of us remained. A glance to my sides. Violet was still here. Rose was still here. The competition was getting serious now. The air felt heavier. But before I could fully process the situation, Violet let out a soft chuckle. I turned my head slightly. She was grinning again. Not bad, Istria Tilda, she mused, twirling a strand of her purple hair between her fingers. I thought maybe you'd start slipping by now. I gave her a flat look. I could say the same to you. She laughed. Though, are you admitting that you're impressed by me? That's not what I said. But that's what you meant, Tilda. I didn't bother responding. Instead, I turned to Rose. She had been quiet for a while now. Her red eyes were focused downward like she was deep in thought. Something wrong? I asked. She blinked, startled, before shaking her head. No, she hesitated. I didn't expect to see you here. Violet hummed. No, so it's not just me who surprised Tilda. Rose shot her a look but didn't say anything. Violet just grinned. Istria, be honest, Tilda, she leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. You didn't expect us to be here either, did you? I exhaled. Not really, I admitted. Violet laughed. Huh? See, Rose. He thought we'd fail. Rose sighed, rubbing her temples. That's not what he said. Violet waved a hand dismissively. Details, details. I shook my head. Before she could say anything else. Glow. The next magic circle started to appear. And just like that, the teasing stopped. At this point, the competition was cutthroat. We only had 4 people left. And the time limit had doubled again. 2 minutes. That meant one thing. These magic circles were about to get difficult. Glow. The magic circle on my table flashed. Dark-type magic circle Shadow Lock. A high-tier binding spell that used shadows to immobilize the target's movement. I didn't hesitate. Dab. Green button. The parchment appeared. Name Shadow Lock. Attribute Darkness. Effect uses shadows to bind and immobilize a target. The second I finished writing. Green checkmark. Done. I exhaled softly, shifting my gaze. Violet had already finished. Smirking, confident. Rose was still writing. Focused, careful. Across from me, the last remaining student was struggling. His face was tense, fingers shaking slightly. His hesitation was costing him time. Beep. Time's up. The moment we heard that. Vroop. The last student vanished. Weren't 2 students supposed to disappear? I see that you're all surprised. But now the rules have changed since the spells have reached the 7th level. You only have to get the magic circle right and you'll pass. The students who get their answer wrong will be eliminated, and that will continue until only 1 student is remaining. But if, for example, in the final round, 2 students get the answer wrong, both will be considered as winners. So, the announcer's voice rang out, excitement clear. For this round, you'll have 4 minutes, but the magic circles will be at the 7th level. He repeated his words excitedly. A few gasps from the audience. These were quite difficult circles since they had a lot more details, and just a different line could form another spell. And neither of the two beside me actually had knowledge about them. Maybe Violet had some, but Rose probably did not. Even my predecessor only knew a few 7th level magics in theory, and I only manifested one through the knowledge that I gained from his constant studies. So, good luck, the announced shouted, and at the same time a light appeared on my table. The magic circle that appeared right before me was quite exquisitely designed. From the intricate details, I could see that it was of the water attribute. However, the lines weren't aligned, so it was probably a modified type circle. Dusk. I clicked my tongue. Both Violet and Rose noticed it, but their eyes continued on the paper, trying to figure out what kind of magic circle they were. I looked at the magic circle for a whole minute. And suddenly, I had an epiphany. Gosh, I love you, my dear predecessor. Wait, isn't that the same as saying I love myself? Saying whatever. Dap. I pressed the button. And then started writing. Name modified typhoon. Attribute water. Effect creates giant typhoons that can cause an extraordinary amount of damage to the point of even killing multiple, named demon beasts with a single spell. This was quite interesting since it was a modified version of the 6th level magic, water cyclones. It was a much stronger version, of course. I triple-checked my answer. Then, the parchment disappeared. Green checkmark. I leaned back. Done. No. Violet and Rose were still working. Violet had her signature smirk, but her brows were furrowed slightly. Rose was biting her lip, her pen moving fast. Seconds passed. Then, Violet finished. And a moment later, Rose barely finished in time. Beep. That's it. The final round is over. The audience erupted into cheers. And then, the final results appeared. Istria Moon passed. Violet failed. Rose failed. I was the one who had won the competition. I exhaled. Then, before I could even react, Violet leaned in, smiling. Well, looks like it was our dear Istria that won the activity, huh? Violet, honestly, even though I quite like you, just shut the fuck up. The moment the final results were announced, the tension finally settled. The audience cheered. Some students looked impressed while others looked defeated. But I barely paid attention. Because the moment I looked to my sides, Violet and Rose were staring at me. Violet's smirk was still there, but there was something more mischievous behind her eyes. Rose, on the other hand, was still quiet. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but the words never came. For a moment, none of us spoke. Then, clap, clap, clap. Violet started applauding. Well, she hummed, tilting her head. Look at us, Istria. Side by side again. Feels kinda nostalgic, doesn't it? Not really. I was the only one that won after all. Her grin widened at my words. Though, you're telling me you don't feel even a little sentimental. She leaned in, lowering her voice slightly, to the point of even ignoring my comment. I mean, after what happened before, I figured we'd at least have a moment, Tilda. I gave her a flat look. You mean the moment where you hugged me out of nowhere after I fought the archdemon of pride? She chuckled. Exactly, Tilda. I raised an eyebrow. Do you want a hug then? She froze. Well, it seems that she didn't expect me to be so direct. For the first time in a while, Violet seemed caught off guard. Her smirk wavered just for a split second before she quickly regained her usual playful expression. Though, offering to hug me now, Istria. She placed a hand dramatically over her chest. I knew you'd come around eventually, Tilda. I was joking. Oh, what a shame. She pouted, then suddenly grinned again. Unless you're backing out now because you actually want to hug me. I stared at her blankly. This woman. She might be more annoying than Andrea or Marissa from The Walking Dead. Maybe. Lord, never mind. She isn't there yet. I sighed and turned my attention to Rose. She let out a soft sigh, her gaze drifting toward the academy's courtyard. The breeze was gentle and the sun was starting to set, painting the sky in warm shades of orange and pink. And then, I noticed something. A giant clock stood tall on one of the Academy's towers. And the time. Wait a second, isn't the last event starting soon? I muttered. Rose blinked in surprise. The snowy love, she asked, turning toward me. I nodded. I think so, she murmured, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. My stomach dropped. Damn it. Without wasting another second, I shot up from my seat and sprinted toward the Academy's central area. The meetup spot for my previous date with Violet. Hey, don't miss me too much, Tilda. Violet's teasing voice rang from behind me. I barely glanced back. But when I did, I caught her smirk. And I ignored it. Zdeb. And instead, I just continued on my way, weaving between students, decorations, and staff preparing for the next event. The cold winter air brushed against my skin, but I barely noticed. As I got closer to the central area, I could hear the sound of excited chatter. And when I finally reached the event space, there were way more people than I expected. Students were gathered in large groups, talking, laughing, and looking around at the beautifully decorated venue. Snowflakes drifted gently from the sky, covering the ground in a soft white layer. The trees around us were decorated with small, glowing lights, giving everything a magical feel. I slowed down, catching my breath. Made it, I muttered to myself. At the front of the crowd, a large wooden stage had been set up. A man in a fancy winter coat stood there holding a microphone. He was clearly the announcer for this event. And just as I arrived, he started speaking. Welcome, dear students of the Royal Eternum Academy. His voice boomed across the area, full of energy. Tonight, we celebrate one of our most beloved traditions, the Snowy Love event. The crowd cheered. I stayed quiet watching. As many of you know, this event is all about bringing people together. The announcer continued, smiling warmly. It's a time to enjoy the beautiful winter scenery, participate in fun activities, and who knows, maybe even make some special memories with someone. A few students chuckled at his words, while others whispered excitedly. I glanced around. Some students looked nervous. Others were excited. And then there were people like me just standing here waiting for whatever was coming next. The announcer lifted a hand. This event will include several fun activities. Some of these include Snowflake the Ice Skating Challenge. Work together with your partner to complete an obstacle course on ice. Snowflake the Cozy Igloo. A quiet, warm space where you and your partner can talk and relax. Snowflake the Snow Hunt. Solve clues and find hidden treasures in the snow. Snowflake the Frost Dance. A beautiful dance under the snowfall where you and your partner will move together under the moonlight. And many more. Another round of cheers filled the air. I exhaled slowly. So, just like Violet had mentioned, a bunch of activities designed for two people. Great. And now, the announcer said, raising his voice slightly. It's time for the moment you've all been waiting for, the choosing machine. The crowd buzzed with excitement. I frowned slightly. The what? I looked ahead and suddenly, a large, glowing structure appeared on the stage. It was a tall, crystal-like machine shimmering with soft blue light. The inside was empty, like a doorway leading into nothingness. The announcer grinned. This is where all of our registered participants will enter. He gestured toward the glowing structure. Once inside, the machine will randomly pair you with another participant. Then you'll be teleported to a different location where your snowy love journey will begin. Random pairing. I hope I get an easygoing girl. I glanced around at the students who had signed up. Some looked excited, others nervous. A few were already whispering about who they hoped to be paired with. There were a few professors around, awaiting to enter the machine. I sighed. There was no point in overthinking it now. The announcer clapped his hands. All right. Registered participants, please step forward and prepare to enter the choosing machine. A group of students immediately moved toward the stage and I followed. As I walked, I felt the cold air against my skin. My breath came out in small puffs of white. One by one, students entered the glowing machine. The moment they stepped inside, they disappeared. I narrowed my eyes. A teleportation system. Nothing too unusual. More students entered, vanishing into the blue light. Then, it was my turn. I stepped forward, feeling the slight hum of magic in the air. The light surrounded me, and in the next second, I was gone. Effluub. The world around me shifted. For a split second, everything felt weightless. And then, I landed somewhere else. The air was crisp and cold. Snow crunched softly under my boots. The sound of distant bells echoed through the space. I blinked. Where am I? I looked around. This wasn't the academy's central area anymore. It was a different space, still covered in snow but smaller and more enclosed. The trees were closer together, forming a natural barrier. There were fewer tables, and the students who had been teleported here were much closer to each other. I barely had time to process the change when I heard movement beside me. I turned my head, and my breath caught slightly. Tihi tilde. Fuck no. Come on, I ain't that bad, tilde. A soft, teasing breath brushed against Estria's ear. Her voice was smooth, light, and full of amusement. What are you doing here? What do you think? She replied quickly. Before he could say anything else, he felt her hands on his shoulders, light at first, but pressing down just enough to make him notice. And then, blub, something soft pressed against his back. No two soft things. His shoulders tensed slightly. Hey Tilda, are you embarrassed? Her voice was almost a purr, warm and teasing as she leaned closer. She blew softly against his ear again. Estria exhaled slowly. Is the headmistress even allowed to participate in events like this? He muttered. Why not? Eleonora smiled sweetly, her fingers squeezing his shoulders a little more. Besides, I was just too excited, she continued, her tone playful but affectionate. You finally decided to consider my proposal. Estria froze. And what? You never did that before. Eleonora said, ignoring his reaction. You always straight up rejected me. But this time, Tilda. Estria's frown deepened. Why do you sound like I've been refusing to be your boyfriend or something? Eleonora grinned. Oh, do you perhaps have interests in Mill? Yup, but only in MILFs though, Estria cut in without hesitation. I don't have any interest in GILFs. Silence. Eleonora's smile twitched. For a moment she just stood there, her fingers still on his shoulders. Then, her grip tightened. Estria felt the pressure increase slightly, as if she was expecting him to react. But he didn't. Instead, he just let out a small sigh. In Tusk, Eleonora clicked her tongue before suddenly pulling him up. Enough of that, she said, brightening up again almost instantly. She grabbed his wrist, her grip firm but warm. Let's do our first event. And what? Ice skating, she announced cheerfully. And then, snap, she snapped her fingers. Immediately, Estria felt a strange weight settle over his body. And of course, Eleonora added with a smirk, none of us can use mana. Estria glanced at her. Sure, he said simply. Eleonora blinked. She tilted her head slightly, as if surprised by his easy agreement. But then, her expression softened into a genuine smile. Good, she said softly, squeezing his hand just a little before tugging him forward. And with that, she dragged him toward the ice skating field. It didn't take much time for them to reach the place, and after they got the ice skating shoes, they were ready to enter the field. The ice skating field stretched out before them, shimmering under the soft glow of the winter lights. It was vast, wide enough to fit dozens of people at once, but right now it was just the two of them. Estria exhaled slowly, watching as small puffs of white left his lips in the cold air. Eleonora, on the other hand, was practically bouncing with excitement. All right, let's go, she said, stepping forward. Zlib. Well, Estria barely had time to react before she stumbled forward. Her arms flailed, her feet sliding helplessly across the ice. She looked like a baby deer trying to walk for the first time. Estria sighed. You don't know how to ice skate, do you? Eleonora pouted. I thought it would be easy, she muttered. Estria shook his head, stepping beside her with smooth, controlled movements. I'm here. He offered his hand. Eleonora stared at it for a moment before taking it, her fingers wrapping around his. It was warm, Istria adjusted his grip slightly. Follow my movements, he instructed, his voice calm. Keep your balance by bending your knees a little. Don't lock them or you'll fall. Eleonora nodded. She took a slow step forward. Her skate touched the ice, and immediately slid forward too fast. Lek. Istria steadied her, his other hand coming up to grip her waist. Her body tensed slightly. Relax, he murmured. Eleonora glanced at him. Her lips parted slightly, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she just nodded again. Istria took the lead, pulling her along gently. At first, she was stiff, her movements awkward, her fingers gripping his hand a little too tightly. But as they skated further, she started to ease into it. Good, Istria said, his tone softer now. Just keep your weight centered. Let your legs glide instead of forcing them. Eleonora huffed. Easier said than done, she grumbled. He smirked slightly. You're doing better than before. Eleonora shot him a side glance. You're just saying that. Istria shrugged. If you were bad, I would have already let go of your hand. Her eyes widened slightly. You wouldn't. I would. She gasped dramatically. You monster. Istria chuckled. Eleonora's personality was a bit far off from normal. She even seemed more childish in everything. However, Istria knew that she only acted like this with him. Well, she was trying to act like a young girl to seduce him. It wasn't the first time, really. Actually, she had tried multiple kinds of personalities. The big sister type, the mature mommy type, and many more. Honestly, Istria didn't mind at all. If anything, he found it quite interesting. As long as she didn't imitate the crazy girlfriend type, he would be fine. And then, they reached the final stretch of the skating field. Istria slowed down, expecting her to follow his pace. But then, wait, what's that? Eleonora suddenly pointed at something ahead. Istria turned just in time to see. A ramp. A high ramp. It was meant for tricks and jumps, definitely not for beginners. And yet, Eleonora was already going straight toward it. Eleonora. Istria's eyes widened. She wasn't even moving that fast, but her balance was still off. And just before the ramp, she panicked. Her legs tensed. Instead of stopping, she jumped. Whoosh! She was sent flying. Istria's heart stopped. Idiot! Before he even realized it, his body moved on its own. He pushed forward, increasing his speed just enough. His eyes locked onto her falling figure. The wind whipped past his ears. Time seemed to slow. And then, thud, Istria caught her. His arms wrapped around her waist, his body absorbing the impact as they crashed into the snow. Thump! The cold spread through his back, but he barely noticed. Because at that moment, Eleonora landed right on top of him. Her chest pressed firmly against his. Her left leg slipped between both of his. Her hands slammed into the snow on either side of his head, pinning him down. It was a position far too intimate. For a second, neither of them moved. The only sound was the soft crunch of snow beneath them. Then, Eleonora's breath hitched. Istria felt it. Warm, shaky. Her face was close. Too close. Her lips parted slightly. Her light blue eyes, shimmering with something unreadable, stared down at him. Istria's heartbeat drummed in his ears. He swallowed. You okay? Eleonora didn't answer. She just kept looking at him. And at that moment, the cold didn't feel so cold anymore. The world around them felt silent. The soft crunch of snow beneath them was the only sound. Istria could feel Eleonora's breath against his skin, warm against the cold air. Her chest was pressed against his, firm, soft, and way too close. Her left leg was caught between both of his, their bodies entangled in a way that sent a strange feeling through him. She didn't move. She just stared. Her lips were slightly parted, and her light blue eyes held an expression Istria couldn't quite read. For the first time since he'd met her, she looked speechless. Istria let out a breath. Are you going to get up? His voice was steady, but inside he wasn't sure how to feel about this. Eleonora blinked. Then, her lips curled into a small smile. Oh my, she murmured. Her voice was soft, too soft. Her fingers, still planted in the snow beside his head, tightened slightly. You caught me, she whispered. Istria frowned. Of course I did. You were falling. She hummed. And you jumped after me without thinking. Istria paused. And that was true. The moment she went flying, his body had moved on its own. Eleonora's smile widened. How romantic. Istria sighed. Get off me. Ahem. She tilted her head slightly, her light blue eyes glowing under the soft winter lights. But I like this position. Istria's eyebrow twitched. She was toying with him. Again. Eleonora, he said, his voice flat. Yes, dear, she replied sweetly. Get off. She giggled. Then finally she pushed herself up slightly, but not before leaning in close. Too close. Istria stiffened. For a second he thought. No, she wouldn't. Right. But then, instead of doing anything else, Eleonora simply grazed her lips near his ear. Then, in a whisper just for him. You're warm. Istria's breath hitched. His hands, still gripping her waist from when he caught her, tightened slightly before he let go. Get off, he repeated, this time gritting his teeth. Eleonora laughed. A soft, melodic sound that sent a shiver down his spine. And finally, she lifted herself off him. Istria exhaled sharply, pushing himself up as well. Snowflakes drifted around them, the cold air brushing against his skin now that her warmth was gone. Eleonora stretched her arms above her head, acting as if nothing happened. That was fun, Tilda, she said cheerfully. Istria gave her a look. You almost broke your neck. But I didn't, she winked. If anything, I'd use mana last second, Tehi Tilda. What did I expect? Istria ran a hand through his hair. You're impossible. Eleonora only grinned. Well, she sighed, dusting the snow off her coat. That was only the first event. We still have more left, you know. Istria groaned. You're actually looking forward to this, aren't you? Of course. She beamed. Then, before he could respond, she suddenly grabbed his arm. Come on, she urged, pulling him forward. Istria stumbled slightly. Hey. Istria barely had time to think before Eleonora dragged him forward, her grip on his arm tight and firm. Come on, she chirped, her excitement clear in her voice. Istria sighed, letting himself be pulled along. It was pointless to resist. The activity board ahead glowed with bright, icy letters. Snowflake, the cozy igloo. Snowflake, a quiet, warm space where you and your partner can talk and relax. Istria's eyebrow twitched. This is the next event. Eleonora nodded eagerly. Yup, sounds nice, right? Istria exhaled. Why do I feel like you planned this? Eleonora put a hand over her chest, gasping dramatically. Me? Planning to be alone with you in a cozy, warm place. Istria, how could you think so highly of me, Tilda? He gave her a flat look. Because you did. She only grinned. Before he could argue further, a staff member approached, dressed in a fluffy winter coat. Welcome, the woman greeted cheerfully. It looks like you two are the next pair. Please step this way. She didn't even seem surprised that the headmistress was with Istria. Istria sighed, following as Eleonora practically skipped beside him. The staff guided them toward a small path lined with glowing lanterns. Snow crunched beneath their boots as the warmth of light contrasted with the cold air. Then up ahead, an igloo. Not just any igloo. It was beautiful. Soft golden lights glowed from inside, casting a cozy, welcoming hue. The entrance was slightly open, showing glimpses of thick plush blankets and pillows inside. The whole place looked like something out of a fairy tale. Eleonora gasped softly. Ooh, Tilda, it's so pretty. Istria hummed. It was nice. Too nice. Almost suspiciously romantic. The staff member smiled. Inside you'll find warm blankets, a fireplace, and some sweet treats. This event is meant to give you and your partner a peaceful time together. Please enjoy yourselves. And with that, the staff walked off, leaving the two of them standing there. Istria hesitated. But before he could say anything, Eleonora grabbed his wrist and pulled him inside. The moment they stepped in, warmth, It was like stepping into another world. The cold air was replaced with a gentle heat, coming from a small, magical fireplace set in the center. The walls of the igloo were made of thick, packed ice, but they didn't let in any cold. Instead, they sparkled faintly, reflecting the warm glow inside. Soft blankets were spread across the floor, along with fluffy pillows. In one corner, a small tray of treats, chocolate-covered strawberries, warm pastries, and a kettle of steaming hot cocoa. Istria blinked. This was way too nice. Eleonora, meanwhile, flopped onto the blankets. She stretched her arms up, letting out a happy sigh. Ah, Tilda, this is perfect. Look at this place. She patted the spot beside her. Come on, sit down. Istria hesitated for a moment before finally sitting down, but not too close. Eleonora noticed. She smirked. Why so far, Istria? Because I know you, he replied flatly. She pouted. You make me sound so dangerous. You are. She giggled, shifting to face him directly. A moment of silence settled. For the first time that night, Eleonora wasn't teasing. She simply watched him, her light blue eyes reflecting the warm glow of the fireplace. You really jumped after me back there, she murmured. Istria looked at her calmly. You were falling. She hummed, tilting her head slightly. But you didn't even hesitate. Istria didn't respond. Because she was right. The moment she lost balance on that ramp, his body moved on its own. He hadn't thought. He just jumped. You always act so cold to me, Eleonora continued softly, tracing a finger across one of the blankets. But sometimes you do things like that. She looked up, a small smile playing on her lips. It makes me wonder how much you actually care about me. Istria stared at her. Don't overthink it, he muttered. She laughed. Maybe I will. Another pause. Then, Eleonora reached for the tray of sweets. She picked up a chocolate-covered strawberry and held it up. Here. Istria raised an eyebrow. And what? Open your mouth. His stare turned deadpan. I can feed myself. But this is the cozy igloo event. It's all about bonding, Tilda, she grinned, wiggling the strawberry. Istria sighed. I'm not playing along with this. Eleonora huffed. Fine. Your loss. She popped the strawberry into her own mouth instead, chewing happily. Istria simply shook his head, reaching for his own cup of hot cocoa. The warmth spread through his fingers as he took a slow sip. For a moment, it was quiet. Not awkward. Not uncomfortable. Just peaceful. Istria glanced at Eleonora again. She had leaned back slightly, watching the flickering firelight. Her expression was calm, her usual playful smirk nowhere in sight. For the first time tonight, she looked relaxed. Istria found himself staring a little longer than he meant to. Then, before he could stop himself, he spoke. Do you like it here? Eleonora blinked, looking at him in surprise. Then she smiled softly. I do, she murmured. It's warm. Quiet. Feels nice. She turned her gaze back to the fire. Feels like something I never had before. Istria paused. Her voice had dropped slightly, losing its usual playful edge. Something about the way she said those words made something in his chest tighten. What do you mean? He asked quietly. Eleonora hesitated. Then with a small chuckle she shook her head. Nothing, she said. Just thinking out loud. But Istria knew. It wasn't nothing. Still, he didn't press. Instead, he simply watched her. And in that moment, for once, Eleonora wasn't just the teasing, playful headmistress. She was just a woman sitting across from him, wrapped in the warmth of the firelight, in a quiet, cozy space. Just the two of them. After spending time in the cozy igloo, the warmth still lingering on their skin, Istria and Eleonora finally stepped back out into the chilly night air. The sudden cold made their breath visible in the air, little white clouds escaping their lips as they walked toward the next event. Eleonora stretched, her arms reaching toward the sky. Oh, Tilda, that was nice. But now it's time for something fun. Istria raised an eyebrow. You're acting like we weren't just sitting in silence half the time. She grinned. That was peaceful. Now we need excitement. Istria sighed but didn't argue. Ahead of them, a large open snowfield had been set up for the next event. Bright lanterns lined the area, casting a soft glow over the white landscape. Groups of students and even professors were already gathered, some chatting excitedly, others stretching as if they were preparing for battle. Above them, a floating board displayed the event's name. Snowflake the Snow Hunt. Snowflake solve clues and find hidden treasures in the snow. Istria glanced around. Treasure hunt, huh? Eleonora nodded eagerly. Yup. We get clues, follow them, and find little treasures hidden all over the place. Some of them have prizes too, Tilda. Istria hummed in thought. He wasn't the type to care about fun activities, but a puzzle wasn't bad. A few moments later, an event staff member stepped forward, raising a small bell. Ding ding. Welcome everyone, the staff called. The snow hunt is about to begin. This is a bonding game of teamwork, mystery solving, and of course fun. Istria's eyebrow twitched. That word again. The staff continued. You and your partner will receive a scroll with your first clue. Each clue will lead you to another location where another scroll is hidden. Solve them all and you'll find the final treasure. Eleonora nudged Istria. Ooh, we get to solve riddles together, Tilda. Isn't that romantic? It's a treasure hunt. She pouted. Where's your sense of adventure, Istria? I left it back in the igloo. Before she could argue, the staff members started handing out scrolls. Eleonora snatched theirs immediately. All right, let's see our first clue. She unrolled the scroll, clearing her throat dramatically. Then she read aloud. I stand tall but have no feet. My arms wave but make no sound. Though I sleep in winter's white. My coat is always green year-round. Istria exhaled. It's a tree. Eleonora blinked. It's obviously a tree. She pouted. Come on. You could have let me think about it for a bit. Istria crossed his arms. You were about to say a snowman, weren't you? I was considering it. Let's go. With that, they made their way to the tall pine trees near the event area. The soft crunch of snow beneath their boots was the only sound for a moment, until Eleonora suddenly looped her arm through his. Istria stiffened. What are you doing? She leaned in slightly, her voice smooth and warm. Oh my Tilda, it's cold, isn't it? You have mana. You don't get cold. She laughed softly. My Tilda, you're no fun, are you? Istria sighed but didn't push her away. When they reached the tree, Istria quickly spotted a rolled-up scroll tied with a red ribbon. He bent down, grabbing it from the snow. Eleonora clapped her hands lightly. Oh my Tilda, such sharp eyes, Tilda, I do love a man who's quick with his hands. Istria paused mid-motion. You're doing this on purpose. She smiled sweetly. Doing what, dear Tilda? Istria squinted at her before handing her the scroll. Read the next one. She giggled before unrolling it. I sparkle in the night, cold and bright. You may catch me if I fall. But in the warmth of your hands, I will disappear to nothing at all. Istria sighed. Snowflake. Eleonora tilted her head. Oh my Tilda, so fast again. You must really love snow, him Tilda. It's obvious. She stepped closer, her breath warm against his ear. Are you sure, Tilda? Or are you just trying to impress me, Tilda? Istria stared ahead, ignoring her. Let's go. With that, they headed toward the frozen lake where snowflakes were still lightly falling from the sky. The second scroll was hidden beneath a delicate layer of frost, sparkling like it had been placed by magic. But something changed. Eleonora's teasing shifted. It became less playful, more seductive. She started leading instead of following, her movements slower, smoother. When they reached the next spot, she turned to Istria with a knowing smile. Oh my Tilda, would you like to open it for me, dear? She changed her personality. That was fast. Istria exhaled sharply. You can do it yourself. She pouted, but there was something deliberate in the way she ran her fingers along the edge of the scroll before slowly unrolling it. Though I am not alive, I wear a hat. My face may smile, but I do not laugh. Carrots are my nose, twigs are my arms. I last all winter until I am gone. Istria closed his eyes. It's a snowman. Eleonora giggled. Oh my Tilda, always so quick, always so sharp Tilda, I do wonder. She stepped closer, pressing a single finger against his chest as her breasts pressed against his arm. Are you just this efficient in everything, dear? Istria paused. And then, something shifted in his gaze. You're pushing it. Eleonora smiled. Oh my Tilda, my Tilda. Istria let out a slow breath. Then, he stepped closer. Eleonora's smile faltered slightly. Istria leaned in, lowering his voice just enough. If you keep pressing those breasts against my arm again, he murmured. I won't mind touching them, you know. Silence. Eleonora's eyes widened slightly. For the first time, she froze. Istria tilted his head slightly, smirking. What's wrong? Eleonora blinked. And then, her face turned slightly red. Yet she smiled again, but this time there was a slight twitch at the corner of her lips. Oh my Tilda, she murmured, placing a hand on her hip. How bold of you, dear Tilda. Istria shrugged. You started it. She chuckled softly, but there was a slight heat in her cheeks that she clearly tried to brush off. Tilda. So you don't mind touching my milkers? Istria finished for her, tilting his head. Eleonora stiffened. Istria leaned in slightly, his voice dropping lower, smoother. Didn't expect that, did you? Her fingers twitched. Oh my Tilda, she exhaled, regaining her composure. What a dangerous young man I've paired up with, Tilda. Istria simply smirked. Not dangerous. Just returning the favor. She narrowed her eyes slightly before turning away. Fufufu, Tilda, fine, fine. I'll let you have this one, Tilda, but don't get too cocky, dear Tilda. Istria chuckled. We'll see. It took a few minutes, but after regaining her composure mostly, Eleonora unrolled the next scroll. I have no legs, but I run fast. I have no arms, but I can lift you high. Some fear me, some love me. And with me, you'll soar through the sky. Istria frowned. Musky lift. Eleonora tilted her head. Oh my Tilda could be Tilda, but don't you think that's a little too obvious? Istria thought for a moment. Well, sled. Eleonora giggled. Let's go find out, dear Tilda. She grabbed his wrist gently but firmly and led him toward the sledding hill. Step, Tilda. When they arrived, Istria quickly spotted the next scroll tied to a sled near the top of the hill. Guess I was right, he murmured. Eleonora grinned. Good job, dear Tilda. Now, how about we test the sled while we're here? Istria raised an eyebrow. You want to write it down? She tilted her head. Oh my Tilda, are you scared, my little moon? Istria sighed. Fine. Without hesitation, he sat down on the sled. Eleonora happily positioned herself right behind him, pressing close, too close. And of course, she had slammed her breasts against his back. He stiffened. You don't have to sit this close. She giggled, wrapping her arms loosely around his waist. Oh my Tilda, but I need to hold on, don't I? Istria exhaled. See, whatever. Let's just go. Floob. The sled shot forward. Snow rushed past them, the wind whipping through their hair. Eleonora laughed as they sped down, holding onto Istria even tighter. But then, the ramp. Istria's eyes widened. Wait. Before he could react, they launched into the air. Eleonora's laugh turned into a surprised gasp as they soared, weightless for a moment, before gravity pulled them down fast. Istria moved on instinct. He twisted midair, reaching out. And caught her. Thud. Snow exploded around them as they landed. When the cold settled, Eleonora was on top of him. Again. Her soft curves pressed against his chest, her left leg between his, her hands buried in the snow beside his head. She blinked, then parted her lips slightly. Istria stared up at her. Neither spoke. The world around them felt silent, except for the faint sound of the wind. Eleonora's breath was warm, her purple hair falling gently around them like a curtain. Istria exhaled slowly. Are you gonna get off me? Eleonora stared at him for a moment longer. Then a small smile tugged at her lips. Oh my Tilda, she whispered. Istria felt his pulse quicken. And what? Her voice was low, teasing. My Tilda, you're so quick to catch me every time I fall, dear Tilda. Istria frowned slightly. Not my fault you keep launching yourself into the air. She giggled softly. Or maybe Tilda, she leaned in just a little closer. You just like having me in your arms, Tilda. Istria held her gaze. Then slowly, he lifted a hand, brushing snow from her shoulder. Maybe. Eleonora's breath stilled for just a fraction of a second, so quick, so subtle, yet Istria caught it. For once, she didn't have a quick response. Her light blue eyes flickered, the teasing glint momentarily replaced by something softer, something deeper. But only for a heartbeat. Then her lips curled into a slow, knowing smile. Oh, my Tilda, she murmured, tilting her head ever so slightly. How bold, my dear Moon Tilda. Istria didn't look away. Neither did she. Snowflakes drifted between them, melting the moment they touched her warm skin, vanishing just as swiftly as the space between their breaths. And then, she moved. Just a little. Her fingers, buried in the snow beside his head, twitched, before she lifted one, tracing the edge of his jaw with an excruciating slowness. Maybe, she uttered, her voice barely above a whisper, sweet and sultry like honey dripping from velvet. Istria's fingers curled slightly against the snow, but his expression remained calm. Calm, steady. Yet his pulse, oh, that was a different story. Eleonora smiled, eyes half-lidded as she leaned closer, her lips hovering just above his ear. You know, dear, she whispered, if you wanted to hold me a little tighter, you could have just said so, Tilda. Istria exhaled through his nose. And then, his arms still loosely resting at his sides moved. Quick, fluid, intentional. Before she could react, one strong arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her flush against him, her softness molding into his frame, her breath catching ever so slightly. He felt it. Oh, he definitely felt it. And from the way her lashes fluttered, so did she. Like this. His voice was smooth, deep, almost teasing. Eleonora blinked just for a second before her lips parted in a small, delighted laugh. Oh, my Tilda, she breathed, tilting her head, her nose barely brushing against his. Now, dear, if you hold me this close, she shifted just enough to feel the heat between them, her voice lowering, softer, warmer. Whatever shall I do with you, Tilda? Istria stared at her, his glowing red eyes darkening just slightly. And then, he smirked. Surprise me. For the first time, Eleonora hesitated. Just for a second. Her pupils dilated. Her fingers gripped the snow beside him just a bit tighter. Istria waited. And oh, how she hated to lose a game she started. So she did what she did best. She leaned in. Closer. Close enough that her lips hovered just above his, the barest of distance between them, their shared breath mixing in the cold air. Close enough that the tension crackled, like the silent promise of a storm yet to break. And then, a single finger trailed down his chest, slow, deliberate. You, she whispered, are playing a very, very dangerous game, dear Moon Tilda. Istria's grip on her waist didn't loosen. His voice was smooth, steady. So are you. Silence. Zump, zump, zump. Their heartbeats filled the quiet. For a fleeting moment, Eleonora wondered if she closed the distance, if she let the teasing slip into something real, something intoxicating. Would he stop her? Would he kiss her back? Would he pull her even closer, taste the heat between them, let the snow melt against the fire they stirred in each other's veins? The thought sent a thrill down her spine. But then, a voice shouted in the distance. Hey, whoever's up there, get a room. Istria blinked. Eleonora blinked. Silence. Then, fucking bastard. They muttered at the same time. For a moment, they just stared at each other. And then, Eleonora couldn't help it. Eleonora burst out laughing, her voice light, breathy, absolutely delighted. She tilted her head, covering her mouth with the back of her hand as soft giggles spilled from her lips. Istria exhaled sharply, shaking his head with a small smirk. Eleonora recovered just enough to lean in, placing a single finger against his lips, her light blue eyes practically glowing with amusement. Oh, my Tilda, she hummed, tilting her head. It seems our little moment was rudely interrupted, Tilda. Istria only sighed, glancing toward the direction of the voice before shaking his head again. Oh, happens. Eleonora grinned, mischief clearly showing in her eyes. Phew, Tilda, don't pout, dear Tilda, there will be plenty more moments to come, Tilda. With that, she gracefully pushed herself up, brushing off the snow from her dress before extending her hand toward him. Come now, Tilda, we still have a game to finish, Tilda. Istria glanced at her outstretched hand for a second before taking it, standing effortlessly. But even after he was up, he didn't let go right away. Eleonora noticed. His fingers, warm against hers, lingered just a little longer than necessary. When right, Eleonora smiled, but this time there was something softer in it. Something knowing. Oh, my Tilda. She liked that look. As he finally released her hand, she turned on her heel, brushing a bit of snow off his shoulder with the back of her fingers, slow and deliberate. Shall we, my dear little moon Tilda? Istria exhaled. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? Eleonora giggled. Oh, my Tilda, very much so, Tilda. With that, she took the lead, walking ahead with an elegant sway in her step, knowing full well he was watching. Istria sighed, rubbing his temple before following. This woman. She was going to be the death of him. Istria sighed as he followed Eleonora, watching the way she swayed just a little too much with each step. She's definitely doing that on purpose. Not that I mind, though. The snow crunched softly beneath their boots as they walked back to the event area, where the final clue awaited them. Small lanterns flickered in the night, casting a warm glow over the frost-covered trees. The air was crisp, cold, but neither of them really felt it. Because the real heat. That was between them. Eleonora hummed a little tune, glancing back at him with a knowing smile. Oh, my Tilda, you're awfully quiet, dear. Could it be you're still thinking about our little tumble in the snow, Tilda? Istria didn't even flinch. I'm thinking about pushing you into another pile of snow, actually. Eleonora gasped, placing a hand over her chest dramatically. My Tilda, how cruel. And here I thought you were a gentleman. Istria raised an eyebrow. You're the one who keeps throwing yourself at me. She giggled, twirling a strand of her violet hair. Well, dear Tilda, if you keep catching me so perfectly, how can I resist? Istria exhaled, shaking his head. This woman. They finally reached the last location of their snow hunt, a large, beautiful fountain frozen over, its icy surface glowing faintly under the moonlight. A single scroll was tied to the statue in the center. Eleonora tapped her chin. Oh, my Tilda, how shall we retrieve it, dear? Istria didn't even hesitate. He stepped forward, jumped lightly onto the edge of the fountain, and left whip. With one swift motion, he grabbed the scroll and landed back on the snow without a sound. Eleonora blinked, then clapped her hands together. Oh, my Tilda, such quick movements, Tilda. My Tilda, I do love a man who's fast with his hands, Tilda. Istria turned to her deadpan. That sounded wrong. She giggled. Did it, Tilda? He sighed. Shaking his head, he handed her the final scroll. Go on. Read it. Eleonora's lips curled as she unrolled the parchment. I twinkle like a diamond, yet I am cold. A gentle kiss from the heavens or a storm so bold. Under the moon I shimmer bright. A dance so pure, a silent white. Istria hummed. The frost dance. Eleonora's eyes sparkled. Oh, my Tilda, looks like we have one last activity together, dear Tilda. He glanced at her. You planned this, didn't you? She gasped dramatically again. My Tilda, do you really think so little of me? Istria sighed. Yes. Eleonora giggled, stepping closer until she was right in front of him. Then I suppose. She lifted a single finger, tracing an invisible line down his chest. I'll just have to change your mind, Tilda. Istria exhaled sharply through his nose. Come on. Let's just go. Eleonora smirked but let him lead the way. The event area had transformed. Silver lanterns swayed gently from the trees, their soft glow casting flickering patterns on the snow-covered ground. Delicate icicles dangled from the branches, shimmering under the moonlight like tiny frozen stars. The air was crisp but not harsh, carrying the fresh scent of winter. Snowflakes drifted lazily from the sky, dancing in the breeze before settling on the world below. It was quiet, peaceful, like something out of a dream. And at the center of it all, a melody played. Soft, slow, and elegant. It floated through the air like a whisper, passing between the couples who had already stepped onto the dance floor, a wide-open space of untouched snow glistening under the lanterns. Some pairs moved with practiced grace, gliding effortlessly as if they belonged in a fairy tale. Others were clumsy, stepping on each other's toes with embarrassed laughter. But all of them swayed together, lost in the moment. Eleonora let out a dreamy sigh, clasping her hands together. "Oh my Tilda, how romantic, Tilda." Istria, standing beside her, simply exhaled. "You really planned this, didn't you? My Tilda, you wound me, dear moon. Must you always assume I have ulterior motives?" She gasped dramatically, pressing a hand to her chest. Istria raised an eyebrow. "Do you?" Eleonora giggled, her light blue eyes sparkling mischievously. "Fufufu, Tilda, I suppose you'll just have to dance with me and find out, Tilda." Then, without waiting, she turned to him and stretched out a hand. "Come now, dear Tilda, won't you take my hand?" Istria looked at her outstretched hand for a moment. Then, with a slow sigh, he took it. Eleonora smiled, her fingers curled around his, warm despite the cold air. She stepped closer, and Istria instinctively placed his free hand on her waist. "Oh my Tilda," Eleonora purred. "So bold already, my little moon Tilda." Istria sighed. "You're the one who walked up to me." She giggled. Tilda, but you're the one holding me so firmly, Tilda." Istria didn't respond. He simply guided them into the first step. And so, they began to dance. The music was slow, steady. Their movements were careful at first, adjusting to each other's rhythm. Eleonora followed his lead easily, her dress swaying with each graceful step. Istria's grip was firm but gentle, his body steady as he moved with practiced ease. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The world around them was quiet, as if time itself had slowed. The soft melody of the orchestra wrapped around them like a delicate embrace, floating through the cold winter air. The snowflakes fell lazily from the sky, swirling like tiny dancers before settling onto Eleonora's long, silky hair. The faint silver glow of the lanterns above made them sparkle, like little stars tangled in her violet locks. Her dress moved with the wind, the rich fabric flowing behind her with every step, every sway. It shimmered under the moonlight, catching the glow of the lanterns as if it had been woven from twilight itself. The only sounds were the soft crunch of snow beneath their feet, the faint rustle of fabric as they moved, and the gentle notes of the music weaving through the night. Then, Eleonora let out a soft hum. Tilda, you're quite good at this, dear moon Tilda, have you danced before?" Istria nodded. "Yeah." Eleonora smiled. My Tilda, I wonder, have you danced with many women before?" Istria glanced at her. "Why? Jealous? Oh my Tilda, the audacity. You think I, the elegant Eleonora, would ever be jealous, Tilda?" She gasped dramatically, pressing a hand to her chest as if she had been deeply wounded. Istria exhaled, a small smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "You didn't answer the question." Eleonora giggled, pressing just a little closer, letting the warmth between them grow. "Fufufu, Tilda, who knows Tilda," she mused, eyes twinkling with mischief. Then in a lower, softer tone, "And here I thought that I would be your first Tilda." Istria exhaled sharply. "You're really good at making things sound weird." She giggled again, tilting her head ever so slightly, her breath brushing against his collarbone. My Tilda, am I?" Istria didn't reply, but his hand on her waist tightened just slightly. It was subtle, but she noticed. And she liked it. The music swelled, and they moved together more smoothly now, falling into a natural rhythm. Step, turn, sway. The cold barely registered anymore. Eleonora tilted her head, gazing up at him with those teasing light blue eyes. "Tell me, dear Tilda, am I a good partner?" Istria glanced down at her. "You're not stepping on my feet, so I'd say you're doing fine." She gasped, feigning offense. My Tilda, such high praise, Tilda, my heart flutters, Tilda." Istria smirked. "Careful. If it flutters too much, you might trip." Eleonora giggled. "Fufufu, Tilda, and if I do?" Istria shrugged slightly. "I'd catch you." Eleonora blinked. Then her expression softened just a little. "And would you always?" Istria didn't hesitate. "Yeah." Eleonora's smile lingered, but there was something different in her gaze now. Something warmer, softer. The music slowed. Their steps followed. Their movements became less about the dance and more about each other. Eleonora's fingers curled slightly around his, and Istria found himself holding her just a little closer. The world around them faded. There was only the music. Only the snowfall. Only them. Eleonora exhaled softly, tilting her head against his chest for just a second before looking up again. You know, dear Tilda. Istria hummed. No, she smiled. Oh, I quite enjoy being in your arms, Tilda. Istria didn't respond right away. Instead, he spun her. A single smooth motion. A single fluid motion. Her dress flared out like a violet blossom, the lantern light catching the shimmering fabric. She let out a small, surprised laugh, her hair fanning out around her before she turned back. And he pulled her in again. Closer. This time there was no space left between them. The warmth of her body pressed against his, the heat of their breath mixing in the cool night air. Their eyes locked. Neither of them moved. Neither of them spoke. For a moment, the only thing between them was the quiet hum of their heartbeats. Eleonora's lips parted slightly. Istria's fingers curled slightly against the fabric of her dress. The snow continued to fall around them, the lanterns flickering gently overhead. The music played its final note. And then, Eleonora stepped forward. Slowly, she hooked her arms around his neck, her fingertips brushing the back of his hair. At the same time, she lifted one leg slightly, the hem of her dress skimming against the snow as she leaned in. Istria's hand remained firm on her waist, steadying her as she tilted her head up. It was the perfect position. The perfect moment. Her body molded against his, her breath warm against his lips. Istria could feel the soft rise and fall of her chest, the gentle press of her fingers at the nape of his neck. Eleonora's lashes lowered. Would he? Would she? Would they cross that line? The world held its breath. And then, the snowflakes drifted lazily around them, caught in the silver glow of the lanterns. Their breaths mingled in the cold night air, a slow, intoxicating warmth growing between them. Eleonora's light blue eyes glowed like liquid sapphire, her lips slightly parted, her body pressing just a little closer against Istria's. His fingers curled against the fabric of her dress, feeling the soft, silky material under his hands. He could feel the gentle rise and fall of her chest, the warmth of her breath against his lips. Her lashes lowered and she tilted her head just slightly, her body molding perfectly against his. The world around them seemed to hold its breath. The music had ended, but their rhythm hadn't stopped. The sound of their quiet breaths, the soft rustling of fabric, and the faint crunch of snow beneath their feet became the only things that existed. Then she moved. Slowly, one of her arms slid up, fingers grazing along his shoulder before curling around the back of his neck. Her other hand traced the collar of his uniform, then teased at his tie, pulling him closer, just enough for their noses to almost touch. Istria swallowed hard, feeling the heat coil deep in his stomach. His grip on her waist tightened. Eleonora let out a soft hum, her lips curling in a playful smile. Tilda, you're not pulling away, my little moon, she purred, her voice smooth like honey, thick with something sultry. Istria breathed out sharply. You're the one holding on to me. Oh, my Tilda. She giggled, her fingers trailing up into his hair, lightly tugging at the strands. So defensive, Tilda, I wonder, dear, do you want to let go? Istria didn't answer. Because he didn't know. His heart pounded in his chest, his body heating despite the crisp night air. Her scent soft, sweet, with a hint of something floral, wrapped around him like a spell. Her body was so warm, pressed flush against his, her curves molding into him in ways that made it impossible to ignore. Eleonora tilted her head, her lips brushing his jawline just barely. You're trembling, my little moon, Tilda, she whispered. Is it the cold, or is it me? Istria exhaled, the sound almost like a growl. His hands twitched, and for a second he considered it. Just for a second. Then, a sharp clap broke the moment. Jahum! They froze. Istria's body tensed, and Eleonora blinked before slowly turning her head. A pair of students stood a few feet away, staring at them. One of them, a young man with wide eyes, looked utterly scandalized, while the girl beside him covered her mouth, barely stifling a giggle. Eleonora stared at them for a moment. Then, with a soft sigh, she turned back to Istria. How unfortunate, she murmured, tilting her head as if truly disappointed. Just when things were getting heated, Tilda. Istria sighed, stepping back slightly. We should go. But before he could finish, he noticed something. Eleonora was still staring at him. Her fingers, still curled around his tie, tightened. Her pupils dilated, her breath hitching slightly. Then, something snapped. Istria barely had a moment to react before the world around them blurred. Whoosh! They vanished into thin air. For a brief moment the cold disappeared, replaced by a rush of weightlessness. The sensation of wind brushing past his skin, the flicker of magic in the air before suddenly. Thud! They landed. Not on snow, but on something soft. Istria's vision refocused and he realized where they were. A large, lavish canopy bed. Velvet sheets. Silk pillows. And Eleonora now straddling him, her fingers still wrapped tightly around his tie. The warm glow of candlelight flickered around the grand office space. Dark wooden bookshelves lined the walls, and the scent of vanilla and something faintly spiced filled the air. The unmistakable elegance of her office. Headmistress Eleonora's personal chambers. Istria's breath hitched. Eleonora. But she didn't let him finish. Her grip on his tie tightened, pulling him up to her. And then, her lips crashed onto his. Amen. A deep, breathless sound escaped as their mouths met in a feverish kiss. She wasn't gentle. She wasn't teasing. She was hungry. Her body pressed against his, warm and soft, as her fingers tangled in his hair, pulling him closer. Her lips moved quickly against his, soft but demanding, each second urging him to give more. Istria's mind blanked for a moment. The sudden heat. The way she kissed him as if starving for him. The way her breath quickened when his hands found her waist. A low sound escaped from deep in his chest. And then, he kissed her back. Hard. His hand slid to her waist, gripping her firmly, feeling the softness of her dress under his fingers. He could feel the steady rise and fall of her chest, the tremble in her body as she deepened the kiss, her head tilting to press even closer. Tilda, she moaned softly against his lips, her grip tightening, her body pressing closer. She tasted sweet. Like spiced wine and honey. Simply intoxicating. His fingers trailed up her back, feeling the delicate lace of her dress, the way her skin heated under his touch. Eleonora's breath hitched, and she shifted, pressing herself further against him. Her scent wrapped around him, a mix of lavender and something uniquely hers. It made his head spin, made his pulse quicken. She was warm, soft, pliant in his arms, yet every movement was filled with intent, with purpose. Tildo Istria, she breathed against his lips, voice dripping with something dangerously sweet. Before he could respond, she took control again, nipping at his lower lip, her nails lightly scraping his neck. His breath shuddered out, his eyes darkening as he pushed her against the desk behind them. The wood creaked as she arched into him, her back pressing against the cool surface while the heat between them grew. Eleonora hummed softly, her breath warm against his ear, as his hand slid down, tracing the curve of her waist and gripping her thigh, pulling her closer. Oh my Tilda, she purred, fingers curling into his shirt. My little moon, you're quite bold, aren't you, Tilda? Istria exhaled sharply, his lips ghosting along the curve of her jaw down to the delicate skin of her neck. You started this. Eleonora shivered, her breath hitching as his lips found a sensitive spot. She tilted her head to give him more room, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Tilda, that I did, my dear, but I wonder. She pulled back just enough to look into his eyes, a teasing smirk curving her kiss-swollen lips. Can you handle me, Tilda? Istria's grip tightened, his gaze locking onto hers. Try me. Eleonora's smirk deepened. In an instant, she hooked a leg around his waist, flipping their positions so he was the one against the desk now. Fufufu Tilda, my Tilda, so strong, so eager, Tilda, she teased, her fingers dancing down his chest, feeling his muscles tense beneath her touch. I do love a man who knows how to play along, Tilda. Istria watched her closely, his breath heavy in his chest, waiting. Then, she leaned in, her lips brushing against his ear. Let's see how long you can last, Tilda. The air crackled with tension, thick with heat, with anticipation. Then, she kissed him again. Deeper. Wilder, more desperate. Haya. Istria's breath caught as she kissed him harder, her hands pressing him back against the desk. She hummed against his lips, pressing herself into him, feeling the heat of his chest against hers. Her lips traced down his neck, teasing and warm. Zwish. Eleonora's hand slipped to his tie, pulling it off, leaving his neck bare. Zlurb. Then she stuck out her tongue to his collar before gently nibbling on it, causing Istria to arch his neck a bit. His red eyes glowed dimly as he roamed out to her dress and slowly reached for the buttons. Glig! With each soft click of a button undone, the fabric fell away slowly. The dress slipped off her shoulders, revealing her smooth, glowy skin underneath. PHWA tilde. Her lips parted from his neck with a faint pop, leaving a tender mark on his collarbone. She gazed into his eyes, a dark glint of mischief there, and slowly licked her lips. Then, without warning, she ripped his shirt open. His body had countless scars, but one could not deny the masculine charm oozing out from his muscular physique. She reached out to his chest with her hand, feeling the hard texture as she gently traced the lines of his torso with her fingers. But then, glig! Her bra was undone, making her two massive breasts bounce as they eased up. Immediately, Istria's hands moved to them, gently caressing them. Ah, tilde. He reached out to the part beneath her breasts, softly touching it before trying to cover her whole breast with his hands, but they were too big for his hands. And he couldn't exactly grasp them. Who, tilde, like what you see, tilde, she smiled teasingly, and at the same time her hands reached out to his zipper. They locked gazes in that moment, and just by their gazes they adjusted their position. Thud! The objects on the desk scattered with a clatter as they shifted, Eleonora now straddling Istria, her body pressing flush against his. Haya tilde. Her breath caught as he reached up to trace her peaks, his fingers pinching gently, drawing a surprised moan from her lips. Without hesitation, she retaliated, her hands sliding to his zipper, pulling it down. She didn't exactly hesitate and immediately pulled down his pants, grasping his cock with her soft and delicate hand. Vab tilde. Then she slowly started moving her hand up and down, stroking his cock as she stared at him directly on his red glowing eyes. Istria didn't seem bothered by this, and instead his hand slid to her waist, pulling her closer as he shifted, his lips parting. Zlerb. Haya tilde. His mouth found one of her peaks, his lips wrapping around it with gentle suction. The sensation was electric, and his other hand slid to the other breast, kneading it gently, massaging the soft, pliant flesh as he molded it into various shapes. Between those movements, his thumb brushed her nipple, occasionally pinching it, drawing another quiver from her body. Haya tilde, my baby. She smiled softly, pressing Istria's head gently against her breasts, her fingers still moving up and down, stroking him slowly. It was a little disappointing that her breasts didn't have milk, but she didn't let that ruin the moment. Varn tilde. As she continued to stroke him, feeling him suck on her breasts, her body started to feel the heat between her legs. The wetness began to spread, making her more sensitive. And if Istria had sensed that, his hand left her breast and moved down to her pants. His fingers slipped under the waistband of her panties, and when they brushed against her folds, he felt the sticky wetness. Squish. His finger gently slid inside, sending a shiver through her body. She stopped stroking him for a moment, the sudden sensation making her gasp softly. NNGH tilde, baby tilde, she murmured, barely able to hold back the moan that threatened to spill out. But then, to her surprise, Istria stopped. Baby, she called out to him. Without answering, Istria pushed her gently aside, standing up and turning to face her. She looked up at him, ready to say something, but before she could. Thud! He suddenly turned her around, pressing her front against the table with a surprising force. Baby, she stammered, her voice breathless. Zwish. He swiftly pulled her pants down, exposing her wet folds, the liquid already trailing down her legs. He paused for a moment, looking down at her. It's time for the main event, no. He finally spoke, as he took his cock and positioned it just in front of her wet folds. At the sound of his words, Eleonora's body shivered slightly and her face flushed. She rocked her hips, giving him more access, and then pulled a pillow into her hands, holding it gently as though waiting for the next moment, her anticipation building. Squish. He pressed the tip of his cock to her entrance, grazing her soft labia, teasing her just a bit. And then, thrust. MHHMMMM. Her breath caught, a moan escaping as he entered her body trembling in response. He slid deep inside her, the warmth and wetness surrounding him. The movement left a small tear of blood trickling down his shaft as he moved. Winhaya, but Istria's hips snapped forward again, driving his cock even deeper into Eleonora's slick, trembling wet folds. Yanenga tilde. Eleonora's voice broke into a high-pitched moan, her hands scrambling to grip the edge of the desk. Her nails dug into the wood, leaving faint marks as her body jolted with every thrust. Oh, Istria, you're so deep. Her words were breathy, her voice trembling with pleasure as she arched her back, pressing her hips back against him. The sensation of him filling her completely made her toes curl, her legs shaking as she tried to keep herself steady. My little moon, she purred, her voice dripping with teasing sweetness. You're not holding back anymore, are you, Tilda? Fuck me harder. Istria's hands tightened on her hips, his fingers digging into her soft flesh as he pulled her back onto him with each thrust. The wet, squelching sounds of their bodies moving together grew louder, mingling with their heavy breaths and moans. Squelch, Tilda, squelch, squelch. Eleonora's body quivered, her face flushed and her lips parted as soft, breathy moans spilled out. Oh, Mimi. So good, you're filling me so completely, Istria. Her moans only made him more excited. He leaned forward, his chest pressing against her back as he reached around to cup one of her breasts. His fingers teased her nipple, pinching and rolling it gently, and the sensation made her gasp. No, NNGH Tilda. Why you're so bold tonight, my little moon Tilda, she moaned, her voice trembling with pleasure. Her body arched even more, pushing back against him as she tried to take him deeper. So good, Do it harder, Tilda. But, squish. Istria's response was a sharp, powerful thrust, his cock sliding deep inside her before pulling out almost completely. Then with a wet slapping sound he slammed back into her, the force of it making her cry out. Fine, Tilda. Why yes. Just like that, my little moon, fuck me harder, Tilda, she begged, her voice rising with every word. Her hand slipped on the desk, her body trembling as pleasure surged through her. Thud. The sound of their bodies meeting echoed in the room, and Istria's pace quickened. His grip on her hips tightened, his fingers leaving faint marks as he drove his cock into her wet folds again and again. Squelch. Eleonora's walls clenched around him, trying to pull him deeper, and the sensation made him groan. Oh, Mimi. You feel so good inside me, Istria, she moaned, her voice trembling as she reached back to grip his thigh. Her nails dug into his skin, leaving faint red marks as she urged him on. But MNGHH this Tilda isn't enough to make me kuyum. Slam. Her teasing words were met with a strong, punishing thrust that made her entire body jolt forward. Her buttocks shook from the impact, and Istria's hips started moving even faster, the wet sounds of their coupling growing louder. Squishy Tilda. Haya. Yemenanan. On Tilda. Why yes. Just like that, she cried out, her voice breaking as she neared her peak. Her legs shook, her toes curling as she tried to keep herself steady, but the intensity of his thrusts was too much. Istria. I'm getting close. Then Istria raised his hand before slapping her ass forcefully. Zmak. Eleonora's head arched back, her words cut off as a surprised yelp escaped her lips. The mix of pain and pleasure made her walls clench around him, her body trembling as she pushed back against him. No, NNGH Tilda. So rough, my dear, but I love it, Tilda, she purred, her voice breathless and trembling. Her body moved with his, urging him to go harder, deeper. Zmak. Istria obliged, his hand coming down on her ass again. The sensation made her cry out, her walls tightening around him as pleasure surged through her. Fine, Tilda. Why yes. Just like that, she moaned, her voice trembling as she reached back to grip his hand. Their fingers intertwined, her nails digging into his skin as she begged him. Fuck me harder, Istria, make me cum. Her words were like a command, and Istria obeyed. His hips moved faster, harder, each thrust driving her closer to the edge. Zmag. I'm so close, Istria, she cried out, her body trembling as pleasure coursed through her. Her legs shook, her toes curling as she tried to keep herself steady, but the intensity of his thrusts was too much. I'm coming. Her walls clenched around him, her body trembling as pleasure surged through her. Vug. Istria groaned, his hips stuttering as he felt her come around him, her tight walls milking his cock as he thrust into her one last time. Zblurred. Howian. Eleonora moaned one last time, her body trembling as she collapsed onto the desk, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts. Howa. Avu. Both of them breathed heavily, and then after a while Eleonora spoke. That was amazing, my little moon. Her voice was full of satisfaction as she lifted her head slightly to take a look at him. Istria didn't respond, his hands gripping her hips tightly as he pulled out his cock slick with their juices. Huh? He let out a deep breath as he reached into his pants pockets. His fingers searched for something, but then he paused and froze for a moment. Oh yeah. Since I came here, I stopped smoking. I should go and buy a pack of cigarettes later. He frowned slightly before sighing, wondering how much time had passed. It felt like it had only been a short while, yet something about the atmosphere around him made him feel like it had been longer. He picked up his phone from the desk, tapping the screen to check the time. An hour passed. He was completely surprised as he muttered softly, staring at the time. It didn't seem possible. How had an entire hour slipped away so quickly? He didn't expect that he spent an hour having sex with Eleonora. My perception of time is getting worse, he sighed inwardly. An hour passed. Eleonora's surprised voice cut through his thoughts, drawing his attention. He turned to look at her. She was sitting on the desk, her expression matching his own. Eyes wide, mouth slightly open, she seemed just as taken aback by the passing time. I thought we spent like 20 minutes here, she said, snapping her fingers. F-whoop. Everything in the room suddenly shifted, like someone had pressed play on a paused scene. Their clothes, which had been scattered around earlier, were now back in place. And so were the objects that were scattered around. The same here. Istria nodded. Nonetheless, he stretched his arms before walking towards the door of the office. Fufu Tilda, where do you think you're going? Eleonora's teasing voice stopped him in his tracks. His body stiffened when he felt two arms wrap around his waist from behind. Before he could react, he felt her enormous chest press against his back, sending an unexpected shiver through him. And what is it? The snowy love event should have ended by now, no. He glanced over his shoulder, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. He couldn't help but want to tease her. Besides, didn't I prove that I was efficient in everything, just like you wondered? At his words, Eleonora's smile twitched slightly, but instead of pulling away, she increased her grip on him, her arms tightening around his waist. Oh, my Tilda. Don't you know that a gentleman would spend the rest of the night with the Lady Tilda? Her voice dropped to a soft, almost sultry whisper against his ear. At her words, Istria only smiled. I never said I was a gentleman, he murmured, shaking his head with a smirk playing on his lips. If anything, F-whip. Without warning, he grabbed her wrist, spinning her around effortlessly. The sudden movement caught her off guard and she stumbled slightly. Before she could recover, he bent her body, lifting her leg up to his waist in one smooth motion. Her eyes widened in shock, and before she could say anything, his lips pressed against hers, silencing whatever words she might have spoken. Her body froze for a split second, her eyes wide, before the warmth of his lips made her melt. He kissed her deeply, passionately, his tongue pushing past her lips, diving into her mouth. There was a soft slurp as their lips parted briefly, just enough for him to slide his tongue against hers, teasing, exploring. Slurp, slurp. The sounds of their kiss echoed in the quiet room, soft and messy. MMPH. Eleonora's breath hitched, her hands instinctively gripping his shoulders as she let out a muffled sound when he squeezed her leg a little, pulling her tighter against him. Smack of smoochie. Their lips moved in sync, messy and wet, the sound of their kissing filling the space around them. His hands held her tightly as their tongues danced, slipping and sliding together. Every kiss seemed to last longer, more intense, more desperate. Smack a smooch slurp. MHMM. Eleonora moaned softly, her voice muffled by his lips as her leg rested firmly against his waist. He squeezed her leg gently, causing her to gasp and squirm slightly, but she didn't pull away. Their lips finally parted, a thin strand of saliva connecting their mouths before breaking as they both gasped for air. Phwa, she breathed, her chest rising and falling with every quick, uneven breath. Istria looked at her for a moment, a sly grin on his face as he wiped his lips. The word scumbag would probably fit me better, he chuckled. Eleonora's face was flushed, her lips swollen, still tingling from the kiss. Her mind was spinning, trying to process what had just happened, but her heart was racing with excitement. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She was too shocked, still caught up in the whirlwind of emotions and sensations. Thud. Istria let go of her, and without another word he stepped back and walked toward the door, leaving her standing there in a daze. Eleonora blinked, still a little wobbly from the intensity of the kiss. She stood there for a moment, staring at the door as if hoping he might come back. But no, he was already halfway out. Wait. Her voice breathless, her cheeks burning red. She called out, but Istria didn't turn around. He paused for a moment, as if considering whether or not to say something, but then just chuckled to himself. Classic, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head as he left the office, the door clicking shut behind him. Eleonora stood there, still blushing. She looked down at her lips, still tingling from the kiss, and ran her fingers over them, trying to calm herself. She couldn't help but smile, even if she was a little embarrassed. "You're impossible," she mumbled, though a small laugh escaped her lips. She shook her head, her cheeks still flushed as she sat back down on the desk. However, as Istria walked down the corridor, he suddenly stopped. "Wait a second. Did I use my time affinity while I was having sex? A few days have passed since the snow festival. And honestly, I felt like I hadn't even had a moment to breathe. Most of the time, I'd been focused on figuring out how my time affinity worked, but even so, I didn't neglect my ice affinity. I had to keep improving, especially since I was still learning about the limits and possibilities of my abilities, especially about this damned physique of mine. Ice Generation First Level Spell. Holding a chunk of ice in my right hand, I subtly looked at it for a moment. Lumi, insert an ounce of void on it. Hearing my words, she flashed a mischievous smile and nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Master Tilda, she giggled, fluttering her hands before blowing air into the ice I held. The moment the void element touched the ice, I felt the temperature drop even more, but it was different from what I expected. The ice darkened, almost like it was absorbing the void energy, becoming more unstable by the second. It didn't take long before the entire chunk of ice cracked, splitting into 1,000 tiny shards that scattered across the ground like confetti. It was as I had thought. The void element and ice just didn't mix with each other. Or maybe I was doing something wrong. I had been thinking a lot about what Eleonora had said in one of our classes, the one where she talked about elemental chemistry and how different affinities could react together. To put it simply, it was all about making an affinity stronger by mixing it with another. For example, combining wood and fire affinities could enhance the firepower of the fire, creating explosions more powerful than what fire could do on its own. The energy would feed off of the wood, causing more intense bursts of flame. Another example that came to mind was earth and metal. Earth could be used to make metal stronger and tougher, increasing the durability and sharpness of weapons. Similarly, combining water with lightning would increase the effectiveness of electrical shocks, making them faster and more lethal. It was quite fascinating, to be honest. And even my predecessor hadn't thought about that because how busy he was in just making his ice affinity stronger than ever. But of course, certain affinities couldn't mix because their elemental natures didn't align, like how fire and water would just cancel each other out, or light and dark would clash instead of complementing each other. When she had explained that in class, I became interested and decided to try something myself. My ice affinity felt like it could potentially work with other elements, and I thought that combining it with something like void could produce some cool results. Void, after all, was the element of nothingness. It wasn't tangible or solid. Void could eat away at physical forms, cause things to disappear, or distort space itself. Maybe if I could mix ice and void, I'd be able to create something entirely new, like an ice spell that could distort space or freeze things into nothingness. But of course, that didn't work. The void seemed to have consumed the ice, but instead of creating anything new or enhanced, it had just destroyed it. The ice had no way of holding onto the void. It was like trying to store water in a bucket with holes. There was nothing to keep the elements connected, and the void ate away at the ice, causing it to break apart. If I can't use ice with void, how about with time? I didn't really understand how to use it yet, but I had done something with it before while I was having sex with Eleonora. Which is weird. But how did it happen? I didn't necessarily have a clue, but one thing was certain. If I could somehow combine time with ice, that could definitely work. The idea of manipulating time around the ice, making it freeze faster, maybe even more powerfully by speeding up the freezing process, sounded like it had potential. Ice as it was already pretty strong. But if I could manipulate how quickly it froze, or if I could control how it interacted with its surroundings, well, that could make it even better. Or maybe even freeze time. But the problem was, I didn't really know how to use my time affinity. It wasn't like ice where I could just summon it and control it with my will. Time felt like it was something that just moved. You couldn't just grab hold of it, right? but I couldn't quite figure out how to apply it. Nonetheless, I had to keep testing. After all, I wasn't going to give up just because one experiment didn't go as planned. I looked at the remaining pieces of ice on the ground. Let's try this again, I muttered to myself, cracking my knuckles. I closed my eyes slowly, trying to block everything else out. The atmosphere felt still silent. I took a deep breath in, inhale, and let it out, exhale. Vogas. I couldn't think about anything else. Not the cold air, not the way the ice made my fingers numb. I needed to feel time. The moment I focused, I noticed it, the soft ticking of the clock on the wall of my imagination, the beat of my own heart. Tick, tick. Each second felt so loud in the silence. It felt like the sound of time moving. Slowly, relentlessly, I reached out, not physically but with my mind. Time was like a current, like a stream that kept moving no matter what. I focused on it, pulling it towards me. Whoosh! I could feel the seconds slipping past, the air shifting just slightly, the faintest tug like something was pulling me along. I thought back to the time with Eleonora. I may have felt time speed up back then. It was hard to say, but I knew it was possible. Now I had to make it work with the ice. I could feel the ice in front of me, sharp and cold. I imagined it in my mind, a block of ice, clear and frozen solid. But if I could change how time worked around it. Dick, Dick. My heart thudded in my chest as I tried to concentrate. I imagined time wrapping around the ice, bending it. I could feel the seconds stretch out, like they were moving just a bit slower. The ice should freeze faster, right? Should I speed up the time around it? I visualized it in my head. The ice cracking under the pressure of time, freezing harder, faster. I could almost see it snap. The moment the ice would become something stronger, sharper. But nothing. Silence. I opened my eyes, a bit frustrated. The ice didn't change or anything. I took a deep breath. Maybe I should try something more principalistic. Freeze time. I wasn't sure if I could, but I had to try. I had to push the limits of what I could do. If I could have something like this, it would be very helpful for me. I closed my eyes again, focusing harder this time. I took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill my lungs, calming my thoughts. I needed to feel time. Not just around me, but within me. Dick. Your next read awaits at my virtual library empire. Time moved on like a clock that couldn't stop. I could hear it in my mind like the faint ticking of a watch. The pulse of time, slow, steady, always moving. I focused on that feeling, on the way time moved around everything. It wasn't just about speeding it up. This time I needed to stop it. Freeze it in place. I took another deep breath. My hand hovered above the ice again. I felt the time, the seconds flowing around me like water, so constant, so relentless. But this time, I pulled on it. Gently at first, trying to feel the pressure. I could feel it slowing down just a little, like the hands of a clock dragging. The seconds stretched. They slowed. The air around me felt still, almost too still. The ice in front of me shimmered slightly, but it wasn't enough. I needed more. I had to push harder. I reached out with my mind, trying to wrap my hands around time, trying to hold it in place. Stop. Freeze. I whispered those words inside my head. The air around me grew colder. A faint breeze stirred like the passing of time itself, but everything else was still. I felt the ice in front of me, the seconds slowly growing heavier. And then, time freeze, 9th level spell. Nothing. The room was frozen. I opened my eyes and the sight shocked me. Lumi was standing still right there in the middle of the room. Her eyes were wide, frozen in place. The tiny breath that had been rising and falling in her chest was gone. She was completely still. Completely frozen. And it worked. I took a step forward and then brought out my phone. And to my surprise, I really couldn't turn it on. Then I walked towards Lumi and reached out a hand, brushing a lock of her hair away from her face. She didn't move. Not even a twitch. It was strange seeing the world like this. However, it indeed worked. Suddenly, I felt a strange feeling in my body, as if I was being emptied. It was my mana. It was draining fast. Thump. My heart skipped a beat. And immediately I took a deep breath. I had already stopped time, now it's the same principle, I just need to continue time. Haya, Dick. I could hear the ticking sound in my mind. I had to release it. I let the hold on time go slowly, carefully. The pressure lifted, and I felt the stillness around me shatter like glass. Whoosh! The world snapped back into motion. Thud, thud. My body fell into the hard ground. My vision slowly started getting blurrier. Master, Master. I could hear Lumi's voice calling out to me. But I truly couldn't move my body. Even though I tried to cancel the spell as fast as possible. It seems that it wasn't fast enough. And because of that I had spent almost every ounce of my mana. Vug. I'll need to focus on increasing my mana quantity for now, since messing with time seems more about the quantity I have instead of the quality. Master. Well, I hope I don't wake up at the cathedral. Anything but that. No, I just jinxed myself, didn't I? Vug. Mana exhaustion, huh? What the hell was he doing? A voice echoed through my foggy mind. Everything felt blurry. My head was a mess. I couldn't feel my body at all. Just a heavy weight like I was floating in some kind of haze. Damn it. I really hated this feeling. Mana exhaustion always hit harder than I expected. It wasn't just my body that felt drained, my mind was fuzzy too. No, I swore to myself never again. I wasn't touching that spell unless I had no other choice. This is surprising. I never thought he'd actually get mana exhaustion, one voice said, sounding surprised. From what I've seen, he's really good at controlling his mana. Right. I thought the same thing. Funny enough, it was a small bird that caught my attention and led me to the training field. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have been able to bring him here. Wait, really? You think it was his pet or something? Hahaha, no way, right. He's always so cold and distant. A cute little animal like that. Wasn't it a Shima Inaga? One of those fluffy little birds. A bird? Wait a second. Did Lumi turn into that bird? I have to do something nice for her later. Maybe take her out for a big meal. She's a glutton after all. And well, I guess I could invite Elaine and Karen too. Nog? A small groan escaped my lips. Oh, is he waking up? Already? It hasn't been that long since he passed out, has it? Well, he is the strongest student for a reason. I slowly opened my eyes, blinking a few times to clear my vision. Two figures came into focus. Maya and Iris. I guess Iris was the one who healed me. She was a priest after all. Vug. I mumbled, trying to lift my upper body, but the pain hit me like a freight train. Wait, stay still. Iris's hand reached out to me and gently pressed me against the bed my back was against. Wait, stay still. Iris said quickly, her hand gently pressing me back down. You just experienced severe mana exhaustion. Don't move too much. HMPH. Maya from her side nodded. I groaned but didn't argue. Thanks. You're very much welcome. Maya replied cheerfully. It's okay, Iris added with a gentle smile. I'm just glad you're okay. They seemed a little too friendly, almost as if they were trying too hard to make sure I was okay. I blinked up at them. How long was I out? Maya thought for a moment before answering. Maybe about 4 hours or so. 4 hours? I had been out for that long. That was unexpected. By the way, Istria. Iris suddenly called out my name, pulling me out of my thoughts. Yeah. We're about to start the final exams of the semester. Have you already gathered enough people for the first exam group? Huh? Final exams? When did that happen? Wait, doesn't that mean that the semester is about to end? That means I can finally go back to Silverleaf. Great. Wait, a group. My brain finally caught up to what she was saying. Yeah, Iris nodded. The first exam is a group survival challenge. All of us will be transported to a deserted island and will have to survive there. My eyes widened as the words sank in. A deserted island. I think it was suggested by instructor Zevo or something, she added almost casually. That bitch. That aside, Iris continued. Each student has to be in a group of 5 or more. So did you already gather enough members for your group? She asked again, her voice a bit more serious now. Vug, I hadn't even known about this, and I was definitely not prepared for it. Besides, I'm literally a loner in this academy. Can we bring our servants or something? I asked, already knowing the answer but hoping there might be some loophole. Nope, Iris shook her head. Some servants specialize in survival, so they're not allowed. Same goes for pets. Of course, I couldn't bring Karen or Elaine with me, which meant I'm fucked. Vug. Let's see. Me, Violet, and Vug, Christina. Maybe. She's also an exchange student, so probably. There are 3 now, 2 more. Damn it. Oh shit. I cursed under my breath. This was going to be a mess. How was it? Maya giggled at the frustration written all over my face. I'll take that as a no, Iris said, smiling while covering her mouth. So instead, she paused for a moment, then her smile turned a bit mischievous. How about joining our group? Huh? You heard me, Iris said, still smiling. You can join us. Maya and I already have enough people, but the more the merrier, right? So how about it? Joining their group, huh? I guess I don't have a choice anyways. Sure. Both Iris and Maya laughed, clearly relieved that I agreed. Don't worry, Maya said, grinning. We'll make sure you don't do all the work. Thanks. I guess. This was going to be interesting, that's for sure. Great. Iris beamed. You won't regret it, Istria. Yeah, well, I hoped I wouldn't. Also, when exactly is the first exam happening anyway? I asked curiously. Iris raised an eyebrow, clearly a bit surprised by my question. I think the day after tomorrow, she said after a pause. Already? I practically shouted, completely caught off guard. I couldn't believe it. How had I missed that? Huh? Iris chuckled softly. You must have been so focused on your training that you lost track of time. Maya joined in, laughing too, but she looked at me a bit wryly. Well, I guess. It seems that I don't have a lot of time. So tomorrow, I might as well take time to make a small family trip. I sighed inwardly. Papa's, where are we going? Karen asked timidly, her little hand tugging at my sleeve as we walked through the busy streets of the capital. Like I said before, we're just going out to have a little fun today. Tomorrow I'll be gone for a few days, I said with a smile, gently patting her head. At least until that damn exam is over. Karen's eyes sparkled. Hihihi, are we going to eat something? Lumi asked excitedly, practically hopping in place as she grabbed my left arm, pulling me along with her. Of course we are. Do you need me to prepare anything, Master? Elaine asked quietly, walking behind us. She was wearing her usual maid outfit, and honestly, I had told her a few times that she didn't need to wear it all the time. But no matter how many times I suggested it, she insisted on keeping it on. She seemed so comfortable in it, and I didn't have the heart to argue. The capital was alive with energy as we strolled down the cobbled streets, the distant sound of chatter, the clink of coins, and the soft hum of busy market stalls all around us. It was a perfect day for a little break from everything, no battles, no training, no stress. Just us spending some time together. Karen tugged at my sleeve again, her small steps trying to match mine as she bounced along. Papa, can we go to the park? I want to play. Of course, Karen. We'll head there in a bit. Don't worry. I chuckled softly and nodded. Lumi, walking next to me on the other side, was practically glowing with excitement. Her voice bubbled out, cheerful as always. Oh yeah, we're going to the park, right? Can we have a picnic too? Please, please, please. She gave me a little nudge with her shoulder, practically bursting with energy. I couldn't help but laugh, shaking my head. Yeah, we'll have a picnic. You don't need to beg. Just give me a moment. Do you need any help, Master? Elaine's voice was calm and soft from behind us. I smiled at her. Now I've got it. Just enjoy yourself today. No need to act like a servant today, okay? She nodded, a small smile tugging at her lips, but I could tell she was still trying to be useful. Lumi, on the other hand, grabbed my arm again and bounced excitedly. Are we gonna have a picnic with sandwiches? I love sandwiches. Sandwiches. Are they gonna be big ones? With lots of stuff inside? Karen from my other side asked excitedly. I chuckled at the two of them. Yeah, they'll be big. With as many toppings as you want. But first we're heading to a nice spot. You'll see. They truly were children at heart. It didn't take us long to reach the park just outside the city, the green space sprawling out ahead of us. Trees swayed gently in the breeze, the soft sound of leaves rustling like whispers in the air. The sun was warm but not too hot, casting everything in a soft, golden glow. It was the kind of day where everything felt right. Lumi and Karen didn't waste a second. They ran off towards a patch of grass, giggling and chasing each other in circles. The problem was, where would I get the stuff to make a picnic? There should be a few stalls nearby, maybe I should check it out. Whoosh! I saw a blanket being spread out. Zaria. I looked at Elaine speechlessly. Experienced new tales on my virtual library empire. At my reaction, she only smiled. A servant should be prepared for every occasion. I shook my head at her words and then I noticed a basket besides her. She really was prepared for everything. Then we started unpacking the basket. It had a few sandwiches, some fruit, and even a little dessert, cakes, cookies, and little pastries. The scent of fresh bread and fruit filled the air, making everything feel even more perfect. Fwoob. Lumi suddenly collapsed onto the blanket next to me, out of breath but smiling from ear to ear. I'm starving. Let's eat. Karen followed shortly after, her tiny feet leaving prints in the soft grass as she plopped down beside Lumi. Me too. Can I have the biggest sandwich? Why are you obsessed with the biggest sandwich? I laughed inwardly. Of course, I said, handing her a big sandwich stuffed with all sorts of fillings. But you better eat it slowly or you'll get a stomach ache. Okay, Papa, she said seriously before taking a huge bite. Grunge. So good. I smiled at her, then turned to Lumi, who was already eyeing the cakes. I guess we'll save the sweet stuff for later, huh? Okay. I promise I won't eat them all. Maybe, she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Elaine sat next to me, folding her hands neatly in her lap. It's quite the lovely day, she murmured softly. I'm glad we could all get out for a while. I nodded at her words. My body was still aching in pain. God damn it, I hate mono-exhaustion. That aside, it is truly nice to get out and have a small break. Things at the main academy are truly chaotic. The Archdemon, and then we had the Snow Festival. And now the final exams. It just feels that time is passing way too fast. Blub. Lumi suddenly bounced up, grabbing Karen's hand. Let's go play by the pond. We can skip rocks, she exclaimed, practically dragging the little girl along with her. Karen giggled. Okay. Let's see who can skip the most rocks. I watched them go, feeling my heart warming up at the sight of them running off together, laughing in that carefree way only kids could. Letting out a sigh, I leaned back onto the blanket, my head resting against Elaine's lap. She didn't seem surprised, just shifted slightly to make me more comfortable. Are you comfortable? She asked me after a while, running her fingers through my hair in a gentle and tender motion. Yeah. I mumbled, not even bothering to open my eyes. Very. Her hand paused in my hair and I could feel her looking down at me. I opened my eyes and saw her sparkling brown eyes. She was already quite beautiful when disguised, but compared to her original beauty, she looked quite mediocre. And then before I even realized it, Elaine leaned down, her lips brushing against mine in a soft, tender kiss. I froze for a second, the surprise of it catching me off guard. But then instinctively I responded, my hand reaching up to rest against her cheek. A faint giggle broke through the moment, and we both froze, pulling back just slightly. Lumi and Karen were standing by the pond, both of them watching us with wide, teasing grins on their faces. Lumi crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Well. Looks like we have a lovebirds moment, she teased, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her lips. Karen giggled, pointing at us. Papa and Elaine are kissing. Yua, she said, though it was clear she was more amused than disgusted. I groaned and sat up. All right. Go play. You're interrupting us, I said, trying to sound annoyed, but I couldn't help the smile that tugged at my lips. Lumi gave a dramatic sigh. Fine, fine. We'll leave you two lovebirds alone for now. She grabbed Karen's hand and pulled her back towards the water. Come on, Karen. Let's see who can throw the most rocks. As the two of them ran off, laughing, Elaine and I exchanged a quiet glance, both of us blushing just a little. Then we both laughed. I looked at the bright blue sky for a moment. Today it really is perfect. The day had finally arrived. The first exam of the end of semester, the group survival exam. I walked into the exam area with Maya, Iris, Lucas, Ella, and Rose. Yup, the heroes party plus me the extra. Hooray! Around us, other students were talking quietly, forming last-moment groups, making last-minute plans, while some were just trying to get their heads in the game. We stood in front of a large open field, the setting sun casting long shadows across the ground. A few instructors were already gathered, including the one leading this exam, Instructor Zeva. The bitchy instructor, Zeva stood at the front, her posture straight, with her arms crossed and her gaze sweeping across all of us. All right, listen up. Instructor Zeva's voice cut through the murmurs of the students. This isn't just some simple test. It's a week-long survival challenge. You'll be dropped off on a remote island far from civilization. The goal is simple: survive for a week. Work together. Use your wits, your skills, and your resourcefulness. I glanced at my group. Maya was already adjusting her equipment, her expression serious even though she was quite the airhead. Iris was quietly taking notes, and Lucas had that usual confident grin on his face, like he didn't think there was anything he couldn't handle. Ella and Rose stood off to the side. Rose was cautiously checking all her equipment while Ella stood with a calm face, sharpening her sword. I wasn't worried about them. Then Zeva continued. There will be no outside help. You're on your own. The only thing you're allowed to bring are the supplies I'll provide you and your personal gear. No magic-based assistance or aura use, no pets or servants, nothing that could give you an unfair advantage. Well, I can't use magic. Vug. I was already crying inside. Fair advantage. Maya muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes. It's survival, not a game of fairness. BFF. I almost laughed at her words but kept my focus on Zeva. This is one of the exams after all. You'll be scored on various things, Zeva continued. Your ability to find and purify water, create shelter, hunt or forage for food, and more. You'll need to keep track of your resources. If you run out, there's no getting more. There will also be challenges along the way, some that will test your mental fortitude, and others that will test your ability to work as a group. You're not here to be a hero, you're here to work together. Hearing her words, I unconsciously looked at Lucas, who also happened to meet my gaze. No hero, huh? I mouthed the words to him, which made his smile twitch slightly. And if you fail, well, let's just say the consequences will be unpleasant. She didn't need to elaborate. We all understood what that meant. There were no second chances in this test. This was essentially an exam that could result in a satisfactory grade or have your score recorded as 0. If you gave up, you'd be given 0 marks directly. I let out a small sigh. Survival on an island, huh? I wasn't completely clueless. I had some knowledge about island survival, things like building a basic shelter using natural resources and hunting animals for food wouldn't be a problem. But the real challenge for me, keeping the food from spoiling and purifying drinking water. I have no idea how to do that. Originally, I thought I could just melt my ice magic to get fresh water, but after hearing that we wouldn't be able to use magic, well, that completely messed up my plans. Still, I wasn't too worried. Among the 6 of us, someone had to know how to purify water or at least have some knowledge about food preservation. That was the benefit of working as a team. I adjusted my bag and took a deep breath. Now, calling from the first to the last registered group, please enter the teleportation gate. Your mana will be temporarily sealed and will only activate in emergency situations detected by the island's surveillance. An announcement rang across the field, and soon after, Zeva's voice followed. Good luck to every group. One by one, the groups were called. Students stepped forward, disappearing into the teleportation gate as their names were listed off. If I remembered correctly, we were the 7th group. The 7th group, step forward. Zeva's sharp voice rang out. Lucas was the first to move, stepping forward and the rest of us followed right behind him. The teleportation gate shimmered with a bright blue glow as we stepped through it. Whoop. The sensation was disorienting but brief. A rush of energy passed over me and then the world around us changed. The moment I opened my eyes, I was met with a scene straight out of a survival movie. The sky stretched wide and open above us, a bright blue expanse with the sun hanging high, its rays beaming down mercilessly. A salty breeze brushed against my face, carrying the scent of the ocean. Beneath our feet, golden sand stretched out toward the waves that crashed gently against the shore. The water was a stunning turquoise, clear enough to see the coral and small fish swimming below. Behind us was a thick, dense jungle filled with towering palm trees, vines hanging lazily from branches and the distant sounds of birds and rustling leaves. Some of the trees were heavy with coconuts, a lucky break for us. All right, everyone. Lucas clapped his hands together, grinning. Let's get to work. And just like that, our survival week had officially begun. Lucas didn't waste any time. He quickly turned to face the rest of us, his expression growing a little more serious. All right, first things first, we need to divide the work. Everyone needs to have a role, or we won't last long out here. He crossed his arms, glancing around. The three main things we need to take care of are water, shelter, and food. There are 6 of us, so we can split into 3 teams, 2 people for each task. I nodded at his words. So, is there anyone who's good at any of these? Almost immediately, both Maya and Iris raised their hands. We both know how to purify water, Maya said with a bright smile. Iris nodded beside her. We've studied water filtration methods before, so we should be able to handle it. Perfect. That was one major problem solved. I let out a small sigh of relief. All right, then you two will be in charge of water gathering and purification, Lucas confirmed. That just leaves shelter construction and food hunting. Anyone want to volunteer? No one spoke up right away. The rest of the group exchanged glances, but no one seemed particularly eager to claim a role. Seeing the silence drag on, I decided to step forward. I don't mind working on the shelter. I have some basic knowledge about building structures with natural materials. Lucas nodded. Good, that's one down. Who wants to team up with Istria? A moment later, Rose raised her hand. I'll go with him. She didn't seem particularly shy and had the normal expressionless face that she usually had back in the novel. Perfect, Lucas said. That leaves me and Ella to handle food hunting. Ella gave a small shrug. Sounds good to me. With that, we had our roles assigned. All right, Lucas clapped his hands again. Let's get moving. We need to set up camp before the sun goes down. Rose and I left the rest of the group behind and walked deeper into the forest. The sun was still high in the sky, but I could tell we didn't have much time before evening. If we didn't finish the shelter before dark, we'd have to sleep in the open, and that wasn't something I wanted to experience. The trees here were thick and tall, perfect for gathering wood. Their branches swayed gently in the wind, making a soft rustling sound. I glanced at Rose. She had the same unreadable expression she always had, her eyes scanning the trees carefully. We should find a good spot to chop these down, I said, gripping my sword. Rose gave a small nod. I'll gather leaves while you get the wood. All right. Without wasting time, I drew my sword. I might not have been able to use magic or aura, but that didn't mean I couldn't handle things the old-fashioned way. With a single strong swing, I slashed through the base of a tree. Greg! The tree groaned before slowly tipping over, crashing onto the forest floor. The sound echoed around us. Rose, who had already moved to another tree, barely reacted. She was carefully climbing one of the smaller trees, reaching for the broad, thick leaves near the top. That was fast, she commented as she pulled off a bunch of leaves. I shrugged. I mean, we're awakeners, so this job is quite easy. Still, cutting down a tree in one swing isn't something just anyone can do. After all, these trees have some protection enchantment on them. Really? I raised an eyebrow. If there was an enchantment, I should have been able to notice quite easily. After all, my mana sensitivity is pretty high. Well, it's a barrier that uses runes instead of mana, so it really is impressive, she explained, pulling more leaves from the tree. Oh, I see. Rose really is quite knowledgeable. Enjoy exclusive chapters from my virtual library empire. Even my predecessor didn't study runes. But thinking of them, maybe I should learn about them and maybe carve them onto a future sword, or even in my body. I should keep that in mind. I moved to the next tree and swung my sword again. Greg. The tree fell to the side. Meanwhile, Rose moved swiftly from one tree to another, her hands quick and efficient as she gathered as many leaves as she could carry. How many leaves do we need? She asked. Enough to cover the roof and make it waterproof, I replied. And maybe some extra for bedding. Rose nodded and continued working. I kept chopping trees down, making sure to leave some space between them so we didn't destroy the whole area. After I had a decent amount of logs, I started breaking them into smaller pieces, using my sword to carve them into more manageable sizes. As I worked, I glanced over at Rose. She was now using some vines to tie the leaves together into bundles, probably to make it easier to carry them back. You've done this before? I asked. Once or twice, she replied simply. I read a few survival books. Huh? That's useful. You too, she said, looking at the wood I had already gathered and how carefully I had cut it into pieces. You seem to know what you're doing. I smirked slightly. When I was a kid, I loved to watch survival movies, so I kinda got the hang of it. Rose didn't respond, just kept tying the leaves together. The wind picked up slightly, rustling the trees around us. Thud. It was quiet, aside from the sound of my sword striking wood and the occasional sound as another tree fell. After a while, Rose walked over, holding several bundles of leaves in her arms. I think this is enough for now, she said. All right, I nodded. Take them back to the others. I'll keep chopping a bit more. She hesitated for a second, then gave a small nod before turning to leave. As she disappeared through the trees, I let out a small breath and tightened my grip on my sword. There was still more work to do. I raised my blade again and swung. Greg. Another tree fell into the ground. The only reason I was gathering more wood was to make a fireplace. We also need to create a type of fence to make sure that the wind doesn't blow away our shelters. After all, this isn't a normal world. There's a big chance of storms happening. And I had to be extra careful about it. Bastard. Plucking the leaves of a daisy, a woman muttered to herself. Do you love me? She asked softly, pulling off another petal. Or not. Another petal fell. She sighed, eyes narrowing as the last petal remained. Damn it. Blub. With a frustrated grunt, she tossed the daisy to the ground and stomped on it, glaring at the crushed flower beneath her feet. LHMPH. Damned Lucas, she hissed, her light brown hair falling over her face. Why are you so focused on Ella? Can't you see me waiting for you? But then, a voice came from the distance, making Maya flinch abruptly. Maya. Are you done already? Maya snapped her head up, her face flushing in embarrassment. Why yeah. I'll be with you in a few moments, she shouted back, trying to shake off the embarrassment of her little outburst. All right, don't take too long, came the reply. Maya adjusted her dress, taking a deep breath to calm herself. It wasn't like she was upset, just a little frustrated. She hurried over to where Iris was waiting, the two of them having been tasked with gathering resources for the shelter. As she approached, Iris raised an eyebrow. Why did you take so long? She asked curiously. We've already purified more than enough water for today. Maya flashed a bright smile, trying to cover up the tension from earlier. It was nothing, hee. I was just distracted with a hair. The hair? Iris's eyes widened. Why didn't you catch it? She put her hands on Maya's shoulders and began shaking her lightly. That could have been our dinner. W.I. Maya protested, shaking her head frantically. It's just a cute little hair. Iris scowled. It's food, Maya. No, it's not. They argued back and forth for a while, but neither of them could agree. Hella. Iris let out a long sigh, dropping her hands from Maya's shoulders as she turned to walk back to the camp. Let's just go back to the camp. We've spent enough time here. Hey, wait for me. Maya called, quickly catching up to Iris as they made their way back through the forest. But as soon as they arrived at the camp, both of them were utterly speechless. Clang, clang. Wait, what? Maya blinked in shock, her eyes darting between the small wooden cabin that had suddenly appeared and Istria, who was standing in front of it, looking quite pleased with himself. The sand, where there had been nothing but a few hours ago, was now occupied by a fully constructed shelter. Wooden beams, leaves, and logs were stacked together, forming a sturdy little cabin. Istria, shirtless, was carefully hammering away at the wood. Instead of a hammer, though, he was using the fuller of his sword to hit sharp stones, securing the pieces of wood together. The sound of wood striking stone echoed through the air. Clang, clang. Discover stories with my virtual library empire. Afu. He let out a deep breath. Then he jumped towards the sand and took a deep look at his work. The right side still needs some adjustments, he muttered to himself, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. I'm not entirely sure that those leaves will hold up in a storm, though. He tightened his grip on the sword, taking a moment to focus before swinging it horizontally. Whip. The right wall of the cabin split in half with a clean cut, and Istria moved swiftly to the newly cut pieces, slicing them into perfect cubicles of wood. Perfect. Maya and Iris watched in awe as Istria then took the cubicles of wood and began placing them into the sand. He used some kind of mud, likely a makeshift cement he had found or created on the island, to seal them in place, ensuring everything was tightly connected. Blub. Nog. I didn't see you two there. Istria suddenly spoke, noticing the two women standing behind him. He didn't sound surprised, just casually acknowledging their presence. Iris raised an eyebrow. Is this your idea of a shelter? Isn't this a bit too much? She asked in a tone of surprise as she walked closer to him. No, I'm just making sure we have proper shelter in case a storm comes. So not really, he replied before wiping the sweat on his forehead, eyeing the structure one last time before turning toward the two women. Now we just need to finish the roof and reinforce the walls. But we're almost done. Maya blinked in disbelief. Oh, we? Yeah, Istria replied nonchalantly, grabbing his sword again. Rose was helping me earlier. She went to get more leaves for the roof, and she also found some coconuts. She might bring those back too. Maya raised an eyebrow. Oh, I see. Iris just stared at Istria, a little surprised by how smoothly everything was going. What about you two? Did you manage to purify the water? Istria asked, his attention still on his work. Maya puffed out her chest and nodded proudly. Of course. Iris, however, only gave Maya a sideways glance before answering. We found a small pond near the forest. The water seemed pretty clean already, but we made sure to purify it. There was a bit of salt in it, but nothing too serious. Good job. Both Maya and Iris felt awkward hearing the praise. It was strange to hear Istria, someone they weren't that close to, say something like that. They both just nodded, unsure of how to respond. Istria seemed to notice the awkwardness but didn't dwell on it. Then I guess you two can take a break for now. I'll finish up the cabin. With that, he turned back to the shelter. But before he could start working again, a voice rang out from a distance. Istria, I'm back. It was Rose. She was carrying a bunch of coconuts in a makeshift leaf bag, and in her left hand she had a vine that was dragging more leaves behind her. Istria nodded as he turned to face her. They started talking about the finishing touches for the shelter, and while they talked, Iris and Maya sat down on the sand, looked at them with weird gazes. Maya tilted her head, her eyes narrowing as she studied the two of them. Aren't those two a bit too close? She murmured, unsure of what exactly she was feeling. Iris glanced at her, then at Istria and Rose before answering. Yeah, I thought the same thing. Does Rose like Istria? Maya blinked, suddenly looking serious. I thought you were just teasing earlier, but now that I think about it, it does seem like it, doesn't it? She tapped her chin, as if realizing something that had been nagging her. Iris's eyes widened at Maya's sudden insight. Wait, you actually figured that out on your own? She asked, clearly impressed. Maya blinked and turned to Iris, puzzled. Oh yeah. What's wrong? Iris stared at her for a moment, clearly taken aback. I didn't think you had it in you to actually think about stuff like that, she said, half amused and half shocked. Maya blinked again, looking completely confused. PFFFD. Iris laughed directly at her expression. Maya was still the same airhead. Guys, we're back. Lucas's voice rang out. Maya and Iris turned around immediately, while Rose and Istria didn't budge from their spots. Behind Lucas, Ella was dragging a boar by its hind legs, looking a little tired. Lucas, on the other hand, had a bunch of hairs draped over his shoulder. Welcome back. Maya cheered, bouncing a little on her feet. Both Iris and Rose nodded at him while Istria kept his focus on the cabin he was working on. This should be enough. Blub. The cabin was expanded by a bit, and the right wall of the cabin was reconstructed successfully. Well, you built all of this in just a few hours. Lucas exclaimed loudly, clearly impressed as he walked up beside Istria. Yeah, but it's not done yet. We still need a better roof than just these leaves, Istria replied, wiping sweat off his forehead before stretching his arms over his head, looking up at the makeshift shelter. Well, how about we cook some of those hairs for now? Lucas suggested, shifting the topic as he grinned at the others. Oh yes, I'm starving, Maya exclaimed eagerly, her stomach growling audibly. Iris sighed but didn't protest. Sure, Istria nodded. Do you need help making the campfire? He asked, glancing at Lucas. Lucas waved him off with a grin. Now I know how to do it. Don't worry about it. Istria nodded again and decided to take a short walk toward the ocean. Weird. Iris spoke. Well, anyways, let's just build the campfire and cook the hairs. Lucas ignored her words and then put his hands to work. Maya and Iris sat by the camp, watching as Lucas worked quickly to start a fire. A few minutes later, the crackling sound of burning wood filled the air, and they began cooking the hairs, the scent of roasting meat making everyone's stomach growl in anticipation. Just then, Istria returned. His hair slightly damp but his clothes completely dry. There wasn't a trace of sweat on his body anymore, which made the others wonder how he managed that. Here's your food, Lucas said, handing him a stick with a roasted hair on it. Istria accepted it before taking a small bite. It wasn't anything special, there was no seasoning or spice, but it was more than enough to fill the hunger gnawing at his stomach. Maya, still chewing on her own portion, looked up at the group. So, why do you think Instructor Zeva made us do this? This whole survival thing. What's the point? Lucas scratched his head, looking thoughtful. Yeah, it does sound kinda weird when you think about it. How is this supposed to help us with anything? Maybe it's to prepare us for situations like this, Iris suggested, trying to make sense of it. It could be, Lucas agreed, nodding. But it's still strange. Before anyone could say more, Ella, who had been quiet, spoke up. It's for war. And instantly everyone except Istria froze at her words, their eyes snapping toward her. War? Maya asked, raising an eyebrow. She hadn't expected that. Ella nodded. Oh yes. Our empire is currently in a conflict with one of the opposing empires. The Elven Kingdom and the Dwarf Kingdom have allied, and they pose a real threat to us. If war breaks out, we'll need skills like this to survive. The group fell silent, processing her words. Maya frowned, confused. Wait, didn't we always hear that our empire was the strongest? Why are the elves bothering us? Ella sighed, sitting down near the fire. Apparently, the organization called the Dark Order, made up of humans who invaded the Elven Kingdom. They tried to corrupt the Elven Princess into a dark elf, which is forbidden in their culture. And those actions, as some of you might have guessed, were allegedly carried out under my father's orders. She sighed deeply. As everyone knows, our world is divided into 6 different factions. The Human Empire, the Elven Kingdom, the Dwarf Kingdom, the Holy Nation, the Beastkin Kingdom, and finally, the Demon Kingdom, where the future Demon King would be reborn. The air turned colder at the last sentence, but after taking a deep breath, Ella continued. So, a direct attack of our empire towards the Elven Kingdom is a really big offense, and since the Elven Kingdom and the Dwarf Kingdom allied themselves, they could probably be thinking of attacking us. Our empire is strong, yes, but if a war were to happen, we might lose. Even with all our power. No. Maya nodded frantically, as if she had understood her words. Iris was also a bit shocked and frowned. It's not just a training exercise. This is serious. If the Elven and Dwarf Kingdoms do decide to attack, we'll need to know how to survive on our own, whether we're on an island or somewhere in the wilderness. Ella finished her words. That makes sense, Lucas said slowly, his expression now sober. If a war does break out and we end up stranded somewhere, we'd need to know how to survive. This academy really prepares us for everything, huh? No wonder this academy has been the best for so long. The professors really know what they're doing. Lucas announced happily. But as soon as he uttered those words, everyone went silent. That was because, as soon as he spoke, Istria, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly looked up, his red eyes glowing faintly in the firelight. Huh? Is it really the strongest academy? Istria, with his glowing red eyes, asked, looking at Lucas with an extremely cold expression. Immediately, Lucas felt sweat forming on his forehead. Well, it is indeed the strong. Lucas, shut your damned mouth. Ella interrupted him before he could say anything stupid. Istria only rolled his eyes at her actions. I'm done eating, he said as he stood up and went back to the cabin. The sun was already descending, so it would be the perfect time to have a nap. Tusk, why is he so grumpy? Lucas mumbled. Yeah. Maya nodded. Iris only remained silent. Nog, you guys are so freaking dumb. Ella suddenly stood up, looking disgusted as she started walking away. Maya and Lucas exchanged glances, then turned their attention back to the fire. She's right. Iris, however, broke the silence. You two really are lost causes. What? Both of them exclaimed. A wars, huh? I muttered to myself as I walked back toward the wooden cabin. And it was the Dark Order again. My eyebrows furrowed. Those bastards. Always showing up, always causing trouble. But for what? What the hell do they really want? Damn it. If only I had more time to read the novel. Maybe I'd know more. Maybe I'd understand what they were truly after. Reaching the cabin, I stepped through the empty doorway, where a door should be but wasn't. The inside was just as bare. No furniture, no decorations. I wasn't planning on making any of that anyway. This place was nothing more than a shelter, a spot to sleep and store food. Nothing more. As for the beds, I turned my head to the right side of the cabin, where I had gathered a thick pile of leaves. The leaves are more than enough. Hiya. I should take a nap, I'm a bit tired. Teeling. The sharp sound of a string being pulled suddenly cut through the silence. I froze. My grip on my sword tightened, but I didn't move. For a brief second, I wondered if I imagined it. The wind, maybe. A branch shifting. No. Slowly, I lifted my sword and angled it, using the reflective blade like a mirror to look behind me. And there it was. Thin, nearly invisible strings crisscrossed behind me like a spider's web. If I had taken just one more step. Damn it. Brez. A sharp sting. The strings pressed against my skin, cutting into me. Warm blood trickled down my arms. Kagetaro. I didn't need to guess. There was only one person I knew who fought with strings. Clab, clab, clab. A slow, mocking applause echoed through the air. Hatilda, hello again, my dear moonlight swordsman. A figure stepped out from the shadows, wearing the same annoying mask as before. He made a grand, exaggerated bow, his tone dripping with amusement. Did you miss me? His fingers twitched and suddenly... Zwish! The strings tightened around me, slicing through the air. I twisted my body, forcing a roll to the side just before they could cut any deeper. Snap! Some of the strings snapped as I moved, but more of them came flying toward me. I swung my sword. Clang! The blade cut through a few of them, but not all. One wrapped around my ankle. Dusk! I slammed my foot down, twisting sharply. Snap! The string broke, but the moment I freed myself, Kagetaro was already moving. Whoosh! A blur of motion, he lunged forward, aiming a dagger straight at my throat. Clang! I raised my sword just in time, deflecting the attack. Sparks flew as metal scraped against metal. But Kagetaro wasn't done. With a flick of his wrist, more strings shot out, wrapping around my wrist, my shoulder, trying to restrict my movement. I yanked back hard. Snap! Snap! Some of the strings broke, but I could feel others tightening around me. You're struggling more than last time, Kagetaro mused, tilting his head. What's wrong? Tired. I gritted my teeth. Shut up. Using my free hand, I grabbed one of the strings and yanked him toward me instead. His eyes widened. Thwack! I drove my knee into his stomach. Gah! His body lurched forward, but he quickly regained balance, flipping backward and landing a few feet away. Hey! He wiped his mask with the back of his hand, sighing. Still as brutal as ever, huh? I clenched my sword, looking at him. What do you want? I kept my eyes locked on his every movement. I couldn't let my guard down. Not with him. Kagetaro tilted his head slightly, his body relaxed, too relaxed. Well, Tilda, isn't it obvious? He said with a smirk, or at least I assumed so. That damn mask hid everything but the amusement dripping from his voice. I tightened my grip. I'm not joining the Dark Order. Not now. Not ever. Kagetaro let out a long, exaggerated sigh, shaking his head. Oh, that truly is a pity, he said in a dejected tone, as if I had just refused a friendly invitation. But his voice took on a sharper edge. What if what I offer you is? He reached for the ring on his finger. Whoosh. A burst of bright light filled the cabin, forcing me to squint. And then, my breath caught. Hovering above his open palm was a massive, pulsing heart. Deep blue in color with thick veins running across its surface. And it was still pumping. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Loud, strong, alive. With that, my chest tightened. My body stiffened. A dragon's heart. Kagetaro slowly brushed his fingers against it, his tone dripping with amusement. Don't you need this, Tilda? Yes, I needed it. Because a dragon's heart meant life for me. How do you know? Of course I do. He cut me off before I could finish, his voice carrying a lazy smirk. Why wouldn't I? I've been investigating you for more than 12 years now. 12 years. My heart skipped a beat. Wait, 12 years. Kagetaro let out a light chuckle, tilting his head like he had just let a secret slip. 12 years ago. That was around the time my sister died. A sharp pain settled in my chest, but before I could speak, he continued. And before you ask, no, the Dark Order wasn't involved in your sister's death. If anything. He suddenly stopped, his fingers tapping against the dragon's heart. We were truly sad that one of our officials died in such a harsh way. His voice dropped lower, almost like he was reminiscing. He even wiped away imaginary tears as if he was mourning. I couldn't tell if he was mocking me or if he was serious. But then, his next words froze my blood. We even tried to recover her body. Maybe turn her into a vampire so she could live again. But unfortunately, he sighed, we didn't find her body. My mind went blank. What? No. No. There was no way my sister would ever be involved with an organization like that. My breathing turned uneven. My heart pounded against my ribs. I must say, Kagetaro's voice softened. It was strangely warm. Your sister was very protective of you. I took a step back. She watched over you while you slept, he continued, his voice carrying something almost like fondness. She even used her own life force to seal your physique, just so you wouldn't die early. He shook his head as if in admiration. Oh, I wanted to deny his words. To scream at him that he was lying. But I couldn't. Because deep down I knew. With my cursed physique, I should have died over 10 years ago. My body wasn't meant to last. The amount of mana it absorbed should have torn me apart from the inside out. And her blood essence. I lifted my shirt slightly, my fingers trembling. There, on my sternum, a small, faded symbol of a decayed lotus. My sister loved lotus flowers. No wonder. This was hers. She must have used all her mana, her very life force, to forcefully seal my physique. So that I could live. I felt something sting my eyes. Kagetaro's gaze flickered to the mark on my skin, and his posture shifted slightly. Ah, that lotus symbol, he muttered. That is so like her. His voice was quiet, almost nostalgic. She really did love lotuses. My stomach twisted. How does he know that? I swallowed hard. My hands clenched into fists. No, it couldn't be true. She wasn't one of them. She wasn't. But if she wasn't, then how did they know so much about her? About me. For the first time, I felt like my glowing eyes had lost their light. Kagetaro suddenly spread his arms wide. Moonlig no Istria Moon, he corrected himself with a grin. Join us. His voice was smooth, enticing. If you do, I'll give you access to everything, all the resources you need to find out who caused the demon beast tide that killed your sister. My breath hitched. I stared at him, frozen in place. Wait, someone caused it. The demon beast tide wasn't natural. A slow, burning rage bubbled inside my chest. I clenched my fists so hard my nails dug into my skin. Who? Who was the bastard that did it? Glow. For a brief moment, a lavender light flickered around my body, my mana surging. Kagetaro's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Oh Tilda," he chuckled, licking his lips. "That's a nice look you have there." I ignored him. I forced my emotions down, gritting my teeth. And then, I met his gaze. "No, I refuse your proposal." Kagetaro stilled. "I would find out who killed my sister. But I'd do it my way. Even if it took years, even if it cost me everything. I would never join such a rotten organization." "Oh, that's truly sad." Kagetaro clicked his tongue a few times, his tone dripping with mock pity. Then with a casual air, he dusted off his hat and adjusted it slightly before turning back to look at me. "Well, I'll see you later." His voice was light, almost playful. "Once you have access to mana, that is." And then he jumped. His body twisted midair as he soared toward the open window, moving like a shadow. But before he vanished, he turned to me one last time. Also, his voice was soft, but it cut through the air like a knife. "Since I really appreciated your sister, I'll give you a little help." He tilted his head, a smirk behind that mask. "You should start with the royalty." Then, with a wink, "Whoosh," he disappeared into the night, swallowed by the darkness. I stood frozen, his words ringing in my head. Start with the royalty. The royalty. My mind raced. My body felt hot. My fists clenched so tightly that my nails dug into my skin. The king. Could it be that bastard? A sharp pain shot through my chest as I struggled to breathe. Was he the one behind my sister's death? Was he the reason she died? Did Lilith control him or something? I gritted my teeth, my shoulders trembling as anger and frustration twisted inside me like a storm. I forced myself to take a slow, shaky breath. "Calm down," I muttered under my breath, trying to push back the overwhelming fury boiling in my veins. "First, you need to check carefully if it was him or not." But the rage wouldn't leave. "Blub blub. Footsteps. So you were here." A soft voice spoke behind me. That voice only angered me even more. I slowly exhaled, forcing my emotions down. Then I turned around. Yeah, it was Ella. Her long white hair swayed slightly with the night breeze, and her bright aquamarine eyes shimmered under the moonlight as she looked at me. She had an innocent expression, but right now I didn't care. "Well, I'm sorry about Lucas," she started, a little hesitant. "He doesn't know how to control his words and—" "It's all right. I understand." I cut her off before she could finish. Ella blinked, looking slightly surprised by my tone, but she let it go. Instead, her eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced around. "Who were you talking to?" she asked, her tone curious but firm. "I heard another voice aside from yours from here, but I couldn't quite make it out." "Vug?" I immediately started thinking about an excuse. Myself. I immediately regretted it. I must have sounded crazy as hell. Ella raised an eyebrow. Really? Yeah. I nodded quickly. I was just reminiscing about some memories from 12 years ago, and my voice just kind of came out naturally, in a different tone as if it was the narrator. It was a weak excuse. But it was all I had. Ella hummed, tilting her head slightly. 12 years ago. Her expression changed, slightly thoughtful, distant. That's a pretty precise date. I forced a shrug. Why? Do you have memories from that time? I was just trying to make the conversation feel natural. Trying to cover up the awkwardness. But then, yeah, I think my father met with some high-ranking figure of the kingdom around then. Her voice was casual, like she was just recalling an old memory. I think they were planning to kill someone. She frowned slightly, trying to remember. But I don't really recall much. Greg? A sharp pain spread across my chest. My fingers twitched, my whole body tensing. She said it so easily, so casually, but to me it felt like a blade to the throat. Her father was involved in a meeting to kill someone. 12 years ago. The same time my sister died. My mind went blank. A cold, dark rage wrapped around my heart, squeezing it tight. I could barely hear anything. I could barely think. The king. That bastard. He must have been involved. The person who stole my sister away from me, who ripped her from my life. It was him. A sickening fury crawled up my throat, but I swallowed it down. I needed to be sure. I took a slow breath, forcing my voice to stay steady. I need to investigate her death thoroughly. But if it was indeed that fucking bastard, I need to check something. By the way, weird question. Ella blinked, snapping out of her thoughts. No. She tilted her head. Continue your saga on my virtual library empire. What is it? I looked her straight in the eyes. If someone killed your father, would you go after them for revenge? She frowned, confused by the sudden question. But then, her eyes darkened slightly. It really is a weird question, but the answer is obvious. She nodded firmly. Even if he's not the best father, he still cares about me. So anyone who killed him would immediately die by my hands. She didn't hesitate. She didn't even flinch. I stared at her. She would kill for her father. She would avenge him. I see. I murmured, nodding slowly. Ella gave me a small, confused look. That was oddly specific. I forced a light chuckle. Well, just making conversation. But inside, I had already made my decision. I looked into her bright aquamarine eyes. It seems that we truly don't have any destiny together. Nella, 5 days passed. We were now on the 6th day of the exam, and things were going too smoothly. There was no trouble. Everything was simply going well. Which was pretty weird, considering that Lucas is basically a magnet for trouble. And yet, besides the encounter I had with Kagetero, nothing else really happened. I just repeated the same process. Gathering resources, eating, training my swordsmanship, and then getting some sleep. I even did a few spars against Lucas. The first few spars, I always won them, but with every single one of them, Lucas got visually more adept at swordsmanship. As expected of the hero, Omistria. Let's spar again. I looked up, sipping on my coconut water. It was Lucas calling out to me with that excited voice of his. Gosh, doesn't he ever get tired of this? I sighed softly. But well, I didn't have anything better to do. Sure. I stood up, putting my sword back into its sheath and walked toward the beach, where Lucas stood, waving his hand at me with his bashful smile. And surprisingly, this time we had quite the public. You're sparring with him again. Maya's voice rang out from the side. Of course. I'm learning a lot from him. Lucas replied excitedly. Do your best. I'll always be here to heal any of you. Iris cheered from the sidelines, giving us a thumbs up. And Ella, she didn't exactly say anything, and instead just kept her eyes on the ocean. I glanced at her for a moment, but then refocused on Lucas. Well, let's start then. Lucas declared, bouncing on his heels. On the count of 3. I nodded in agreement. But before he could even speak, Maya jumped in, already counting. 1. I felt the wind pick up, the salty air brushing across my skin. 2. A faint tension filled the air, the world seeming to slow just a little. 3. F-whoop. With a quick lunge, Lucas swung his sword at me, aiming for my midsection. The blade whistled through the air as it cut toward me, fast and sharp. Clang! I raised my sword just in time, blocking the strike with a sharp clash. The force of the blow sent a jolt through my arms, but I quickly stepped back, keeping my balance. Lucas didn't waste a second. He followed up with a quick downward slash, trying to catch me off guard. I sidestepped the blade, missing me by inches, and before he could recover, I stepped in, swinging my sword at his side. Zwish! He managed to twist his body just enough to deflect my strike with the flat of his sword, the sound of metal scraping against metal ringing in the air. He then pushed forward with a quick thrust, aiming at my chest. I blocked again, our swords meeting with a sharp sound that sent a vibration up my arm. I countered with a low sweep toward his legs, hoping to trip him up. Thud! Lucas jumped back just in time, avoiding the strike, but he didn't stop moving. He pivoted, sending another wild swing at me, his sword coming from above. I raised my own blade to parry, but his strike was stronger than I expected. The impact forced me to take a step back, and my feet shifted in the sand. And just after, he charged again, this time with a series of rapid strikes aimed at my head. His sword moved like a blur, each attack faster than the last. Clang, clang, clang. I blocked each strike, but barely. My arms were starting to ache, and my breath was getting heavier. I needed to find an opening quickly. I leaned back, narrowly avoiding a slash to my face, then pivoted on my heels, stepping to the side. I swung my sword down in a quick arc, aiming for his shoulder. Whoosh! Lucas barely managed to bring his sword up to block the strike, the sound of metal ringing out as our swords met. The force of my blow pushed him back a few steps, but he recovered quickly. "Haha, this is fun," he said, grinning while breathing heavy. "But I'm not done yet." I raised an eyebrow at his words. Lucas didn't wait for me to react this time as he rushed in, charging at me full force. His sword came down, aiming for my head, but I ducked just in time. F-whip. I could hear the sound of the sword cutting through the air above me, followed by a loud thud as it hit the sand where my head had been just a moment before. I didn't waste any time. With a quick step forward, I slashed horizontally, aiming for his ribs. Zwish. Lucas barely twisted away, his body twisting in midair, but the tip of my sword caught his side, grazing him lightly. Mug. He groaned in pain but quickly composed himself. Blub. He took another step back, shifting into a defensive stance, his sword held high, waiting for me to make the next move. I stepped forward cautiously, testing him, trying to find the right opening. But his eyes never left me. "Come on, Istria. Don't hold back," Lucas shouted, urging me on. "This guy." I rolled my eyes. But as I did so, I saw Lucas flinching slightly. With that, I lunged forward faster than before. Whoosh! Lucas barely managed to raise his sword to block the incoming strike, but this time I wasn't aiming for his sword. I aimed for his head. Clang! Our swords collided, and I twisted my blade to lock his in place. With a quick twist of my wrist, I forced his sword downward, leaving his side open. I swung my sword toward his torso, aiming for a clean hit. Thud! But just before the sword made contact, Lucas dropped to the ground, rolling to the side and narrowly avoiding my strike. Glows. I muttered, taking a step back. Lucas stood up, a look of frustration crossing his face. "I'm not done yet." He rushed at me again, this time with an overhead strike. Whoosh! I blocked, the force of the blow rattling my bones, but I didn't back down. I met his next strike with equal force, our swords locking in a fierce struggle. "Nicho-RAHH." Lucas shouted, using more strength to push me back. And to his words, I didn't exactly say anything, just adjusting my grip, eyes scanning for his next move. Suddenly, he broke the stalemate with a quick shift, stepping to the side and aiming a quick slash at my legs. Zwish! I barely managed to jump back, but the tip of his sword grazed my ankle, leaving a small cut. Damn it! I got careless. And then Lucas went for another overhead swing, but this time I was ready. I twisted to the side, avoiding the strike and countering with a sharp slash aimed at his back. Zwish! It landed, but Lucas spun around just in time to block with the side of his sword. He was breathing heavily now, sweat pouring down his face. An opportunity. F-whoop. I lunged forward, aiming directly for his side, catching him completely off guard. He barely reacted in time. With a swift adjustment, he shifted his stance and swung his sword in a wide arc, aiming to slice me in half. F-whip. I raised my sword, the sound of the blade meeting his ringing in the air. It felt like the entire beach held its breath. But as soon as the swords clashed, I noticed him lose his footing on the soft sand. His stance was unstable, and in that moment I twisted my blade, pushing his sword aside. Thud! The hilt of my sword slammed straight into Lucas's chest. Kayugh! He gasped, a grunt of pain slipping past his lips as his body stumbled backward, the breath knocked from his lungs. Thud! He fell hard into the sand, his sword falling from his grip as he lay there, staring up at the sky. Istria is the winner, Maya announced cheerfully. Next to her was Iris, clapping with a small smile on her lips. As for Ella, she had her eyes on the ocean still. No, I lost again. Shit. Lucas, splattered on the sand, grumbled in pure frustration. Of that. I extended my hand to him, which he took, and then I pulled him back up to his feet. Damn it. I'll win the next time, he clenched his fist tightly. He was pretty determined. Sir, BOOM. A massive explosion rocked the outskirts of the forest, the sound of it echoing in the air like thunder. Thick black smoke billowed up into the sky, swirling like a storm was brewing. And immediately, a loud voice rang out. Attention, students. A huge amount of demon beasts have been detected. Your sealed mana is now unsealed and the exam will change. The students who contribute more will receive a better grade. This will be a team assessment. The group that slays the most demon BASTS will get perfect MARKS, while the others will be JUDGD based on performance. Zeva's voice boomed from the distance. The moment I heard those words, my body didn't wait. It just reacted. I shot forward without a second thought. Whoosh. Mana surged from deep within me, rushing out like a flood. I could feel the heavy weight that had been pressing on me these past days lift from my body, leaving me much lighter than before. Whoop. The speed increased. My feet barely touched the ground as I dashed, the wind cutting through my hair. In just a few minutes I was there. The place where the explosion had come from. I skidded to a halt, scanning the area. The trees were completely obliterated, their trunks splintered and charred. The grass was gone, replaced by dark, charred soil. A strange silence hung in the air, broken only by the distant groans and growls. I took a deep breath before finding some unusual, demon beasts. They looked something similar to zombies. In front of me there were humanoid creatures with rotten, decayed flesh hanging from their bones. Their eyes were sunken, their mouths twisted into grotesque snarls. They made these low, guttural sounds, like something trying to grunt through a clogged throat. The air around them smelled rank like death. Judgment IS plus level skill. I narrowed my eyes. B rank. That surprised me. These things looked weak, really weak. But their power, it was high. How could something so ragged and disgusting hold such a dangerous level of strength? Ice Generation first level spell. I raised my hand, the familiar icy cold creeping up my arm. A sharp shard of ice appeared in my palm, sparkling in the light. Whoop. I hurled it at the nearest zombie. The shard flew through the air and hit its chest. Zblurred. Green, rotting blood sprayed everywhere, the stench hitting me like a slap to the face. But to my shock, Grawa, the thing didn't even flinch. It just kept moving, staggering forward like nothing had happened. Is it like the movies? Without hesitation, I threw another ice shard, this time aiming for its head. Zblat! The zombie's head cracked open, and its body crumpled into a pile of black wisps, dissolving into nothingness. I stared, stunned. The fuck? It should have dropped dead. It should have fallen to the ground like any other demon beast I've fought. But no, it just disappeared. Into thin air like it was never even there. That is indeed weird. I took another look around. And strangely, the other zombie-looking creatures had completely disappeared. Where did they go? I muttered under my breath, taking a cautious step forward. I reached out, extending my senses, trying to feel any sign of movement. Fuck! A chill ran up my spine. Whoop! I instantly jumped back, barely avoiding the shadow that crashed down where I'd just been standing. Bam! The ground shook violently as a massive figure rose from the earth. My eyes widened. A giant zombie, at least 10 meters tall. An S-level demon beast. Once again, I was surprised. S-level demon beasts were rare. Really rare. And they were dangerous. So dangerous they could destroy entire cities. One of them could easily lay waste to an entire nation slowly and painfully. Even if they didn't pack the power for instant destruction, given time, they could bring everything to ruin. But well, if it was a few months ago, I would have been terrified. An S-level beast would have been a serious problem. But now, after I beat down an archdemon in a 1-to-1, this demon beast could only be considered some kind of warm-up. The big zombie roared loudly, and immediately Istria jumped back, gathering enough distance. Frost Explosion 6th level spell. A silver ball of mana formed in his palm, swirling with icy energy. Cold mist rose from it, making the air around him drop in temperature. But he didn't throw it. Not yet. Come on, big guy. He waited for the big zombie to lunge at him. And just as expected, boom, the zombie lunged forward, its giant arms swinging down like hammers. Its speed was faster than it looked. Now, Istria hurled the frost explosion straight at its open chest. FWOOSH. The ball of ice magic shot through the air and collided against the beast's decayed skin. BOOM. A powerful burst of frost exploded outward, sending ice shards flying in all directions. The giant zombie let out a howl as its torso was covered in thick layers of ice, freezing up to its neck. Its movement slowed, cracks spreading across its frozen flesh. That should keep you still for a bit. But before Istria could celebrate, the zombie did something unexpected. Greg. It flexed its massive arms and with sheer brute force shattered the ice encasing its body. Dusk. The zombie lunged again, swinging its arms sideways like a massive club. F-whip. Istria barely managed to jump over it. The air whistled past his ears as the massive limb swiped beneath him, narrowly missing his legs. BOOM. The force of the swing shattered a row of trees behind him. Istria landed on the zombie's frozen shoulder and immediately reacted, his sword glowing with silver mana. Let's not spend much mana yet. Moonlit Ice Lotus Sword Art. First move Ice Lotus Bloom. His sword slashed downward. FWOSH. A sharp crescent of ice shot out from his blade, slicing across the zombie's arm. The moment the attack landed, ice spread from the cut, forming the shape of a glowing lotus. Greg. The zombie's entire right arm was instantly frozen solid. Istria leaped back and swung his sword again. Second move. Ice Lotus Barrage. 3 quick slashes in the air sent multiple ice crescents flying toward the beast. The zombie roared as the attacks bombarded its body, each hit leaving glowing frost marks across its torso. Its movements became sluggish. It's working. Suddenly, BOOM. The zombie stomped the ground, and a strange dark mist erupted from its body. Istria's eyes narrowed. Regeneration. He watched as the frozen parts of its body melted away, and the cuts on its chest sealed themselves. Istria clicked his tongue. This thing just doesn't know when to die. Before he could plan his next move, the zombie's arm swung toward him again. FWOSH. Istria ducked just in time, feeling the air pressure from the massive fist barely graze over his head. He jumped to the side, landing on the ground with his sword raised. Third move. Moonlight's one flash. Istria's blade glowed with a brilliant silver light. And in one swift motion, SHWAK. A single precise slash cut through the air, leaving behind a faint trail of shimmering ice. A sharp line appeared across the zombie's chest. For a second, nothing happened. Then, SPLURT. A deep, clean cut split open across its torso, spraying rotten blood into the air. The zombie let out a deafening SCRECH. Its entire body wobbled before suddenly dropping to its knees. Istria took a deep breath. Did I get it? Just then, bam! The zombie slammed both its fists into the ground, sending a shockwave of force in all directions. Istria was forced to jump back, but before he could regain his footing. FWOSH. A massive black shadow loomed over Istria, blocking out the light. His eyes widened. What the? The giant zombie, despite its wounds, was still moving. Its massive, rotting body lunged forward, both arms raised high above its head. It was coming down like a hammer, ready to crush him into the ground. Istria had almost no time to react. Instead, he simply uttered a single word. Bleed. Zblurred. The wounds Istria had inflicted earlier suddenly burst open, spraying thick, darkish green blood in all directions. The force of the sudden rupture made the zombie's body buckle. Thud. It collapsed onto its knees, its head bowing low as if forced into submission. GRAHH. The zombie roared loudly in deep pain. In that instant, Istria appeared in front of it. He moved so fast that his silhouette blurred for a moment before he was already there, standing just inches from the creature's face. His palm pressed firmly against its forehead. Impact. Zblad. The air itself seemed to tremble. A sudden, concentrated pulse of mana exploded from Istria's palm. The pressure built up for a mere fraction of a second. Then, boom, the zombie's skull detonated like a crushed fruit, splattering blood and rotten flesh in all directions. A sickening mist of darkish green fluid sprayed through the air, covering the ground in filth. Clean. Istria casually wiped the blood off his body with a simple spell, not even glancing at the mess he had made. That took longer than expected. But I should refrain from using a mana output higher than 2 for now. He exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders. He then placed a hand on his chest. Thump, thump. A strange sensation pulsed inside him, 2 separate heartbeats, thudding in rhythm but slightly off from one another. It was something he had grown used to, but even now the feeling was bizarre. However, before he could dwell on it, a sudden shout reached out to him. Istria turned his head, and his glowing red eyes locked onto a boy running toward him, panting, his body covered in green blood. Istria narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who are you again?" The brown-haired boy froze for a second. Then with a sheepish smile he scratched the back of his head. "Oh, my name's Ethan. I'm in the same class as you," he said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Istria frowned slightly. "Sorry," he said flatly. "Since I was only planning to stay for a single semester, I didn't bother remembering most of our classmates' names." Ethan laughed awkwardly. "Oh, that's all right. Oh, actually, do you mind if I stick with you?" Istria raised an eyebrow. "I kind of spent most of my mana fighting those things," Ethan admitted, looking a little embarrassed. Istria stared at him for a moment before nodding. "Really? Great." Ethan clenched his fist, looking visibly relieved. Istria let out a quiet chuckle at his enthusiasm. "Let's go, then." With that, he dashed forward, not at full speed, but at a pace that Ethan could keep up with. FWOSH. It didn't take long before they reached another battlefield. A wide-open area littered with dozens of demon beasts. Some looked like twisted animals with extra limbs and glowing eyes. Others resembled humanoid monsters, their rotten skin pulsing with strange energy. Istria stopped at the edge of the battlefield, scanning the situation. "Ethan," he called. Ethan, catching his breath, looked at him. "I'll take the front line," Istria said, sheathing his sword for a moment. "You cover my back." Ethan nodded instantly. "Got it." With a quick motion, he pulled out a massive battle axe. Istria glanced at it, raising an eyebrow. It was nearly as big as Ethan himself. Despite his lack of visible muscle, Ethan wielded it with ease. "Interesting," Istria muttered. "Then, let's go." Istria unsheathed his sword, and the air instantly grew colder. Ice Generation first-level spell. His. A thin layer of frost spread over his sword, glowing faintly. And just like that, FWOSH. Istria shot forward like a blur, his sword shimmering with cold light. The first demon beast, a twisted four-legged creature with sharp fangs, lunged at him from the side, its claws slashing straight for his throat. Clang! Istria twisted his body slightly, his sword meeting the creature's claws midair. Sparks flew as metal clashed against its bone-like talons. He slid his foot forward and... First move. Ice Lotus Bloom. With a smooth, upward swing. Zwoosh! A lotus-shaped frost bloomed in the air as his sword cut straight through the beast's front legs. Slash! The monster barely had time to scream before its body collapsed, the icy wound spreading fast and freezing it solid. Istria didn't stop. Another demon beast, this one a hunched-over humanoid with glowing red eyes, charged at him from behind, its jagged fingers curled into claws. He spun around, ducking just in time to avoid its swipe. The monster swung again, this time aiming straight for his head. Istria stepped back. The claws missed him by a hair. He countered. Mixed Ice Series Frost Mist. A fourth-level spell. A thin smoke of ice shot forward, piercing the creature's body. Splurt! Dark blood splattered across the battlefield as the beast staggered backward, frozen wounds covering its chest. It let out a strangled growl before collapsing. Afu! Istria exhaled lightly, shifting his grip. There were still more. 3 demon beasts rushed at him at once. He moved. Dashing through them, he ducked under a claw, sidestepped another attack, and then... Third move. Moonlight's one flash. FWOOSH. A single horizontal slash. It happened so fast that for a moment the monsters didn't react. Then, zblad, a clean cut sliced through all three of them. Their bodies split apart, frozen at the edges before they crumbled into icy shards. Thud, thud, thud. Well, a voice sounded from behind. Ethan, who had been fending off a group of beasts, turned to see the aftermath. You just took them all down in one move. That's insane, he shouted. Istria ignored him, already moving toward the next wave of enemies. But, boom, the ground trembled. Something big was coming. Istria stopped, his eyes narrowing. A giant figure emerged from the shadows. It was another zombie-like beast, except this one was bigger. At least 15 meters tall, with thick muscular arms that looked powerful enough to crush boulders. Its hollow eyes locked onto Istria. Then, zump, it stomped forward, the impact sending cracks through the ground. Another S-rank monster. Istria mumbled, exhaling deeply. What is happening? Istria's grip on his sword tightened. The monster lifted one massive fist and swung it down. Boom! Istria leaped back just in time. The ground where he stood seconds ago exploded, dust and debris flying everywhere. But before he could counter, whoosh, the zombie's other hand came from the side, aiming to swat him away like a fly. Istria reacted instantly. He raised his sword, blocking the hit. Clang! But the impact was so strong it sent him skidding backward. In tusk, he steadied his footing, exhaling. Then, he vanished. In an instant, he was right in front of the monster's chest. 40% strength, fourth move. Lunar collapse. His sword glowed. FWOOM. A heavy downward strike. The force behind it. CRAACK. The zombie's entire torso caved in, its frozen flesh cracking under the immense pressure. Even the space seemed to shake due to the strength caused by the blow. Stay connected through my virtual library empire. Boom! It fell backward, hitting the ground with a thunderous crash. Istria landed gracefully, standing over its motionless body. Silence filled the battlefield. Then, Ethan whistled. So damn. Istria flicked his sword, shaking off the frost. All right, he muttered. Next, he cracked his head, looking forward where more of those beasts could be seen. And without hesitation, he dashed forward again. Meanwhile, Fire Series Fire Cyclones. 4th level spell. Effluage. 3 massive fire cyclones tore through the air, each spinning with ferocious speed, ripping the air around them. The monsters caught in the path were torn apart, their bodies disintegrating into wisps of black smoke. The ground trembled with each impact as the flames burned hot enough to melt everything in its path. 6 more down, Rose muttered to herself, wiping the sweat from her brow. She glanced over her shoulder at her team. They were fighting hard, but the monsters just kept coming. Beside her, Iris raised her hand. Holy Series Light Halo. 5th level spell. Iris conjured, and immediately, a bunch of hovering golden halos appeared above everyone's head, buffing their speed and strength. Thanks, Iris. Lucas grinned, feeling the effects almost instantly. His sword flashed as he swung it in a wide arc. F-whip. Zblurred. The blade cut clean through 3 zombie heads, their decapitated bodies stumbling before collapsing into a heap. And just besides him, a flash of golden light shot forward. Zblurred. 3 more zombies' heads flew out. And these zombie creatures are endless. Ella grumbled, wiping the sweat from her forehead. They had been killing these creatures for more than half an hour, but they didn't seem to end at all. If anything, more would simply appear. And should we go further? Iris behind them asked curiously. I'm not sure, Lucas said, wiping his blade on the grass. We're still waiting on Maya. And? Istria's off doing who knows what. Be careful. Like I've said before, there's a very malicious figure in this island. The Excalibur spoke solemnly. I know. GUIS. I couldn't find ASTREAA. A not-so-cheerful voice rang out, making everyone turn around. There Maya stood, rushing towards them with her fists coated in green blood. It seemed that she also slaughtered some zombies on the way. Oh damn it. Rose scoffed. He really simply decided to go fight monsters by himself. How irresponsible, Hemph, Rose added in an annoyed voice. Maya stopped in front of them, still breathing heavily, looking a little out of breath but not giving up. I swear that guy, she huffed, catching her breath. I thought he'd be around here, but I've been all over and haven't seen him. Hearing her words, Iris frowned. Should we keep going? Lim? Lucas looked at Ella, considering the question. He took a quick glance at the others and then nodded slowly. I'm sure Istria is wherever the biggest mess is. Knowing him, that's probably where the most chaos is happening. Yeah, that sounds like him. Maya added with a smirk, even though she was clearly irritated. Ella adjusted her sword, tightening her grip. Then let's go. However, just as they started moving toward the direction where the battle noise grew louder, Lucas suddenly shouted. Guys, stop. Lucas suddenly stopped. Immediately, all of them froze at his words. BAM. A loud crash echoed, and in front of them, a strange zombie appeared. It was thin, with long, writhing tentacles protruding from its body. Its strange eyes gazed onto them, its head tilting as it stared. Gira. The zombie made a low, gurgling sound, almost like it was trying to speak, but in a strange, distorted way. Auntie this. Ella frowned. She could clearly feel that the zombie's power was above hers. Is this the malicious thing you were talking about? Lucas asked inwardly, looking at the creature warily. No, the malicious figure is moving, and this creature isn't. I can't quite figure out its location, but it should be far from here. The Excalibur replied. Iris, gripping her staff, stepped forward unsure. On, guys. Should we attack him? She asked hesitantly. Rose took a step back, clearly not trusting the creature. I don't think so, she replied softly, her eyes narrowed. However, on the other hand, Ella gripped her sword tightly. Yella, Lucas called out. Royal swordsmanship, she mumbled to herself, and immediately a bright golden light enveloped her sword. Yella, no. Lucas shouted, but it was too late. Divine punishment. With a mighty swing, Ella's sword expanded in size, turning into a massive golden blade. The sword came down with incredible force, slamming directly into the tentacle zombie. Boom! The impact was very destructive. A massive explosion of energy erupted from the strike, sending a shockwave through the ground. A deep crater formed, shaped like the blade of her sword. Ella stepped back, panting, as the smoke rose from the attack. Did it kill it? She asked, looking uncertain. F-whip. She swung her sword, clearing out the rising smoke. And, Gira. A weird noise reached her ears. The zombie was still standing, its tentacles wriggling. It had extended one of its hands, and a glowing green shield had formed around its body, protecting it from the attack. Damn it. Read exclusive adventures at my virtual library empire. Ella muttered under her breath, gritting her teeth. But before she could attack him again, Lucas intervened. Yella, stop. He doesn't seem to want to hurt us. Lucas warned, positioning himself between the monster and Ella. Then he stepped forward cautiously and looked directly at the zombie. What do you want? He asked cautiously. To his surprise, the zombie responded. It moved, its tentacles reaching out and pointing toward the north. Gira. Lucas blinked, unsure. You want us to go there? Gurah. The zombie nodded vigorously, its tentacles shaking with excitement. Lucas turned to look at the north, where the trees of the forest stood tall. In the distance, he could see flashes of light shooting into the sky. But one of them stood among all of them. A silver-colored one. Istria is there. Lucas whispered. That's also the direction the malicious figure is in. His heart skipped. Is he in danger? Maybe. Guys, let's go to the forest then. Maya raised an eyebrow. Huh? What? Don't tell me you're actually going to trust a zombie. She sounded both confused and annoyed. Iris was quiet, clearly unsure. She glanced at Rose, who didn't say much but had a neutral expression on her face. I think we should go too. Ella glanced at the forest for a moment. She remembered Istria had headed that way before, and the fact that the zombie was pointing in the same direction couldn't be a coincidence. Oh, damn it. Let us just go. Maya grumbled, stomping her feet toward the north side of the forest. She was still reluctant to trust the zombie, but seeing the others agree, she puffed out her cheeks in frustration. It took them a while to reach the place where Lucas had sensed Istria's mana signature. Boom! Another explosion echoed in the distance. Lucas narrowed his eyes and followed the sound, determined to find Istria. Gosh, we still haven't found anything. Maya complained, crossing her arms. No monsters, no students, nothing, she grumbled. There should be students up ahead, Iris said, pointing toward the source of the explosions. Yeah, but still, though. Maya whined. Lucas chuckled at the banter between them. Both of them were always the two who kept the group alive. But then, BIAM, a figure was sent crashing toward them. Lucas's instincts shot to life. Thud. He stepped forward and caught the body before it hit the ground, the weight of the impact nearly knocking the air out of him. Are you okay? Lucas asked, quickly turning to Iris. Iris nodded, and immediately, a golden light flowed from her staff and surrounded the brown-haired figure. Holy Series, Holy Healed, 3rd level spell. In seconds the figure gasped for air, his eyes snapping open. Gov gov. He coughed, spitting over green blood into the ground. Ozfug. He groaned, trying to move but wincing in pain. Hey, you okay? Lucas repeated, kneeling beside him. The boy blinked, his gaze clearing. Wait a second. Lucas, he mumbled, still dazed. Lucas frowned. Listen. What happened? Wait, IW was with Istria, then a weird creature appeared. We fought it, until it threw me, hard cough cough. Istria. Ella's voice snapped like a whip. Where is he? She demanded, her eyes hardening. Ethan weakly pointed behind him. All right. Whoosh. Without another word, Ella shot forward like a streak of light. ELLA, wait. Lucas called, but Ella didn't hesitate. Lucas shot a quick glance at Maya and Iris. You two stay here and take care of Ethan. I'll go with Ella. Iris nodded. Roger. Maya added. Lucas didn't waste another second. He sprinted forward, leaving a black trail behind him. And once he reached the scene, his eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell is that? Before him stood a grotesque creature, its body easily over 5 meters tall. Tentacles writhed around its bloated, decaying form and thick vines sprouted from its flesh, twisting like snakes. It was a nightmare come to life. Fucking hell. Ella's voice rang out from the side. F-whip. She dodged one of the creature's long, thick vines as it swung toward her. Ella. Lucas shouted, charging forward. He swung his sword in a clean, vertical slash. The vine sliced through with ease. Quickly, Lucas grabbed Ella's wrist, pulling her out of range of the monster. Huff. Ella gasped, steadying herself. Where's Istria? Lucas asked, scanning the area. He's there, Ella pointed. And in just a few meters away from them, 3 creatures just like the one in front of them were fighting against Istria madly. His eyes were completely focused as he dodged its attack and tried to inflict damage. But the monsters were fast, and Istria didn't have the time to cast spells or perform a sword art. Shit, we need to help him, Lucas spoke, gripping his sword. Yeah, let's end this one quick. Ella said, her eyes narrowing as she gripped the hilt of her sword. F-whoosh. She was the first to rush forward. The creature's vine whipped through the air, aiming straight for her. With a quick step to the side. Zwoosh. She barely avoided it, the vine slicing through the air where she had just been. Ella didn't hesitate. She swung her sword downward. SHING. The blade cut deep into the creature's vine, severing it with ease. The monster screeched, but it was only a moment's delay before it swung another vine, this one aimed for her legs. Ella jumped back just in time. Thud. The vine slammed into the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. Lucas, right behind her, was already in motion. He sprinted past her, sword held tight. He leapt into the air, twisting his body. Slash. His sword came down hard, slicing through one of the creature's long, slithering tentacles. The creature let out a sharp hiss, its body writhing. But Lucas didn't stop. He spun midair, landing with a heavy thud, and brought his sword up again, aiming straight for its core. Demon-slaying sword art. Corrupted sword. With a swift upward swing. Zwoosh. A spray of black flames flew from his blade, forming an X in the air. It crashed into the creature's chest with a loud crack, making its solid body catch on fire. It staggered back, roaring in pain as the flames spread across its decaying flesh. But the creature wasn't done. It lashed out with more vines, trying to strike at Lucas. He sidestepped, dodging the attack. Zwish! The vine flew past him, grazing his shoulder, but Lucas ignored it. Instead, he took a step to the right, giving Ella access to attack. Shing. Ella's sword met the creature's thick hide, creating a loud clash, but the monster's skin held. Ella gritted her teeth and swung again, aiming for the vine-covered limbs. With a powerful swing, slash! This time she sliced clean through one of its tentacles. The creature howled in rage, but Ella wasn't finished. She ducked under another vine as it swung overhead and aimed a horizontal slash at the creature's midsection. Zwoosh! The blow landed, but the monster twisted its body just in time, minimizing the damage. It then swung another vine directly at Ella's head. Greg! The vine slammed into her sword, pushing her back, but Ella held firm. She slid back a few feet, breathing heavily, her eyes fixed on the creature. Lucas was already moving again. He closed the distance, pushing forward with all his strength, enveloping his sword with his golden mana. Shing. Shing. His sword flashed in rapid succession. Each one struck the creature's hide, cutting deep into its body with a sickening crunch. Zblurred. Blood sprayed from the wounds, but the creature didn't fall. It screeched, enraged, and swung its vines in every direction. But then, THOOM. The ground shook as it lifted one massive tentacle, slamming it down toward them. Bam! Lucas barely had time to react. He jumped to the side just in time, but the shockwave from the hit sent him tumbling backward. Damn it, he growled, his chest heaving. But there was no time to rest. The creature was rearing back, preparing for another strike. Now, Lucas suddenly shouted, and Ella from the side raised her sword to the sky. Royal swordsmanship. Divine punishment. In an instant, the sword grew in size, glowing with a fierce golden light. Without a second thought, Ella swung it down with all her might. Screch. Sparks flew. The creature shrieked in pain as it tried to hold the giant blade back, its vines straining against the weight. But Ella gritted her teeth, pushing more power into her strike. Dive, she shouted. BAM. The giant sword slammed into the ground, splitting the creature clean in half. Its body fell apart with a sickening splat, pieces of rotten flesh scattering across the battlefield. Oh, it's finally dead. Ella exhaled deeply. Yeah, but then, a loud roar echoed in the distance. Their heads snapped toward it. Oistria! Ella's voice rang out, and without a second thought, she bolted forward. On seeing this, Lucas couldn't help but bite his lip. But he followed her nonetheless.